How do they aim it? That's what I want to know. So whenever they say things like this, just ask them how this is actually done. Do you aim right at the moon or do you lead it? Do you have to lead the moon, like firing at a person, or do you aim right at the moon, or like, and like, how do you bounce off a spherical mirror? Like, don't you have to like hit that shit dead center for it to bounce back, and so it doesn't like deflect off the side? Like, how are we doing this?
They don't know.
And how'd you account for the rotation of the Earth? How did you account for the galactic rotation? How did you like? Because all these things matter.
Mary Mom was there too. Yeah, I asked him. I
They
said,
matter
"Well,
because electromagnetic radiation travels at one speed. That's what people don't understand. It isn't like, see, these Globers, they think that like it's the same as like if I'm on a train going 60 miles an hour and I throw a ball dead ahead of me 60 miles an hour, that ball is going 120 miles an hour. That's not how light works. If I'm on a train going 120 miles an hour, the speed of light is the same no matter what direction I shoot it in. Doesn't matter how fast I'm going, right? So if I shoot a laser at the moon, I have to lead it. I can't shoot it at the moon. I have to lead the moon because the speeds aren't additive, right? I can't add the speed of the Earth, right, to the speed of the laser and then shoot it at the moon, and then it's still going in a straight because the laser's like going sideways. It doesn't work like that, right? The inertia of the Earth does not carry with the laser. As soon as you shoot the laser and it leaves the Earth is still traveling. The laser's on the trajectory you first shot it at. And by the time it gets to where the moon is moved
you know,
5,300 kilometers.
all all I could see is literal Coriolis in my mind, and I'm like, there's where it works,
Coriolis.
or there's where it should work.
You know, the
Like
Indian guy that came in
I'm
here
just
the other
seeing the
day,
beam just curve off into the into the dark void.
the Indian satellite guy that said he had to read a paper on the Doppler effect, before I kicked him out for saying nonsense, I was going to ask him actually a legitimate question: is how did he account for the rotation of? Because you would have to calculate that to measure the Doppler effect. Because you have to calculate that to measure the phase shift. It's the only possible way. So that's why it's a bunch of hooey, dude. They forget their own physics. They try to apply Newtonian physics to light when it's supposed to be general relativity.
Who was I hearing talk about this? I don't know, but the only the only way they can even have it propagate as a wave is for there to be a medium, which is why they got rid of Newtonian.
Well, here's the
And
funny thing:
that's
is
where
they turned
relativity
it
comes in.
into a medium of probability. The medium is probability. It's not a real medium.
Yep.
So it's a wave of probability. I'm not kidding you, man. This is the actual theory. So Schrodinger's wave equation is a wave of probability. A probability that you will make a measurement at one location versus the other, and that propagates as if it was a wave, like a water wave. But it's a probability wave. It's not physical. It's a mathematical wave that seems to match experiment. And this is what they have to say to get rid of the ether, that the light isn't traveling in any medium. That this just the artifact of the quantum nature of light. That it seems to behave. So here's something I was thinking about yesterday. This is kind of weird, right? So gravity's supposed to be a force, supposed to have an energy. So we all know from chemical reactions, right, that certain chemical reactions require certain energies to actually work, like the Gibbs free energy. Like, I don't know a lot about chemistry, but I know a little bit. I know enough that there has to be a certain amount of energy in a chemical reaction for the process to happen. It doesn't really matter where energy comes from. So where is gravity formulated? Where is the variable in chemical reactions? Since it represents a certain amount of energy, and if I do an experiment, especially with general relativity, if I do an experiment and I'm moving, there'll be a certain amount of energy in the system versus if I'm not moving. If I do it at one elevation versus another elevation, should be a certain amount of energy in the system compared to each other, right? So where is this energy accounted for in chemical reactions? So that's what they say with time dilation. I'll believe, right? When they can actually do a chemical reaction and it happens faster because dilation, right? So we use it like, I don't know, any chemical reaction, a very precise chemical reaction where we can get a result to a very specific, like, we're going to, mix these two compounds together and get this other compound, and we know it takes place in exactly X number of nanoseconds. So put that on a plane and fly it north and east and west and see if that chemical reaction happens faster or slower. Want to know what they say? Can't do it.
Is this another
Because the clock changes. Yeah, I guess. No, this is a the clock changes effect. You can't measure that because the clock itself changes.
What about the Stark and Zeeman effects? Right? Are you talking about the atomic clock? The nuclear clock?
Yeah, I'm talking about that's what I'm talking about, the nuclear clock.
Have they considered there's invisible barriers, and they colloquially call them the Stark and the Zeeman effect. What it is atomic clocks just get off for some reason. They're wrong for some reason, and there's a variable. Well, if they're ever wrong for an unknown variable, then you can just throw them out for everything.
Well, yeah, especially when the precision that they're saying they're measuring to is so small, right? The difference of, like, this cesium atom was supposed to oscillate 43 trillion times, and it oscillated 43 trillion and one time. So, are you even within measurement error? Like, can you even measure to that precision? Like,
no, you can't. They're theoretical. They're hypothetical measurements. They're not even real measurements. You can't measure 12 billionths of a second. You can't measure it.
Yeah, certainly. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think so. Trying to think of an actual example of like what they can actually measure down to in units, but they always have to like extrapolate to something else, right? They have to convert it into some other units and then measure those units.
Yeah, didn't they even like the oscillations of a 3-mile long measuring stick were theoretical because they couldn't measure it. It was so small. But they're going to telling you the oscillations of a light wave in a clock are, right? What piece of equipment are they using to measure this oscillation that tells them that actual oscillation?
Oh, and of course they're probably not even actually measuring oscillation. I probably, like, deep down they're actually measuring like a change in voltage or something.
Probably.
You know what I mean? It's through some detector, like, and then they're inferring an oscillation from the change in voltage.
So it's a bunch of bourgeois is what it is.
What isn't?
Like gravity.
Those guys.
I don't understand a lot of this stuff. But even when you listen to people who do understand this stuff, like, you guys, or that guy that I like to listen to every once in a while, what is his name? Professor Pierre, or his name is Pierre Robitaille or Robitaille. And I don't know shit he's talking about with the I don't know what he's talking about with the CMB or these, what is it, anisotropy maps or whatever they're called. I don't know what he's talking about.
Anisotropy is just a gradient, dude. It's just a gradient. That's all it is.
So he
Anisotropy is
gets
when
into the math.
listen, listen. Anisotropy is when the properties are different in one direction than in another direction. So isotropic is where no matter, you can pick any property, doesn't matter what it is. That when you go in any direction, it's exactly the same. Anisotropic is when you move in a certain direction, it's the same, but when you move in another direction, it's different. So a gradient, right? So if I move horizontal, it's the same, but if I move vertical, it's different. That's anisotropic.
Oh, okay. I might have got that mixed up.
But it's a blanket
I'm not sure.
statement. So the cosmic microwave background radiation is anisotropic to the point where it looks like we're at the center of everything, when it should be like uniform or something in every direction.
So, like, would gravity be isotropic then?
It coincides with the Earth's equator. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
The cosmic what microwave background looks on, it's on a plane parallel with the equator, and it's anisotropic from the equator going up towards the poles, which would make it look like the Earth is the center of the fucking universe, because you're supposed to be in the middle of this wash of microwave radiation, which should be random in every direction. It should be isotropic in every direction. It shouldn't. It shouldn't have a feature that coincides with any particular geographic feature of the Earth, because it makes it look like Earth-centric. And they hate that. That's why it's evil. It's the axis of evil.
Yeah.
Now go say your planets. Pay your TIF. Go do a couple cabin dishes and you'll feel better.
So this guy is really out for the cosmetic model for the sun. He's like it breaks. It just breaks laws of thermodynamics. And he explains it. He's done a few videos on it. I think I don't know if he was on 6 or 7, but he's in it hard. But the point that he tries to bring up when it comes to some of this satellite data that we're getting, whatever it is, he's knowledgeable enough to look at the math and then point out the contradiction within that. And it's like, bruh, like y'all can't get shit together.
So I'll tell you where he started, right? Okay, so his claim to fame is he made the highest resolution MRI image ever, right? So that's basically the field of optics, but they're using magnetic resonance in imaging. So imaging is his specialty, right? So he saw things coming out of astronomy where they were claiming to do things that were impossible, right? Picking out, making images when the signal to noise ratio is something like a 10 billion to 1, which is impossible, right? He knows this because that's what he's been doing, right? He's doing magnetic resonance imaging, and there's a certain amount of noise in the signal, but there's a signal in there, and you got to pick out, the usable signal, stuff that's actual structure, versus the noise, the background noise of the instrument, of the background, just everything. There's always noise in the signal. So he knew all this, and then looks at the shit astronomy's claiming, like the cosmic background radiation, and turns out it's just a bunch of fucking hooey, dude. Like the black hole image, they claim a resolution of something like 1,460 times beyond the diffraction limit. The diffraction limit's easily calculatable, right? And you can say, okay, how big was their supposed antenna? How big is, how far is it away? What wavelength is that? Okay, is it within the diffraction limit or not? And it's not. It's way outside of it. But they're claiming they made an image out of it, and anyone could see that. We know that that's impossible, according to the modern theory of light or electromagnetic radiation. Let's say that's where he started. That's all I'm saying. Is he started from that, and then like anybody else, once you start digging in deeper into their models, dude, it's like a rabbit hole of just like what are these people doing? This ain't science.
You know what's crazy? Like, what parallels that sentiment exactly? Sorry to bring it up, Curry Mullis, a guy that
Ew.
is invented this technology, and he's like, yo, the way y'all are using that is foul. That's not how that works. Like, why do we keep seeing these patterns everywhere?
It's just human behavior, man. You got to think about it like this. Like, there's some people that they're going to hype their ability to advance themselves in the field. I mean, it's probably like it happens in sports. Probably happens in every profession when you just say, you're marketing. You're marketing yourself and like your knowledge just as more than what it is to get money, advancement, power, or whatever it is that you're after, a raise. But there's some people that are just honest and they're just like, it is what it is, and I'm not going to make hyperbolic claims about it. I'm just going to say what it is. But that's not advantageous to other people that are trying to take advantage of it.
Right.
The people that they can say they can do diagnosis with PCR testing, right? Because you're like, I just made a company, and I'm going to sit there and try and sell it to hospitals and insurance companies that I can diagnose disease with PCR testing. When the inventor's like, you can't do that. But like everybody else in the world is like, they don't know any better. They say trust the science, and that's the end of the debate. And millions of Medicare dollars are going to that person, and now that person's a billionaire off of bullcrap, and nobody's the wiser.
Have you seen The Tinder Swindler yet?
Oh no, I haven't seen it.
It's on Netflix. What anybody who's hearing me right now, you go ahead and watch The Tinder Swindler, because Simon, I don't know whether to call him despicable, a hero. I don't know, because he's shown me how people just exploit not the system in his case, but just how you could just be so corrupt and do foul shit and still avoid doing, and still avoid serious consequences. Like, he frauded so many women out of thousands of dollars, some hundreds of thousands, like so many. And I don't want to give the game away because you're not gonna get the game until the very end of watching it. So if I were to say anything else, it would kind of ruin that. But people like him are the same captains of industry that take advantage of people. But they do it they do it where they might get a slap on the wrist, and it's not that serious. And I don't understand how there could be so much corruption and so little done about it. But then again, I kind of can understand, because at the same time, there's this word accountability, and I don't think anybody likes to be held accountable for how dumb they've been. Okay, you may have been born dumb, but I mean, you grow up at some point. It's not an excuse that you live in you live in with a government that's like, I don't know. Anyway, I can never string my words together when I'm out working, but I hope you guys get what I'm saying.
Me and Meme have talked about this before. If there's fraud in some particular industry, the only way to be competitive is to also commit fraud. Otherwise, you're going to go out of business.
Yeah.
It's inevitable. It has to happen. You're just gonna go. You have a severe disadvantage if other people are cheating and you're not, because you have to make so much more profit to stay even with them.
But it's allowed fraud. It's certain type of fraud that is being incentivized, because if you fraud the government out of their money, they're gonna throw the hammer and the key away. So they incentivize these fraudulent non-theories of the fantasy heliocentric or whatever model, and they incentivize those kind of stories, pay people for it, decent amount of money. But
Well, I'll give you a practical example, right? So in Massachusetts, if you own a bar, you can't just like buy liquor from the liquor store. You have to go through a licensed distributor, right? And they charge certain prices based upon how much alcohol you buy. And of course, there's a tax on all that stuff. Well, you can go to New Hampshire and there's no tax on alcohol. So you can buy all that stuff cheaper. So if you're, have a penchant for committing fraud, you can go to New Hampshire, buy all that, print fake Massachusetts tax stamps, put them on your bottles, and you're going to have a higher profit margin than your competitor that's doing stuff legally. Eventually, because you can sell alcohol and operate at a lower cost, the other guy's going to go out of business and you're still going to be in business unless he also commits some type of fraud to increase his bottom line. It's just it's just the way it has to happen. When there's fraud in the system, eventually, if the people that are committing fraud don't get caught, the fraud displaces all the honest players.
Pretty sure we're past that point.
Yeah, which is why the government's in control.
Yeah.
All the honest players are gone.
If you commit big enough fraud, it's just called legislation.
Good point. Very good point.
Yeah. And that's not a conspiracy. 300 people meeting in one place, colluding to steal from everybody else. It's not a conspiracy. That's a conspiracy theory.
Right. Well, wait a minute. If somebody says it's a conspiracy theory, that means they agree with it as being true, right? Because a theory is something that's been validated scientifically. So if you say conspiracy theory, you're unwittingly agreeing with something.
Yeah, I'm going to have to use that one.
That's the one I always use now. I think it's done that way on purpose so that people agree with it and they don't even know that they agree with it.
It goes along with you're not even wrong.
No, I just say, oh, it's conspiracy. Oh, I agree with you. It is. Yeah, I agree 100%. I'm glad you're on board with me. What do you mean? Well, you said theory. You know what theory means, right? It means it's validated as being true. I had someone tell me that because people don't know what semantics means, they told me that I was being semantic because I said a theory and a hypothesis are not the same thing. And I'm like, well, one is pre-discovery, the other is post-discovery, so they're actually opposites.
What did we invent dictionaries for then? Like, I'm pretty sure if you go look in the dictionary, there's different definitions. And they're not synonyms of each other, so what are they talking about?
Is there a semantics fallacy I can throw at somebody? Like, semantics is not an argument. That just means I know words and you don't.
I think when it's a semantic fallacy would be like you're trying to argue semantics instead of addressing the issue. It's kind of more like using it as a red herring or some sort of deflection. But that's just that implies intent of the person doing it, and probably a bunch of other stuff. But I mean, sometimes that would be obvious as opposed to others.
Yeah.
Semantics would be like when Bill Clinton says things like,
what is the definition of the word is?
Depends on what you mean.
What do you mean by is?
He said,
Well, sir, it's
depends
a
on what you
conjunction.
mean by what is. So he used the word is to qualify his is, which is even more hilarious.
Oh,
Is
tell
jizz
me,
probably?
tell me the conversation you and Miggy had with that guy. I don't think he was around.
Oh, which guy was that?
The one that wasn't 100% sure that he'd ever eaten anything.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, we had the ultimate solipsist. He said he's not 100% sure of anything. So I asked him, is he 100% sure he's ever eaten anything before in his entire life? He said no. Which is, batshit crazy.
That is. I wouldn't say crazy. I'd just say he's a liar.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what I called him. It's like, how did you get this far? You didn't get this far without at least eating food once in your life because, I'm pretty sure there's no free energy.
I don't even know if I'm
Kind of hard to
real.
be nice sometimes, huh? Hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you got to think of the reason why he says it, right? He says it so he isn't contradicting himself, and the reason he's even saying that is so he can dismiss flat Earth because he doesn't really know anything.
And since nothing can be known, no one else can either, right? Everything's relative.
That's when you go, why are you even here? Then just go away. Like, you might not exist. You might be a figment of my imagination, and I don't talk to myself. So, banned.
Right. If we can't know anything for certain, then why are you here proclaiming to want to know things from us?
Look, I've said this before. Globers make arguments that even the most craziest religious zealot nutcase would be embarrassed to make. I mean, think about it. You go, if the surface is not curving anywhere, what is it? And how hard it is for some of them to stay flat. Like, they're beaming and going to hell or something.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
If I may introduce myself, I'm Peter Pan 69 from Germany, and I've have a lot to learn about flat Earth.
Peter Pan 69. Well, not sus at all.
No. Are you the boy that never
What,
grew up?
what do you mean? I just could
Hold on.
verify.
Hold on, I thought that
That's just-
entire statement was about, hello, I am Peter Pan 69 and I'm from Germany. Did a walking meme just come in here?
Hey,
Yo.
Yeah.
I believe
Yo,
in
no,
flat
no,
Earth,
no.
but let me cup your
what was
balls.
the critical of my
Listen,
username?
Sorry. It's just funny.
The craziest. It just sounds like you got
Don't
your
mind us,
screen. You got your screen name from like 1999, like,
Yeah, what about that?
I thought
like
it was
Guys, I just
I'm
came in from Germany, and boy, are
dances
my
with
arms
wolves.
tired.
Boy, und my
What's
arms
crypto?
tired, ja.
Jetzt hör mal auf, hier so einen Scheiß zu
Du
reden.
musst dir Josh am schlafen.
Jetzt nicht aufhörst mit dem Bullshit, dann
Have you ever had
gibt's
shit?
I'll keep it
Ballern
down,
Schnurke,
okay?
Boys.
Gosh.
I
All
tell
right.
you what, you get to stay, man. I'm sold. I'm sold.
Okay. High five, homie.
So what brings you
Yep,
here,
yep.
Peter Pan 69?
Yeah, I've been like believing-ish in Flat Earth for like half a year, and I've been wondering about your takes on the sun.
You believe in the flat Earth? Why do you believe in the flat Earth?
I in 11th grade. Sorry, I'm German. A bit
okay.
sprachbehindert, as we say. In 11th grade, we have like circular motion, and there's angular velocity, and there's also linear velocity, right? And
Yeah.
we calculated the linear velocity of Earth, and I was like, what the fuck? Why is that number so big? And then I've been like started researching stuff. I watched that documentary of Eric Dubay, and also looked at some smaller creators on Vimeo and other stuff that doesn't get censored. And yeah.
Well, typically, I wouldn't say anyone here believes in flat Earth. We all experience the Earth as flat and motionless, so it's really not a belief now, is it? See, you believe
if
things
you-
that you don't.
if-
You
if you-
believe things. Hold on, mate. Hold on. We believe things that we don't experience. The only real true knowledge we have are what we experience. And since what we experience is the Earth is flat and motionless, that's the actual knowledge we have. Nobody experiences the Earth as a globe, so the globe is inherently a belief for everybody, except for the 23 people that claim that they went to the moon. But other than those 23 people, they're all believers. Every single one of them.
But how do you know that your experiences are verifiable and actually the truth?
You empirically test them.
Yeah, but you have to make the assumptions that your senses are not lying to you.
You
Well,
have to
that's
make
why
your
we have
assumption
other
that you're.
people.
Listen, hold on. I love this. How do you operate every day if your senses are lying to you?
I don't know.
Oh, I love this
Let me
too.
ask you this question: have you made more mental errors today or physical errors?
Mental.
Exactly. So you're saying maybe my senses are lying to me, and then what is in the place of those, right? Your mind, right? Your reasoning. But as you just said, you've made more mental errors than physical errors. It goes to show you that our senses are actually more reliable than our intellect.
Yeah, I'm a Christian, so I would
Oh, this is absolutely a LARP.
Weird flex. Weird flex.
so-
Wait,
so-
okay.
so
So before you move
Absolutely
on
a
to
LARP.
I have
before you
God-given
move on to the
senses.
Christian thing, wait. Before you move on to the Christian thing, like, because people say this all the time, like, how do you know that you can trust your senses? Well,
Mhm.
that's typically because we're always attacking people for using just one sense, observation, and then coming up with a bunch of stories based off of something they've seen with no other senses involved. So my question to you is, have you ever experienced something with two or more senses that turned out to be not what you thought?
Experience something with two or more senses that didn't turn out to be true.
Where you experience something with more than two senses or more, and you found out, wow, I shouldn't have trusted my senses because they failed me. Can you give one
So-
example?
I could like smell and taste garlic, but it could be like only the chemical being extracted from garlic that actually makes it taste like that. So that would be an example of
Okay.
my senses.
Disregarding
Are you
intentional deception.
blindfolded?
Hold on. You have to disregard intentional deception. We're talking about natural observation here. So tricks and things like magicians do, we're going to disregard those. Is there anything natural that you have used your senses for that you found out you were wrong?
It's not like I don't have the time to investigate everything, therefore I have to.
No, right
Trust.
away. So the answer is no.
Yeah,
You would instantly know.
I guess.
Because it's not like we were asking you to, draw up a list of every single thing. You said, well, why can we trust our senses or something to that effect? And I responded with, well, why are you asking that question in the first place? Give an example of a time that you can't trust your senses. Of course, when it involves two or more. And if you can't give an example, it's because you don't know one. Give an example of a time that you can't trust.
There's like some reverb with that Glad Flope guy. Oh, thanks.
So hey, when you've seen have you ever seen a mirage?
I'm from Germany. What the fuck is a mirage?
I don't know. A sound economy.
Oh,
Anyway,
it's the illusion. Okay, I just googled it.
a mirage. But when you see a mirage, you know that it's not actually there. So even though you made an observation of something which is not a reflection of the physical world exactly, you know that you're not fooled by your senses, right? Your senses to pick up something, listen, that's not actually how it is out there. If I go out to touch it, there's not two buildings floating in the air. There's only one building there. You know that. So even when you see something that isn't like that, you know already. Your senses aren't actually tricking you.
Mm-hmm.
Your senses trick you if you see something and you say, this is the way it is, and it's actually the way it's not that way, right? In Mirage, we see something and we're like, that's really not the way it is. So it's not even tricking us.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know where you think that you've actually been tricked by your senses in reality, by the natural world. It's a gold
It's
Hail
just
Mary.
something people say. Yeah, it's just something people say. It's not even true.
Okay, you're from Germany. Maybe you don't know what a Hail Mary is. It's in American football where there's no time left on the clock, and you throw the ball as far down the field as you can, and pray to Mary that someone catches it and you score a touchdown and win the game. That's really what you're doing.
I guess you guys gave me some food for thought. I'll be back soon.
You're welcome.
Have a great one.
Bring back some schnitzel.
That was it.
Some schnitzel, please.
Come back as Captain Hook.
I need some cheese with my wine.
No.
Hello, guys. I am from Germany. My name is Hans. This is my friend Franz.
And we have babies named Stans.
We are going to pump you up.
You guys recognize his voice?
I just put hot oil all over my body.
Oh.
And now I'm here asking about the flat earth.
Look, guys, my cabana boy took the day off, and I need somebody to oil me up for the show.
Look, you cannot catch me. I am all oiled up. Yeah, I'm all oiled up. You cannot catch me.
May I have my schnitzel? Can I have my schnitzel?
That was great. That was excellent.
Good fun.
I want my schnitzel.
right, bring on the next guy in the queue. CIA, I know you're listening. Come on, give him up.
Let's do it.
You guys like making fun of Germany?
Zanuck is there. Do we want to do that?
Nobody makes
No?
fun of Germany. Germany
No,
makes fun
I
of
really
itself.
think he thought that we were not here and we weren't gonna speak like
How
we
could
spoke.
you?
He didn't think that.
I was just gonna say, do you really think he was a troll? Is that why you guys are giving him a hard time?
I
Or
really
you
don't
just-
know. When he left, though, he seemed a little bit
trolly, yeah. I
more like off. I don't know.
Well, when he said something about how he knew the controls or something, where did he say something about somebody's hot micing? That told me that it's in his first rodeo.
Yeah.
Honestly,
you know
I've
what I'm saying?
never
Like
been
he
to a
knows
rodeo.
just
Zanuck's
well
like a
that
mini
he's
celebrity
probably
here. This is
It was pretty
Okay.
funny.
Well, he said he was a German Christian. Doesn't that give him a free pass?
No, multi-pass.
Multi-pass, yeah.
I'm German, Irish, and I'm considered Christian. So what does that make me?
Multi-pass.
A wanker?
The lady with the schnauzer. Step up to the microphone, please.
The schnauzer.
I love that he kept reminding us he's from Germany with his thick German accent.
Excuse me for my perfect English. I'm German.
Sorry, I'm from Germany.
Well,
I'm sorry.
my biggest thing with him was that he didn't have a German accent. They didn't sound like one to me, but I could
You have to continually apologize for being German.
I know, right?
Could you imagine? Like,
why would you do
this
that?
would be the most obnoxious person in the world if they just went around saying, "Yeah, I'm
how
from
you know
the
he's
United
German.
States of America."
That's how you know he was German, because he was apologizing for being German.
I know.
Oh, he didn't have to do that.
That was before determining even if anybody was interested in what.
Listen, we don't know if his family directly persecuted any of us, our families or not. So who cares?
We don't know that for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, we shouldn't make Holocaust jokes. I had a family who died during the Holocaust. He fell out of a guard tower.
Oh shoot!
Is that real? Are you serious?
No, that is actually a joke.
Okay,
Isn't that a
real?
fallacy?
Sounded
serious.
really messed up.
Wait, what type of fallacy is that?
Fallacy. Oh.
Let's see.
Jamsy's got the jokes today.
You funny man, I kill you last. You funny. Up against the wall, comrade.
Interesting group of people, characters today. Wow.
I ain't no
It's the
damn
same
character.
Same groups of characters every day.
I was gonna say I'm always here. Seems like anyway.
Sonny, you're just hearing things differently. Are you okay?
I'm okay.
All right.
Doing all right.
Wait. Old dude said Zanuck went concave. Let's talk about it. Zanuck, are you concave?
Oh, he decided to come over here from over there. Oh,
If we're gonna look at pictures and have them be a representation of reality, then I guess if that picture is true and correct, since we're using it for the black
What a
swan,
straw man! Already out the gate, my.
Oh, this guy's gonna spiral real quick.
My.
I had 5 words out before I got interrupted.
So hold on. Do you know how disingenuous of a person you would have to be to totally miss the point of the logical syllogism that was laid out? With the claim that the horizon is geometric and this sphere is of a specific size, so that horizon should be calculated to be at a specific distance. Now, that doesn't really have to do with a photo, right? That really just has to do with an observer with maybe some binoculars. What's not right about what I just said specifically?
Because if you're asserting that the horizon can only be 1.22 times the square root of the observer, and we see oil rigs that are well beyond that, 10 or so miles. And then I show you a picture where we also have geometric elements in that picture that don't even show it being flat. It shows it being convex or concave. Then
Well, what does
how do
that
you
have
say
to do
things
with
flat?
lateral displacement? What does that have to do with lateral displacement?
Lateral displacement, left to right, that's
Yeah.
lateral displacement.
Is it?
Yeah, lateral displacement would be left to right in your field of view.
Why would it have to be left to right?
Because vertical is up and down. Come on.
Okay, so in your orthographic view of the world, lateral displacement.
No, we're not talking about lateral displacement. We're talking about objects in your field of view and they're positioned vertically. If you understand perspective, which I'm
No,
sure
we're not talking about vertically. We're talking about distance wise. I don't know why I don't know why. Hold on, time out. Am I mistaken? For real? Like, I
Yes,
mean, this
you're
is
mistaken.
again. So we've gone so far from the initial point, you totally just being disingenuous about our position, claiming that it's about a photo. Now you want to get into the details of the logical syllogism itself, saying that one of the premises are incorrect. That's indeed what you're trying to say, using an ad hoc argument.
No, the exact
Now
same
you're talking
syllogism.
about now you're talking about the concavity of I don't know what, but you're talking about vertical displacement when all we're asking is can someone else give me a better word for lateral displacement? You guys know what I'm talking about.
I have no idea what you're saying when you say lateral displacement because I don't think you do either.
You do know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't. If I did, I would say.
So where's the geometric horizon in the Black Swan?
We don't know. We'd have to.
Where's
Hold
the
on.
geometric
Can I
horizon?
answer? You asked me a question. I want to answer.
No, you have to answer it
I
directly.
want to answer it, but you won't let me because you keep on talking. You see how this works?
Listen to the question.
Elijah,
Listen
you ask
to
me
the
a question.
question.
You have to pause and let me talk about it.
Nah, I'm not doing it like
But just
that,
ask
bro.
questions
Not
yourself.
with
That
you,
means these are
bro.
rhetorical questions. Okay, I get it.
No, you're not answering the question correctly.
I
It's a
didn't
very
get the
simple
chance
question.
to answer it. I got 2 words out of my mouth and you cut me off.
Where is the geometric horizon, hypothetically or theoretically, in the Black Swan with an observer of one height? Where would that geometric horizon mathematically be? Is the question I'm asking you.
So you asked it 3 times in the last sentence. You finally got it right. The geometric horizon from that observer's position should be, if it's 1 foot high, observer, 1.22 miles in the distance.
Okay, great.
Hold on, and a dip angle of whatever it would be, 0.0002 or something.
Okay, great. Where does it appear? Does it appear there? Does it appear vertically, or does it appear along the surface further away from where it should
It's
be?
vertical. Its position is changed vertically. Instead of being 0.002 degrees in front of you, it's now not only at 0, but it's actually above 0.
So what about the oil rigs? What are you talking about?
They've moved as well. The further oil rig has moved up vertically in its field of view, showing that something's happening refractively, reflectively, optically, because those things can't move with the laws of perspective that are well known by you. These things should be relative to your eye and your field of view. They should descend down from above level to level, or from below level up to level. If they're at
we don't know the orientation of the camera, so
doesn't matter the orientation of the cameras. You can point it straight up. If you have a field of view below it, you still will see.
Because it's a planar lens, dude. It's a planar sensor. It's not going to hit it at equal angles. Stop, man.
Yeah, well, actually, depending how come.
If the sensor was curved, but it's not a curved sensor, so
all lenses focus light to a substrate.
On a planar sensor.
Okay, that does not matter for things in the distance. Even if you're not pointing directly at level, you'd be pointing up level. Things on the bottom that are below level, whether you're pointing there or not, will rise to level, which is the same height above the surface as your eye is to the surface. And things that are above level will come down to level. That's the way perspective works.
Yeah, that's assuming that the sensor is perpendicular to the surface.
You'll have to prove to me that you can find a sensor that does not comport with that statement, and I don't think you'll ever find that ever.
Whose
Okay.
sensors?
Listen, you can just do this with a simple experiment. Tilt the camera down at 45 degrees and then tilt it parallel to the. Then measure the pixels in the image and see if those are the same pixels separating everything.
Yeah, you'll be very close. There's some distortion.
It'll be very close, but it won't be the same. And the further away it is, the worse it's going to get.
It won't be exact because there's some distortion.
I got a better question.
If you have a wide-angle lens, you have a 65mm lens or a 50mm lens, there's some distortion at the edges. Very little, but there is some, especially at 35mm.
Before you take it over, Indio,
I just want to ask
before you
question.
take it over.
It's part of your question, though. That's why I don't want to let it get away.
Because I don't want to talk to him anymore because I just looked up the definition for lateral. So well, I mean, it's fucking ridiculous.
This is more like a task.
Like,
I want him to draw a picture on the black swan. I want him to get the black swan image and draw a line where the geometric horizon would be. The one we don't see. Draw a line at the 1.23 mile mark. Draw it on the sensor. Draw it on the image, I mean.
It'll be 0.002 below eye level. You can establish eye level by things in the distance, too, by the way. That you know that have known height.
So then there should be no problem. Why don't you just draw a line across the picture where the 1.25 mile horizon would be? Yeah, you don't want to do that because we're all going to see how absurd the claim is.
No, it's not. We have to have it. We have to be able to establish where level is. And I've been able to do that.
You just said we could do that from elements in the image. You just said we could do that.
Well, the black shark image I posted has that information. The black swan picture does not have that picture.
Black shark? What's that?
Is
it a horror movie? What's the black shark?
For you, it is. For you, it's a horror movie because it gives you truth. It gives you some perspective.
No, I think that was what do they call that? Freudian slip. He thinks of.
No, what do you seriously? What are you talking about? The black shark? Is that supposed to be something?
It is something. Of course, it is.
What is it? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't.
It's a non. It's a non sequitur.
I'm not looking in voice chat. So
okay. Sorry. The black shark.
It's a non sequitur.
Actually has. So in physics and in math and geometry, you need to have reference points. Otherwise, things just kind of are there in your field of view. And like you said, you wouldn't know whether it's above your level or below level. You don't know until you have something to reference it to. We have something that is called a reference point in the black shark, which is a surfer, and we see his torso cut off at just above his belly button. And we know that most torsos of a 6-foot human is about 2.5 feet.
Shark again.
So we have 2.5 feet.
What does this have to do with the lateral displacement?
Well, you keep on saying lateral. Lateral means left to right, Elijah. Once you get to your point, because you're not going to let me finish with my friend here.
No, it doesn't.
Since you're not going to finish the sentence,
look. Adjective of, at, toward, or from side to side.
It can be any direction in front of you, to right, whatever. Behind you.
Verb, throw a football in a sideways or backward direction. So, are you refusing to address my question? What's up with the lateral displacement? All you've talked about is vertical.
I thought you were. I didn't know what you meant, so now you've explained it. I get it.
Well, now you know because now I've had to read the fucking definition.
Laterally, when you look at a picture, say laterally it moves.
Listen, you're so ridiculous. You're so ridiculous that I thought I might have been wrong.
Because pictures are two-dimensional.
That's how ridiculous.
Okay, I got it. You explained it, and I didn't know what you were meaning because I was talking lateral meaning left to right, vertical, up and down.
Answer the question.
Fine, because we're talking 3D on a 2D picture. Okay, fine. That's why I was confused with what you said. You were making yourself clear. Don't blame me for that. Just you did your due diligence. You looked it up, gave me a definition. Now I know what you're meaning. Laterally, forward and aft. Okay, got it.
Should he use a different language besides English?
Yeah, closer or further away.
I don't know how to talk to Zanuck.
I mean, that's.
I don't know. I don't know how to talk to.
We have words.
No. It was very precise.
I didn't understand it. Shame on me. I didn't get it.
Hold on.
I didn't get it. So shame on me. I'm sorry. So now
all right. Yeah. I can't be cool and talk to Zanuck. Like I can't. It's just I don't. He makes my brain malfunction. and not because I'm stumped. I'm just stupefied. I've been hit with rays of confusion. So answer the question. What's up with the lateral displacements, Adam?
Okay, so because the question was asked the way you did, I didn't know what you meant. What displacement are you talking about now? What fore and aft, near or far displacement?
I'm talking about the difference. I'm talking about the difference between what the math says and what we actually see.
Ah, okay. So the lateral displacement, nearer or farther, of the horizon. What happens to it? You're asking where did it go? It didn't change. It doesn't.
No, I didn't ask you where does it go. That's
Well, ask the
another
question
question
again.
I would ask.
Now that we have an understanding what the words and terms mean in your in what you're asking.
What's up with the discrepancy?
What's
up with the discrepancy?
What? See, you're not explaining. What do you mean?
The lateral displacement.
Of what?
I just explained it to you.
You did. Obviously I don't know what you're talking about because I'm asking you to tell me. Why can't you just make a sentence?
What did I do?
It makes sense, Elijah. Why can't you say, Denick?
So you're muted, by the way. When I said after you asked for clarity, the difference between the math and what we see, that wasn't clear. What specifically about that? Well, the lateral displacement. That's not clear.
That's clear. That's what I wanted to hear you say. Now, if you said it before,
that's what I said. Okay, so now that you understand,
I actually heard that 3 times. Sorry, I just had to make sure. I was hearing that 3 times in a row. Yes.
Please answer the question.
Okay, now I got it. Now, yes, it was asked. I didn't know what the lateral displacement he was talking about meant. Now I know. So what's up with the lateral displacement of the geometric horizon compared to the observed horizon? And that is caused by light bending downward, looming the horizon up.
How do you know that?
As I'm immediately.
Yeah, before I kind of want to simulate what you mean.
Why?
Because when I start talking, I'm going to mute you until I'm done, and then you can talk, and I'm not going to interrupt you. So, what I want to know is the light bends from where? Like, describe it to me.
The light bends from the object that reflects the light to your eye. There's a ray of light. Now, I'm not going to say the light's coming from your eye like you blasted to Q yesterday. The light comes from the object to your eye. But this light ray, now we're looking at it as a directional line, from your eye down to the object. Because we know this because we can measure a point in your field of view where this light ends up residing. Now, if that light is actually above your level observation, then we know that's not possible on a geometric surface such as a flat one, because it always would dip. There'd always be a dip angle, even if it's a flat surface, whether it's round or flat, doesn't matter, because you're above the surface. So there always will be a 0.02 at 3 miles dip, and we're seeing 0.04 more often than not at 3 miles. So we can test this by raising the observation point. If you go up several feet, 20 feet, 10 feet, 30 feet, whatever you measure, you'll see a change in this angular position. And that angular position can be trigged out to find out where this object is and if it's being refracted or not. Because if it isn't refracted, it'll follow geometry. If it is refracted, it won't follow geometry. Because we know how far away it is. That's the key thing. We know the angle.
Can you do a quick?
We know everything. We know everything.
Can you do an illustration?
Yeah, I can give you an illustration.
With the light ray coming from, can't call it a tangent point now.
Can't call what a tangent.
I don't even know. Wherever you think that the light is coming from. But and by the way, my follow-up question at some point is going to be, so where's the light ray from the actual geometric horizon? Because if it's coming from it's a bit of a conundrum, right? Because you have the horizon that you're saying appears to be somewhere else, but that is a physical place, right? It's physical obstruction. It's the curve of the earth. The light is supposed to be bouncing from that to your eye. Where's that at?
Well, that you will not see it again. That obstruction will not be obstructing the vision because you're seeing around the. It's like seeing around something. It's like when I can't think of an example. I posted the liquid propane on a pole to show that when you pour the liquid nitrogen or liquid propane over the pipe, it would curve the light across the surface and let you see beyond it further than you normally would. So that's the horizon also. That horizon locally there would now be further away because you're now seeing the bottom of this object.
When you pour the liquid on the propane tank, does the propane tank disappear? Is there any point on the propane tank that disappears, or is that little whatever's behind it affected?
The horizon, so the part that is blocked, is now changing.
That's not what I asked you. The thing that's in front of the thing that's obstructed in the first place,
right?
Does that move or disappear?
No, it didn't move.
Right. So that's like the geometric horizon. I'm asking you,
No, because
where is the light?
If we wanted to change its position, we'd have to change the medium before that structure. That's why it's not a great example.
Well, it's not. So it's not analogous. Exactly. It's very.
It shows that light. Hold on.
No, it's non sequitur, actually. And the reason why is because I asked you, well, like the geometric horizon is supposed to be, you have this propane tank that's in the way of things that are beyond it. So I asked you if that move appears. You said no. Then it's not analogous. There's no argument there.
That's true. And I only was to show the point that light can bend around a surface.
It can, but that's not what's happening at the horizon because you can't go and test it.
I agree. Okay, so let's go back to the horizon that appears to change, because we have pictures of it changing. We know that the horizon changes because we have pictures that everybody posts showing that. Correct?
Yeah, that's a. I mean, but again, I'm asking you.
Here, right? We have this picture here. So that picture shows that some hold on days where it's clear and there's a little bit of chop on the water, that we have the further object, the further platform. I believe that's that Hill House. No, Hill House is the closer one. Anyway, the further one is lower in your field of view. But then on the calm day, the Black Swan day, it's higher in your field of view, because we know this because we can see it next to the closer Hill House platform. So why does it move? Why do you think it moves, Elijah?
I don't know. It's a red herring. I don't have to really answer
red herring
that
because the horizon has changed. That horizon.
No, it's a red herring.
We don't have to answer the unexplainable.
No, let me tell you. Let me tell you why it's a red herring uninterrupted. So it's a red herring because I'm asking you if there is supposed to be a geometric occurrence, that being the horizon, necessitated by the size of the ball, then that is where the light should be bouncing from that position to your eye. It should be the horizon. So I'm asking you, why is that not the case? Why is it that we see the horizon much further, i.e., the lateral displacement I was talking about? You showing me a picture where it's closer and farther, or you giving me the difference between two pictures is not what I'm asking you. You started to talk about refraction and light rays, and then I said, okay, well, if the light is bending from where you can't see it to your eye, then what's wrong with the light that's right in front of you at 1.2 miles traveling from that geometric horizon to your eye? Like, I understand I asked you like kind of two things, but I mean, pick one.
No, I can answer both at the same time. That geometric horizon isn't the horizon anymore, because what you see is what we care about. So suddenly this geometric horizon, the physical horizon, if we could do things physically where there's no optics involved, that horizon will still be there. But because we're using optics, the optical effects on light are at stake here. And these are the things that are changing this horizon, this apparent horizon, which was at the geometric. Now it's changed to an optical horizon, which is much further away. So laterally, and I showed a really good picture of that. It's probably gotten washed over by other posts, but I showed a really good picture of that shown why it's different. See when it says atmospheric magnification? It shows that horizon being just at the bottom of the closer location, and the farther oil rig is half gone.
Yeah, bullshit.
That horizon now the horizon in the right picture. Hold on, in the right picture. Hold on, on the right picture, the whole entire oil rig has risen up almost to the roof line of the foreground oil rig. Now, why did it move? Because of refraction. This refractive, the curve. See, to answer your second part of your question, real quick, and I'll
let him finish. Let him finish because I muted him.
So the reason that the geometric horizon now doesn't have a point where light would bend, shine off that or reflect off it, is because the light is bending right from the moment that it leaves this source, in the distance, the horizon or wherever, to your eye. It's curving. So everything is loomed upward.
Zanuck, on the can I ask you a question?
Wait.
Okay.
Because he's about to say from your eye.
No,
but he couldn't say that. And so you introduced the error because you kind of said the same thing twice.
I'm talking about the line.
I'm sorry. When I say something, I like to provide clarity as to what I mean so people understand what I'm saying. Typically, when I'm speaking to a person, it's because I want the most understanding between us, because that's kind of what you want to have as a human being talking to another human being. So you said the reason that the light is not bouncing off the geometric horizon to your eye is because what?
Because the light's path from the objects behind it are curving the entire way to your eye. And that spot, that geometric position, is just one midpoint in the path of the light from the object in the distance to your eye. So that point will not be a horizon anymore. It'll just be one point along its path, which has been curved upward. It physically is upward, even though light has been curving down from the object to you, and the light's path, not the reflection, goes from your eye to the object. The light's path. Not saying it's coming from your eye. The light's path from your eye down to the object. And this can be measured in your field of view easily.
No, it hasn't been measured. Anyway.
Oh, absolutely it's been measured.
Question. Zanuck, why on the magnification that you said this is the geometric that's the geometric horizon there in this magnification in the screenshot I took at 50 minutes after? Is that the geometric horizon?
That would be closer to the geometric horizon, correct?
Okay, really? Why in the same video a couple seconds later when the wave goes down, you can see the whole entire oil rig, the furthest one out, and the horizon further out than the oil rig? Why is that? Is that your light warbling like a wave going up and down?
I have your screenshot there. What are you talking about?
Oh my God!
There's waves that's
Have
a
you
low.
seen the video that the screenshot came from?
I see that picture. Yes, where half of the second oil rig is gone.
Have you seen the video that the
yes
comes from? Well, a couple of seconds later and before, when you stayed up to camera, you see the waves go down. You can see the horizon behind habitat, more than 10 miles out. So now in this screenshot, the same video, a few seconds before.
Why don't you post that video so I know what you're talking about?
Hold on. A wave comes up, and now it's blocking the whole entire thing.
Well, you're low enough for
a couple of seconds later, the wave goes down, and you see the whole entire thing. Habitat 10 miles out and the horizon further out.
Show me that particular video. Show me the wave. This is the wave.
The title is on the screenshot called Magnification. BM LSB 69's channel.
Why don't you just post the link?
Know where it comes from. You don't know where it comes from.
I do know. I probably have the video. I'm sure I do. But
Well,
I
you
just
asked
I
me
don't
who
have
it
it handy.
was. So obviously, you don't know who it is. So
No, I do.
there's that
I
part.
do know. I have
Oh,
all the
you
videos that were
know?
posted by him.
God, you just stick your foot in your mouth every
No,
single.
I have those videos. I just don't have it handy. When I'm
okay.
looking at that video, Sonny, that you posted, I don't see the, like, for example, the one you did 1250.
When the wave goes down.
At 1250. Are you talking 1250 or at, well, you have two of them at 1250. The bottom one with the calm water is a different day.
That's
Different
not water.
that was a very calm water
That's
day.
not
Yeah.
calm water. No, it's
kind of a
5 foot
dead still.
waves.
Well,
It's
I
5 foot.
live
Oh
down
my
there.
God.
I surf down there. I know that with those waves very well, intimately.
Yeah, fine.
When I saw
I
one
don't
like
know
that,
what you're
that's a calm
talking
day.
about because
You live down there.
Bo has put
Yes.
Bo has put the specifications on his video. If you weren't such a numpty, you would know that. He shows the wave height, the conditions, and everything on his videos.
You see how the water is kind of flat?
Talking about?
Even though there's waves, it's still kind of flat. We can see like there's
You're
nothing.
lame. That's the front of a wave that's in front of the
I know
observer at 1 foot
that.
height.
I know there's a wave there. I mean, it's calm as far as there's not a lot of wind that day.
Why don't you put a solar filter in that too, and just put a bunch of shit in between our eyes and the actual thing we're trying to
You need
see?
a whole bunch of things that are in the way so you can make your point. What is going on, Zanuck?
The chop on the upper picture you did at 12, the first picture 1250 shows chop. I mean, you don't see white caps, but you see a lot of chop. Would you agree?
Dude, you were
You don't
just
see a lot of
you're
waves
just
in that
trying
picture.
to convince someone that it's not.
Okay.
Oh,
Well, you don't want to listen. So obviously I can't speak because you're just going to talk over me. So I will.
No. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just speaking about the two pictures that Sonny posted. The bottom one is like one of those not dead calm days, but very low wind because there's no ripple in the water. Yes, there are waves there, and yes, the waves that are closest to you will obscure the further platform. I don't think it ever gets to the point where you can see the bottom of it. You said you can see the whole platform in that video. You can't. But and you said that. So when I bring the video up and I'm going to show you a clip of
Yes, you can. The Black Swan, you can see the whole.
That's not from this video. That's not the same day. Completely different day, Sonny. You're being disingenuous.
So
why are you
each
talking
day
about?
has a difference. Like it really,
My God,
it really
yes.
matters that that you can do only one. You are pinpointing only one thing. We are telling you that it's not the same, and you keep saying it is the same.
Oh,
what are you talking
You know
about?
what fallacy?
Sonny, come on,
you know
man.
what fallacy
Those
you're
days,
committing?
two different days,
You're
two
committing.
different observations. Has nothing to do with any waves. The atmosphere is
Yeah,
magnification. Those are different days. There's no waves that change what you see in
Different
those two
day.
pictures.
What are you talking
Zanuck.
about, dude?
Hold on,
They're different
Zanuck.
days.
Zanuck.
Like, how much more clear can I be?
Zanuck, I'm trying to get control.
They're different days.
Justin.
They are different
Justin,
days.
we're arguing about. Listen, you're literally arguing about. It's a different day. No, it's not. Like, this is the dumbest shit I ever heard. Like, where's
Everyone
the
here
substance?
except for Sonny knows
Anyway,
these are different days. When that oil rig is half gone, that's a different day than the Black Swan. Would everyone
not
agree or
Sunny,
not?
but anyway.
No, do you agree,
The
Elijah?
fallacy. Shit. My bad. Yeah. So the fallacy you're committing is special pleading. You know, because you're just looking at one thing, and then you're kind of you're not really explaining why the latter. I mean, I guess you kind of did, but nobody's talking about this other photo. Like, why are you bringing it up? To make what point specifically?
Because the one day has the chop, where usually when you have a wind like that and there's chop, you won't see that type of Black Swan rising horizon, see further than you should type of phenomena. You only see that when it's kind of still and there's this temperature inversion, as I mentioned yesterday when we talked about this. That's why I brought it up. And those are two different days, and everyone should know that those are two completely different days. Where one with the still air, that's when the air next to the surface can actually give its heat to the ocean and provide this temperature inversion where light will now have a propensity to bend downward, which looms things up. The picture I showed you, the other one where the oil well is half, is a chop day. It means wind's kind of blowing along the surface. That means you don't get the transfer of heat. There's not the density variant. You don't have that gradient anymore.
How
So
does
that
it
way,
bend it up over a
and that
wave? How does it bend the light up over a wave that's bunched up and bulged up next to the coast? How does it make it go back up and then over the wave?
the waves will definitely block things in the background. If there's waves, you'll see it. My
It'll
pictures don't
block
have
the
waves.
light coming from
My
behind the wave.
pictures, you can see it in his video, BM19's picture or videos. That those in fact, I think there's actually kind of a GIF on this chat I've already seen. It just shows him zooming in, live video, and there's no waves. It just shows exactly where these oil rigs are relative to each other. They're lateral positions, as Elijah mentioned, and that lateral position doesn't change, but yet the position in your vertical field of view does change day to day. And we can verify which is real by how it comports with reality.
Are the oil rigs physical?
The oil rigs are physical, Elijah. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And like you just said, they don't change?
They don't change position. They're fixed against, nailed to the bottom of the ocean.
Although they do appear to have some sort of vertical displacement. Yes.
Yes, but they
But
cannot.
laterally,
move.
they're in a fixed location.
They're in a
Great.
fixed location.
Now,
and they're fixed height.
Now is the geometric horizon physical?
There is a geometric horizon that is physical. Yes.
Okay.
Where?
Cool assertion.
So you have the oil rig, right? The oil rigs are beyond 1.2 miles.
Yes.
And in every instance, they're in their geographic location where you would expect to see them. But then you have what you claim a geometric horizon due to the curve of the earth. But you're telling me that this physical obstruction can move. You don't see a problem with that? You got two physical things.
The physical.
You got two physical things, so-called.
Can I
One
respond?
moves, one doesn't.
Well, you ask me, then you start talking over me. I mean, dude, I'm being so polite and trying to be so cool with you because I like you, man. Elijah, we have a lot of history. So
we'll see. Go ahead, answer the question.
I will. Just let me. So the physical geometric horizon does not move, but the optical horizon does move. In fact, it moves up in your field of view as well. If you measured it angularly, hold on. If you measured it angularly in your field of view, it would actually lift up. It is higher than.
No, I get it. I get it. No disrespect. I get it. I'm trying to figure out why you can't say the same thing for the oil rigs.
They do move. They move on different days, optically, just like the horizon moved. Exactly.
No. Vertically, but you just said laterally they do not. They're in a fixed position. That's what you said.
Right.
The geometric horizon is also in a fixed position, but unlike the oil rigs, which is physical, we know that because we can actually experience it. You have a claim that the horizon is also a physical thing. However, optically that can move laterally, but the other physical objects, the oil rigs, do not move.
Correct. Because one is actually obstructing something and the other is the object.
So our physical, is a physical object capable of obstructing your view?
Yes.
Right. Now, we just went through the fact that both the geometric horizon, that's a physical earth curve, and the oil rigs, physical objects.
You're getting pretty good
These
at
are two of the.
Elijah.
I'm not twisting them around.
No, you are.
I'm not twisting.
You're equating objects.
Anyway, no, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
Why? Let me explain why.
No, I'm not.
I'll show you.
No.
I know what you.
No. You have two physical things. In the case of the oil rigs, they're just there. And the horizon is supposed to be the thing that obstructs boats, buildings, and everything else that's beyond that point. It's supposed to physically be somewhere, it's supposed to be fixed, immovable. However, even though you have two physical objects, you can say optically the physical object, the horizon, can move, but the physical oil rigs are in a fixed position. I just want to know why you have two different explanations for two things that are both physical. That's all I want to know.
You've just laid out a great example of the false dichotomy fallacy. The oil rigs are not blocking anything.
Put my words in a false dichotomy.
I'm going to. So the horizon, by definition, is an area where the sky meets the ground. It is a point of obscurity where everything beyond it is being obscured. The oil rigs are then as can be physical. This point can be physical. This point in the distance, can be identified as the geometric horizon, and it is physical. The oil rigs are also physical, but they're not blocking anything, and they're not moving further.
Use my words to formulate the fallacy you claim. No, you're not going to begin with "I made a fallacy" and then go on with an explanation that doesn't explain how I committed a fallacy. The first thing you're going to do is put my words into the fallacy. Tell me how I've committed it. Because if not, I'm just going to go back to you're not answering my question.
The fallacy is equating the geometric horizon with the oil rig. Why things don't move on the oil rig, why the oil rigs do not move laterally, yet the horizon does. Just because they're both physical doesn't mean they both can move. In our scenario, the scenario is the geometric horizon moves optically.
Well, it's your claim.
Light bends, but the objects in the distance don't bend because they're fixed. Even though they're both subjected to the same refraction, the same bending of light, it's a false dichotomy because one is not related to the horizon. Is not an oil rig. The oil rig's purpose is to pump oil. The horizon's purpose is to block things behind it. They're not the same. That's why it's a false dichotomy. If you can't I can't help you.
No, that's not a false dichotomy. Hold on.
It is a false dichotomy.
Okay, hold on.
You're saying because one moves further away, the other.
All I said was hold on.
What?
All I said was hold on.
Okay, by the way, don't mute me, and I'll be respectful. I promise.
Okay.
Want me to say something? The geometric horizon can move. The oil rigs.
A false dilemma, also referred to as a false dichotomy, is an informal fallacy based on a premise that erroneously limits what options are available. For example, a false dilemma is committed when it is claimed that Stacy spoke out against whatever. The bottom line is,
it wasn't a false dichotomy. It was false analogy, Zanuck.
No, it's not a false analogy either.
It's a false
based on his usage, that's what he was going for.
No,
whether it was or not.
Not analogy. Actually, a true dichotomy of percentage. Here's why. You have an oil.
If it's a true dichotomy, then it's not.
The horizon's physical, yet it moves. The oil rigs are physical, yet they don't move. Why? That's the false dichotomy. They should move.
That's not a false dichotomy.
One moves, the other one should move. Good.
That's not a false dichotomy.
It actually is. You can't say just because one is
physical.
No, you can't say both just because both are physical and one moves, the other one should move too because it's physical. I'm a person.
Again, that's false analogy.
No, it's not an analogy. Analogy is not. That's not an analogy.
You're saying they're not analogical because one of them's physical and one of them isn't.
Yeah, one moves because it's not physical.
That would be true. They're both physical.
No.
An analogy
Hold on.
Analogy is. God.
Go ahead.
My car.
Go ahead,
I drink water like my car, drinks gas. That's an analogy.
Lord have mercy.
The false dichotomy is that because both things are physical and one moves, the other one being physical, it should move too. That is the definition of a false dichotomy.
No.
It is. Okay, let's.
So let me ask you, because the only reason Let me ask you, are physical objects subject to optical phenomena such as phenomena that laterally displaces objects that are physical? Yes or no?
No, that's not how optics work. That's not how refraction works. Just because
then you can't claim that for the horizon.
No, hold on. Let me explain why. The horizon moves further away due to bending of light downward. The oil rigs. Hold on, I'm almost done. I mean, literally, I was going to give you two thoughts, and
but you can't say that because we're trying to suss out.
Let me
We're
finish.
trying to.
The horizon.
You're off topic.
The horizon.
You're off topic.
Okay, to your point. The horizon moves up and down, and so do the objects move up and down. That's a true.
Yeah.
Now why did the horizon move up and down? Well, it have to be further away. That's where the false dichotomy comes into play. Both objects will move up and down. That's true. No false dichotomy. Horizon moves further away. The oil rigs don't. That'd be the false dichotomy.
It's not a false dichotomy.
No,
First of all, listen. It's your claim or your belief that the horizon is geometric, which means it's in a fixed position, like the oil rigs.
Geometrically.
But that's not the case. That's not me committing a false dichotomy.
For the horizon to move, light has to bend, has to laterally. For the oil rigs to be affected by bending of light, it doesn't move. It just has to go up and down. That's why it's a false dichotomy. The definition of a horizon in this example is over a curved surface. In order for a horizon to be further away, you must straighten out the curve, which means that curve has to be higher in your field of view.
So you're assuming a curved surface. All right, great. Good concession.
Begging the question. Cool.
Well, you can't get a horizon dip beyond the perspective geometric dip without it being curved.
You can if there's no geometric horizon to begin with.
Listen, you said no. Either optical phenomena laterally displaces physical things, or it doesn't. It can't for some physical things and not for other physical things.
Correct. Because that's what
you're saying.
That's a false dichotomy.
But that's what you're saying.
Let's say I had a boat. Let's say I had a boat at the horizon, the physical geometric horizon.
The horizon's bro.
Hold on. Let's say on one day we measured it to be, that's where the horizon should be. And it might even be refracted upward. It might be concave Earth. But whatever it is, we measure where that boat is. And we say that's the horizon. Everything behind it is being obscured. That's the horizon. And we call that the geometric horizon. If we have increased refraction, that boat doesn't move laterally, but the horizon did. Why is that?
Well, right? It does not. Listen, if it's geometric, then it shouldn't move. You're claiming it should move. You're claiming it. You're claiming that it should move due to optical phenomena that affects the biggest object, but not the other objects. As a matter of fact, it affects the object closer to you, the geometric horizon, but not the path of the light traveling further than where the geometric horizon is. Because those oil rigs are still in its fixed location, even though it's further, but the geometric horizon's light is not meeting your eyes at all.
Okay, I think the problem is this word horizon. And that's why I want to give the example of a oil rig right at the horizon. Let's say it's at 3 miles. There's a horizon there. Forget about geometric, whatever. If we added refraction, which affects physical things, physical objects, the horizon would
That's not what you're saying.
Hold on. Let me finish.
That's not what you're saying.
Let me finish.
You're setting up a premise that you don't even.
No, let me just.
I don't even.
I let you finish. Let me finish.
But you're setting up an example.
No, I'm not.
I don't understand.
You're equating.
How can we get to the end of this? How can I accept it when you're contradicting yourself?
You are practicing the false dichotomy fallacy, and I'll explain why. If you had an object that was at the oil rig at 3 miles, and everything behind it is completely obscured, one of those days, and you have a horizon there because that's everything behind it is obscured, and we have another day where now suddenly we can see 10 miles. Well, that oil rig didn't move, yet the horizon did. The reason is because the optical effect, this looming, this bending of light downward, moved the horizon backward, but the oil rig didn't move. Prior, it was at the same point. Why didn't it affect both? Because we're talking about two different types of physical objects or physical things. The physical is not the same as a physical object in location and what it is caused by.
Yes, it
They're caused
is.
by, and they are different things.
Yes, it
So the
is.
horizon moves
Yes, it
further away.
is.
The object doesn't. Well, that's the problem
Yes,
you
it
have.
is.
You don't
It's
understand
the
the
same
difference.
thing.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. I
In
think it's you just not understanding what I'm saying.
in the globe belief, right? That horizon is a physical obstruction. Period. It's not a different kind of obstruction because of its orientation or because of its gradual nature or whatever you want to call it. For you, it's the cutoff point. Now, if someone was standing in front of you, like a 7-foot tall, 8-foot tall man was standing right in front of me, menacingly, I wouldn't be able to see behind him because he's physical. Okay? It's a physical obstruction. Likewise, when the earth is curving away from you and you have a tangent to the tangent point, everything beyond that point is not visible. Why? Because the earth itself is obstructing those things. The thing that's supposed to be obstructing those things cannot move. It should be in a fixed location if it's physical.
Silence.
Does anybody else disagree?
Yes, you have to disagree because this point of
Does anybody else disagree?
No, something physical is a physical
So
obstruction.
if the point
That's
of
the
obscurity,
problem, Zanuck.
if the point of
What, before you interrupted, I wasn't even done with the end of my statement. I'm just waiting for you to do that, and you did it again. It's like, wow, bro.
Go ahead. Right, I'll jump in real quick. So this physical obstruction called the horizon does move. The object at that physical obstruction would not move because we're talking about the bending of light. The path of light is changing, it's bending. The objects are not being bent. They're moving, but they're not moving laterally. They're moving vertically.
Okay, show us how you are bending this light. Show us citation, please.
Just go look at refraction.
I'm
Bending
gonna.
of light.
Oh God! And refraction.
What kind of refraction?
No, because the geometric horizon, like I said, it's a conundrum because you're talking about the horizon being moved. But if it's optical, obviously, of course, it didn't move. So, first of all, the light would have to be coming from. That's very annoying, man. The light would have to be coming from the obstruction. So, your claim is that the light is coming from beyond that point and bending into your eye. And I keep asking you, what about the theoretical rays that are bouncing from the geometric horizon, though?
Because
you gave me an answer, and you said it basically flattens out to the point where you don't see the geometric horizon.
Because the light's bending.
I don't buy that.
Well, that's your choice to not buy it.
But here's the problem. I mean, because we're talking about, right, the horizon. You claim that's geometric. Optically, isn't moving. You're talking about the rest of the. You're talking about the rest of the Earth beyond it, flattening out, basically. Because now you have the oil rigs, the bottom of the oil rigs that you definitely can see in the Black Swan, not the one that you bring up with the magnification video, but in the other instances, because there's many other videos. But on top of that, there's, what is that, a boat, whatever that is, in between the oil rigs, that's not obstructed by the horizon. That's right, because essentially everything in the field of view has been lifted up essentially to be a flat plane for you to be able to see it, as if the geometric horizon has moved to a further point. How do you substantiate that?
That's exactly what happens, because light bending down would give that effect of the surface being flat. And so
But
much
how do you
so- hold on,
substantiate
I
that
let you
other than
talk.
saying
I
it?
let you talk. Let me finish real quick. I mean, I'm saying one sentence. You're giving me paragraphs. This horizon.
No. How do you substantiate that? Is all I want to know. You can tell me. I know that's what your claim is. How do you substantiate it?
By making observations.
Such.
No, not by making
Look at
observations, because
so
when you
black
gave
swan
when you
on
gave when you gave a non-analogous example, right, of the container of gas and whatever you poured on it, allowing you to see whatever was behind it. I asked you, well, did that physical obstruction move? You said, no, it did not. So, what example can you give that would substantiate you saying that the observation is what you're saying it is, other than just saying that's what it is?
The observations show that you can see things further some days than other days. And also, when you can see further, the objects are moving vertically in your field of view. That tells you the light, either the object moved up and down like in an elevator, or the light is bending downward and lifting it up. And we have examples. Even Sonny's in denial here. He says that one picture where the further
shut up.
the further picture
Out of your
shows the oil rig half gone. It's not the same day. That's
You're
a
out of your
completely
mind,
different day.
bro. Listen,
Just tell him it's a red herring.
It's a red herring.
Where's the light from the geometric horizon?
Totally red herring. I already proved my case anyway. At 5 minutes after the hour, I got both pictures from the same exact video. The bottom one, the top one shows a wave covering the last habitat rig. The second one from the same video, you see the horizon.
Why would you be?
You're interrupting again.
But it's a different day. Come on,
I'm interrupting too. I'm interrupting too. To be fair, I'm interrupting
it's a
too.
different day, Sonny. Come on.
It's a oh my god! No, it's not a different.
It
day.
is. That's a calm. Look at the water. It's a calm day.
5 minutes
But
away.
he's dragging you into the red herring.
Not listening.
That's the whole point anyway, though.
The red herring
is that the horizon fluctuates. It's not a hard physical location. Therefore, it's apparent, not geometric. That's the entire point.
You can measure whether it is how close it is to geometric by measuring its position or any of these objects' position in your field of view. And do a little trigonometry. The nice thing is we know how.
That's also the point.
Hold on. The nice thing is we know. Come on, guys.
It's not close at all. It's off by orders
on.
of magnitude. And
Guys,
your refraction, reification maths don't even get you close, man.
Come on, man. Let me talk for a second.
Man, if you can never see the geometric horizon, how do you know which image to compare it to?
I'm trying to explain that, but I've been cut off 7 times by 8 different people. Listen.
That was hyperbolic. Go ahead.
Joe. All you have to do is measure its position. Flat surface.
No, my bad. Start over. My bad. I muted you by mistake. Go ahead. That was an accident.
You can do this by measuring its position in your field of view. And if it comports with basic trigonometry, then you know that's probably more likely to where it should be, even if it's a flat surface. But what we're seeing is quite the opposite. We're seeing things rise and fall on different days. So you have to, which one is real? Well, which one actually?
Rise and fall relative to what?
Your field of view.
Hold on.
Relative to you and your field of view. Level. Level. I didn't give you a good reference point. So you need to have level. You need to establish level. And the only picture that has been produced is one I gave you that came from that same series of videos, by the way, is an evening shot in Santa Barbara of a surfer that was below the oil rigs, where his torso and head are about 2.5 feet tall, but the observer is supposed to be 1.5 feet on the shore. Well, if that's the case, the head should never be below the bottom of the oil rigs.
Red herring.
It's not a red herring. that shows that we have extreme refraction and it's bending light downward to the point where things are lifted up above level.
And that's utter nonsense. That's utter nonsense.
That is basic trigonometry. Basic.
Hey, so basic trigonometry. Let's do this, right? Let's do this. So you guys like that black tower, that black tower one with the mountains are lower than the black tower, right?
You want to do an easier one?
If I'm 10 feet away from the black tower, is the black tower going to appear higher or lower than the mountains?
You're missing the point of the black pool.
No. Answer the question. You're saying that because this person is shorter than the oil rigs, he should not appear above the oil rigs. That's nonsense.
No,
nonsense. Depends how close you are to the foreground object and how far they're separated away from each other.
You got to have a reference point. You see, what you're doing. We know the height of the observer, and we know the height of the oil rig. Then we see the mountains in the distance. That's the better one here. Let's go with this. Let's do this one. Do me.
We have no how far each one is relative to each other.
Yeah, we do. We have the mileage. Yes, that's the key thing.
So we know how far the surfer is. The surfer is away from the camera. How far away?
That doesn't matter because we know how tall he is.
Yeah, it does matter.
No, it doesn't.
If he was 2 feet away from the camera, he would appear bigger than the Empire State Building.
Correct.
Yeah, correct. So it does matter how far away he is.
Hold on. Now, would he be above the surfer? Was his head be above the observer's height or below it? He'd probably block our entire view, right?
Yeah, if he was 10 feet away from the camera.
Because he's 3 feet. Let's call it 3 feet. He's 3 feet tall off the water, and we're only 1.5 feet tall off the water, right?
Look, you're not clever.
Come on.
Trying to mix and match.
We're on to something here. Let's hear me out.
You're not.
Yes, we are. The reason he's going to block
angular sizes, dude, which aren't the same thing.
You're switching
back and forth between absolute measures and non-absolute measures.
The reason he's going to block is because he's taller than you. If he was shorter, if his head was just in the water and then he came close to us, he never would block our view out to the horizon ever. Because we're
What if he was 100 miles away?
God.
Would his head be higher? Would his head still be higher than you?
Yes.
Dude, his angular size would be like fucking.
People always mock what they don't understand.
0.005 degrees.
Yes. No. If he's taller than you,
well, it's not mocking. It's not mocking. Listen, let's be reasonable here.
It's not reasonable
because it is. It's laughable. You don't like when people make concise points, right?
Can I finish?
I don't no because I interrupted for a reason.
You talk more than everybody, Zanuck. You've talked more than everybody. All three of us combined, you've talked more than. You've had plenty of chances to speak.
To be fair, I've only interrupted.
And all you do is talk. No, go ahead, Elijah.
Yeah, I only interrupted him for clarity. You know, I tried to stop others from, I only wanted to speak clearly. I didn't want to stutter through him. That's the only reason that I was muting him. I think I was being fair. If I wasn't, I don't care that much, but I'm trying to be fair and reasonable. But I'm a human being. That being said, to talk about vertical when we're asking you what's up with the... Anyway, I've said it a million times, but now we're talking about the vertical thing. How could you honestly say that the distance relative to the distances relative to each other, each object, is not a variable that needs to be included, when if you change the distance, things change? For instance, if the person was closer to you, it would appear like they were higher than the oil rigs, and if they were further away, they would appear smaller. Obviously. So how could you say this isn't a factor that has to be taken into account? How can you say that?
Because you cut me off when I was explaining to you that if that oil rig is out in the distance, and let's go back to his statement about if someone is...
I'm sorry. I only want to know why you said the distance of the person isn't important. It isn't a factor that needs to be included. That's all I want to know.
If they're above your height, the eye level, they will always be above your eye level for as far as they travel away from you. if it's a flat surface. Someone laughed about that. That's the truth. If your eye level is looking level, and you're sitting on the ground and you're 3 feet off the ground, and some guy's above your eye level, he's 6 feet tall. No matter how far he goes away, he will always be above your eye level. Always.
We're talking
Yeah, assuming your level.
So
assuming you're
perspective
absolutely
It'll
level.
approach level, but it'll never get there. It'll always be,
How far can you keep a even if I had how long of a distance can I keep a?
Do you not agree with me?
Listen, if you could
Do you not
theoretically
agree with me?
keep a camera perfectly level, whatever part is above the level and whatever part's below is going to stay there. But there's a caveat: if you're looking dead center, you have to be looking dead center for that to be true of the object. So think of it like this. Okay, well, I'm going to explain it to you.
Now you agree with me.
Think about it like this.
Okay, good.
Listen, in your pie in the sky, crazy, never going to happen fantasy world, yeah, it would be true. But that's not reality.
No, because reality reality is that picture. I'll show you maybe a less doctored up black shark picture, which just shows the surfer there. That is a picture of a surfer. We know he's sitting on the friggin' surfboard, and we know he's about 2 or 3 feet tall, and his head is below the oil rigs. That can only happen when you have extreme refraction, because if it was level to you, you'd be blocking the bottom of the oil rigs by.
Yeah, he is mixing matching things up. And this is whatever. You guys, I don't know. I'm a mute.
And there's refraction, so what?
Doesn't change the horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah, the horizon 4.5. We know this to be true because we see it happen.
You know how
okay, what kind of refraction does that?
Downward refraction.
Downward refraction?
Downward refraction would be looming things up,
Be more specific.
Well, refraction is the bending of light through a differential medium based on angle of incidence.
Yeah, that's religious chanting.
That is what refraction is. That can be shown in the lab. What are you asking me? What kind of refraction?
Yeah,
looming
we know that's
refraction?
what refraction is.
Categorize it for us.
Looming is an effect of refraction. If it's from downward bending light, downward bending light will loom things up. Upward bending light will make things sink. And there can also be like a compression, a stooping, and towering. That can happen as well.
That's cool, but let's see the data. What refraction formula are you using?
Wait, hold on. Back up for just a second. You just said two mediums. Hold on, buddy. You just said refraction is light going through two mediums. Didn't you just say that?
Differential medium, not two. Differential. Calculus. A little calculus here. You have a little bit of.
Yeah, but see the problem with that though is the light traveling straight and all is going to increase in elevation, which means it's going to be traveling towards a less dense medium. Although I do understand that your claim is the light will bend towards the more dense medium.
Right, because you have a temperature
But
inversion.
why though? If it's not actually interacting, meaning it's moving into the less dense area, why would it change incidence?
It's not, because you're looking down to that object to the horizon.
No, we're talking about the light coming from the object.
I'm talking about just the ray of light
over a curved path.
Both. When I say the eye to the object, I don't mean the actual the movement of the photons. I mean the actual direction of this light beam, this beam of light that is coming from the object, obviously, to your eye. But go from your eye to the object. The light will be bending down.
We're talking about the same.
The light path.
Talking about the same theoretical concept.
Yeah.
I'm asking you, since traveling towards a less dense medium and it's not interacting with the more dense medium, why are you saying that it's going to bend towards the more dense medium? Why are you saying this?
Because the horizon is below eye level.
That's non sequitur, bro. What does that have to do with what I just asked you?
Down. So
No. I'm not talking about. I'm not.
Refraction works on
yes, it is.
An angle of incidence. It works on an angle of incidence. And now, because the surface is curved, it'll be a progressive angle of incidence. Means with every
listen to what I asked
distance.
you.
God.
You're not answering what I asked you. So just replay what I asked you and try again.
Yeah, you say you're looking outward, so like a tangent. If it's the cursor,
It has nothing to do. Listen.
Well, let me finish when I repeat what you said to me. So oh my God, Elijah, you got to give me the respect.
That's not what I said. Well, that's not what
you hear
I
me
said.
now?
No, because that's not what I said. You're not going to begin.
Answer the question he didn't ask.
Yeah, you're not answering the right questions, buddy.
So Elijah,
well, he's talking about when the light is leaving the object from a position that you can't even see because the horizon is in the way. It's going to be traveling over a curved surface. It travels in a straight path unless interrupted, right? So it's moving into a less dense area. But you say that it's bending, it has a tendency to bend towards the more dense area, even though there's no actual physical contact. I'm asking you why.
The physical contact is with, and this is a physical contact, not that it's actually touching, but when light goes through a medium, that's a physical contact. It's going through medium, it's bouncing off, photons are being absorbed and re-emitted through molecules of air. And yes, every time it bounces off one, it's going into a denser and denser medium because the surface is curved and the atmosphere is curved subsequently as well.
Oh, you have curved gases?
The curve follows the curve of the gases around the sphere. Correct.
Okay, demonstrate gases taking a shape.
Cloud.
Clouds are water particles.
Correct.
He still didn't.
You think water vapor inside a cloud? You don't see it. You don't see the water vapor, but you see it's in the cloud, and inside that cloud you'll have 100% humidity.
But you didn't answer my question at all.
Hold on.
Water nucleated on dust.
Hold on. Let me finish. You jump over me, three guys, and I can't even say one sentence.
Because you're not answering my question.
Clouds are not a gas, dumbass. Clouds are not a gas. They're liquid water.
Let me finish and you'll get it. The clouds, yes, the part you see is water droplets. The part you can't see is the water vapor. It is contained in that shape. Now, can you see it? No, but it takes that shape of the cloud because where you see the clouds, inside it is 100% humidity. Outside of it, not so much. In that cloud, 100% humidity, water vapor. Yes, takes the shape of the cloud.
Water vapor is a gas.
It's not water. Listen. It is not water in gaseous form. It's not steam, Zanuck.
What? Steam is water.
Steam.
Yes, steam is the same thing as a cloud.
No, it's not.
No, they're not.
Yeah, it is.
Clouds condensed onto
condensed water vapor.
And you're saying that
condensed onto what?
Condensed into water very small water droplets. That's what a cloud is. Fog.
So it's not a gas
Fog,
anymore.
steam, clouds, all of them are water droplets. Very small water droplets.
Of liquid water.
Correct.
Steam is droplets?
Liquid water.
You're tripping, bro.
Steam is gaseous water.
No, steam is visible steam. Visible steam is water droplets.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. My God.
No, it's not.
Let's just see the gases taking a hard physical shape.
You see steam? If you can see steam, it's because water vapor is invisible. Water vapor is invisible.
You had failed first grade science about
this is like
gases have no shape.
Yeah, I just want to see gases holding a shape.
You'd fail fifth grade science.
No, you have clouds.
Yeah.
Clouds of gases happen all the time. Are there any gases you can see? Do you know of any gases you can see?
Chlorine gas.
Who cares?
Can you see it?
Green, yeah.
Who cares?
If you see it, you're probably dead already.
You see the effects of it. You can't see it.
No, chlorine gas is green, dude. Green.
Isn't that the effect it has with the atmosphere, with the molecules in the air?
Yeah, well, that's possible. It's being oxygenated. I don't know.
I think that's what happens. I'm asking. I don't really know for sure. I wouldn't bet my life on it, but I don't think you can see any gases. If you could,
don't bet your life on it.
But if you could,
how to do it though.
Hold on. If you could see a gas, and some of them can't be seen, but they're still there. Point is, someone said you can't have gases that take no shape. Yeah, if I had a cloud of gas, that cloud of gas would be its shape.
It doesn't take a
Mix
fixed
bleach and
shape.
ammonia in the toilet.
What do you mean it's fixed shape? Well, yeah, one doesn't come out like a square or a circle or something.
Yeah, they're constantly morphing, and you're claiming that
Yeah.
the thing has a hard, fixed shape all
No,
the
it's
time
constantly
on the
morphing.
surface of the Earth. So you need to show us gases taking a fixed form, and then on top of that, you need to quantify the refraction that you're
problem.
talking about by giving us
Yes.
the refraction formula and showing us the physical data that you based it on.
If a force is acting on the gases and it's consistent, it will create a shape. It's just no different than you see the pressure waves of what comes off of a F-16 when it's going supersonic, or if you get a low pressure zone on top of the wing where you get an area of fog and gases that take a shape there. That stays there as long as that airplane's in that high G maneuver. So yes, it can take a shape.
Oh my God.
Specific shapes too.
You're
Specific
so
shapes
mixing-
according to the shape of the
you're
aircraft
mixing-
and the type
you're
of maneuver it's
mixing
making.
different-
And you're talking over me. I can hear you. I can hear you.
Hold on, let me say something. Why is it that they don't show up at night at all then?
What?
What do you think your word count is?
You claim something and I
You're complaining about being interrupted.
With infrared, well,
your
I'm
word
asking,
count is
people are
orders
asking you
of
questions, but
magnitude
can't
higher than
respond.
everybody else. So you're
Because
still
people ask
talking
me a
over me
question, I'm
too.
responding, and you talk over me. So what about?
Well, you're too verbose. How about that? You're too verbose. Like shorten it or
I
something.
understand my question.
There's like 50 people in the chat, and you're talking like 9 times more than everybody else.
Except when he's
It doesn't
muted.
mean nobody talk.
Funny how that works.
Oh. I mean, it annoys me when people that talk the most complain the most about people talking over them. That shit annoys me.
Yeah, I
You
agree
should
with
be
you.
complaining the least.
I've drawn a very crude illustration so that you can answer the question that I'm actually asking. So closer to the surface, you have the denser air. Further away from the surface, you have the less dense air. So when the light is traveling in its straight path, right? It's going towards the less dense area. No contact with the denser air whatsoever. So I'm asking you why it bends then. I'm not even I mean, I'm so far into this theoretical BS. I don't even care that it's not two different mediums. I'm just going with the narrative that you have a curved atmosphere and that the light is traveling through it. So if the light is coming from elsewhere to you, it's going to have to follow the path of the earth. But there's no contact. There's no contact between the more dense area because it's going into a less dense area. Why would it bend? I haven't read anything on refraction that details how this happens or why it happens. And the denser medium itself isn't why, because hypothetically, it's not even going into that area.
Remember, I told you it's all about the angle of incidence. So if you were looking at upward, like that tangent looking upward, then there wouldn't be.
No matter where you're looking.
Well, no, it is, because if you're looking down, then you're going to be pointing through a density gradient. Everything's about. I know you have this. Now let me finish. I'll let you ask the question. I'm going to try to answer it. Okay. So if you're looking at your tangent line, that would be pointed up or out, directly out, which would be pointing toward a less dense medium. Correct. Every inch you went away from your pointer, would be going into a lesser dense and dense. I mean, depending on the quality of the air, but let's just say for argument's sake. So you'd be right. But once you look down, it doesn't take very much, just a little inflection of that angle where you're pointing down, and suddenly you're looking into a progressively denser medium. Every inch you move away from you, it gets denser and denser because you're looking down. And the sunrise at 6 feet tall, 6-foot observer, would be 0.04 degrees downward. That's enough to create this type of downward refraction.
Yeah, that's backwards too. I'll pull up a diagram of that. Something
Why is
is
that
wrong
backwards?
with looming. Well, I just
It's not
said that I was
backwards.
going to pull up the.
Oh.
I just said that I was going to pull up the diagram.
I just was asking you. I mean, you can tell me.
Well, I'm telling you based off of the diagram.
Oh, okay.
What else am I going to go off of? My
say,
own
well,
beliefs and words? I'm just saying there's a contradiction between what. Listen, anyway. So you talking about looking through dense air doesn't mean squat shit. Now, the reason is because the light that's traveling in that path is never going to reach your eye. So there has to be something that bends it to your eye like you guys suggest. I mean, you look at Mick West's website, that's exactly what's happening. I'm just asking why. You're talking, it's non sequitur. The angle of this light is not coming towards you, but you're saying it is. Now you're talking about just looking down, even though it's up, because you're looking through the denser air, you would see it somehow. No.
Elijah,
Draw that on a diagram. Draw it on a diagram.
Elijah, you gave me a diagram. And you did the exact opposite. In fact, you made fun of me. You made fun of me yesterday about saying, "Oh, here's a light coming from." Oh, he said, "From your eye." You know, I meant the ray of light. Now you're doing the exact same thing. Here's the guy on the
no, I'm not
looking upward. So the light's coming from
the guy is not. The guy is not looking.
So the light's coming from
the guy is not. Listen,
oh my God, Elijah,
I didn't even draw eyes on this guy. Like that's irrelevant. That's what you're saying.
So where's the light coming from?
I'm illustrating that the light is coming from a further geometric location that you actually can't see.
So there would be no refraction
because it's beyond.
There'd be little or no refraction in your example.
Hold on. Hold on. Do I need?
There'd be no. If you had a differential medium.
Do I need to? Or what?
You have no refraction in your example.
Okay. Listen. In this example, it's not about where the guy is looking. It's about because you're claiming that the light is bringing you imagery from a location that you guys wouldn't be able to see. So this is why I'm illustrating that the light is just going off in a tangent because it has to interact with a difference in order to change its angle. And the only thing that's going to happen when it goes into a less dense medium is definitely not bend towards the denser medium. That's all I do know. You're claiming that that's exactly what's happening. All I've done all day is ask you why you're saying that happens. And I might want a citation, and I know you don't have an example because you would have given one. So help me out. Just answer what I'm actually asking you. Why you believe what you're saying.
Oh man. So Elijah, look. The light is coming from the object. That object is on the earth. And that light reflects, goes to your eye. Now, how does it go around the curve? Because it immediately would be looking the position of me toward that object is below it. We're both below each other. And because we're below, the angle of incidence is just slight enough where you're starting to go through a progressively denser medium. That's why it refracts. You drew a line out into space. There would be no refraction in that scenario, or maybe very, very extremely, very little. But that's not where we're not looking at the star's position with us as a tangent.
We're looking at the path of light.
Yeah, the path of light comes from an object on the surface. Light travels
in straight paths.
And we're reflecting toward us. Now, normally, if there's no refraction, that light would just blow us by. It'd be a tangent.
Okay, so how does refraction happen?
Because the light from that object is going slightly down at an angle of incidence such that
No. Why does refraction happen? Now I'm asking you a slightly different question, but it's related.
Oh my God! Because light is bending through the change of medium with an angle of incidence. It actually absorbs the light and re-emits the light at a different angle. Doesn't change.
So when light goes from one medium or one layer of density to another, right?
Right.
Okay, so if light is traveling in a straight path, it would have to interact with the denser medium to be affected by it, right?
Being like almost like a magnetic effect on the light. It's trying to draw it down. If it's denser, it's electromagnetism, but it's not.
Do you have a citation?
I'm giving an analogy.
Do you have a citation though?
It has a attraction to that light, and you can show this in.
Do you have a citation?
That is an analogy. It's not going to be a citation.
Do you have a citation for what you just said?
He is the citation.
I am the citation. Yeah.
well, as far as I know, light would have to travel from one medium or density to another, and since without that impedance, light would just travel in a straight path. All you have is light traveling from a more dense area to a less dense area. You're claiming that it bends. Now you're saying it's kind of like a magnetic effect. I just need to see. Give me some reading material, something. I've never heard this before.
I showed you a picture of what it looks like at 52 past the hour.
You're a different person, and I would probably take a different approach with you. So please don't mix yourself with Zenik.
Sorry, I forgot. It's always many flat earthers versus one glober, and never more than one flat earther.
Do you hear anybody else talking other than me and Zenik right now?
No, I'll shut up.
Yeah, thank you.
Are you concerned trolling?
It's like a gang pile on me. I'm giving you basic definitions from physics that are at very high level. By the way, we're not even getting into the nuts and bolts of this. But
you're going on to preamble about.
Sonny, you gave me a plane of. You gave me a plane.
Hold on.
Sonny
I got to slow you back down. Are you about to not answer what I asked you? Is that what you're about to do?
Sonny's blasting me on text. Said I had to measure refraction.
I don't care about
plane
that.
Is not refraction. That's reflection.
I don't care about that. You can text him back. Okay? Maybe message him. I don't care. Are you going to not address what I've spent the better part of like an hour and change trying to ask you?
I'll address it. I'm looking at the chat too because there's people asking questions there, and I thought I'd throw.
All right, so let me just address Matthew, and I'm done with you for now. Because anyway, yeah, Matthew. Did you read up Andrew Thomas Young's paper like I asked you to, so that we can have a more in-depth conversation?
The one that's SDSU. Yeah, I read that one.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
So
he says it's
one of these,
sometimes possible to see around a curve like 750 kilometers.
Yeah, okay. We'll have an in-depth conversation about that. Probably not right now, but at some point. I'm definitely looking forward to that. I've been waiting for a while. Well, Zanuck, you're free to answer or not answer. I mean, it is what it is.
Oh, I've already forgot the question, but you said why? One more time. What is the interaction? What? How? Oh yeah. How actually make light bend?
No, there is no interaction. You're saying it's some type of magnetic effect because it's not
No, I
actually
said
going
think
through
of
the
it as
denser,
one. I said think
because
of it
it's
as one.
not actually going through the denser medium.
It's
Like
going
I can see
through.
if the light, I can
You're
see if the
looking at.
light was traveling.
There's an
I can
angle of
see if the
incidence.
light was traveling to a denser area,
There's not a
but
plane of
that's
incidence.
not
Not an
what's
angle of incidence.
happening. It's
There's an angle of
I'm not
incidence.
gonna talk. I'm not gonna talk over you, bro.
Well, you wanted me to
'Cause
answer. Now
whatever
you're
you're
talking
saying,
while I'm answering.
whatever
I'm trying to
you're not
answer you,
answering.
Elijah. You won't listen to
You're
me.
not answering, but you're not
I am.
answering.
So yes, I will answer. God, it's so hard to answer you when you keep on doing that. Just let me answer the question for you. So yes.
What's the question?
So how does the light bend downward through a medium when it's not? I don't know what you. I don't even know what you said. I'm so friggin'.
So how are you gonna answer me if you don't know what I'm
Well,
asking?
no, I did about a minute ago after I was telling you to be quiet. Now I don't know what you're even talking
So
about.
think about it and then tell
Why
me
don't you
what I'm
answer? Why
asking
don't you? You
you.
know, let's start fresh. We'll answer. Ask one more time, real quick.
No. Why don't you take a breath, think about it,
I don't even know what I'm
repeat
thinking about.
back to me.
Dude, I'm so upset with you interrupting me that I can't even think straight. I mean, what do
So you're not gonna.
You said you keep on saying I change this. I hate to change the subject. Da, da, da. What's the last question? I got 10 questions you've asked me. What's the last one you wanted me to answer?
The same thing I've been asking you
Just
this
say it
whole
real
time.
quick. If it's that easy, just do it real quick. Just real quick. Be brief.
No, because this illustrates that you're about to start talking without.
I thought.
Like I was going to say before I had to mute you. You were about to answer a question that you can't even recall. You don't see a problem with that?
I had it recalled, and then you got me upside down.
Okay, but the bottom line is when you were just then about to talk and I stopped you because you weren't answering my question, it was because you weren't answering my question clearly because you didn't remember it, right?
No, I knew it then, and I didn't know it after you interrupted me. So that's how fast it went away. And the more we talk about this, whether I did or not, is the more I'm forgetting what you're even asking. So I'm thinking it was something about how the refraction works through this differential medium with the angle of incidence pointed.
No, that's not what I asked you.
I know I'm not remembering it correctly, but that's all I remember now. So why don't you just tell me?
Yeah, but I'm not asking you again. I asked you.
Then we get the
like
conversation's over. That's fine. I was more than happy to answer your question to be polite, and now you're.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll unmute him in a second, but again, like Indio said, like he just fills up space with absolutely nothing.
With anything but the answer that you asked for.
Does anybody else know what I was asking? For the last hour?
You're asking about light and how it travels.
More specifically, because he made a claim, and I asked what specifically about that claim.
You asked him, for one thing, if he could verify it, or how would he verify it. Never answered that one. That was one. But specifically about the light?
About refraction.
Right.
What has to happen for refraction to occur?
It has to bounce up from an elevation that's lower than the observer up above the sun.
No. Literally, how does refraction occur? Like for real, in real life.
Through different mediums.
Angle of incidence when light hits another medium.
Right. So if you have light traveling in a straight path, unless disturbed, in this case, the light is traveling to a less dense area, right? Because what? The Earth is curved, and so is the atmosphere, supposedly, right? So now the light is traveling in a straight path. Why then, if it's not actually going to interact with the denser medium, is it gonna bend to the denser medium?
Exactly. What? This never occurs anywhere. It only occurs just like the image that I posted at 44 minutes. This is how it interacts. Unfortunately, their refraction requires a plane, plane of incident. They're so out of it, man. It's bouncing it just at another angle. If it happens at all, it's going upward at another angle, not downward around a curve.
Can you answer that question, Matthew?
No, I don't know much about refraction. Just to me, it's like,
bro, you just told me you read through Andrew Thomas Young's paper.
Yeah,
bro.
it's complicated. I couldn't repeat
It's not that complicated. It's not even that many pages.
No, trying to actually calculate how much it bends is the complicated part.
It's not about quantity. I'm asking you about the quality of the information. The quality. So I'm asking, in order for anything to be quantified, something needs to happen. What needs to happen? The light needs to travel from one dense area to another dense area, right?
Yeah,
but
so
seeing
atmosphere
is
has different densities. That makes sense.
so seeing is that I can't even say it right now. I'm at work. Never mind. Forget it. Just forget it.
So no validation for refraction, whatever, none at all. Lots of gish galloping though.
Did anyone show us any spherical gases without begging the question?
Has anyone ever demonstrated giant gas balls coalescing inside a vacuum?
Yeah, man, just look at Saturn.
So, you know what's funny is that I remember when I was, I think I wasn't talking to Gem Panda, but someone else was talking to Gem Panda about this. And his answer to the begging the question fallacy was to literally beg the question again. So someone said, how does that happen? And he goes, well, the sun's in a vacuum, isn't it? It's like, cool. Good one, mate.
Yeah, it's like, that's what's in contention, right?
He hit me with the Elisha thinks that I can't even do his accent well right now, but he said to me that I think that if a question, what did he say? If a question has been asked, then you're begging the question. Or if a question has, I can't even remember right now. I don't want to mischaracterize what he said. Never mind. I'm all over the place right now. But yeah, crypto, like, what's up with gas balls coalescing in a vacuum? As a matter of fact, I asked somebody, does the Earth get bigger? And they said, why would it? If the atmosphere leaves little by little. I'm like, well, remember that little thing called the creation of the Earth when all of the atoms were like attracted to each other, and then it made this clump, and then it made this sphere? Like, why isn't it just getting bigger then? Aren't all these meteorites and isn't all this haven't we been bombarded with all of this extra matter? So why wouldn't it theoretically be growing then? That's a dumb question, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah. No, I know what you mean. Yeah, because it's because the whole cosmology is completely impossible, and they don't see it. But
how dare you call me?
Elijah, to answer your question,
Nothing,
it's expanding. The universe is expanding. so that's why it's not
Who do
very.
you guys think would win in a death between Zanuck and Matthew? Who would win in a death match?
In a death match or in a like a now if you put celebrity death match, Matthew has the look where you're like he's gonna lose, but he does some crazy shit. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. Matthew has a great smile, has a great personality. I like the guy. I'm gonna root for him. I'm sorry. I don't know. Zanuck, I don't know what he looks like. For whatever reason, he reminds me of the guy from White Men Can't Jump. That's what I see him as in my head. So
You're gonna root for the underdog.
that's funny.
I would be of the impression that I think Zanuck would win. Sorry,
Yeah, he
Matthew.
might be a little street smarter, but why are we considering this?
Because it's funny.
Oh, that's right. I
Remember
forgot.
that celebrity death match?
Hell yeah, the claymation thing. That thing was hella.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're just putting Globers into it now.
Oh boy, fresh meat.
Matthew.
Yeah, what's up?
How do you use the geometric horizon for your population corrections when you're taking measurements using optics, which is subject to light bending?
I think you wouldn't be able to do it very well.
That's exactly what they claim they do. So
Who's
you don't
claiming
think
that?
there's a problem? Well, I mean, have you read any of the Mariner's manuals yet?
Yeah, so you could just ignore the horizon and look at the angle to a star based on the reflection of the surface of water or something. That's how they do it if they can't see the horizon due to fog. Or like a bubble level.
I know, but when they're using the horizon though, and they have to do and they claim they do their correction based on well, they're doing the correction based on the difference between the curve of the Earth and the celestial plane, I guess. How do
Yeah,
you do
based on
that
height.
how do you do that when your measurement involves optically looking at lines that are curved? So you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, so sometimes I guess it depends on the amount of refraction in the atmosphere. If you're high enough
On
it
the
wouldn't have-
horizon? We're talking about the horizon. Doesn't that always have refraction?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
I'm not gonna push you too hard.
Yeah,
like
no,
I said,
I don't know much about the refraction stuff. My general thing is that, hey, it's complicated when you look at the horizon because you're looking through all these different layers of different humidities and different densities. So it's sort of
but they do rely on it mathematically and rely on it not being everything you just said.
Right. Yeah. Maybe you can get close, but I don't know much about those calculations.
Actually, what they do is they just make it flat. That's all they actually do. There's no curve. There's no curved lines. It's just pure geometry and trigonometric functions, and a little bit of ratios with math that I definitely don't understand. Sorry.
How would no, sorry, man. I thought you'd finished. That's all. How would refraction work if you were, say, just let me think of a random city in Montevideo, just as an example, and you were looking up at the moon? How would refraction work then, Matthew?
Oh, if you're looking up at the moon, if you're looking above like 20 degrees above, then refraction has minimal effect because you're not looking through thick atmosphere. So that's why sailors rarely shoot stars below 20 degrees altitude.
Okay, I thought you didn't know anything about refraction.
No, I'm just reporting what they say when you look at mariners' manuals. They're like, try to avoid, it's less accurate if you shoot stars below 20 degrees.
Okay.
Isn't that the standard? Have you not heard that?
I mean, I have heard that, but it doesn't mean it's true.
Yeah, but it's in the manuals about how to actually do real navigation. So I suspect it's probably a good idea.
Well, no, I mean, I'm not going to be sailing anyway, so I think I'm all right. But
you're referring to my video about the moon, though. I can tell.
Yeah.
Have you figured out why the moon is the same size from two different cities?
I mean, my standard answer to all of this is neither of us know what the fuck's going on in the sky. So
ignore that evidence, basically. Ignore what we see in the sky.
There's no
I
evidence.
don't know.
Unless it's right near the horizon.
There's no evidence to ignore.
The evidence is that the moon looks the same size from two different cities. So the implication would be that it's the same distance from those cities, because they're based on the law of perspective.
Well, we get supermoons where the supermoon is 14% bigger one night than it was the previous night.
It changes
closer?
more gradually than that, but yeah, within the space of a single night, I'm talking about.
It can do quite large differences, but the point remains that the moon hasn't gotten that much closer. So what's happening? Any ideas?
If the moon looks 14% bigger, it's because it's 14% closer. I don't know if
no, that's not the official explanation at all. It's cool. If you don't know, it's cool. I don't.
Yeah, no, I guess I'm not.
Does it look any dimmer? Does it look any dimmer? Like, what else can you tell us about this observation?
Yeah, the observation is that from two different cities, it looks about the same brightness and about the same size, even though those cities are thousands of miles apart, and that seems kind of odd.
That is odd as hell. I wish I did have an answer. I can't even begin to pretend.
Yeah, the best explanation is that they actually are the same distance away, or close.
If we lived on a sphere.
Well, no, I'm just.
It doesn't.
It wouldn't be the same distance. We had this conversation before, right? It would be a very minuscule difference, but I mean, just to be accurate, it would definitely not be the same distance, right?
Right, it'd be within 5 or 10%, or 5%, something like that, 2%. I don't know.
If the Earth was a sphere, and if the Earth were a sphere, and if the Moon was 200 and something miles away.
Right. Yeah.
200 something thousand. What is it? I can't remember. 200 something thousand. I think.
30,000 or something like that.
238,900.
But Matthew, how can you say that the moon is the same distance if you can't accept that the moon is 14% closer when it's bigger? How does that work? It's not congruent.
Oh, so the 14% thing is that the moon varies in size from night to night throughout the month, and it can change by as much as 14%. But I'm talking about a single observation at one moment.
Wait, back up. No, back up. You just said that it can change 14%. Wouldn't that, according to your other analogy, wouldn't that mean the moon is 14% closer?
Right.
Or at least a lot closer?
Yeah, right.
But is that possible in your model?
In the model, in the standard heliocentric globe model, the moon changes distance slightly throughout the month. That's right, because its orbit is eccentric.
14% closer?
Sorry, Jericho, one second, mate. Big fat no, that's not the official explanation. I'll tell you what NASA says, right? So we're on solarsystem.nasa.gov. Why does the moon look so big sometimes? ? The moon looks big. Let me find the exact paragraph. Well, actually, one second. Give me a sec. I just need to pull it over to make sure I don't. So I can actually read this properly.
Don't die, crypto. You're my brother in logic.
Oh, hello. So this is from NASA, solarsystem.nasa.gov. Brace yourself. Why do we see the moon illusion? Brace yourself. We really don't know. Well, not really. Depending on your mindset, this might be unsatisfying. So that's the main answer: is they don't know. So for you to give it an answer is ridiculous.
No, they're talking about the moon illusion.
Yeah, they're talking about the fact that the moon changes size.
No, they're talking about the appearance of size. That's the illusion. If they're talking about the actual size, that's well known.
How could you tell the difference?
Illusions are based on human psychology, and the moon looks bigger when it's near the horizon than it does when it's straight up, but that's purely a optical illusion. If you actually get something out and measure it, the distance and the angular size is what we're talking about. The actual size, the measured size.
Have you ever measured the moon?
No, hold on. The measured size is still based on optics, right?
Yes, right.
So how could you tell the difference?
By taking pictures and measuring the optical apparent size. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Yeah, I can tell you're not sure what I'm asking. So the point is that the measurement of angular size is itself optical, right? And you're trying to tell me that the moon itself has changed size. And therefore, because the moon can't change size, it must be closer, which you can't possibly know.
No, I'm just saying that the moon follows the law of perspective. It gets smaller when it's farther and close and bigger when it's closer. That's all.
Incorrect, because at the horizon is where it appears most large, and that would generally be where it's further away, whereas above your head, where it's closer, it appears smallest.
You're talking about appearances.
And before you say you disagreed, didn't you? Because we had spoken about this before, and you said you were going to go out one night and see if there was a difference because you knew for a fact that it was just an illusion, but there wasn't an apparent difference. And then you came back and you said actually there was, or am I mistaken? I think you wrote it to me in my DMs.
Yeah, so the first time I tried, it was hard to see the actual edge of the moon, so I tried it again so that I could see that the moon stays the same size.
No. So is that your conclusion, that it stays the same size?
Optically, it's an illusion, like you just stated. When we have these supermoon effects, it could be a refractive effect that causes the moon's size to appear the way it does. But yet you can't understand that it could be an optical effect when the moon appears to be the same size from two cities.
So you're talking about two different things. One is measuring the actual angular size of the moon versus what
you can't measure the angular. You can't measure the angular size of the moon.
Yes, you can. That's what.
Well, you would have to know the actual size.
No, that you can derive the angular size from the actual size, but you can also do the other way around. They're correlated.
No, they're not.
Yeah. So if you look in the sky, you can actually measure the angular size of the moon. It's about 0.5 degree.
You can't do that without the actual size.
Yes, you can.
Because the angular size in reference to what?
The angular size is correlated to the actual size and the distance, but you can measure it without knowing either. So angular size,
what would you need to know?
I understand what you're saying. It is, you are correct.
So am I right or am I wrong?
You're wrong.
Okay, so then tell me why.
Sure. So in a sense, so one part of what you're saying is right, that if you know the distance to something and the size of something, you can use that to calculate the angular size. But also, you can just look and see the angular size and measure the angular size with like a sextant or something.
No, so you're right on the first point. You need to either know distance or size of the object to calculate the third unknown variable. If you do not have either of those two, how could you ever postulate what the third variable could be without knowing the first two?
By looking. What are you talking about? The angular size is just what it looks like. It doesn't. You're right. If you know just the angular size, you can't know either of the other two things, but you can measure the angular size. That's what sextants do all day long. They measure angular size.
No, sextants measure angle of elevation from the flat level horizon to which we measure everything in the sky.
Yeah,
that was also the point
it
that
measures
Zanuck
the angle difference between two things. So you could use a sextant to measure the angle from the top of the moon to the bottom of the moon, for example. It'd be about half a degree. But Elijah's right. You can't tell anything more than that. You can't tell the distance or the size.
or if it's an optical.
If you can't tell the distance or the size, then you don't know the angular size because you have no relation to the size at that point. I mean, I don't, maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm ignorant. But I will be coming back at you because I did just briefly touch on this today. Can't measure, and because it's a measurement, and so you need to know the size in order to do this. If you don't know the sizes, I'm just trying to figure. You would, can you do that for a building? Say just by looking at it, not knowing the distance or anything else, just by looking at it, because obviously we can't go to the moon and go, oh yeah. So we've determined the size from its angular size. So can you do something like that here on Earth, like something like a building, something that you don't already know certain variables to?
Yeah, I like your example of the building. That's a good example. So if you're a distance from some distance away from a building, but you don't know how far the building is or how big the building is, through a telescope, you could look and see the angular size, and you could see if it's changing or not, and then you would know whether your distance is changing or not, but you wouldn't know much more about it than that. But you could measure the angular size, yes.
So wait,
okay, so look at the latest thing in the voice chat. That picture of a building. The guy could use a protractor to measure the angular size of the building at 62 degrees. And that's all I'm saying is
what is that? What is that? What does that mean exactly?
Okay, good. Yeah, good question. So it only means, hey,
well,
it's
like, because I guess I don't understand what that means.
So it doesn't mean anything more than
in relation
the
to what?
measurement 62.
Nothing. That's just
oh, it's an angle.
Degrees.
62 degrees. That's right. And you're right that you wouldn't know anything about the distance or the size of that building. But here's the point. If that doesn't ever change, then you know that your distance to the building isn't ever changing. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, obviously the moon moves, and it definitely appears at different locations quite often. Definitely more sporadic than the sun.
Yeah, right.
So it coming from different locations from you, right? That could be the reason. I mean, it's moving. So like you said, if you were moving, the building would get bigger or smaller. Well, the moon's moving. Not only is it moving, it's not moving just on one track where we would see the same exact thing. It appears in different locations, and it moves in different angular paths. So
yeah, but it's staying the same distance. Even though it's moving, it's staying the same distance. So
I don't know about that
because but it's not staying the same distance because all we have to go on is the angular size. And if the angular size is changing, like in your example with the building, it's because the distance has changed. So if you're going to if these are going to be your premises, then you would have to make the conclusion that the moon is changing distance. I mean, but you already said that.
Right. If the
So I'm
angular size,
confused.
no, you're right. If the angular size of the moon changes, that is evidence that the distance to the moon is changing. My observations over the night of July last year is that it doesn't change all night long, that the angular size didn't change.
Well, I'm talking about obviously from a day-to-day basis or a night-to-night basis, whatever. You're talking about over the course of a night.
Yeah, single night.
I don't really know. I'm gonna have to take your word for it because yeah, I haven't done it myself. I do have a pair of binoculars, but I don't know how much I can do with just a pair of binoculars. Although
Yeah,
the moon looks
I did do it myself.
quite trippy.
At 24 past the hour, I posted my series of pictures that shows my evidence. Now, obviously, it's my evidence, and anybody in the world could say I faked it, and that's fine. But I'm saying it's evidence to me because I did it myself.
Well, you would say that the same goes for the sun, right? Its angular size doesn't change throughout the day.
Right, but the sun is way harder to image because it's so bright, and you need solar filters and all this stuff.
Yeah, well, if you use solar filters. Well, the reason I bring that up is because actually I think Wolfie 6020 I don't know what his name is. He did a video debunking the flat earth, whatever that means, using the law of perspective, I guess, asking, well, why doesn't the sun change angular size? And then in his video is an example in his mind of that not happening, but someone did a closer analysis of the video that with his video and the information he gave and the images or the pictures that he gave, it actually did change angular size that day.
Yeah, so if the sun changes angular size, that is strong evidence that the globe model is wrong.
Well, I mean, it was definitely you know how I always bring up National Geographic, and they clearly state that the horizon is going to block the stripes on the boat, but then they think they're all, you know, everybody's like celebrating because they're like, yeah, we came out here to show the flat earthers, but you know that they'll never listen, they'll never learn. And in all of that, the horizon was actually behind the boat. So in this case, you have Wolfie, whatever his name is, right? And his purpose is to show with his data that the sun's apparent size doesn't change, but it did.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see that.
Elijah, can I say something?
If it does change size, you're right.
Elijah, I was traveling Friday, and I saw the moon, big moon on the horizon, above the horizon, like maybe you could see like a 1 meter above the horizon with the perspective. Then I was traveling like for 15 minutes, and it was a little bit more. Let's say now like 6-7 meters above the horizon, and it was like a double smaller. It was double smaller. I told my wife, "Look at this. The moon changed the size. It's not so big. Like I cannot. I was traveling. That I changed like maybe 30 miles. I could not have perspective of 30 miles. That moon changed the angular size. That's impossible."
I would suggest. I mean, because I say all the time, because they, you know, globe earthers get it incorrect that we think that we can, like for whatever reason, they seem to think that we can't trust our senses. But within that, it's a little bit of a straw man because they're talking about one sense. We're never talking about one sense. In fact, when you're just observing something, that's the one sense you get to use, and that's what we say is definitely not enough. So, even though you saw this difference, Matthew has some method that he uses to to at least, I mean, to analyze what he's seen. I don't. I mean, that's better than just looking at it and going, yeah, it definitely looks smaller. Because you
Yeah,
got
of
these
course,
people who
of
say
course.
that's just an illusion. That doesn't really happen. So I don't know, kid. Maybe if you, I don't really know how you, what did you do, Matthew?
I took pictures throughout the night and used the same exact settings on the camera, and then looked at how big the images were in those pictures. So Sasha, yeah, you saw the moon looking bigger at the horizon. That's to be expected. So I'd be curious if you ever took pictures or like actually, measure the angular size to see if it actually is
Yep.
bigger or if it's just an illusion.
Yeah. I'm saying that I'm not saying anything that I prove something. Or I'm saying what I saw only, nothing else. It was for me so something incredible. Why I'm seeing now moon, I didn't change like I don't know, 1,000 miles, and that I can see some another perspective of moon. I didn't even, let's say, move. In 15 minutes, I was maybe 15 miles driving, and the moon was on the, let's say, on the same spot, but above, a little bit moved, but it was 2 times smaller.
So in your perception, it appeared twice. It appeared half the size as it was before. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that it appeared that way. The question would be if you could actually measure it and see if it really was, or if
Nobody's ever measured.
No. Hold on. On to the next. On to the thing. I've been meaning to say this for a long time, guys. Hold on a second.
No one's ever
Matthew.
measured the moon.
Wait. Time out. You gotta let Zedek finish.
No one's ever measured the moon to be half its size anywhere, anytime, ever. It's always around a half a degree angular size.
Yeah. And on a similar topic to that, no one's ever measured the distance between the Earth and the moon. Right?
Yes, we've done that many times, actually.
Okay, how? How?
Measure where do you are you located in California?
I'm in Oregon.
Okay, well that's even better. So you can measure.
So how do I measure the distance from Oregon to the moon? Tell me.
Hold on.
How do you start with
you ask me a question, I'm going to explain it to you. You want to know
guys. I need to know what he's saying so that I know what to ask for.
Well, the measurement of the moon, the distance, is pretty easy to do. If he's in Oregon and I'm here, measure its angular position in the field of view. We know the distance to Oregon from my house. We can then do the trigonometry and figure out its distance.
No, you can't do that.
That's a trigonometry is not a thing, huh?
Because it doesn't work for celestial bodies.
Why not?
Because in celestial navigation, you never solve for the distance to the things in the sky. That's not what they do in celestial navigation.
I'm not
you know
using
what? You know what?
I'm not using celestial navigation. I'm making a real triangle. I'm making a real triangle. Texans don't use triangles.
I'm about to start muting you again.
Well,
you're being unreasonable.
Right.
Okay, so you're proposing something. Obviously, I'm going to have opposite position because one of us has to be right and one of us has to be wrong.
I'm right.
I'm not saying you're wrong for no reason. I'm about to detail why, if you'll allow me.
Please continue.
So no one solves for the distance to the celestial bodies using using terrestrial trigonometry.
Well, what does that mean, terrestrial trigonometry?
I'm just saying, give me a citation where someone actually did this and it's credible, because no one does what you're saying. Okay, so do it.
Listen,
just send it, bro. Just send it, bro. Just send it.
Wait. You don't confuse the sextants calculations, which have nothing to do with trigonometry. I mean, for the most part, there's no triangles involved in a sextant. There's no triangles involved in a sextant.
Yeah, but in celestial navigation, there is.
No, there's not. They don't use a triangle. They use an angle to distance equivalence factor. That angle to distance equivalence factor is 60 nautical miles per degree. That's it. There's no triangles. In fact, you know what?
Yes, there
it presupposes a sphere. It presupposes a sphere.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Because it says.
Listen.
No, you listen.
I'm not about to argue. No. I'm not.
Can I just add something here? Because this was the point that you were missing last night. To claim, Zanuck, that 62 or 69 miles equals 1 degree presupposes that 1 degree of elevation change had to be taken from a flat plane in the first place. So for you to say it's changed by 1 degree,
yes,
both times you're using a flat baseline adjacent
yep,
to calculate your drop in angle. So you're using a flat
not
plane
adjacent. It's not an adjacent
to
angle.
prove your sphere idea.
It's not an adjacent angle.
I'm not gonna
Say it's
By
a
the way, can I make one last
flat,
sentence? One last
the
sentence.
flat
One last.
adjacent
Shoot,
line,
when I say
which
one
is
last
the
sentence, to be quick.
horizon, the horizontal,
I heard you. Let me
to
finish.
which you
Real quick.
can measure your
He
elevation
won't stop,
change.
will he? Elijah, he won't.
Can you restart solar? I apologize.
Thank you.
I just told people to let you finish, Zanuck. Are you on drugs? I'm trying to keep a standard here. Please finish.
I was just simply stating that Zanuck went around in circles last night saying is evidence that it's a sphere and that the sextant has to have a sphere for its baseline assumption is flawed, because his idea of 1 degree equals 69 miles, the 1 degree change in Polaris's altitude, in Polaris's angle, the way that that changes comes off of a flat baseline horizontal, the flat adjacent to which they can measure the angle or the angle change. So when globers claim that you can go 69 miles and observe a 1 degree change in Polaris, they are using a flat baseline to measure the angles at both points and then assuming it's a sphere and then assuming that it therefore proves sphere, even though they've used the flat earth to try and prove their sphere belief.
Very well said.
And he said the same thing 3 times. We got it the first time. Yes, we use a flat baseline. Could be the horizon. That could be off by dip and refraction. Or you don't have to even use that solar. Just use vertical and do 90 degrees opposition to the vertical and then see the elevation angle from that horizontal, which would be level. If you have a level, you don't need the horizon. You don't need anything other than level and the elevation angle. And for every degree changing in that elevation angle is related to 60 miles. And that does not, absolutely positively does not work on a flat surface, because it would make a triangle. And that triangle would determine how high the star is. And that's not what happens. That's why they don't use it.
That's incorrect. That's a straw man. That's incorrect.
It's not a straw man.
Times you
You
said
can't.
You cannot have a
You
1
can't
degree.
use.
You can have a
You
1 degree
can't
to 60 mile.
use.
1
You
degree
can't
60 mile
use.
relationship does not exist on a triangle
Okay.
ever.
Give me an EDU source where they solve for the height of the celestial bodies, like
So going back
for
to the moon,
whatever
yeah.
for whatever practical purpose. Just go ahead and do that, because I know you can't do it for the globe either. There's no such thing. So
without assuming the
go ahead.
flat
Go ahead. Go ahead and get that citation where they solve for the height. I would love to see it. Can you use trigonometry to figure out how high the moon is? No, the fuck you can't.
Yeah, sure you can. Of course you can.
No, you can't.
Why not?
Because you can't.
If I see you in the distance, you're on a mountaintop, say, I don't know, 100 miles away. Pretty
a
close.
Mountaintop
Yeah.
and the celestial
Wherever
bodies
you
are
are.
two different things.
Wherever you
use
are.
it to figure out how far away the stars are as well.
Wherever you are. Listen, hear me out. And Elijah, I respect you to help me say this sentence without letting other people interrupt me. Okay, since I've been polite. If you're on a mountaintop, 100 miles away, where I can see you perfectly clear, I can see my 50-mile Mount Hamilton Observatory is perfectly clear with a set of binoculars. 100 miles away, you see a mountaintop. You, from that mountaintop, accurately measure the moon's position at its center. I measure the position relative to level. Even though if our levels might be different, it doesn't matter, because we will get an answer that will tell us roughly how far away that object is on a round Earth or a supposed or a flat Earth. Either way, it still will be very far. It still will be over 200,000 miles.
Yeah, give me
That's using basic trigonometry.
give me a paper.
How do you do that though?
No, 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 no.
Measure off of
We
level.
already.
Measure off of level. The position of the.
Give me a
Actually,
paper.
you know what? I strike that. Here's a better way.
Right, here we
Here's a
go.
better way.
Here we go.
Here's a better way.
I don't think.
Can I just make a comment?
One last way,
Make a
Elijah.
comment about the subject?
I was saying something. I can't be too loud. Nobody uses. Yes, I can.
Sorry.
You started speaking after I did, and I was just trying to tell him to give me a paper or something where people have gone out to use trigonometry to get the height of the celestial bodies. I would like that from the EDU, and I would like to see it in full context, why they did it and what their conclusions were. That's all I want. I'm not here to argue with you. I just want information.
Oh, actually, Matthew posted the one I was going to post next. There's one right there. Yeah, Guatemala, Montevideo, and in different angles to the moon, and you know the distance.
So does that apply to the sun and the stars as well? So we know
The
a
sun
star's
is a little more
million
difficult
light
because
years
it's
away.
the sun, because the angles are so slight. All we can do is things like Aristarchus did. Now,
So it
Aristarchus
doesn't work for the sun. Is that what you're saying?
not for the sun. It's
So
too
it
far
doesn't
away.
work.
The angles don't change them. We could
Right,
do
so
it.
it doesn't
but-
work for celestial
hold on,
bodies. Then.
dude. You don't have to peek over me. We could do it, but we don't have equipment accurate enough to do it very well.
So you're saying it doesn't work? That's literally what you're saying. You
I'm
can't
saying
do
it's
it.
not accurate enough. It will work. It just
Yeah,
we don't-
you're saying it doesn't
we
work.
can't
It's
do
not
it.
accurate
You're right.
enough. It
We
doesn't
can't do
work.
it.
That's what you're saying.
We can't do it from the sun. It's not very difficult to do from the sun.
Yeah, so you can't do it. You can't do it for
No,
the sun.
no,
You
it's been
can't do it
done.
for
It's
stars,
been
but
done.
you can do it for the moon.
It's been done. It's been done, but it's very difficult to do. I don't have the data for that. I do have the data for moon, and it is easy to do with the moon.
So send it, because what
So
Matthew
remember, I
said
said you can
is
take
not
an
what
angle
I.
from level. Hold on,
Oh my
Elijah.
God!
Let me finish
No,
this one
you're wilding
fucking
out.
sentence.
You weren't
One
talking when I
sentence.
started talking.
Elijah.
No.
One sentence. Let me
No. Listen, you can talk whenever I'm not. It's as simple as that. So what Matthew sent is a diagram of exactly what you said you could do. All I asked was for where a group of students or, so yeah, okay, I'll appeal to the authority. Just give me the source so that I can see what they did, why they did it, and what their conclusions were. Is that too much to ask, Matthew?
Well, I don't know if there's been a time where they did it like that, so I don't know if we'd find anything like that.
Oh, like I've been saying. Because you can't do that. Okay. Well, thank you.
Cool how all the proof seems to be in your guys'
Okay,
imaginations.
my turn. Remember, it's my turn after you talking, right? So easily done. Two observers, 100 miles apart. I don't care where they're located. You measure. You know the distance to that point on the mountaintop, 100 miles away. Both of you measure the angle to the moon. You now have the distance between each of you to the moon based on one distance and the two angles. And the two angles are going to be you to the moon and you to your other buddy, your bloke on the other side of the mountain, and the bloke to you in the city. That angle. Those are your two angles. You know the distance. Now
That's
you
a
know
great
the
story.
distance. Hold on, I'm almost done.
Just cite an
Now-
example of it actually having been done, like he asked you to 10
That is how it's
times. We
been
already
done.
heard your cool
That is how it's
story.
been
Yeah,
done.
but you're just telling us a story
I
of
can't
how
even
it
finish
could
a
be
sentence.
done. Just cite it.
And that's
Cite
how you
it when it.
determine. That's how you determine the distance to the moon very accurately
Yeah,
within your
I know.
measurement of its accuracy.
You told us that story a million times. Now just
Well,
cite it.
Can you repeat it?
done.
I don't think you're even listening. You
You
tell
said
me
you
what
can
I
use
just said.
trig to find the distance to the moon.
How
You've
do
said
I
that
do
over
that?
and
Tell me
over.
what I
You
need to
told
do.
us the methodology that you can use.
Tell
What
me
we've
what
been
I do.
asking you to do
Tell
is
me
to
what I do.
cite it when it's been done. We want the
Tell me what I
citation.
do.
We want the citation of somebody who's actually done it.
Tell me what I said.
I don't care. We want the citation of when it's actually been
people
done.
are already talking about the triangle on the globe or flat. It doesn't matter whether it's flat or round. We're talking about 2 points, a straight line.
Yeah, it's hypothetical in your imagination.
It's
Just
not
cite
hypothetical.
the instance when it's been
yourself.
done.
Xanax.
It is hypothetical until you cite an instance of it actually having been done.
Sanic, tell us when, where, and how somebody actually physically did this. In reality. Not if or how you could do it. We want to know when they actually did it.
Exactly.
How, when, where.
Get it? Simple. Can you do it, or can you just waffle around doing that? Let's see.
It can be done. It's easy to do.
Okay, it could be done. Let's see it done. Do you get it?
Done. I'll give you the data for that. Hold on.
Okay, that's the only thing you've been asked for the past half hour, so do it now, please.
We don't want data. We want when it was actually done, where, when, and how.
Getting tired of this guy dancing around it.
We want to go repeat it.
That's a flawed method because whatever answer you get, you'll never be able to actually go there and verify it anyway. So this is a fruitless attempt for fruitless knowledge.
I agree, it can never be verified. It's a meaningless argument.
That's what they'd rather us talk about.
I think you should spend more time worried about how celestial navigation works with the 60 degree for 1 mile, 1 degree, 60 mile for 1 mile equivalence factor.
So we're not going to get your citation then?
As we speak, I'm still clicking away.
Okay, we'll get to it because that's what you're asked to do. You're coming back with something else now.
That's the most important thing for you to look at because that does not work on a flat surface. And yet we can navigate by doing so. So 1 degree per 60 mile equivalence factor does not work on a flat surface. Just remember that.
I find it odd that this example only works with the moon and doesn't work with any other celestial body. But with the moon, it's perfectly accurate.
Well, because the moon is very close compared to these other objects, especially stars that are not our sun.
It's irrelevant. It still doesn't work with the other ones. It works for
What
one.
do you mean it doesn't work? How does it not work? The sun works. It's just very difficult to get an accurate measurement because the angles are so slight. The acute angles. There is such a very slight acute angle. It's like 89.99999 degrees, depending how far away you are on the Earth. Difficult to measure.
But I mean, you still
so that shouldn't be a question for you because there's your answer of why. The moon is much closer where we can get a substantial measurable angle difference from someone 100, 200, 300, 400 miles away.
But regardless, you can't verify how far away it actually is.
Trigonometry is a way you can verify things. It's a law. Mathematics actually works.
But it doesn't work. It only works with the moon, according to yourself.
It works for the sun as well, just not as difficult to measure.
So
if you use rudimentary tools,
it doesn't work with the planets, but it works.
Well,
with
the sun, the planets are. Well, the moon is. The Mars is too far too. Problem is, it's just too far away. So the answer you get is infinity. That's the answer you get. We know they're not infinity. We can see that.
So it doesn't
We
work.
can't exactly,
The jet
but
is
with
infinity,
very
but it
accurate
doesn't
equipment, we
work,
can.
does it?
Okay, so this is a senseless argument. Let me give you the information you're looking for.
It is a senseless argument because you're saying it works with the moon and doesn't work with anything else.
Look, Eric Starkus got the distance to the moon. We can then make another measurement that was done by Aristarchus. Eric Starkus did this as well. You can get another measurement from the sun with relative to the moon and relative to you. We know how far the moon is. Then we can figure out how far the sun is with the proportions of the moon. It's 300 times further away. That way we take the measurement to the moon times 300. That's how far it's to the sun. So yeah, that's how we found out. And that's mathematics too. If you did well in algebra, this shouldn't be too hard to understand.
But it's unverified.
That's verified, yes. And by the way, that was, 3,000 years ago.
Unverified. You haven't checked the distances, have you?
Yes, we have. We can use radio waves and lasers to detect. We know when we send a laser to the retroreflectors, we have a 1.2 second distance to the moon, and the same about the 1.2, 1.3 seconds distance to return. And that is a round trip of about 3 seconds, under 3 seconds. And that's what we see. So it verifies that measurement.
But weren't we sending stuff to the moon in like 1962 before we went there and getting a bounce back?
Getting a what?
What's retroreflectors got to do with anything?
Radio waves initially, and then we did retroreflectors to get a more accurate
How
distance.
fast do radio waves travel?
I'm sorry, what? Radio waves? They travel at light speed as well.
Light speed. So how long does it take to go to the moon and back?
About 2.8 seconds.
So how do you know the radio wave isn't bouncing off the firmament dome? Claim it's bouncing off the moon, but what if there's a firmament dome right there? How do you know?
So we have a dome that's 225,000 miles away. It's bouncing off that. Because we can measure things on the surface of the moon that gives us different values. We have retroreflectors in one spot. We know when that one spot is at a different spot in our field of view. Because it's spherical, we'll get a slightly different value.
So I've heard this before, but can you
I
use
do it? No, I
reflectors,
can't
or
do
do you
it.
have to trust NASA?
You got to go to Texas. I've been to Texas. I've been to
You've been there, but you haven't done it yourself.
I was there where I witnessed you
testing
don't
other
see
people doing
things.
it.
It's all done in lasers and a computer. So yeah, they could all be fabricated. But I was able to manipulate the telescope and push buttons and things, and we saw the difference.
Thank you for
We
saying it can
saw
be
the actual.
fabricated.
We actually sent light words to the like Morse code to the retroreflector. It came back the exact same word came back. We know it was us. So we knew it was
Thank
us.
you for saying it can be fabricated. Let me ask you this:
It was
these
difficult to fabricate.
reflectors, what would they look like?
What look like?
These reflectors that you claim are on the moon. What would they look like? And how do you know that? How do we know that they're there?
Well, because we shine a laser to it, and 1 or 2 photons return from that exact spot. So we can precisely line the telescope with a laser telescope to that spot. And a retroreflector, if you don't know how they work, it's like the reflectors on street signs and in your car. They illuminate and reflect back to you, even if you're not directly in line behind the car. They still can be illuminated. As soon as it receives photons from a reasonable direction, a 45-degree angle, every different way, it will illuminate to everybody.
Okay, how many years ago did they put these reflectors on the moon?
Probably like 50 years ago, 60 years ago.
They put 60 years ago. They put reflectors on the moon, and you can use them to bounce off lasers. Is that what you're saying?
They use lasers to bounce off the retroreflectors. Yes.
Wouldn't they be covered with moon dust by now?
Why would they be covered in moon dust?
I'm just asking you. Like, isn't there moon dust? Isn't there like then they have atmosphere according to NASA on the moon? So there would be moon dust covering those reflectors after years.
Oh, you know what? That explains why on the lunar lander, there was no dust on the pads when it landed. That explains it. Thank you, Zanuck, for explaining why there's no dust on the moon.
The dust was kicked up by the lunar lander's rockets, not because there was dust in the air of the atmosphere. That's lame. Come on.
Hey, Zanuck, how come the radio waves didn't bounce off the ionosphere and come back to Earth like you said they do in the other occasions?
Because we know what frequencies the ionosphere reflects waves.
So you can shoot it straight out if you wanted to.
We know what frequencies in the method at which these waves would bounce off the ionosphere. The electromagnetic radiation deflection, the electromagnetic frequencies and the speeds we understand very well.
Citation, please.
Notice that he still hasn't provided his moon trig citation either, and I don't think he's going to either. I think he's just going to keep dancing and dancing so that he doesn't have to, and hopefully.
I have most of my information is regarding Aristarchus, which is old stuff. I'm trying to find you a grassroots information, which I have. I'm looking for
an old software.
I don't think he's provided anything to anyone. He just doesn't stop talking. His whole purpose is to take up as much bandwidth as he can.
And then
we don't talk to new
cartoons.
people. So if there's any new people, let's direct it to them.
Surely you have a picture of what these reflectors look like, so I know what I'm looking at. Are they like solar panels? What are we looking at?
I guess they're the size of like a closet mirror. You know, the ones you put there when you're getting dressed. They're like 12 inches wide by 3 feet tall.
Yeah, 250,000 miles away. No big deal.
Yeah, you can't see an ant in the street from your door. When you're looking out the window of your living room, you can't see an ant crawling in the street, but we can see a mirror 250,000 miles away.
That's funny, man. Wow. Gee whiz. Where are these people? Out of their minds.
And you can get that mirror through hundreds of thousands of miles of deadly radiation and thermosphere, no problem.
Also, check it out. It only took one guy one step. He just stepped there, set it down, and voila. It didn't need to be pointed at anything. It didn't need to be anything. There's only one set of footprints. He just went there, set it down, and walked away.
Did he use the spirit level to make sure it's leveled, to make sure it can flash those beams back to Earth?
Yeah, because they had to level it out there on the moon.
Don't they with the squeegee those panels to make sure they can reflect the lasers back after 60 years?
No. He said there's no dust on the moon. You can see in the footprints there's no dust on the moon, and when rockets land, they don't kick up dust.
There's no foot imprints in the dust in this.
Okay, if there's no dust on the moon, we should be able to take a massive telescope and focus in and actually see these reflectors and see the moon flag and these other things. Yes?
No, by now you should be able to see the actual footprints.
Yeah, I want to see footprints. I want to see the flag, and I want to see these reflectors that I put up there that are perfectly clean. By the way,
I want to see the golf cart. I want to see the what else is up there? The golf cart,
flags, probably a bunch of junk. Who knows? Beer cans.
Yeah, the thing thing landed on is still sitting there. The thing it blew off of to fly in the air.
They probably left all their garbage there.
You know what I like to see?
They left the Minions juice box on Mars. I noticed that.
I'd like to also see the 500 satellites that are floating up there between the Earth and the Moon. Can we focus on those? Show me those, please.
Yeah, and then zoom into upside down Australia, please. I'm still waiting.
I'm waiting for that one too. So if you get that, you make sure you forward it to me.
Yeah, what would you rather see? Would you rather see upside down surfers, or let's say they can just zoom into the bottom of the globe and then zoom into Australia there, zoom into the, come in where you show it's upside down, come in and cruise along until you can see the water and upside down surfers, then over to the harbor and see an upside down Carnival cruise ship pulling in.
And then right after that, I'd like to get a direct curvature measurement of the Earth's surface.
Yeah, actually, let's go with the curvature measurement first, because that's what they've forgotten.
Yeah, all he can seem to do is explain why we never see any of the curvature he says is there, but how about actually seeing it? Let's see it.
The real question is, why aren't we going to the moon like every other week? That's the real question.
Well, because we've never gone there.
Because we can't go there.
Now listen, Sonny. There has to be a way, because people go to that ISS every couple of days, up and down like an elevator.
Yeah. Chugga. I mean, it should be like a weekend adventure, right? You should be able to just go cruise around the moon for a few days, have a moon honeymoon.
Drink some coffee while you're up there.
Yeah. All the comforts
Chugga
of
chugga.
home.
I'm going to have some chugga chugga coffee.
Go outside and go swimming a little bit here and there.
Yeah, you should be able to put a spacesuit on, go out, do a little swim, because I heard you don't need anything to push off of in space. If you have a rocket and you just let a rocket engine go, you fly. You don't need air pressure to push off of. You don't need anything. You can fly in a vacuum. Let's see if that's true.
I'm curious about this apparatus or this sensor that's sensing 2 photons being received back from the moon.
Well, the thing about that is they're probably serial numbered, so you know that the ones you're getting back are the ones you sent.
Yeah, like if you have a sensor exposed just to the night sky, and how is it detecting just 2 photons?
Jaren did a video about them sending lasers to the moon and getting photons back before they went to the moon. Does anybody know about that?
Yeah, that was done in
No
like
reflectors
early
needed.
60s. No reflectors needed. Yeah, like. But my question is, what are these sensors being used that are only receiving some sort of very minuscule amount of photons from a laser, and what is their exposure? What is their exposure to the environment to where they're only detecting 2 specific photons from a specific source?
A picture of them. All they have is an explanation, but if they have a picture of it, what it actually looks like, how they put it up, did they use a spirit level? Did they use like a mirror?
I mean, just thinking about it sensibly, if you take a normal camera and you do any type of exposure, say a 3 or a 4 second exposure, any type of light that's in the environment will be gathered by the lens onto the sensor. So I'm just wondering what type of apparatus is being used that is only acquiring specific photons when it's exposed to the night sky. Like any star that would be
Makes me think
in the distance.
if these were laser
Any
reflectors,
airplane that flies over, anything like that, any type of light period whatsoever would be affecting that sensor. Just wondering how this is all set up.
reflectors reflecting photons back at the Earth, wouldn't they have to be like at least, I don't know, like a mile wide? How big are they?
You can't tell one photon from the other, so unless they're barcoded, like I have to do at work, this is what I explain to people. I can't tell you what's at the beginning. I can tell you what starts at the beginning of the factory, but I can't tell you what's at the end unless we put a barcode on it. Okay? So you don't know what's coming back. So seeing photons come back is the most ridiculous fucking thing I've ever heard. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just wondering when they're opening the sensor up to receive photons, where the sensor is located, how long it's
Dude, in
open.
the Sea of Tranquility, man. We all know that.
No, I'm saying the sensor back here on Earth.
Well, I think you have to be NASA or somebody related to that.
Like, we know the retro reflector thing is complete and utter nonsense. You're talking about what a 14-inch by 14-inch plate that you're somehow painting that target at 250,000 miles away with a laser beam.
That's pure. The beauty of precision, accuracy. Just the beauty of that is just mind-boggling.
Like the slightest amount of movement at all whatsoever to that apparatus would put you off by miles and miles and miles. I would say it's virtually impossible to do such a thing.
It would be the same thing as if the camera had a piece of paper. and then shot a laser at the piece of paper and measured how long it took from when the laser turned on to when the camera saw the laser. That's a pretty simple science.
What
Yeah,
are you
but how
talking
do you
about?
know you're hitting the reflector?
Because the camera only lights up when the laser hits the reflector.
Who said it was science?
How do you know you're not hitting the firmament dome?
Wait, what only go ahead and explain that again. Say what you just said. The camera only opens up when it should be expecting to receive the photons. Is that what you're saying?
No, the camera would be like on a video, and then you can see in the video when the laser lights up the camera.
Are you talking about the same thing we're talking about? Bouncing lasers off the moon?
I'm explaining how that science works. Yes.
It's science, you said? Okay, what's the independent control variable, please?
I would have to think more about that.
Think more about it? No, you would just have to go pull the experiment and look in the hypothesis and find out what the independent control is.
So what we're saying.
Sorry. So what's like the thing you're asking for in an experiment where you're just measuring the length of a piece of grass?
No, red herring.
I'm trying to ask you to define it for me in an experiment that it's simple, so I can explain it to you in another.
That's a measurement is not an experiment. A measurement is not an experiment. But we're getting way off into the weeds here. We're talking about
Wait,
shooting a
you're saying you
laser.
can't measure something then? There's no science of measuring things?
What is the science of measuring?
It's a category.
That's a category.
What they're saying is it's a category error. That's a fallacy that you've committed.
Right. You're basically saying
Then
carpenters
you're
are
just saying you can't
scientists.
measure anything. You're not saying you can't measure the distance.
So is a
Now you're straw
carpenter
manning. Now you're straw manning on top of that. So you straw man them after they pointed out that you're committing a category error. So there's a difference between what we call natural science and determining the cause of effects with natural phenomena, and then there's the branch of mathematics where you use math to describe things. So there is a difference. You understand there's a difference. There's no need to straw man them. Please continue.
No. I'm trying to confirm if the conversation that we are having, if it's in the framework of things can be measured and we'll accept those measurements, or if we're saying, like you said, measurements
If it's direct and physical, yes.
Yep. Go ahead and measure it if you can measure it. If you can't, if you have to just make up something, it's not a measurement.
Has to be physical.
If you can shoot something at it that you know the speed of the thing, that how fast that thing travels.
Speed of light, so we're going to count that out.
And you don't know.
Okay.
So the question was regarding beaming a laser off of the moon and receiving the signal back. How is that sensor only acquiring 2 photons, and those photons are confirmed to be photons from the laser? How long is the sensor open to receive photons, and how is it making sure that no other light is coming into that apparatus from the environment?
Well, just like if you were taking a picture with the camera, it doesn't matter if other light comes in because you can know which light is the light that you're turning. Like if you're pointing the laser at the piece of paper, you can see because the sensor is the camera. You can see that where you're pointing the laser is what's getting saturated.
So you're telling me that this camera that's receiving these 2 photons is only focused on a 14 by 14 square 250,000 miles away?
No, just like if you were pointing the camera at a piece of paper, you could have a ton of shit in the background of the piece of paper. As long as you can see the piece of paper and you can have enough resolution to see the pixels that the laser is lighting up on that piece of paper, you'd be able to.
Yeah, what he's trying to tell you is you're a negative pixel area.
Yeah, if you're only measuring allegedly 2 photons, you realize how small that measurement is, right?
Yes.
So how does that equate to you lighting up a piece of paper with a regular camera? how many photons are hitting that sensor? Because you're picking up photons
Right, but
on
my
that
camera's
sensor
worse
that
than
are
their
not
camera.
just from that piece of paper. You realize this, right?
I mean, I wouldn't say the photon is the photon that they're shooting is going to travel. It's going to be much more efficient in traveling through the medium than all of the other, even like the photons that are coming almost directly from the sun. It's a very high powered laser they're using, and it's also a very good camera.
Do you have the specs on the camera that they're utilizing that can only pick up 1 or 2 photons?
I've seen videos of it. I would need to look up the specs. I mean, yeah, you could be right. Maybe the specs don't add up.
But you understand what I'm saying, like the amount of precision that would have to take place within this measurement is almost statistically impossible when it comes to measuring just 1 or 2 photons. The minute you open the aperture to the environment, you don't think any photons are going to bleed into that?
I mean, it's the same thing like with the camera and the piece of paper. You can move the paper farther away and it's going to get more difficult, so you'd have to power up the laser and make the camera better.
But your example, we're talking about billions and trillions of photons. It's orders of magnitude difference.
Right, but you gotta understand that the camera is also more sensitive to the higher powered photons. So it's the same thing with like
Yeah,
the
that's
intensity of light. So the
it's more
photons we're
sensitive
shooting
to
are
the
not
higher
only
powered photons. So let me ask you a question. What is the variation of from one photon to another as far as intensity?
of intensity. I mean, like white light is
Because a
gonna have the
photon is a
highest
unit of
brightness.
measure. This
Yes,
is
I
like
get that. Yep.
saying, you know, the bigger inches compared to the smaller inches. The photon is
No, it's
a
not.
unit
It's
of
more of a
measure.
pressure thing. It's not inches. You have to go up in the order of math because you'd have to think about like force applied to area.
Oh, that's what a photon is? Force applied to area?
Well, it's brightness in a unit of area. So yes, kind of.
Pretty sure that's pressure.
No, brightness in a unit of area? No, pressure.
No, force applied to
Yes.
area.
Yep.
Light pressure.
Pressure than light is light pressure, yes.
What?
What?
Is there a part of that
we're
that makes
speaking to?
sense?
You feel like expounding on that?
I'm just saying that when you're measuring light, you're measuring a light over over an area. Like you're not just measuring individual light particles.
Mm-hmm.
The gentleman was stating that 2 photons were received from the retro reflector. 2
Right.
photons,
So
right? A
think
photon is a unit of measure, right?
Right. So
For
think about if you had a
light.
trampoline. Think about if you had a
So
trampoline and rain was
so
dropping on the
let
trampoline.
me finish
The
what I'm
photons you're
saying before you
measuring.
go off into some sort of random ass thing. So
That was kind of rude.
well, you just started talking over me, man. So
I've been stopping
2
when you talked. I definitely am not talking over you.
You're doing it again.
So
So 2
You're blinking and I'm
2
replying.
So you talk over him to tell him that you're not talking over him. Wow.
He definitely stopped talking for a
That's
second and
special,
like let me
bro.
jump in.
It's really
It's cool.
special.
Go ahead, Napalm.
Yeah, so we're talking about 2 units of light, 2 photons, right? And you said that there were higher powered photons than other photons. I want you to explain to me how there are variations within this unit that we use to measure light.
So the way we measure light is by saturation of filters. And you can also change the filter that you're using depending on like the color you're measuring. Like when you measure red, they use special filters because they know the properties of red photons. So they're using a very specialized photon that they're shooting, and they're making a filter specialized for that photon. But you're right, other photons are still going to hit that filter, but that filter doesn't get saturated until the photons of the wavelength that they're specifically using are actually the ones that are applying a certain amount of energy to the filter. So
Gotcha.
they can basically get a lot of the other noise out just by the filter they use, and then they can also get a lot of the noise out specifically because they know the wavelength of the photon that they're using.
So let me ask you a question. So they're using a specific wavelength of light. Is it visible light?
I'm not sure what the wavelength. I would guess no.
So it's a non-visible light,
That would be my guess. Yes.
like an infrared?
Sure. For the sake of your argument, sure.
Oh, put the heating on. I'm not too far.
My question would be, is there only one thing in the environment that has that specific wavelength of light? Or do we have an environment that's constantly saturated with various wavelengths of light?
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying is I'm willing to bet that they're taking a measurement of all the wavelengths and then they're picking a specific wavelength to use that's not in a high magnitude inside of where they're measuring it.
Willing to bet isn't really a great standard of evidence, though, right? I mean, we're kind of looking for, something verifiable, not something that we have to assume or believe that other people have done. If the Earth is a globe,
sorry, yeah, I'm not an expert on this specific topic. I jumped into because it sounded like he was asking a lot about just how the science worked in general, so I was adding that.
A lot of them, though.
yeah. No, you sound chill. You sound like you can have a conversation, so that's cool.
Yeah, he definitely sounds chill, but he also sounds like he's making shit up.
Yeah, well, this is what I'm saying. This is why I'm going to try and steer it away from stuff that we've maybe heard and that we think might be true and that we might be willing to bet on, and take it into the realms of what can we actually confirm. So, Sniper Bola, is that your name?
Correct.
Yeah. So, what would you say are maybe the top 3 things that would make you think that you live on a spinning ball, a globe? That we could confirm.
Ball. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I have good things that I could say to confirm. If I can just say for me personally, the biggest thing first-hand accounts of people who have gone to space and said that they can kind of only see the portion of the Earth that.
Okay. Yeah. So accounts from people who say they've been to a place and seen that it's a ball, right?
First means he knows the guy personally.
No, he said first-hand accounts, so that means he saw them making a first-hand, like basically saying it.
Okay, I didn't catch that you said first-hand accounts.
True. First-hand.
It's technically right hearsay. That would be classed as hearsay, Sniper Bola, yeah?
I understand.
But Sniper Ebola, you said that part of the Earth. You didn't say that they saw the full globe?
That's correct.
So how much did they see?
The portion of the Earth that you would be able to see if you were at the international or at some elevation similar to the International Space Station and you were looking down at a globe of Earth.
So out of the entire Earth, like how much of a pie slice is that?
I would guess it's about a third, right? I'm not sure, to be honest. Like I said, I'm not exactly probably equipped to have a detailed argument about this. I was just jumping in about something about the portion I did know about.
No worries. Napalm, carry on.
Yeah, so we're talking about measuring, and they were measuring the distance based off the speed of light. Do varying wavelengths of light have a variation in speed, or do they all travel at the same speed?
Photons of light all travel at the same speed. Well, it changes based on medium, but this gets complicated.
No, you had asked him his top 3 proofs or whatever, and he said, first-hand accounts from astronauts was number 1.
Yeah, what would be your number 2?
I don't know that I have things I would place categorically higher than like the other kind of just general things I've learned growing up. I mean, there are a lot of reasons that I guess you guys would argue are indoctrinated reasons that I would say I believe it's a globe, but I don't think any other categorically higher other than just like having heard stories from a lot of stories that seem to be consistent from people who have seen it themselves.
So aside from the accounts of other people, do you have anything in your reality on your day-to-day basis that would lead you to believe or gives you confirmation that you live on a ball spinning in a vacuum?
No.
What, by consistency, do you mean the consistency where they say that you can see stars up in space, but some of them say you can't, and some of them say that the Van Allen radiation belt didn't even exist at one point in time? I don't think that's very consistent.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of people who have stories, and those and other aspects of their stories can certainly vary. That's true.
Well, you
Right.
think why would it
So
vary if it's
look, so I just checked with them. So just before we get onto the globe proofs bit, which you've kind of said, well, no, there's nothing really in my reality that would tell me it's a ball other than these stories. So does that mean that you recognize that we only experience the Earth to be flat and motionless?
Sorry, you kind of lost me in that question. Could you either say it again or rephrase it?
Okay, yeah, I'll try rephrasing it. So when you go to the beach and you look at the horizon's just a flat line, right?
And you go to yep.
Yeah, so we observe the Earth directly as being flat, as far as we can tell. The horizon is flat. And when it comes to motion, when we go outside, we don't experience any motion, right? Unless you're in an
We
earthquake.
don't experience motion, yeah, because of our immediate surroundings are also not experiencing motion.
Well, we're not experiencing motion. That's all. Like a human first
We can't
person
perceive
perspective.
motion.
Yeah. So we don't perceive curvature. We don't perceive motion. We only perceive a flat and motionless Earth. Okay, so that's your starting point. If you're trying to ask the question, where do I live? And then someone comes along and says, okay, it looks flat and motionless, but it's actually curved and in motion. Then you would be saying to them, okay, well, that's your claim to prove, right?
Yeah, I could agree.
Yeah. So they require to prove that it's a ball that spins. And you've kind of just come to the realization that we all have that there is no way we can prove it. We're just taking the word of these people who say they've gone to this place that no one else can go. And that's what it is, in direct contradiction to what we experience. Does that give you any pause for thought? Like, does that make you think, maybe I should look into this?
I get concerned with a lot of topics because of how much of a rabbit hole I feel like they can turn into. So I try to pick the things I get really into based on what seems to cheesy, but like actually give me happiness in my life. So like,
if that's
investing
fine.
my time in something
I get
more, then it's something I want to spend more time doing.
Yeah, I get that. But I mean, I'm just saying in general, if the Earth, let's just say the Earth isn't a globe, would you want to know that?
There are a lot of things I want to know, yes.
So you would want to know if the Earth wasn't a globe?
I think I'd rather know if the government killed JFK.
Okay, well.
If I only got the answer to one of those
just
two.
kicked in.
Societies within the government most likely did, but that's a different topic altogether.
Right, I'm sorry.
I'm just asking if the Earth isn't a globe like they tell everyone, would you personally want to know that information?
Yes, there's a lot of information that I don't know that I'd like to know.
Okay.
And I agree also, if it's being lied to us about, then that's worse.
Yeah. So if they are lying about it and it's not a globe, why would you want to know that?
Why would I want to know? I mean, I like to know. Yeah, obviously, we all want to think we know the correct thing.
Okay, so you just would like to know the truth.
Correct.
Right. Okay. So when someone presents you with the argument of Earth and what it looks like, it's actually curved and in motion, you want to know the truth of that statement. And is it really finding the truth of that statement just to say, well, I don't have any evidence other than these stories from these people that I don't know, but that'll be good enough. I'll just assume that's truth.
Yes, I'm not investing a ton of my time into figuring out whether or not the Earth is flat. That is true.
No, I mean, and I'm asking you to prove whether it's a globe, right? Because that's what you think. I mean, it's not really worthwhile testing or trying to disprove something that you don't believe or that you don't really understand. You should be trying to prove that what you believe is real, because otherwise, what are you wasting your time thinking?
No, I'm just saying, like, if you put a gun to my head and you said, I'm going to kill you if you get this question wrong, is the Earth flat or a globe? I would say globe.
Yeah. Okay, so what percentage would you say you think it's a globe out of 0 to 100? 0 being the least, 100 being the most sure. Where would you roughly say you are?
$1,000.
No, like out of 0 to 100%, how confident are you that it is a globe on a scale of 0 to 100?
Maybe 75%.
75%. Okay, there's a bit of doubt in there. What's causing that 25% of doubt?
Well, like you said, I can't actually go and check it myself. And I
Right.
mean, some of the stuff is weird about how it, like the travel restrictions.
Yeah. Okay, so you've looked into a few things. All right, fair enough. No, well, you sound pretty honest, and I mean, if you've realized that really we just have to take some people's word on this whole story, and it's not something that we can actually know, and you are actually interested in finding out the truth, then I think you'll do well here. So just ask questions. I don't know if there's any silvers or anything, Napalm. I don't know if you want to pick back up, or any people who don't speak as much wants to jump in, take the conversation.
Yeah, I can pick back up. I was just going to say, if you do have that about 25% of doubt about the Earth being a globe, my question would be to you. So, if you really wanted to go out and put it to the test, what would you do? What measurement would you do? What observation would you do to try to determine from a neutral standpoint, going into it, really wanting to know the truth, what type of measurement or observation or anything like that would you set out to do that might prove to you one way or the other?
I would probably pick a couple of different spots in the world to try and measure like the difference in the distance between the actual distance between two people and the visual distance.
Okay, so you would probably try to do some type of long distance observation.
Yep.
Okay, well the good thing about that is we've done a lot of long distance observations. Most people in here have done observations themselves over distance. And it seems to be that we see too far. That the good thing about the globe model is that we are given certain measurements, meaning we're given a radius value and we have the ability to put that to the test. So many of us have gone out and done our own observation, other people's observations, and we have come to the conclusion that we see too far, and not just a little too far, a lot too far, to where the Earth would have to be magnitudes of order larger than it is claimed to be.
Yeah, I know this gets really heated because then the debate here becomes into the naturalistic explanations of like the things like the drop off and stuff, which I know that gets into a very nitty gritty science that's difficult, especially for me to have a discussion about right now because I don't know a lot about it.
Well, the drop off would just be a simple mathematical equation, right? If we're living on a globe with a specified radius value, as you look off into the distance.
The contours of the Earth are really complicated. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Yeah, that's true. We live on a topographical plane, meaning that we do have undulations, we have hills, we have valleys, we have all of this. So what would you say would probably be the best datum to use as a level?
Sorry, you mean like two locations to measure between?
Yeah, what do you think would be the best thing to kind of ensure that you're working on a level surface between two people, right?
Have them be on opposite sides of the world.
You think you can see you think you would be able to see somebody on the opposite side of the world?
Do you think? Well, I mean, you could have a string that runs from you to them and then measure the length of that string because or in theory, you could shoot a photon. But let's use a string to not get into the photon thing again.
So what we're trying to determine is rate of curvature. So a string probably wouldn't be the best thing. No matter how strong the string is, you eventually come to a point where you're going to have a deviation in that string. You're not going to have a string that's strong enough to be able to be pulled taut.
Yeah, you could, because you could just set it on the Earth. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't
how is this determining curvature? So you're setting a string on the Earth. How are you going to measure a deviation from you to that individual of curvature?
Well, that's figuring out how to measure direct distance between the two people who are on the opposite sides of the alleged world.
Laser.
Yeah, laser. That would work. Shoot a laser into the ground.
Here's a clue. Sea level.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at, right? We'd probably use something like distances over water because we know the properties
I read
of
a lot
water.
about this one too. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but water finds level, right? We use it in levels. We use water as a leveling device all the time.
The problem is the density, like when you're looking at the oceans and stuff, with the fluctuations in the density of the center of the Earth, the center of mass of like the Earth is actually shifting around. Plus, there's an electromagnetic field, so the oceans are moving around a lot more than we even realize.
Prove the center of mass. Prove the center of mass.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of begging the question in that statement.
Yeah, you're kind of getting off into the weeds a little bit. You know, we do have the ability to
I'm just
shoot
saying why I don't like the
lasers
idea of
across
using the
water.
ocean. I'm just saying why I don't like the idea of using the ocean. The ocean is actually probably more. I think the ocean is probably more flat than like the average curvature of the Earth because of how much it's getting like washed back and forth. Because that's not.
I don't know what you're trying to say there, but 70% of the Earth is ocean. So you're saying 70% of a ball is flat?
70% of the Earth is ocean. No, I wouldn't say that the same percentage of the Earth is. Wait, 70% of the Earth is flat? No, I don't think the Earth is flat.
But we're establishing that water finds level, right? Water is flat and level.
Yeah, would you agree that water finds its level?
Laminar water will find level. Turbulent water that's moving doesn't necessarily.
Yeah, water at rest. Let's just say a still lake. So you have a still lake.
So even like parts of the ocean, where the top of it seems. Sorry.
Let me just finish here real quick. So we have a very still, calm lake where you can see a reflection like a perfect mirror. Would you say that that lake is level from side to side, meaning all the shoreline has to be at the same level? Otherwise, the lake would start to spill over one side, right?
That's correct.
So we can use water as a level, flat surface. Granted, you're going to have waves, you're going to have wind when you're talking about the ocean. But on the grand scheme of things, so say over 25 miles, you're still going to have, on average, a flat level surface when it comes to water, even if there's some waves to it, right?
I don't know that you can guarantee that the level of the water isn't changing in the two different locations you're using. Because especially when it comes to the ocean, if the water is really deep, then just because the water is not flowing on top, it can be.
Could I ask
We're talking about the top of it.
Could I ask a quick question, Napalm?
Yeah, go for it, man.
Just to get an idea of what Sniper Bowler's thinking. So Sniper Bowler, let's say we had a 10-mile lake. Have a guess how much curvature you think would be present over that 10 miles, according to the globe. Is it like centimeters, millimeters?
Right? It's 82. It's 82 to 1, right?
Say that again.
It's 1 foot of curvature for every 82 feet.
No.
That would be a really small ball.
Wow. We would be falling down.
8 inches per mile squared, depending on the observer height.
Yeah, 8 inches per mile squared. as a shorthand. So over 10 miles. I mean, I'm not expecting that you would know it off the top of your head.
Sorry.
Just a guess.
You're saying, so if I'm standing at one location, can you tell me what the number is again?
So you're on one side of the lake. Your friend's on the other side of the lake. It's 10 miles.
Yep.
Between you and your friend, how much drop due to curvature do you think there would be? Is it, you don't have to give an exact number. You could just say like a few feet, tens of feet.
I thought it would be 1/82 times the distance, but you're saying it's something else.
Well, 8 inches per mile squared would be the.
Yeah, there's actually a calculator, the Earth curve calculator, where you can just plug in the numbers of your observer height and the 8 inches per mile squared, and it will tell you by globe mathematics what it would be.
Are you seeing the live stream voice text, by the way?
Yeah.
Are you in that channel?
I'm trying to
Okay.
look at that one and understand it now.
So, Sasha posted you a kind of poster showing a grid of the curvature rates.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah. So what does it say for 10 miles? In feet.
66 feet.
Okay. So they're saying between you and your friend across the lake, your friend is 66 feet.
Yeah, my formula is about correct. 1/82. Okay.
Okay. So your friend is supposed to be 60 feet relative to you downwards due to the curvature. Right?
This is right. Okay.
So if you're standing on one side of that lake and your friend's standing on the other side of that lake, should you be able to see your friend?
Should you be able to see your friend? Well, okay. Based on what you're saying, no.
Well, not based on what I'm saying, based on what the globe math is saying.
Well, if the curvature really gets in the way.
Yeah. Then you wouldn't be able to see your friend, right? So if you took a high-powered camera out there and you zoomed in across that lake and you could see your friend, what does that mean?
Like, I mean, I was still arguing about water is actually.
No, I know. I'm just asking, what would it mean if you could see your friend across that lake?
Then that would mean the globe model doesn't apply, at least in that specific area.
Okay.
Yeah, so we've done it all over the place, and it seems to not apply anywhere. And I know you were saying something about the water.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. I want to use long distances.
Right. So long distances, 20 miles. Is that a long enough distance, do you think? Because 20 miles would be, what, 200 and some odd feet of curvature? Now you're talking about skyscrapers disappearing.
If I had the ability to talk to like an expert in
you do right now. You're talking to experts. Go ahead, ask your question.
No, I'm saying someone who could consider like the actual, like if we're going to do it over water, someone who can actually consider the waterscape and understand how the waterscape is going to be varying between the two people.
So let me ask you a question. What other data would you prefer to use to find level other than water?
Well, like I said, I would care more about the points being used for the measurement, not the. So
right. So we have known distances, right? So I live close to the water, and I've made observations from a specific point on land to a bridge that is a known distance away, almost 18 miles away. So what I should have been seeing was only a certain portion of that bridge, because a portion of the bridge should have been hidden by the geometric, physical earth in between myself and that bridge, right? Would you agree with that statement?
Yes. Well, I don't. Sorry, can I make a small side note? I think you can answer that question in one word. Hey, do you know what the counter argument to the point you're making is from like an expert in like long distance measurements? Like someone who's studied it in university. I'm just wondering what the traditional counter argument is, because I don't know the technical counter argument for this.
So why don't you just deal with the argument for you then?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm definitely gonna take this one and do some more research into it to try to understand like why.
So can I jump only for a second?
Sure.
If he can photograph long distance photographers also, not only university, I don't know who finished. If he can watch research for how somebody can become a long distance photographer, only that.
So I know you were asking for the counter argument from an expert, right? That's what you were asking for. What would the counter argument be to me not actually seeing the Earth obscure this bridge?
Right. I'm just yeah, like I said, I feel like you're trying to convince me of something right now, which if I'm wrong,
No, I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm trying to say that you can go out and do these things for yourself,
I
right?
understand.
And you don't have to appeal to authority.
I
But
wouldn't
let
say
me
we're
ask
talking
you a
to authority,
question.
just to be clear.
Would somebody within university or somebody that is a quote unquote expert in your eyes, is the truth always what they are aiming for? And could you confirm that the expert's counter argument is actually taking place in reality? Wouldn't you have to try to go confirm that yourself as well?
Oh, yeah, I totally believe that's possible. I'm just saying, like, if the point you're making, like, because if what you're saying is true and nobody has like a logical counter argument that can like negate what you're saying, then I'd like I can't fathom why everybody's not like running around with their chicken like a chicken with their head cut off. So like if I was gonna
Well,
try
there's
like what you're saying is totally
there's
true, I would
there
Well,
is
welcome.
Xanic's here. He's running around like a chicken with his head cut off.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
fair.
these guys are.
Because
they kind of
what they're
are.
trying to do, what these quote unquote experts or people that don't want to look at reality and the observations that we do see in reality, is they're coming up with stories as to why we're seeing what we're seeing, but they're not backing it up with very sound science. They'll typically use a blanket term and try to move on from that without perfectly explaining how this is taking place.
I can totally understand how that would be possible. But like I'm saying, I'm just saying I would like to see your data and their data side by side, just so I could, you know what I mean? Because right now I'm only getting like the point you're making. I don't know.
Yeah, you really should, bro. That's exactly what you need to do, right?
Yeah,
And
no,
the
I
fact that you understand that means like you're gonna figure this out, because it is a case of comparing observation in reality with the globe model that we've been presented with, and that's exactly what we do here.
Do you
And
guys
what
not
we're
have? Is there not anybody here who could make that? I'm because I guess now I'm kind of asking.
No. Listen, I can tell you. I can tell you what they'll say. Right, we can tell you what they say. They say refraction, and then you press them to go any further than that, and they can't. They just have to make up stories about how light is bending around this curve that they can't prove. So they're basically saying optical effects makes the world appear and measure flat always, and there's no way around it. But it's still a ball because the guys on TV said so.
Yeah,
That's what it comes down
here's
to.
here's what I would say. Given the fact that we don't have what you're asking for, a so-called globe expert right now, but just using your own brain and your own logical deduction and saying there are geometrical limitations and a and everything, and we're not supposed to be able to see past a certain point because there would be water or earth in the way, physically limiting what you can see. What explanation could you think of to come up with why, like say you're 1 foot off the ground and you're only supposed to be able to see 2 miles away, but you can see 10 miles or 20 miles or 30 miles, and there's even examples of more than that. We can see farther than that. So just what would you think would be an explanation for that, to be able, to make sense of that? Like
Yeah,
there's
I'm
Occam's
familiar with
razor, which is the most likely explanation, because it's kind of like Occam's razor, like, okay, maybe it's not curved because the curve that's supposed to be there, we don't observe. It's not where it's supposed to be. We're seeing stuff that, according to them, we're not supposed to be seeing. So what would what would you say without, since we don't have that globe expert? I mean, we could tell you what they say, and we can also tell you the problem with what they say, but since you're new, we'll do it one step at a time.
I'm familiar with the way like light bends, and I like if someone was in here explaining that science to me, I would probably believe what they're saying. But at the same time, I guess that would get more into the weeds, and I'd have to break down what they're saying more too.
Yeah,
Why?
so
Why would you believe what they're saying?
Huh?
Why would you believe what they're saying?
Well, just like I'm believing that Napalm is saying based on his first-hand account that he can look at these measurements and show that there's slide. I would believe if somebody else said that, hey, I have all these tests that I worked on in school and all these calculations I did.
Well, he
I
told you
would-
you can
I
do it
would
yourself,
verify.
right? He told you you
We'll
can do
tell
it
you
yourself.
Trust but verify.
I've done it myself.
We've already told you what the rebuttal is from them. The most common thing is they'll just shout out a word of refraction. But then when you press them on the issue and say, like, what kind of refraction? It's terrestrial refraction, and that requires an R value of radius. And we've already debunked or pointed out the flaws of the radius. And so it's like circular reasoning where they're using something they don't have to justify. They're justifying the radius.
Can I say something? I'd like to say something about this though before everybody. Now, their explanation, right? This is possible because of refraction. Light is bending around the curve, right? So, how do you actually demonstrate that that's occurring scientifically, right? You'd go out, you do some measurements, you try to quantify it, you do precision measurements, right? And you would test your physics model against reality. Well, I hate to tell you that when they actually test their physics model of refraction against reality, it doesn't match their model. And this is how we can sit here and say it's not refraction, because when it's empirically tested using surveying equipment like theodolites, right? Precision measurement devices, they don't get any refraction. Their data is the same as ours, right? But they have an ad hoc explanation for why we have this anomalous data point. So you can claim it's whatever you want, but you have to prove it. Like, it's not just like, you have to go out and demonstrate it.
I understand. I agree with that.
Yeah, so like I said, there's a physics model for refraction, right? So you can do calculations to figure out how light bends in a gradient. And you can take what's called the US standard lapse rate, how the air is supposed to vary with altitude. And you can plug in all the numbers. And then when you plug in all the numbers and you do actual measurements in the real world over distances you can control and measure the meteorological data, plug it all into the calculation, and what it spits out is nothing like they claim. Because ultimately, any mathematical model has to be tested against reality and empirically verified. Otherwise, it's just mental masturbation.
And then another thing that you can do is these globe mathematics we're talking about are based on an R value. So you might want to go back and look and say, how did they derive what the radius value was in the first place, and then find out if there's any validity to that.
And I should add one more thing. If you actually look, right, so if you went on Google Scholar, which is Google for like peer-reviewed papers, there's hundreds of papers on refractions of various people testing models, in surveying and all sorts of things, and they're still writing papers today. Now, if it was a known quantity, they would have solved it and stopped writing papers, trying to make models match observation. They're not. They're still trying to make a model that matches.
What is it again?
If I can ask him a question.
Hold on.
CBR1.
Yeah, can we just check that Sniper Bowler heard that and what his thoughts on it were before we move to the next thing?
My thoughts on what?
Just what Indio was saying to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm to a point now where the science gets really complicated, so I investigate the science a little bit more to understand it. Because I get that
It's
you guys
really-
are saying that the numbers seem like they
It's
just go
really
up,
not
but I
that
know they're also-
complicated. They try to tell you that it's complicated so that you're like, oh, you don't, you know.
Well, then I
It's
guess
really
it'll take
not that.
longer than I expected to.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
it's
okay.
really not
No, we
that
can
complicated.
we can move it on if you want. Jin, I think you wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, thanks, Wolfgang. Yeah, I was going to ask you a question, and it's this. Now, you're saying that you believe that you're living on a spinning ball. Okay. Now, let's say you're an army soldier, and you want to hit a target at about 100 miles away from your location. Okay. What are the things you're going to be taking into consideration now that you're on this ball and you're going to be hitting a target 120 miles away from you?
A lot of things.
Yeah. Can you tell me what they would be? Could you tell me what they would be? So as you don't
No,
miss the
I
target.
can't. No, I need to talk to
You
somebody who's an
cannot.
expert in that. No, that's not an easy thing to do. Right? Sorry, am I wrong about that? That's not an easy thing to do.
Why do you say it's not an easy thing to do? Why do you say it's not an easy thing to do?
Because there are Olympic games for doing that. There's like there's people who are really, really good at it.
No, but in this case, you're in a war. Just imaginary scenario. You're in a battle. So it's not Olympic here. The lives of your unit and your compadres are on the line here. You got to make the shot. What are the things you're going to take into consideration so as you don't miss the target? Bearing in mind, there's a lot of technology you have to hand as well.
Right. Well, I mean, my unexperience, like if I was in that situation, my experience would be different. So I'd probably say something different than what I'm going to say right now.
Okay. Well, let's just see what you can say right now. That's fine. I can accept that.
Yeah, I guess that's not that crazy. Gravity, curvature of the Earth. No, probably just gravity.
Good,
right?
good. That's good. That's good. Yeah, gravity, curvature of the Earth. Okay, that's
Humidity,
very good. Anything else?
The medium that it's going to travel through. It needs to go the right direction. It has to go
Brilliant.
the right direction. So.
Okay, good. I mean, I can accept those things. I can accept those things that you mentioned. The only reason I asked you the question is that when you look into the NASA.gov, the Army Research Laboratories, the CIA, the FBI, KGB, airplane pilot manuals, it states that if you're going to fly a plane, for example, or fire a weapon of mass destruction across the Earth, the best situation is to imagine the Earth as a flat, stationary plane, not moving, flat Earth, in other words. Now, does that make any sense if you're living on a ball that's spinning?
To be honest, yes, that would still make sense to me.
Why?
Because you just need you basically just need to point in the right direction.
Yeah, but you just said that you would need to take into consideration the curvature, the spin of the Earth, the atmosphere it's going through, distance to target, all this.
Okay, well, yeah, the Coriolis effect.
Consideration.
Yeah, I guess that would need to be added, right?
Right.
Are they saying don't account for the core?
They're saying just imagine, consider the Earth to be the stationary flat plane. The idealistic situation would be for you to imagine the Earth to be flat and stationary. Right?
Yep.
Flat Earth is what they say. Now, why would you say that makes sense? Because I don't think that makes any sense.
Because I mean, even if you're going to travel through a globe, you're just traveling through many. Like we still model, but we don't model the calculations for flight paths like in a angular system. We don't use like r squared and.
Don't you think you should though? Don't you think you should though? If you're on a curve that is spinning, you know, you're on a ball that is spinning. Okay, so you're going to definitely, most certainly, need to factor in the curvature there for the distance involved, and then the actual spin and the medium and everything. You'd have to consider everything, wouldn't you not?
Yeah, if the Earth is moving, your target would be moving, right?
Right. So my point is this. So to be told to think of the Earth as a flat stationary plane has no place in my situation. It's confusion now, don't you think?
I can see how that would be confusing.
Right, because am I living on a flat plane or am I living on a spinning ball? You see what I mean now? And these are official documents. I put it to you that we're indeed living on a flat plane, and they've had to put that there to cover themselves so people don't make mistakes, start doing wrong maths, and actually hitting wrong targets. You say?
I still can think it makes sense to model as kind of, because you're like, when you're considering local areas of the Earth, it's so big it basically is flat.
120 miles. 120 miles. It's not only 120 miles, even further, 1,000 miles. Missiles that travel distances.
Also,
gave you 100 miles just to be simple.
Also, the movement. Do you understand that Neil deGrasse Tyson says that the Earth rotates underneath footballs? So when a field goal is kicked, the Earth is moving underneath that football. Or they claim that snipers to shoot a target, the Earth is moving underneath the bullet, and they have to account for that Earth-based Coriolis effect. But they don't actually account for it. It's in the manual, but in real life practice, they don't account for it. So don't you think that would be a major factor? And then you have NASA and all these government agencies saying don't account for this movement of, that would be your target.
If that's a legitimate gap, then yeah, I think that's bizarre.
I can give you a link to to a video from Richie of Boston. It's a 30-minute video, and from the very beginning, you'll see the documents. It's at the very beginning. It states that back in the 40s, Russia was looking for the curvature of the Earth. They were trying to calculate and search, and they didn't find it. Russia, the KGB, right at the beginning. So it's really good. It's a good documentary. It's only 30 minutes long. It's a must see. And also, I posted for your benefit at 33 minutes past this hour and 42 minutes past this hour, two what I consider, an official stamp of flat Earth, as the Earth is flat. One is the cosmogony. That's 3 hours long. It uses total common sense. It compares the heliocentric idea and the truth of the flat Earth. And the other one is a bunch of Brazilians back, I think it was in 2018. They're globe heads. They were totally heliocentrists. They measured this Earth in 7 different ways. They're locale, of course, and they couldn't find the curvature, and they became flat earthers. 2 must-watch videos. I shall post the other one shortly. The one I'm about to post is 34 minutes long, that's all, or thereabouts. Okay, if you're really interested and know the truth, I suggest you watch these 3 bits of material.
Got a robot.
Yeah, Jen, you're breaking up a bit
to
there.
help you to come to a okay.
You were breaking up a little bit towards the end there, Jin, but yeah, I think he heard you. That was good. I don't know if Napalm's still here and if he wants to maybe pick up again.
No, I was just going to say Jen laid out quite a few good points there. And this gentleman that we're speaking to seems pretty sincere. And I would just say, look at all the information objectively and try to pick holes in both sides and try to do things for yourself in reality, right? Because the truth doesn't necessarily come easy. You're not going to get the truth in one small headline, right? So I would just say approach this topic with an open mind and try to look at all the information objectively and see what conclusions you can draw.
Yeah, I was going to point out the same thing and say he does seem pretty honest and conceding to, yeah, that does seem strange or that is bizarre. So that is a good sign. You do seem honest and you're having a civil discussion. One thought came to mind is, since he does seem like brand new to the subject, to kind of start him on like a lot of the videos that we started out with the 200 clues or whatever. It kind of puts it all together in one package. Maybe if you want to review that and just look at that with an open mind. And like the gentleman before said, there's a lot of things you can test yourself and go from there.
Yeah, and just be aware that this specific topic has even been brought up in Congress as a topic that should be censored. So it's not very easy to find good information regarding this topic. It's not as easy as just typing flat earth into YouTube and you're going to have videos of what people like us in this server have come to understand. You're going to get a lot of debunking situations. And you can look at those, that's fine, but just understand that these people are going out to intentionally, quote unquote, debunk flat earth, but typically they're using an argument to destroy that none of us make. So they're destroying a straw man most of the time.
Yeah, if you type this into YouTube, you will get what we call anti-flat Earth videos, and the good stuff is like 50 pages deep. So you have to go to somebody specifically to get the true side of the argument that isn't a straw man, or like, if you go to Wiki, they'll give you the Flat Earth Society, which does not represent us at all.
I also want to tell this guys one more thing. Look at the data itself. Don't worry about their interpretations of the data. Interpret it yourself. And I'll give you two reasons why. Well, two examples. If you Google flat Earth, one of the first things that's going to come up is the National Geographic Flat versus Round Earth. And they do a test in which they're at the Salton Sea. They have a rowboat go out, got stripe, goes out, and the bottom stripe disappears, and they go, this is proof of curvature of the Earth. Well, watch that video closely. That boat is actually in front of the horizon. So there's no way the horizon can be blocking the bottom of the flag if the bottom of the flag is in front of the horizon. And this is plainly obvious to see. This is National Geographic. And I'll give you another example. So there's another video. There's millions of views. So a dude on a bike says, I proved the Earth is round with my bicycle. So he does the two sticks where he measures different lengths of shadows. If you watch that video carefully, at the beginning of the video, he's got the 2 yardsticks. They're about 3 feet away from each other. And even then, in the same parking lot, they show different lengths of shadows, which proves that the rays of light aren't parallel in the first place, which is a requirement to draw the conclusions that there's to go from that experiment. So, like I said, look at the data. Don't look at their interpretations of it.
With the guy on the bicycle, there was a couple of gentlemen who set up a laser that ran the railroad tracks that's over in that location. And the guy was able to go like more than 10 kilometers.
And see you later.
Snipe Bull, are you still with us?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, so I think what everybody's trying to say is when you look at information, you need to think critically about it, not necessarily just what's being told to you about the information.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that sentiment. But that does kind of go back to the point I made before, where it's like, I look at a lot of things and I'm trying to figure out what I need to spend my time on. And while this is something I can understand why people want to spend their time on it, at the same time, there's also a lot of things that like make me laugh that I can spend my time on. So I spend a lot of time on those things. But I'm definitely interested in some of the information you guys are telling me. So I'm gonna make some time to go over it.
I think if I want to have fun on this earth, I'd like to know that I'm not being lied to, that it's a spinning ball, one, and then the investment that this money they're taking from a taxpayer to go to space when they can't go there speaks volumes. So I want to live my life as real as possible, as we only live once. Only one chance to live. I want to live right. So it's okay to have fun, but I don't want to have fun whilst I'm living wrong. That's me. That's my 10 pence worth on this earth that we live on. That is precious. Time being precious as well. I don't want to be having fun whilst I'm living living a lie, living a fantasy that is not real. I don't want to be in that mode ever. I don't want that to ever happen to me, but it has done. 53 years this system stole from me that made me think that I was on a spinning ball. Now, some of that is my fault for being lazy and not checking what I was taught. So I have myself to blame for that as well. But the system deceived me from my childhood when I wasn't able to think critically and ask the questions. And then as I grew up, it was enforced on me through films, cartoons, newspapers, news, many ways. Okay, and then I find out when at the age of 53 that no, we're not on a spinning ball. So and I was having fun, but that was a mistake because I was having fun and I should have been checking the truth. So it's okay to want to have fun and think other things are important, but I tell you now, as your elder, the number one thing you should be knowing about is the very earth you are on, the earth that gives you substance. That you need to know first before anything else. You came from your mother's womb. You're on this earth. You need to know that. Then you can make a much better earth for the next generation coming. I yield my time.
I would also like to point out that none of us here wanted to be like quote unquote flat earthers. We all started out the same, which is this is the most retarded shit ever. And this isn't like something that we wanted. We just like we're the type of people that like want to know the truth. And this is probably like we got into a lot of other things, and this was the last thing that we looked at. We were probably just bored. At least I was. And so I was like, I'm open minded. I'm like, okay, let me hear what they got to say. And so, we all started out saying that this is retarded and this is the stupidest shit ever because that's what we were programmed to think. But then we gave it a chance and looked into it, and then we tried to debunk it. And then the more we looked into it and the more we tried to prove it wrong and farther down the rabbit hole, and that's how we got to where we are now. But we were all just like you. We all grew up 30, 20, 30, 40, 50 years thinking it was one thing. And we didn't want this. We know the stigma that comes with it. Like, we didn't want this. We thought it was stupid, and so I just wanted to point that out. Like,
yeah, that's
we
a
just
great
want to know. We
point.
just want to know the truth. Like, we don't care if it's a ball, it's a ball. If it's flat, it's flat. Well, we just wanted to know what the truth is, and we want to know if we're being lied to. And like he said, we came out of our
can't handle the truth.
Our mother's wombs, and if you don't know where you are, that's kind of like a good basis. Like to me, one of the important things about flat Earth is the aspect of scientism versus flat Earth, and how it promotes the pointing to a creator, and that we're not just a random accident that happened from the Big Bang. That we are special and that we were created and that we do have a reason for this experience and all those things. So there is like a deeper meaning. Like you'd say, yeah, I want to have fun. I want to do all these other things. I have other interests. I do too. But you got to realize the significance it can have on your spirituality and your relationship with the creator, knowing that you're not just a random accident and you are special and you were created. And there is a purpose for you. Yeah.
This earth is special, and we have people, because that's what they are. They're bad people, but they're out there deceiving and stealing your very essence by getting you to believe in something that doesn't exist. And that there is a crime against humanity, and they're teaching this at school still. Okay, so that's very important. I think that is most important to want to know. My children know, all my kids know. I'm glad I've told them so they don't have to spend any time thinking about rockets going to Mars and that. They laugh at the idea and how stupid people are not looking and then believing. Yeah, ridiculous.
Yeah, these are some very good points. Most people who
Can I make a
go,
counterpoint to that?
sure, go ahead.
I totally I get the point you're making, like how important it could be, but I would go back to the point I made about like the JFK thing. Like I think that would be a similar, like you could make the same argument for making everything I do about trying to figure that one out, because that's also a really important thing that we should know the truth about, that it seems like
I actually love JFK. I love JFK, and I've often said to people in
JFK was
your
not a good
country
dude
where you
though.
are, in your country where you are, you haven't had an honest election since they took out Kennedy. So since Kennedy was taken out, every single election that has happened has been rigged. So you're living a lie in your country as it is today. The man with the most honor, which I think was JFK, was trying to bring real democracy and peace on this earth, not just for your country, but for the world. And he was taken out. It was an inside job. I don't need to waste my time looking for the evidence. It's clear like glass. He was taken out by the government, the CIA, mafia. They were all involved in having him assassinated. Okay, that's clear. There's nothing that they've got in their files that's going to convince me anything anymore. I already know. They even took out his brother. They took out his son. If you start to do the research, you'll see the pattern. And the big name that comes up number one is George Bush. So the evidence is already there. More importantly is the earth you're walking on, because the legacy of that is they're spending billions and billions of trillions of dollars that the children not yet born are going to be paying off. So when they get born, they're going to be born into the debt of the lie that we the people have allowed to happen. Okay, JFK, a great man, a man of honor and integrity to the highest level. I love that man and his family. Unfortunately, I don't need to wait for the government to tell me who did it. I already know that. There's nothing going to come from the. We all know that, we flat earthers. We know who done that. Obvious.
Well, that's just an example I'm using. That I'm not saying that specific one.
Well, you said it
I
was. You said it twice. You said it twice. It was
But
important.
I'm saying there are a lot of tragedies like that I would like to know the truth about. But I just
but the
can't
earth should
know
be
them.
first. I think the earth
Yeah.
should be first, because without the earth, the tragedies couldn't happen without the earth.
Yeah, I would
still
say
trying
the
to figure out
lie
how to,
about
like,
the
not get
nature of
mad at
our reality is monumentally more important than who assassinated JFK. Like,
I think
So
you
let
can make
me-
arguments that knowing the JFK thing's more important. Because honestly, if you knew the JFK thing, that could break it. That could, like, that argument could cascade out.
So let me
We do know. We
They
do
tell
know.
people to do it, and that's how it gets done. That's it.
Let me explain something here. Sorry, I don't. Go ahead if I was talking over you. Okay, let me explain something real quick that might kind of bring this all into a little bit more perspective for you. Knowing where you are and who you are is pretty fundamentally important to you as a human being. And the stories that we've been told about the Earth, cosmology, that whole model, including evolution, does something to your subconscious that you don't really realize until you realize it's been a lie. And what that does to you subconsciously, it's hard for me to tell you how you experience the world after understanding the truth, because that's something that you would have to experience for yourself. Because when somebody is telling you that you're just an insignificant speck on a speck in the middle of billions and trillions of other specks, you have no importance in this world, you don't realize how much that affects your psychology and your subconscious. And it opens you up to many other things that these people who may be lying to you about things like JFK and other things are more easily able to control you, because you have this moral relativism, or nothing matters, there's There's no objective truth. We're just the product of some Big Bang evolutionary accident, and we are one of trillions of other planets that may have life on it and all this stuff, right? It makes you feel like your life is not important. And until you start to realize that that lie has been foisted upon you for your whole entire life, and it is a lie, you don't know how you experience the world after that until you come to realize that it has been a lie. Because what happens is the world opens up around you. And at least for me personally, it has given me more sense of wonderment about the world around me, knowing that much of what we've been told about our reality is probably false.
Yeah, a paradigm shift.
Yes. Understanding that it's possible that this realm that we're living on is the only one, and we are the only beings experiencing this reality, brings things into a much different perspective for you. And it's really hard to explain how that affects you until you start to see the truth of the matter.
Yeah, there is a super deep spiritual aspect to this topic that you might just hand wave or not acknowledge. But like he was basically, yes, I'm co-signing everything he just said. That it's hard to explain to you how it affects you, but it's a very spiritual thing to realize. Like someone said before, there are two things that you need to know. You need to know who you are and where you are. And that could take you your whole life. You have a head start on where you are. Who you are can probably take a lot longer, but where you are, we can figure out a little bit easier than who we are. But who you are and where you are very important in the whole spiritual aspect of it. That's all.
Yeah, and I can only speak for myself here, but I have found that since I have gone down this journey and I have been on a path of discovery for 8 or 9 years now, I have personally become a better human being, and I've had better interactions with other human beings around me because of this journey. But I can only speak for myself when I say that.
Yeah, I would say I've had the same experience. I've always enjoyed nature, but I've enjoyed it more, and I've helped my children to understand their environment better, and that's just made them better people. Fun loving, nature loving. Yeah, man, can't beat it.
Yeah,
It's made
let's
you a better
give Sniper
father too.
Bull a chance to give us his thoughts. Those are good points, though. Really good stuff, guys. Thanks. Napalm, Jen, illegal, good stuff.
I think that's like a beautiful sentiment, honestly. I honestly, I kind of wish you guys had a way to spend more time, kind of similar to the way like people who are big fans of Christianity, they don't spend all their time arguing like the nitty gritty details of Christianity. They just explain to you like how the morals can actually be good for the world. I think that would actually be interesting to hear you guys talk about more. Just kind of how the morals that come from your system cascade into the world, as opposed to why the morals. Because I think anytime you start arguing with people about why they should have specific morals, it's really difficult.
Okay, well,
It's
I
always
could just
difficult to
give you my
convince somebody to
thoughts.
change their morals, but
I'd
you
like
could
to
tell
hear
them like
Wolfgang. I have
It's
Wolfgang's turn, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no worries. Well, I was just going to say quickly, just because I think it's fair to entertain the kind of line of thought that you're on. You're interested in what changes from a like societal human aspect when it comes to this. And it's kind of what the previous speakers have been elucidating, which is essentially it boils it down to a more focused level on the Earth, right? There's been a lot of attempts to distract our minds by sending it to space and into an infinite cosmos. But really what the flat Earth does and why it's such a controversial subject and why it's censored is that it essentially makes a dynamite case for intelligent design, right? Because not only is the surface fixed and motionless and flat, the system has to be contained because we have gas pressure that we breathe, and you can't have gas pressure without containment. So essentially, it proves an intelligent design, which changes the whole paradigm of what we're told as kids about where this all comes from. And so within that comes certain moral implications for most people, right? It changes this idea that you're living in this purely materialist universe or paradigm where nothing technically matters other than the value assigned to it by society or by people. This is making a strong case for an inherent value, a created value. And the way this cascades down into society is things like human rights laws and governments, right? Which is now a very hot topic, very in focus. We're seeing what happens when people are under the impression that human rights and the value of humans is assigned by government, and so can be arbitrarily given and taken away by saying that human rights are contained in government legislation, not inherently. Whereas this makes a totally different case, and you realize we're not just random, accidental, and organic beings on a rock floating in a vacuum. Whatever this is was intelligently designed and put into motion. And so, yeah, it changes the way you think about things from every level. And to speak to your point about the JFK stuff and all that, I get what you're saying there. There's certain elements that on the surface intrigue you more, but really, you can't understand those events without understanding the context in which they're taking place, the stage that they're happening on. All those events are, coming from this idea that you are living on a ball in a vacuum, which maybe sounds tangential, but it does affect the way you think about things. So you're going to understand, or you will at least have a different view of these events and what these politicians and political parties are doing, these governments, when you understand the stage on which it's taken place, right? So it's the larger context for those events which this helps you understand as well. So either way you slice it, Flat Earth is the most important truth that you can know. And at the very start of all this, you said you were interested in the truth. So it's like everyone else has said, the rest of your journey is pretty much up to you.
You mind if I add something to that real quick?
Go for it.
I do have to drop off. Sorry, I didn't want to drop off without saying anything. But I
right.
Again, I appreciate
real quick. I sent you some links. I sent you some links that you can't find anymore if you just search on YouTube. So you'll have like all the, at least the old school ones that are still available on YouTube. Just as far as you said before, just in regards to what you said about having fun, Flat Earth is the most fun you'll ever have. And you won't understand that until you actually engage. But it is the most fun, most addictive thing you'll ever encounter. Think about it. You'll be,
after heroin.
If it's true, you'll have the knowledge that 99% of the world doesn't have. You'll have an understanding that most people think is the opposite of that understanding as basic fact. Think how much fun you could have with just that.
Yeah, I think he dropped off, but that was good, guys. That was a good series of conversations. So thanks for that.
Oh, wow.
If anyone else has any other topics that they want to jump into or whatever, feel free.
One timing, what timing that was. Hey, Wolfgang, thanks for that last statement you were making. That was awesome. I was going to make a joke on JFK because I felt it going away from the JFK, and sometimes timing is the most important thing, right? So I thought I could make a joke about JFK that I just thought of, and I probably shouldn't even given that much, but here it is. So here's the deal. So JFK said this, right? We don't do the things because they're easy. We do the things because they're hard. What about Maryland?
Yeah. Yeah. He was a ladies' man, wasn't he? With his bad back. He was a bit.
Actually, there's good reason to question whether he was actually a ladies' man or not. But let's not get into that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But I just thought that'd be funny to hear some heckler
Yeah,
in the
I
background.
knew you were
Hey,
going to say that.
President! What about Maryland?
Mr. President.
That would have been
Yeah.
so. Oh well. Okay, excuse me if my humor is a little out of line. I apologize.
Yeah, he was still. Yeah, he's still. You know, he was still a good man anyway. At the end of the day, I think he meant well for humanity. I would have to say.
I don't mean to be light of it. Actually,
No.
Too soon. Too soon.
Yeah, too soon about it. Lunatic. Oh, too soon.
Hey, is it open for any topic, or are we still talking to Globe believers? Or
I think the guy just left, so feel free to throw out another topic unless there's anyone else new who wants to ask questions.
so I'm finishing up work here, so I may have to jump off for a work call. But just a quick question here to get your opinion. I've been reading about sextants over the last few weeks, and I'm actually wondering if it's kind of a myth that they were actually used for navigation up, say, beyond maybe 150 years ago. Maybe they used them 150 years ago till now. But before then, I got a feeling that maybe they're a myth, because the most important thing to a sextant is an accurate timepiece to know exactly what time GMT was. And so I've been trying to research the clocks that they had on ships to see how accurate they'd have to be. So I wonder, and I'm just asking the question. I have no evidence one way or the other, but I'm wondering if possibly if they were technologically impossible to use up until recent times.
I would look into the device called the astrolabe, which has been said to have been used much longer. It's a very similar device.
I love the astrolabe. I'd actually like to, make a metal one. But as far as the sextant itself goes, because the globe people try to tell us that proves the globe Earth, and that somebody earlier today was saying that 1 degree equaled 60 miles. And I was thinking to myself, since when did they put odometers on a ship? How would they know they went 60 miles, et cetera, et cetera? And then, but
in the air and fantasizes about being famous. And because I like to make my own music, I just decided, screw it. I'm going to make a YouTube channel and start talking in videos.
There's never been one experiment that proves that the Earth is in motion. What?
NASA help desk, you might have been hot mic in there. Not sure.
But he was hot micing with some good material, at least.
We could play that if you want to play it through the bot. We could probably play it.
Yeah, that was good material. That was.
How long is it? Look at Miles Mathis. Yeah. I think I'm about to get red pilled again myself about JFK here. There might be some more new information coming in from all of you guys, which trips me the heck out when that happens. But anyway, I sent a bunch of links to Snipebola as well. Sent to my channel and 200 proofs. I said you ought to start here with 200 proofs, and really liked how that conversation went there. And that was awesome because the spiritual aspect didn't get completely avoided, which I appreciate.
Back and to the left.
Yeah, and I just
And to the left.
wanted to add one more thing on to kind of the spiritual aspect, right? Not to get into religion or anything like that, but as we were talking about the fact that coming to this truth brings you to a reality of you are special or that your life has meaning. I think everybody at some point goes through this period of time in which they're trying to find the meaning of life. And it's very hard when you have this heliocentric Big Bang cosmology in your head. It's really hard to try to wrap your head around the meaning of life. And I've kind of come to the understanding that the first step in that journey to finding the meaning of life is to understand that life has meaning. You can't go any further. You can't find the meaning of life if you first don't understand that your life has meaning.
Yeah, well said.
Words to live by.
Yeah,
That's
well
what I'm going to
said.
say. Words to live by. Absolutely correct.
All right, that's me away, boys. So have a good night. Keep it chill. Good conversations tonight. Catch you soon.
Thanks for your great moderation tonight,
Thanks,
Wolfgang.
Wolfgang.
Yeah, thanks, Wolfgang.
Anytime I can, boys.
Yeah,
Have a good night.
Yeah, Wolfgang,
he's
you
always
chat.
good at moderating, isn't he?
So the reason the
He's
chronograph is so
Okay, let's start talking over each other now. Let's go. Let's turn to a shit show now. You
That's what I'm talking about. Sextant. So the reason the chronograph is so important with sextant is because you're measuring your distance across water. You have to know your timing has to be right, or your knots per hour or whatever you're measuring, miles per hour, are going to be wrong. So that's the main part of it. Yeah. So the travel, like, I don't even know all the technicalities of it. It's probably because the sun comes from east to west. That's a big part of it. So it just comes from east to west. So you need to know, like, where in that pattern you are with your clock. That's all it is. But you couldn't do that correctly over a curved surface either. You can't be measuring your distance across water. Where's the curving coming in? Besides the point of the elevation drop, leave that alone. How would your speed be correct? How would the speed of any speedometer be correct? Think about that. That's what I mean about technology. And I just thought of that just now. And even these simple things like that are incredible at blasting apart this globe nonsense that's never used anywhere. Wow,
Well, never seen science fiction. It's used in the movies.
Yeah, I have seen the movies. Yeah, I've seen all of the movies, man.
You're gonna put actors out of work. Flat Earth stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, that would be a start. Like they say about lawyers.
We call a million lawyers at the bottom of the ocean a good start.
Yeah. Shit. Oh, man. I don't know.
What up there, Familia?
Hey.
So sorry if I'm interrupting, but I usually tell this place pretty big news pretty quick, like usually first.
So you're pregnant? I saw on Google you get pregnant.
Breaking news.
Oh, it's rumpus time. Hold on, what's it? Hold on, my rumpus was, I thought you were Isa at first. Sorry about that, to both of you. Okay, go ahead.
So yeah, I usually say pretty big news here first because it's got like this little cool low key aspect to it in a way. But anyway, so let's just say I got Discovery back from the federal government. I'm not going to say too much about what's in it because I'm not even sure what the legality about it is. But anyway, when you are to censor someone's free speech, obviously it can't be about what the content is. You can't censor someone based on their content. So, like, you can't be like, oh, I think the moon landing's real. I don't want Austin to talk. I think the moon landing's real. So
yeah,
anyway,
that's correct.
So right. Okay. So
On
they
content.
they sent me them admitting it basically by 90% of what she tells them about me is about what I was saying, and she says flat Earth specifically, like speaking out about the government and flat Earth.
Wow.
So who is this? Who is this exactly?
I can't. I gotta be somewhat tactical. I feel
Well,
like,
is it a
but
citizen or is it a government
no,
official?
government.
A government official said it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's a wrap. That's a wrap.
Bro.
That's a freaking wrap, dude.
Dude, wait till you hear it, bro. But I don't know if
You
I
get
can
the
actually
lawsuit.
let you hear it. I don't know if I can actually let you hear it when it's discovering an ongoing federal criminal case. I'm not actually sure. I'm looking into that stuff.
Well, I wouldn't say anything because of the civil case. So, mum's the word.
Right. It's crazy, bro. It's so epic. So I just want to let you guys know that it's super epic. Like, I was trying to tell you.
Where did she mention this?
In the Discovery video.
As like part of the statement of fact, or what?
Well, it's literally the arresting official being given context of the situation to further his decision on what to do.
Whoa.
Insane, bro. Couldn't script it. I don't think you could script it. I literally, I'm in an RV park, bro. I started being so loud because it's wild, bro. It's really wild.
Now, are they a law enforcement officer or just like an administration official?
Oh, the federal officers.
So it's a law enforcement officer.
Being given like this background.
Oh man, she must have skipped that training day because they teach them what to say and what not to say.
Yo, and this is what's so crazy, bro.
Like,
And it was on public property?
Oh yeah, but dude, this is 2 days after. So they're discussing like I have a federal bolo out, right? This is 2 days after that, meaning they've had time to think about how she's going to convey this, knowing what the regulation is, knowing what the content is, right? Like they've actually had time, and they still had to find a way to get the content across to the person, and it's like almost everything she said. It's really crazy.
So they were hunting for you because you were at a national park talking about flat Earth, so now you're a wanted man.
Legit.
That's
dude, dude, you want to know what? Look, that's what I think, bro. So I think it's so crazy. I think they had time to think about it. They were tactical, but they still had to say flat Earth because that falls under the realm of national security.
What regulation did they charge you with?
36 CFR 2 section 2.51. 36 CFR section 2.51.
Federal regulation isn't a law, though.
That's right. And this same one's been declared facially unconstitutional twice.
Yeah, what's it? Do you know about CFR 7211? I think it's 24 CFR. No, 27 CFR 20. 27 CFR 72.11. All crimes are commercial. Did you ask for the charging instrument?
I did not know about that one. No, I haven't. This is going to
if you ever want to get into it later or anytime, hit me up.
I do actually about it because I'm talking to everyone that I feels pretty informed about it. But this is crazy, right? I actually want to change the law. So the whole thing is you inform yourself. This is how I see it. You inform yourself with knowledge to realize they actually don't have any type of jurisdiction over you other than what you concede via little shiesty subversive contracts. I want to make them change the law, though. I want to beat them on their own turf, and I want to make them have to hear the case based on the merits of how it's facially invalid and unconstitutional. Free speech areas intrinsically are. It's overly broad. It allows for unbridled discretion. It's not narrowly tailored to serve a significant government interest. The allotment of forum status does not include the rise or fall of First Amendment protected activities based simply on what the government, attributes them to be or ascribes them as. And this is like what the most recent Supreme Court even agreed on. So I guess, yeah, like I could challenge personal jurisdiction, even though when I went there in court, they kind of interpreted as waiving it.
There's no reason to challenge jurisdiction in that way that people think about it. But understand that you're a member of a trust. The beneficiary does not need informed consent. As a member of the trust and the beneficiary part of it, you don't have to be told the orders of the trust. So therefore, your informed consent argument will be tossed.
Sure. Failure to state a cause of action because a crime requires damage of person or property.
Right, but you got to make it failure to state a claim upon which relief may be granted. That's why you ask for the charging instrument. That's why I've been fucking screaming this for fucking years, but whatever. But no disrespect. Forgive me. I just get so adamant because I've been trying to fucking scream about this shit. In fact, I killed the whole chat in Gio's room earlier trying to talk about this shit. Nobody wants to hear about it. Point is that you need to request a charging instrument. You could do it formally. Find out who the prosecutor for the case is. Call the court. Your best friend is going to be the clerk of court.
Right, I agree so far. Yeah, the federal clerk's actually pretty nice and helpful.
Fucking, they're all the most amazing people you're ever going to meet. The clerks and the judges are fucking stellar.
Yeah, well, I actually just filed a federal complaint of misconduct against a federal magistrate judge because he gave an order that they had to come surround me and tell me I had to put on a mask or I'd be arrested if I didn't come into court with a mask on. But genuinely speaking, I will say I agree from what I've learned is, that the judges actually aren't as bad as you may think.
Okay. Whisper, did you, on the time you got arrested, did you sign any documents?
No, but basically, like, I didn't sign them, but it's not, from my understanding, it's actually not as impactful as people have been told on the internet. It's basically saying that you received it and understand that you have to appear there or whatever. The major part they normally break the law is they have to bring it in front of a magistrate, and he has to sign his affidavit of fact with probable cause in front of a magistrate.
That's right.
Yeah.
Did that happen?
Well, what they do is they sent me a copy without the magistrate judge's signature, but it doesn't mean that they don't have one with the signature. Like I'm, request for admissions or request for production, asking for it specifically. But no, okay, I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to beat them at their own game because I think it would be super epic if I can get it to go to the Supreme Court case to change it because that regulation is facially unconstitutional, even within their own little bullshit game that you don't have to play. But I'm not scared of them. They're not going to take me to jail for this. They've admitted that. They've offered a $500 fine. I want to make them change the law. Guess what the first paragraph of the Supreme Court opinion is going to say? That I was talking about the earth.
All right, brilliant.
It's going to be an uphill battle
to
get a
it. I just
precedent.
wanted to know if you
Well, it's going to be an uphill battle for sure, but the legal precedents about the Supreme Court up to this point actually literally makes my case like
but the only thing with that is that you're going to lose. You're going to have to lose an appeal into the upper courts. And
I
the thing
agree.
is like, you know what I mean? Like when that happens, that's where you're fully within your right to appeal. But the point is that the appellate process is only to deal with the forms and procedures of things, not the substance.
Not
So
the merit.
your issue in an appellate court is only on procedural grounds.
That's right, but the procedures based on the merit also. The judge's procedures based on what he decides based on merit.
Right, but this is why you have to establish your own record of their injustice in the sense that, and the only thing that matters is that you need to request the genuine accusatory charging instrument and put upon that should they fail to provide it, that it's agreed that they're going to dismiss the case, or they're agreeing that they're going to change the law, whatever you want, really. But the point is that you need to address and ask for the charging instrument. If you fail to do so, then you're still in that trust agreement, and they don't have to dismiss shit.
Okay. That's cool. Yeah. Cause I'm down to just get them. I think they're going to dismiss it. Once you file a constitutional challenge, you have to send a notice to the attorney general. Everything's a house of cards. It's all fake. That's not my point. That's not my point. I want to make them act, and I think they'll throw out the criminal charges immediately. Now, if they don't, then like, yeah, I think I can take a million different angles at them to make them throw it out.
Well, your move is actually to get the dismissal, and then use that to affect the change that you're looking for, as
right,
a
and then use that as support for the civil charge.
as a point of precedent. But the issue is this, and this is, I'll teach you the wits. The trick is this: you throw in the where's the charging instrument, and then decorate the shit out of that with your constitutional claims. Okay? But the only fucking thing of substance, pardon me, the only thing of substance that you're going to actually be using to move the court is your request for the charging instrument and your evidence that you've requested it and that they've denied it. That is the meat and that is the knockout blow that you want. Everything else, constitutional, First Amendment, yabba dabba doo, hippie romance, fucking, that's all just to decorate the real bones of it, which is the Uniform Commercial Code, which is your request for the charging instrument, their failure to provide the charging instrument, which gives you the grounds to eat the whole fucking cake, dude.
Okay, if you could send me some info, that would be dope.
It's more than just sending info. It's more than sending info. I mean, like, if you want to rap about it and talk, like, I can cite every fucking thing that I claim. Like for instance, you look up Uniform Commercial Code UCC 9210, and then look up Uniform Commercial Code UCC 3603, which gives you the right to discharge that obligation.
Okay.
Fuck
I
yeah.
have no idea what you guys
I
are
love
talking
you.
about.
I used to be in, like, I don't want to see the crushed in your case. Fucking, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like okay, so I'm talking to a dude named Randy Kelton, and he's the one that got the federal mask mandate repealed for Texas, and then that cascaded into 20 cases or 20 states. Like, the way I see it is, they like, look, it's a commercial game, like you're saying, and like I probably still will actually take your advice. Because I want the criminal charges to disappear, because the real thing is, I need to get it on the court case though, on the record for the appellate. And so that's kind of like where I'm at. But not even if you file a new civil case, you can still put everything that you want to based on merit in it. From my understanding, that it's the appeal of that would. So it's two different things. It's the defendant criminal case, and then it's the civil case. So I think you're right. I should take something like what you're saying and get rid of the criminal aspect.
Well, the criminal element is, remember, everything, it's a system. We live in a government of checks and balances, which implies banking. Just implies banking. Checks and
Right.
balances. So fucking what you got to do is realize, okay, they have these rules, and UCC 9210, UCC 3603, know the fact that you're a priority security interest holder, not the defendant. I mean, there's so much I could walk you through on this, and I think of all fucking people with it, you would get it.
No, I'm definitely down to talk to you about it, bro, because that's what I've been just like consuming so much info the last however many weeks.
Good for you, brother. I fucking, every time I see you shining, man, I fucking put my fist in the air. I fucking love it, dude.
Thank you, man. We definitely should chop it up, bro. It's so crazy, bro, because like the creator's doing this. So like it's really cool. It's really cool. And I know it sounds crazy to some people, or woo-woo or whatever, but okay. I mean, I did my first live stream in a while talking about this morning, and then got in the mail of the discovery that just was like, bro, this should be an intro to my new rap single. Like, literally. It's so hard. It's wild. And to me, and I have all this stuff written up because I've been reading Supreme Courts, and I'm like, I can beat these little gravelers at their own game. But I agree that it's probably best to detach yourself from the game and then beat them at their own game. I think there's a middle ground where I can do both, getting rid of the criminal, but then coming at them civil wise. So I'm trying to find a way, because this is a glitch in the matrix, bro. Make my content, which is the government doesn't have the right to give us lockdowns. The government doesn't have the right to tell us that we can't breathe the air. The government doesn't have the right to force medical interventions. And now, oops, I have AIDS. That's not how it works. None of this is how it works. And that's what I was talking about. That's what's in the police reports. So it's like, dude, if they have to cover it, they're going to not want to cover it for sure. But if I can force them to cover it, bro, like, it'll say that in the first paragraph. So that'll be my last name. free speech zones are unconstitutional. 36 CFR 2.51, facially invalid. And then you read it, and the first thing you read is, this dude says the earth is flat. This dude says that, prisons are
But you've
lockdowns
got
are
to,
prison trim.
but you know what you've got to do is make that again, make that a tertiary issue to the real substance of your claim. You can point that out after the fact when you go back for as far as precedent, etc. But I'm sure you're aware of it. It's like tertiary to the fact of how you're
I
going
can't
to.
believe he's in this situation. In this situation. Wow.
So basically, just request for the charging instrument.
Here's the thing. The way I explain it is this, man. And it's funny. I killed the whole chat whenever I get into this shit every time. But if you go out to dinner, right? Let's say you go out to dinner with it and you're out with your date, all dressed up nice. You guys have a nice, lovely dinner. The cook comes out and says, yo, you guys have to wash the dishes. What are you going to say?
Cool story, bro.
Yeah, right. Well, right. But what would be the most pertinent thing that you could say in a restaurant to the person who just fed you your food and is now asking you to do something you didn't come there to do? The most pertinent thing you could. What would you say?
Well, yeah, I came here to eat the food and pay you for the food.
Well, here's the line. Where's the bill?
Yeah.
If I ate the food and you're a restaurant and you were supposed to give me the bill, but then you make me go do fucking, dishes, I'll own the restaurant by the end of the week.
Bro, to be honest with you, as expensive as some restaurants are, I think I would probably just do the dishes, bro. I'd be like, sure, no
Right,
problem.
but
You
I'm
want
there
to
to take
teach me
my
how you
girl
make that?
home.
Teach me how
I'm
you
there
make
on a
those
date.
dishes. I'm there.
But fair enough. But I'm saying, but do you hear me? What's it? That's the deal.
Yeah,
You're
that's great.
asking for
That's a
you're
good
asking
analogy.
for the
I know.
bill.
I'm giving you a hard time. I'm sorry, bro.
Oh no, you're fine. But I'm saying you're asking for the bill in light of it's the same scenario. And if they don't give you the bill, then that's where your dinner's for free, dude.
Yeah, for sure.
If you don't give me the bill and then you make me wash dishes, my dinner is for free and you owe me your whole restaurant, I'm going to sue you in civil court for fucking kidnapping. You know what I mean, dude?
Yeah, absolutely.
So
I'm
so
not
much
familiar with the U.S. codes that you're saying, though, so I want to make sure I remember them, Mike.
Well, remember
Just
this.
liquidate the restaurant.
If you're dealing with you're dealing with federal entities, so you're dealing with the federal code, and you got to remember that, you have a citizen, but you're not a citizen. Not that you would say that ever, because ultimately what you do is you would set it up in your paperwork so that it says that the priority security interest holder is going to be appearing specially for the moving party to present any genuine accusatory charging instrument or upon proof of claim that they have not failed to provide a statement upon which relief may be granted, and therefore their case is dismissed, and it's agreed they may have accepted a $10,000 penalty for deprivation of rights under the color of law.
Okay.
Boom.
Test 1, 2.
The reason
Okay.
you said that in the chat because nobody knows what the fuck you're talking about.
Right, but that's all right
Well,
because I'm just here to win.
Yo,
I
what's it?
understand.
What subsection under 2.51 were you charged with?
A demonstration outside of the designated area, and that was after they filed a motion to amend the charge from failure to obtain a permit. And actually, when you looked up what they originally charged me with, it was something about fishing licenses. But then they amended it to demonstration outside of a designated area, which demonstrations are defined under A. And it might as well just quote the First Amendment. It literally says,
Wow, they're screwing up.
Dude, that's just a definition.
It's
How
like
can they
the
charge you
first.
under a definition?
Well, because I did that outside of a free speech area, quote unquote.
I would first
wow.
offer for a reinvestigation pending prejudice. Waive time.
Yeah, there's a bunch of things. Like, there's something else you can do called a declaratory judgment. You can file a declaratory judgment. Say, right now I'm a defendant in this federal criminal case. It doesn't matter. I can file with the same court a declaratory judgment, a petition for declaratory judgment, saying free speech zones are unconstitutional, for example. Or this was declared overly broad and not narrowly tailored to serve a significant government interest because it uses the terms other public expressions of views. And since then, they've only updated it to public expressions of views or grievances reasonably likely to attract a crowd or onlookers. So, it just added grievances. It just more quoted the First Amendment, so it's still overly broad. But anyway, you send this to them as a plaintiff, and they're the defendant. And now the federal judge has to make a declaratory judgment, as in like, okay, well, there's a dispute going on even in the Supreme Court. He has to declare which way it is. But most of them are so used to never getting that, they don't know what it is. They'll like motion to dismiss for failure to state a cause of action. And what that does, because it doesn't state a claim, it doesn't state a cause of action, it's a declaratory judgment request, so a petition. So then it's automatically on the record as true. That's one thing that Randy Kelton has been talking to me about. So there's like a whole bunch of things you can do. I just want to change the law, bro. I guess I got really excited because I heard this, and I wish I could play it for you guys. And don't worry, as soon as I can, I will, and it'll probably be in a rap song. But it's really pretty epic, and it's this simple. This, if you look at it, I understand you can challenge them because it's all a game, but this is what the game is, at least. Okay, and this game does affect everyone we love because they believe the game is real. And it's, you can't have prior restraint licensing schemes, meaning you have to have a permit to freely speak, aimed at individuals. And if they are, it has to be content neutral, meaning it doesn't matter what you're saying. That means it's a time, manner, or place restriction. So just about like when you do it, where you do it, how you do it. And it's evenly applied to everyone. If it is a content neutral regulation like that, then it has to be very narrowly tailored to just achieve what the government has to achieve, specifically because it serves like significant government interest, and it can't be overly broad. If it's content specific, it's unconstitutional on its face. You cannot have content specific restraints on free speech. Well, whenever you don't have the right rules in place, it lets them act like it's not content specific. Under the guise of content neutrality, they get to pick and choose who they allow to say what, because it's not tailored to be specific enough. That's what I experienced around the United States myself. I lived it. I went and did it. That's what it is. The officers don't like what you're saying, so they can just make up anything. It's a very overbroad regulation, and they can say, you can't say this. And then they can say, you have to go into the woods in the middle of nowhere, and that's the only place you can talk. And so I just want to make it change. I want them to have to change it. I don't have to play their game. They've already offered me $500, just walk away. Like, I just don't want to. I want to beat them at their game, and I will get them to dismiss it on grounds similar to what you're saying. And I'm intrigued by the U.S. codes you're saying. I just think it's really crazy because there's challenging it on its face, which is not as applied, meaning it's not as it applies to me individually and what happened to me individually. It's just what the regulation says on its face. It's unconstitutional on its face. As applied, it just gets worse for them because in their own discovery, dude, they literally just talk about what I was saying. So it's like, as applied, it gets worse, right? It proves
Do you have an
why
attorney with it?
regulation is too broad. What's up?
Do you have an attorney?
No, hell no.
Okay. Are you in contact with the other attorney, the prosecutor?
Nah, not really.
Okay, well, let me explain. That's the only person you're going into court with, is the prosecutor
Right, yeah.
for the other party. So what you need to do is you would find out their public area that you could, the address that you would reach them at. You could call the clerk of court and probably get that. And then you would send them a notarized letter showing them these issues. And then you would say, please respond in 10 days under notary seal, showing me where I'm wrong, or else it's agreed that on this date, at this hearing, it'll be agreed that the court is going to motion in my favor, and you would supply a motion paper, and that would be a motion for summary judgment pursuant to the record of agreement between the parties, wherein you would list out what they have to give you, including but not limited to maybe changing the law. But like, you would get that agreement from them, and then there's a maxim in law. Maxims, I don't know if you're familiar with maxims, but an unrebutted affidavit is considered to be truth. So if you have an affidavit and they don't, then the judge, being the referee, who he may be partial to their side because he's not used to seeing someone like yourself, he's going to try to intervene potentially on their behalf. But you might want to say, well, Your Honor, are you a party to the case? And he's going to say, of course not. And then you're going to motion the court for summary judgment between the record of agreement between the parties, because you offering something, remember, actions speak louder than words. So they could sit there blue in the face. Nuh-uh, we didn't say this. Da 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 da. Well, that's door fucking 3 in my book, and that's a dishonor. You have to win. So, but you have to create communication with the prosecutor from the other party. Like, and another question I had is like, does your person have a bolo still out, or how's that looking?
I don't think that we have bolos out on us anymore. No, they
Well,
put one on. I don't know.
Address that, my brother, because, and I would say you could get the court to address it. The issue is that you're going to have a hearing date if there is something out for you, dude. And I would just say, handle it, because it'll just suck when you get a traffic stop at some point and they run your shit.
Okay, well, just to clarify, like, there's not a warrant out or anything. Like, they released a bolo, like, a be on the lookout for 2 individuals exercising their First Amendment right. That's like literally what the bolo said. Yeah, and so they're like, the cop, and I feel bad for the cop, because I'm not one of those burn the system to the ground guys. I think some people are trapped in it, and so I hit him in the soul about the First Amendment and why it's important, and I could tell it resonated with them. Well, now I've heard what he said. He walked back over to the other cop and he's like, "So what do you want to do?" He wanted to find a way not to do it, but then they told him there's a federal bolo out, and the girl telling him really wants me arrested. You can tell she's triggered, and then she ends up telling why she's triggered, basically because she explains what I was talking about, and she clearly thinks the Earth's a ball that defies physics or whatever. So it's very funny. Now he feels pressured, and so I feel bad for him almost. So it's like a really complicated thing in a way where it's like, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but I think that what you're saying is a really good idea. I should send an affidavit of fact specifically to the attorney, notarized, 10 days to respond, or if not, it's tacit agreement to everything included.
It's what's called proper process, or proper process of paper. I can't remember. Why can't I think of the term? Anyway, it's like proper process. So what you have to do is you have to send the originals to the judge, and you have to send the copies to the attorney. The thing is, most people get a hard on for this shit. They write some kind of paper, and then the judge throws it out because they're like, "Hey, you didn't have a proper process of service." That's what it is. And they go, "Oh, the government's corrupt." It's like, and they go, and that's when the judges will go, "You might want to get an attorney because it appears you don't know what the fuck you're doing."
Right, you
Now,
have to send a
so
copy to all parties involved.
all parties have to be informed, but check it. There's a procedure to that, because the originals go to the judge, copies go to the fucking attorney, dude.
Okay, thank you.
So,
hey guys, sorry. No, go
that?
ahead. Sorry, Issa, go ahead.
No. I was just gonna say, it's this, and these are, dude. I've literally watched professional attorneys come in and not know this shit, dude. When you know this shit, and the judge sees it, and the cops see it, and they see your shit, they fucking they become your servants, my dude. And then that's when you realize why it says on the wall, "In God we trust," and on the money it says, "In God we trust," because this shit is so righteous. And when you step in to fucking play the game and you know what you're doing, your proper when he can't tell you your paperwork's fucked because it's in the docket, and you're like, "Yeah, dick," you know what I mean? And you know what you're there to do, and you understand that you're the priority security interest holder appearing specially, merely for the fucking this purpose, because that's what's in the paperwork. Because your paperwork is going to say that the priority security interest is coming there. They can't fuck with the paperwork.
So sorry to interrupt, guys. Obviously I love the conversation. I was just gonna ask Witsit, you know how you said like you were talking about the First Amendment, and like you were speaking to the officer in that moment and he got it? What did you say in that very moment, if you wouldn't mind me asking?
Yeah, so I was like, dude, he was telling me that first, I was like, "You have to have a permit for the First Amendment?" He was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Doesn't that seem pretty antithetical to the First Amendment?" He's like, "What?" And I said, "Well, permit means permission to do something that's otherwise illegal. And so under that, implicitly, the First Amendment's illegal. And doesn't that not sit right with you, bro?" And he's like, "No, I don't think you're right about that." I'm like, "No, I am. That's what a permit means." And I was like, "Dude," he's like, "It's not that big of a deal, right?" And I said, "It is a big deal, bro, because it's the First Amendment. And if you can't freely express yourself whenever the government's doing all kinds of totalitarian things, then you don't have the very reason the First Amendment exists. And we're actually going to pass it on to our offspring." And I could tell he didn't have anything to say. It's like, and I have it on tape. I'm going to put it on the internet. Like, I have it from the GoPro, And I have also now their angle. I just don't know the legality of what I can do, but it's going to be an epic video. But like, I just hit him in the feels, and he was like, "So you go around places like looking for this reaction?" I'm like, "No, dude. I want to be left alone. Like, we just go from place to place, not just national parks, any prominent place, and we speak the truth, and then we move on. We just want to do what we do our activism, to move on. And you guys come bother me, bro. Like, I'm just trying to freely speak, and this is the state of America now. And many of the people acting it out don't realize that the rules are, against the First Amendment. Like, you could. I was like, damn, he didn't want to, bro. He didn't want to do it.
He had nowhere to run after that because your logic is correct.
Right. Every one of these law enforcers has taken an oath to protect the Constitution and protect our rights.
Yeah.
Amen.
I asked him if he was a robot at one point. I was like, it's like you're a robot or something, bro. I'm like, do you not see what I'm saying? Even
They're
though
just order followers.
I'd already seen in his eyes that he did, but I was still trying to really break through to him. I'm like, because he's forced to act like a robot, like he doesn't care. Like, what I'm saying doesn't resonate. And so I'm like, dude, it's like, are you a robot? I'm like, do you see what I'm saying? This is important, bro. This is important. We have lockdowns and curfews. He's like, really? Where did that happen? I'm like, were you not in America for the last year and a half? I'm like, dude, they're coming back. And I'm like, would you come take my passport? I'm like, dude, we have to stand up before it's too late. The reason we have this is to petition or to be able to express our grievances of the government. And like, if we need the government's permission to decide whether or not we're allowed to say what we don't like the government's doing, then we don't have a First Amendment. And so it got real quiet, because like, what can you say to that?
Yeah.
They expect us to take all these mandates and all this unlawful orders and all this garbage. And then if we dare to say, let's question this. We don't like this. Oh my God, you terrorist. I mean, really?
Well, it sucks because it's like that dude agrees. Like, he wasn't wearing a mask. You can tell he doesn't like that. You can tell he's in a beautiful national park in Yellowstone, probably super conservative. Like, he doesn't, it's like he sucks for him because he agrees. Then he found out that I talk about the earth as well. And that kind of gave him enough to be like, okay, the people from above me are saying this, and he's not just talking about mask. I guess he's talking about the earth, so he's a flat earther. So he just kind of
all credibility goes out the window when they hear that.
Oh yeah, quickly.
But it's beautiful.
Like, he's insane.
Whatever. Prove what I said's wrong. Prove it's national security. Prove whatever. Like, that's why I don't want to tap out too fast. I want to beat them at their game because they stepped in it, bro. Like, because, okay, prove what I'm saying is not true. Like, first of all, why do you care what I'm saying? You're not allowed to care what I'm saying. Oh, is
Who
it
cares what
security?
you're saying? You're saying your thing. Oh, you right, get to talk in America.
So is it national security?
I've got a question, guys. Hey, I've got a question, guys. Oh.
The problem is they respond to any call. If there's a law being broken or not, they'll just come out and act like laws are being broken.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. But like, I want to really inform myself, and I'm kind of playing their game. But like what Issa talks about is the thing that we all need to learn for real, because it helps you with everyday life, bro. Like, and if we can give our families and like our loved ones the information, like the knowledge to equip themselves so that they aren't just bullied by these people, it's actually taking action. And like, that's a big deal, bro. Taking action. They're so unaware that some of the stupid brainwashed monkeys may take action that they're so surprised when the monkey sprints at them. You know what I'm saying? Like, they've set it up to where no one even realizes what there is that you can do. And that's the whole trick, bro. And you can say what you want to, but 20 mask mandates around the nation, 20 different states were repealed because one person out of 29 million people file criminal complaints against the governor. So something's to it. And of course they want to tell you, oh, no, this is too good to be true. Don't believe these stupid sovereign citizens or whatever, because they don't want you to know, bro.
Well, remember this too, man, when it comes down to things like, because sovereign is as much of a psyop term as like flat earth.
Right, I agree. That's why I said,
you know what I mean? So, like, because like, and I always disarm that with the concept of, there's no man sovereign under God. You know, so, and I remember I stood in front of, I've said that in front of these people, and, they respect it, man. Like, like in the sense that if they bring that rhetoric, you know what I mean? Because, like, and then check it out. Like, if they call you a sovereign citizen or a flat earther or this, that, the other thing, like a sovereign citizen or something, you might want to rebut it, not by lecturing them about how sovereign means authority and, and all, like, and court is, the residence of the you don't want to go through any of the history of the Federal fucking Reserve or any of it. You just might want to say, excuse me, doesn't God own everything? And isn't he sovereign? How could man be sovereign?
Yeah, I like
You
it.
know what I mean? And so when you hit them, because remember, this is what gets you is these people are so philosophically rich that they understand what you're proposing. And they just like, but it's also like I've really likened it to this with it. It's like the Marines. It's like, you go to join, from what I gather, you go to join the Marines, and the whole fucking time you're there, they're telling you that you don't belong here. You don't belong here. You're not strong enough. You need to get the fuck out of here. Your girlfriend's hanging out with your friends. You need to fuck off. You're not a real Marine. And then when that day comes that you're embraced by those people, you know what I mean? They're like, well done. You got through the hazing and the bullshit. So they condemn all this shit, especially, I mean, if you're doing it right, they really don't have any grounds. Because remember this too. They're either the watchman on the wall or, you know, or they're testing you. So they're either informing you that you're really about to fuck up and you better listen to what they're saying, or they're testing you to see what they're, you know what I mean? And they run that fine line, and the fucking consequences are dear. So you really need to know your business. Like, I'll tell you this, in regards to a contempt charge, God forbid you ever wound up trying to fucking talk too much and they give you a contempt charge. You need to motion the court to purge the contempt, because they can hold you indefinitely on a contempt charge, like, bro, indefinitely. And if you
Whoa.
don't purge that contempt, motion the court in writing, you know what I mean, to dismiss, to purge the contempt, you'll never get back to the foundational of issue of why you were even in court in the first place, bro. They
But
have
how
to
do
It's
you
gonna
purge?
blow
separate.
your mind,
So,
bro.
so
It's
is
like,
how do you purge a contempt? Like you
You
motion, but like
motion. Listen,
what's the
I'll
likelihood
tell
that
you.
you'll actually be able to purge it?
Well, first off, you would do it through your conduct by being reasonable. Second off, you would motion the court in writing, and just like I said, proper process of service. This is what if you hired an attorney and were dumb enough to do that, this is what he would do. He would inform the prosecutor and the judge about the plans to purge the contempt on the grounds that you've agreed to fucking be polite. But you could do that yourself and say, forgive me, Your Honor, I have no business discussing Flat Earth and Eric Dubay and 200 proofs in the courtroom. I just fucking want to carry on with the original case. And the judge is going to be like, okay, cool. Because you
right.
purged the contempt. The contempt was you wouldn't shut the fuck up about fucking Eric Dubay.
All right.
You know what I
Listen,
mean? Or
That's
something.
but that's the
bro.
thing. It's like
Fucking
remember,
summarizes your
it's a
gas price
contemptuous
complaint.
conversation at the end of the day, right? The
What's
hard
that?
conversations, the hard
Well,
conversations are
remember this
always
though.
contemptuous.
Well, in court, in here, this is the place to exercise
Of
the full
course, in
authority.
here, but I'm talking about
And
like
here's where
where it matters.
It has to be
I
specific to
exercise
what's
my
going
privilege.
on.
I practice what I practice. This is where I always thought, and this is what I kind of always said to my fellow flat earth friends. I said, look here, learn these fucking tactics for court. Now go use it on flat earth, and you'll win every
Right.
time.
Dude, I think it's been backwards for me. I did this whole flat earth thing. It's kind of given me a bit of a step up, being able to articulate myself quickly and rebut things. But check this out, bro. It's going to blow your mind when you brought up the contempt thing. So I went to Yellowstone. I asked if I could. I was 100 miles away. Can I get on a video conference? And they're like, yeah, send this form in and then we'll let you. And so then they didn't respond. And so we drove hundreds of miles throughout the night just to make sure we got there in time. Then they sent me an email like 10 minutes before court. Appear by video. Well, since we were already there, I went in there. They told me I had to wear a mask to go in. I'm like, I don't wear a mask. And I even said, even within your federal regulations, it says I have sincerely held religious belief exemption and medical exemption. She said, I don't care about your religious and medical exemption. I've seen your YouTube. I know your MO. You're going to wear that mask and go in there. And I was like, no, I'm not wearing a mask. So then she comes back and she says, okay, you can go out into your truck in the parking lot and do your video appearance. I'm like, okay. So I go out there, and then I hear them on the video appearance. The judge tells them, come tell me that I'm going to be arrested if I don't come in there with a mask. They come out there and say, either I go in there and they have court marshals with their little hands on their guns, and they surround my truck, and they say, if I don't go into the court and put a mask on and go inside the courtroom, that I will be arrested. They're going to work on a warrant, and I will be arrested for contempt of court.
But how fucked up is that? How
How do you
fucked up is
fix
that?
that one, bro? How do you
How
go
do you
in and
fix
say
that one? Well said. How do you fix that
Tell
one?
me what it was.
These
Tell me what their,
motherfuckers, bro. These
what was their
motherfuckers.
hold on. What was their claim on why it would be a contempt?
Oh, she wouldn't specify. I said, a warrant for what? What do you mean? And she said, then I had my friend start recording it, Chris. And so she just walked away and said, I'm not going to be on YouTube. Either come in there, or you're going to get it. We're working on a warrant. That's where we're at. And then she walked away and wouldn't clarify. So I filed a federal.
Here,
I filed a
hold on. Let me explain. She threatened it. She didn't make an order on it, did she?
She said that if I don't come in there and put on a mask, that they're going to issue a warrant.
So what did you do?
I went in there and cucked.
Okay, no, that's fine, bro. Don't worry about it. See, now listen, that's where I would have told. This is what you could have said, Your Honor. I would have been happy to come in there 5 minutes when I was at your door, and your clerk of court told me that I could come video call. Is that your clerk of court's fault, or is that mine?
Right. What I did was I filed a judicial complaint of misconduct against the judge for not, against
Right.
the
See, like, dude, that's where. Okay, look, that's where she just. And as soon as you went there, she knew she could cuck you, dude.
Oh, well, I just filed a judicial complaint, but like, yeah,
even
I
worse,
guess.
you'd ask you're begging for it. Then, if you go in with that, because listen,
Well, I didn't say that to her, bro. I'm saying I just recently sent that in after the fact. Like, I was just saying, like, dude, I can come in here without.
Did you send it to the prosecutor?
No,
So
the judicial it's a judicial complaint of misconduct. So it's not even being filed on the docket of my criminal case, right? It goes to the appeal
its own
court.
thing. Got it. I got it.
Yeah.
So you would
And I
reference
called and
that.
talked to her, but no one ever knows to do that. And it's not like he's going to go to jail or he's going to be fired or something. But it has to report to their insurance. And so if you get too many complaints, you literally will get dropped. No one ever gets. It's a big deal.
Right, but see, let me say this. I would say use those kinds of things as. I wouldn't say like I'm definitely not going to put it. It's like if I was in a courtroom setting, right, in that sense, and that lady did that, and you might say, Your Honor, if your clerk of court sent me out to the car to deal with the call, are you telling me that you're gonna like should I notify the board of whatever and file a complaint against you for threatening me with contempt over what your clerk of court told me to do?
Right. Yeah. If I could go back in time, I would have been
Right?
way.
No, bro. I have 1,000 million of those, dude. There's no. You're always gonna have like. Welcome to the show, my dog. Like you're gonna have a fucking. It's gonna be one after the other of those, and that's why my whole thing was like, "Hey, everybody, let's learn before we go in the fire."
Yeah. For sure.
Well said. Well said.
Because,
yeah,
like,
like Randy
I know
says,
you're.
snipe them from a
You know,
distance.
I remember when the first time I got pulled over and a cop pulled me over and I got dead to rights, and I went home and I thought to myself, "Oh yeah." You know what I mean? Like I had the next piece of my puzzle of how I would deal with a traffic stop. Like, you know what I mean? Well, is it a crime? I forget oh yeah. Is it a crime to have a driver's license? I think is what I came up with at the time. You know what I mean? Like, that kind of approach to like, and to never lecture. Like when I'm talking about this shit, I sound like a dickhead and I lecture real hard. But like, if you're in the middle of this battle shit, you never lecture. It's like flat earth and you're talking to a real heavy J trigger. It's like, you've got to just walk them through their own destruction.
Well said.
And
Yeah, well said.
You
and
got
what
to
you've
make
done
it
is
clear all the
you've
really dumb
established,
things they believe.
you've established your their own destruction because your paperwork is unrebutted. That's why it's so key to have your paperwork in there. And then you have something to lean on. Because you could say, oh, that's nice. Then why didn't you respond under notary seal?
Right.
And
So
they're
like,
like, well, gas pressure without and they're off on some other tangent. But the judge sees where they lost right there.
right.
And
So
you
I'm
have
saying
to,
specifically,
and you
do
have to
you
pin them
the
on that.
affidavit?
Real quick, and I'll just make this final point. You got to pin them on the fact that they just skirted it. And on the grounds that they just skirted it, you've got to say, so let the record show we could get my my order, my motion for summary judgment, ruled on. Like, cut it all off. You don't want to be there for 3 hours, 10 weeks, and fucking years. You want it over in 15 minutes. Boom, done, bye.
Yeah, sure. Except for when I file the civil case, and then
Well, that's different.
Yeah, for sure. But like what I'm saying,
Yeah.
so are you saying like an affidavit of fact though? Like I get what you're saying. Notarized affidavit of fact. Basically, you give them a deadline to respond. If they don't individually rebut each fact, then whatever they don't rebut is on the court record as basically legitimate based on tacit
Well,
agreement.
in your affidavit, you're saying like, hey, respond in 10 days under notary. Like, I'm saying like, hey, on this date, somebody ate my cake in the lunchroom. Fucking, it appears it was you, Jim. And, I'm coming under notary seal because I think you ate the cake at 8:15 when I walked out to go to the bathroom. And, please respond in 10 days under notary seal, penalty of perjury. Or it's agreed that at 8:15 you ate my cake when I went out to the bathroom.
Right. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's cool. That's what I'm about to send an affidavit of fact, but I was also going to send in maybe a petition for declaratory judgment.
No. Listen, this is what you're going to send. You're going to send a motion. You're going to attach a motion to this. And in your affidavit, you're going to say, hey, it appears you ate my cake at 8:15 and you agree to the motion attached here to and incorporated herein as the motion for summary judgment pursuant to the record of agreement between the parties. And that's how
So you
you're going
file
to
the
wrap
motion
that up.
after the 10 days passes.
Well, the motion is accepted after 10 days passes, but because you're a nice guy and because the court date's usually 60 to 90 days away, you're going to do it 3 times. So you're
Okay,
going to have it in the record 3 times you offered this guy.
that's ideal. That sounds cool, but mine's not. Mine's March 7th. I'm gonna have to just go in person.
Okay, listen to me. No, just get 10 days.
Right. So I
How
have
about
10.
this? Make it, listen, honestly, what's it? You do a 3-dayer. It's whatever's in the contract, whatever is the agreed upon thing between the parties. And you could say, hey, respond in 5 days under notary seal, or else it's agreed on March 7th when the priority security interest holder shows up, it's going to be to motion the court for summary judgment or for a dismissal. You're setting the grounds of the fucking thing. Do you know Robert Menard?
No.
You need to watch Robert Menard, Bursting Bubbles of Consciousness.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
What does he talk about?
It's bursting bubbles of government
took his little
deception.
girl
That's the
from
name
him.
of it.
They took his little girl from him, and he was up in Canada, and he's one of the fucking first of this whole movement, and fucking
Yeah.
everybody else can, really like him. I trust Robert Menard is what I learned a lot of it from, and then fucking also a guy named Gordon Hall. And I don't get into anybody's personal whatever's like that, but Gordon Hall is where I learned the finesse.
Nice.
The slickness, dude. The slickness. Robert Menard is the bones. Gordon Hall is the fucking pizzazz.
Robert Menard and Gordon Hall. Got it.
Yeah, dude.
Hey,
Yeah, and Brandon
it's
Adams.
called. Can you hear me? I am mic on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the video, Robert Menard, this video is called "Bursting Bubbles of Government Deception."
That's what it was. Thank you, bro.
I see it.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Bursting bubbles is some shit. I know. Big up Robert Menard, though.
Yeah, it's a really good video.
I know.
That's a great starting point.
Okay.
It's one of the best starting points, man. You could get into Dean Clifford and shit, who I love also, but he's a little bit angry. Now, fucking, what do you call it? And if anybody knows, I should do a whole comedy routine for like sovereign citizen motherfuckers. Because I know all of
Hold
them.
on,
Like,
you go so
you know what I
fast.
mean? Like, one of the greatest
second
ones is
name?
a guy
Who was
named
that second name, Isa? Robert Menard, and who was the second name you mentioned?
Gordon Hall.
Thank you.
Gordon Hall. Gordon Hall. Look up Gordon Hall contracts.
Yeah, I think I've seen some of his.
And then, dude, always read the opening paragraph to Gerald Brown's Cooperative Federalism. Bro.
Jordan Brown.
Gerald Brown.
Gerald Brown.
It's called Cooperative Federalism. And the first paragraph with it, you're just, how anyone doesn't love that? because he's basically like, oh, it's commonly referred to as an umbrella government, this government. He goes through all the fucking things that everybody thinks about government. And he's like, and all that's not true.
I got away from this for a while, and now, since Flat Earth, now you guys are dragging me right back in. Holy shit, I can't get
Well, my thing is that
they keep pulling me back in.
Help.
Well, the thing is that this is about coming to agreement with the other party. And a lot of people want to take the judge's house or something. Like, no, this is about coming to agreement between the parties. And if you're truly Christ-like, you're the first to forgive. That's why forgiveness is so key, because you're requesting forgiveness. They can, it's like I've often thought, like, shoot, I could go in almost to any court and just say, hey, look, prove to me that you can't forgive me. And if you can't, let the record show that we agree to forgive one another and we agree to dismiss the case. It's unbeatable in my eyes, in the sense that, you can't prove that you can't forgive me. And it's like, what I'm trying to say is that our courts operate with a robot-like system, and then that's the democracy, and the republic is the spiritual people side of it. Philosophy and understanding and history and all this shit. It's beautiful.
It's like 1 in a million people understand this, though.
When you start to inform yourself on this stuff, bro, it rivals Flat Earth in a way. Like it does, but you have to sift through a lot of bullshit. It's kind of like Flat Earth in a way. When you have to sift through bullshit because they're going to hit you with hit pieces and stuff like that. It's similar. Just because someone learns, because what happens is they start to learn some, and I'm even a little guilty of it. You want to go talk to people about it, and it's kind of like going and telling someone about the Earth before you fully know about it. It's a little bit of a middle ground, but you can't just.
I look at it like this: the judges are flat earthers too. Okay,
yeah, for real.
And you're walking in there, and the thing is that society at large needs to be treated like a bunch of dogs that sit. Sit. You know what I mean? And everybody sits and fucking. And if you fuck that up, it's no good. But the judge is a flat earther. You just got to know how to use the watchwords, the wink and the nod, and get it into chambers where you're away from the public. You might even want to, when you request to go in on any of these cases, you might want to motion the court, Your Honor, how about we recess till 2:00 where we can have this meeting in chambers? He'll fucking appreciate that. Because you're not showing the layman how to do it either. You're there to handle the business of the court. Your business.
Right. I'm a big stepper, if you know what I'm saying. I will say, I agree with you, dude. The federal judges, you'd be surprised when they write their pieces, dude. They're logical, they're founded. They don't even the arguments I disagree with, they do present some logic. If you're being honest, you would have to kind of impress the intellectual paths that they take to reach their conclusions and how they present them. And most people say, dude, you're thinking outside of your league, but I think I can beat them at their own game. So I want to beat them on the legitimate process, like you're saying, where they have to just respect my knowledge and understanding of how to move the court, because you don't request it, you can move it. You know what I'm saying? The judge has to respond to whether or not the court's moved. But outside of that, I want to beat them at their game, bro. I think I can beat them. I want to apply it before the
concept. In that concept, remember, the judge is your best friend. He's the referee in the basketball game. And I look at it like, if I'm playing basketball, if you and I are playing basketball and I steal the ball from you and you go up to the referee and you go, he stole the ball from me and that's not right. What's the ref going to say? Dude, that's part of the fucking game, bro.
Right. Well, check this.
You can't be mad at him that it's part of the game that there's a little bit of stealing going on.
Right.
It's
really
part of the
big
game.
part.
But he's the referee. He's not your enemy. He's your best friend in there.
Right.
Yeah,
big part of the puzzle.
I agree with Issa on that point. It's like, sometimes it's like, you mentioned something. It's like, you said you want to win with it, but it's like, once you put yourself into a winning and losing position, it's like, now you have to be confrontational with the person that you're trying to beat. But the judge did not come here to lose as well. He has his own ego. Don't think he's just going to get mopped up by you, even if your logic is flawless.
Well, it's not about that. he didn't write the law, right?
Of course not. Of course not.
Right.
Yeah.
So attacking his ego in the sense that I'm not attacking it as much as putting it on the spot where he has a reputation. He doesn't want to be the judge that rules against something being unconstitutional on its face the wrong way and then
Yeah,
appeal flips it. He doesn't
but
want to
think
be that
about
guy.
it. Think about if you were the judge, right? And someone's checking your ego and like your position, even if you know you're wrong, are you gonna concede?
Oh yeah, fair
You,
enough,
it,
but
it all depends, right?
yeah, but like I
You're
want to say
you're
that.
expecting them to be, you're expecting them to be more gracious than like he actually has to be because remember he's the judge.
Sure.
So it's
Yeah,
like
Issa,
I'm on your side. I agree with you on everything you've said. It's like I still see how fucked up this shit is, and I'm just like, fuck,
right.
this motherfucker can still throw me behind bars if I fuck this
Yeah,
shit up, you know?
you're coming from a good place, bro. They said they weren't seeking jail time, and that's why I'm like really just letting it all hang out. You know what I'm saying? Issa,
Yeah.
what? Let me say this, bro. So you know, the guy, the judge that made me do that, he ended up moving it to another judge. I've since filed judicial complaint of misconduct to the appeal above him. You know, you have to label it misconduct on the envelope, and so it's an irrefutable complaint of misconduct. It actually encompasses crimes, obviously, right? Because you work together with more than one person to conspire together to take away someone a deprivation of basic rights, and under color of law at that. But anyway,
Did you cite any code in your paper?
in the judicial misconduct, I did not, because I wasn't. That's not even a criminal complaint, right? It's just me saying, based on the judicial canons of 2A and 3A, he broke the judicial canons. It's not like what it is it just
No, but
makes
you brought up like a code though. You brought up a
right,
canonical.
right,
Is
because
that what you're
in the
saying?
intro. Yeah, in the intro, I'm talking about the codes, but since it's not a criminal complaint, I have federal criminal complaints against the judge and their staff in an individual capacity to send to the federal agent of the nearest field office, and then he'll probably not regard it, but then you make him. Randy Kelton taught me that, like, you send a federal criminal complaint, it has a cover sheet. It says, make sure you sign this and send it back to me in this envelope so I know you actually got it. He said, you'll never ever get that, but you insure it for $500. Then you go to the USPS, you say, apparently this guy didn't get my thing, and I paid $500 for insured it for $500. I want my money. They're not going to want to give you $500. They're going to go to the federal agent. They're going to make him admit that he received it. Once he does that, file a federal criminal complaint against him for like basically shielding prosecution of a crime. And eventually,
But I will say this: do you see how offensive this all is?
But they suck,
I
bro.
agree.
Like,
I
they
agree.
See, no. But I want to understand because I've heard of these type of characters before. I'm just gonna let you fucking know. Like I've slayed every sovereign fucking dipshit that's come my fucking way with it. Like, and whether it be from Carl Lentz to any other fucking dipshit that's arguing all the time. Like, and I'm just saying that it sounds argumentative. It sounds problematic. To me, I'm like, I abhor anything that goes against my faith, right? Which is exemplified in the courtroom, which is honor. And to do those things is a dishonor in light of the fact that the Bible says turn your cheek in light of these circumstances. Because
let's
I'm
talk about honor,
proposing that you
right?
can get your victory, like Matthew 5:25 says, like, agree with thine adversary quickly. Your Honor, I'd love to come in there and put the mask on so long as you show me that the court clerk didn't tell me I could sit outside and do this interview here. You know what I mean? And would that be my fault or would it be your court's fault, Your Honor?
Yeah, but it was non-confrontational, is your point. So I
Right,
agree
and
with
that's
that.
where it's like, instead of going, and I'll just say this, like, if I were you, in order to really affect the court system, because the judges will authorize the judges know what they can and what they can't do, and you want them on your side. And like, and because those would be the guys that are the one, they were like, yeah, it was, you want the judge at the end of it not to be threatened by your wages of, like, accusations against them and their insurity bonds, but you want them to be like, hey, this kid makes a judicial argument that I can stand behind and I'll put my signature on it.
Right. Check this, bro.
Yeah.
So
So
what
what if
happened
he's a
was,
flat earther?
check this, bro. I went in there. Yellowstone, I was talking about masks, but specifically, but the guy, I actually think the federal judge pretty cool. I hate that I had to file a judicial misconduct complaint. It would have never been because of the actual charge. It's because of what I heard out of
Where
his
did
own
you get
mouth.
that idea from?
Well, he's already switched it over anyway.
No,
But
but where did you get the idea and the knowledge of the idea to fucking, like, do that?
yeah, Randy Kelton, Rule of Law Radio. and I talked to him on the phone.
Wow,
I'll tell you, he got the mask mandate repealed for Texas, dude, and then the Texas governor got the other 20 states to repeal it. So, like, everyone went around like Texas is standing up for our rights against. No, that's not what happened. He literally brought criminal complaints against the governor of Texas, and then he repealed the mask mandate and called his Republican buddies, and they repealed it. So it's like,
I guess you know what? There's 1,000 ways to skin a cat, man. You know, I don't know. God bless.
Well, okay, I don't want to. I will say,
I don't
dude,
feel
I had
that
some
way.
moral conflict coming at that dude because of this. What I'm trying to explain to you, he seems somewhat reasonable. He seemed like what happened was his judicial assistant was being a bitch, and she clearly was, and she came to him bitching, and he's just kind of like trying to maintain order and appease the person he works with every day, who's obviously tripping and super triggered about this dude. So he ends up saying, "I really appreciate you coming in here." And wearing it, I knew you didn't want to. The reason he said that, because that was at the end of the conversation, because I'd already won him over intellectually, bro. I had told him, I'm like, I was obviously very respectful. I'm not like, I'm in order, and I'm just like, well, prior restraint can't be used, or a permit can't be used as prior restraint on free speech. Coons versus New York, 8-1 Supreme Court. He's like, well, that's not exactly what it said. I'm like, well, that's what I saw that it said. And it seems to say just that. And he respected me, bro. Like, it wasn't like I was trying to fight him or be mean or like act like just say stupid stuff that I've remembered. It was nothing like that. Like, I'm responding in the moment. And then the government petitioned to have me sign a signature bond to be able to leave there until the next court date. And I'm like, bro, I just drove hundreds of miles here to be here, waiting for the special appearance by video approval. Like, you think I'm a flight risk? I just drove hundreds of miles. You called me and asked me if I wanted to settle out for a $500 fine, and you're negotiable on the price of the fine and will let you take as long as you need to pay it. And I said no. And so then I spent hundreds of dollars to get there.
No. You
I
said
said
no?
no. I'm not taking pleas. I said I'm not taking pleas. I'm not pleading guilty
And
to
what
First
happened right
Amendment.
there? What happened? I know that was the pivotal moment when you said
Yes,
no.
That was the pivotal
What happened?
moment. I agree.
On the phone when I said that, you could tell she immediately, I was her enemy, and she's like, well, okay. So like is it my fault? Am I supposed to take a guilty plea for the First Amendment, bro? Get out of
Well, the
here.
point
Of course not. I'd rather get shot first, dude. It's not about the money. It's not about
dude, you
anything.
gotta understand. They'd be happy to shoot you, dude.
But they'd have to, is what I'm saying.
Well, they're looking forward to it, bro. The point is this: is that I'm not trying.
Like,
you know what I'm saying? Like, dude, I get it. It's like
I'm with
that
you
whole
with
idea
it.
of like,
I'm with you. I get you, but I
yeah, oh, dude,
understand.
believe me, I get you, dude. Like, you know what I mean? I love jujitsu, for instance. I love scrapping, dude. My point is like, this way is like you can't scrap that way with that. You know what I mean? Like,
you
and I just
pled
think like,
guilty to wait. Pled guilty and paid a $500 fine.
no. Well, it's not that, I mean, you could have motioned for the dismissal as the move, and that would have been the move.
Yeah.
Check it out. Let me
Because
explain what
remember,
I
it's
would have
like
done.
But you
if you're
understand this
smart.
wasn't in court. Wait, time out. You have to understand this was not in court. This was before I went to court. The girl called me. Dude, the freaking judicial branch calls me and speaks on behalf of the prosecuting party and basically tells me the offer of a plea, dude. That's so unconstitutionally, like, it's so constitutionally abhorrent, it's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
And
no. What it is, they're just trying to negotiate with you, and what you could like, and this is where, because there's no record of agreement between the parties, right? This is why the paperwork's important, because it establishes that. It's like they're just trying to establish, you know what I mean, some kind of way thing. What you just something that you also have at any time, brother, is just keep in your pocket. Is you could say, Your Honor, can I motion the court for a 30-day continuance so that I may seek counsel? Remember that at any time, because they will always grant you that 60 to, they usually grant you 60 to 90 days on the ground. Like, so if you feel like you're in over your head on any of this, just be like,
Okay.
Your Honor, can I motion the court for 60-day continuance? And everyone will probably be like, oh my God, thank God.
Unfortunately,
Because
I've kind of already
so,
done that.
the tension will
I've
be
already
so
done
high.
that. I've kind of already done that. Like, instinctively, I just know to be like, well, I'm still trying to decide if I'm
Right
going to get counsel, trying to find it. And I've done it twice, and they put it off too in this. So that's an option. It's an option in Rushmore, not Yellowstone. But thank you. Like, I really appreciate you, bro, because like I've been looking for someone that's knowledgeable that can answer my questions because people are really busy and I'm calling into a show and blah, blah, blah. I have a bunch of like specific questions. But what's very interesting to me is she called me. Okay. Now I agree that the prosecutor's going to tell her kind of an idea of what they have in mind. Then the judicial branch is going to kind of relay the information to me. It's not feasible. I have to drive hundreds of miles. Let's work it out beyond that. So she comes to me to tell me. But she's not supposed to have a bias. When I tell her, well, I don't know, I just don't feel comfortable paying a fine and pleading guilty to using my First Amendment. I have like a moral conflict with it. I can't do that.
I
Like, if
understand.
she shouldn't get triggered, though, allowed to get triggered. She's not allowed to have any type of emotional connection to the outcome of the case. She's supposed to be relaying the info to me.
Well,
Right?
that's what you would hope, right? But remember, people's emotions are going to play into their decision making. Like, remember, you may be more of a stoic and you may be able to control your emotions, but to assume that the other person has the same discipline within themselves that you have, that's an assumption.
Well, no,
Remember,
it's
most
more about
people are
like what
not.
they right, but it's not an assumption that that's what the Constitution demands.
It
And so in
demands,
that
I
case,
agree. It
right,
demands
so
that,
the
but,
way,
Universal
people fall short of
here,
it, is my point.
let me explain this. This is very
Thomas,
important, bro. This is the
Universal
biggest part of
College.
this is the whole subject summarized right here. If the judicial branch is working with the government, the executive branch, in its prosecuting capacity, and they are trying to also prosecute you, you have no chance ever to ever attain justice. That is the entire point. That's why
Agreed.
the judge has to be without bias. That's not what happens in 2022 in the real world. They
Exactly.
don't follow the Constitution or the criminal rules of procedure. They do what they
Exactly.
want to. They have this is how we do things, and they get away with as much as they get away with. Guess how much that is? Pretty
Exactly.
much everything, because no one ever does anything. And when they try to, even the quote unquote truthers tell them you can't do that and try to scare them.
Exactly.
So that's why it never happens. But it's like, and some good people were caught up in that. That's not my problem, right? Like, they don't understand it, but you have to have a non-biased party, dude. That's the only
Yeah,
way you can.
but what's it? Let me tell you something. Like, I just perceive you as a hyper intellectual guy, and at the end of the day, like, your voice needs to continue, right? So if you get embroiled in the arguments with the morons and they want to put you down, what's gonna happen is you're gonna go down. The thing is, you want to be able to still keep that First Amendment right alive and still be able to communicate with people and go out and do your activism. To get embroiled with the arguments with the morons is not serving you or the world at large. You see what I'm saying? So it's like sometimes you might have to like, you know, hand wave the morons and like be like, you know what? I'll say whatever they need to hear so that they can get away from me, so that I can keep doing what I'm doing.
Yeah, what's it? And
That's
that
what I'm
gets to
saying.
the
Think
idea
about what
that.
I have. Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say
Because the
that gets
morons
to
are
the
gonna be
idea.
morons.
Remember, the judge is a flat earther, not everybody else in the courtroom.
Gotcha. Okay, so
And
look,
so
check this.
he can't listen. You can't expose him as a flat earther either.
Right, yeah, of course. I love it, bro. And I agree with you, because as I start to read these cases, I lean towards the judges. So I'm like, what you're saying.
Yeah, and I would retract. How about this? As a matter of honor, I would retract your complaint on that judge, and say, forgive me, it was my, I mean, like, I would pull that so hard because you want to come in so honorable, so right, and you're just coming in taking shots on the chin from the lawyer
Yeah, I agree. I
that
agree.
dude. Listen, that they're like from a little baby. They're nothing. They aren't
Right. So do you
effectively
think the
anything.
judge?
So
Do
you're
you
going to
think the
come in
judge should
and
have
you're going to
signed
take.
off on the 7? Wait. Everything is fact intensive and relevant. Do you think the
Well,
judge
no.
should have
You're
signed off
like,
on?
listen, if
Wait,
you were
bro.
in that
Let me say
hearing.
it, brother. I
Yep.
agree with you, and I promise I can tell that you have wisdom. I'm trying to explain. Like, I agree with you, and I thought a lot about this because some people are trigger happy. Like, even the people showing me how to do it. I agree with you, but. And I lean even towards this guy a bit, and so I may retract it like you're saying, but I want to make sure you get the full context before that's your advice. So I am rocking with the dude. He's told me to put a mask on. I'm like trying to rock with him though, because I can tell that the girl that works for him is being a bitch, and he's just trying to keep. So I'm like, okay, I'm trying to rock with him. Then they petitioned to make me sign a signature bond of $750 to be able to leave. And
Okay, can I just
I
say this
clearly
though?
objected it. He made me do it, and I was like, dude, I'm only signing this under duress. And he was like, okay. And then I read through it. He didn't even understand what it was. And I'm like, I'm reading through it. I'm having to explain it to him, to a judge, what it says, because you're trying to force
You're
me
not
with your
well.
power
For
to
one,
sign it.
let me explain. He's not. You're not explaining anything to the judge. What you could have done, and I just want to put it on the table as an option, is the idea is what you could have done is said, Your Honor, I've come in here and shown that I'm an honorable man. I've come in here. I've put the mask on. I've come in here and done this. Let the record show. I motioned the court. You know what I mean? Like for forgiveness, and I motioned the court to dismiss the case right there on the grounds that I drove 1,000 miles to come have this because I don't want anything on my name and because I respect every, you know what I mean? The whatever. I motioned the court to dismiss the case. Why would I need to sign the bond so long as we agreed that when we've agreed to dismiss the case, Your Honor?
Right, Issa, that sounds amazing. If I could redo it, I
I
would,
get
because I
it.
could
No, no,
do
and
it a
I'm only
million
saying this
times
because
better, bro.
I
I
get
did.
you, brother.
I was
Forgive
going
me
around
for
the United States like pistol hanging out, saying what I wanted to wherever, including Times Square. National Park was certainly nothing special. I was just doing that moving, and then like had to stay around, go back to that area before we kept moving. And so that's just where I was at. And I was like, dude, I know that these are unconstitutional on their face. They don't apply to me. And so I just did what I had to do, and I was not in any way informed enough to go in there. Okay, and
No,
this is
dude, I
why I
salute
think the
you all the
creator
way with
showed me
it. I
this to try
salute
to
you
show
all
other
the fucking
people so
way.
they don't. So I think the creator put me in this position, so I would have to learn from my mistakes, and then be able to try to show other people in a digestible way how to prevent the same mistakes.
So what are you gonna do going forward? Like, what do you feel like your next move is?
I'm going to file a motion to dismiss for violation of the First Amendment and explain that the regulation itself is facially
Yeah,
invalid.
it's deprivation of rights under the color of law.
Actually,
That's
yeah,
what
now
your
that we're talking
motion. Your
Easter, I
motion is
might do something different first. I will say that for sure.
just something like dismissing on the grounds that didn't because denial of equal protection under the law.
Okay, so
You know what I mean?
let me ask you this.
Something of those
So I have the
effects.
federal criminal charge, right? All right, and if I can use a very intelligent tactic to just get it dismissed super quickly, there's like a million of them. That's how I view it. I'm giving you my perspective. Uh, I feel like I have a solid dozen or something. So I am always welcome to learn the best one and whatever. But my question is specifically, so do I want to get as much as I can on the court record and get the judge to dismiss as much as I can, because it will stand in a pill, and not even talking about civil. Like, when do I want to get it on the record? Do I just get it dismissed and then get everything on the record with the civil? Because I want to get everything on the record. I'm not scared of them. This is not a thing where I'm like, please just get it to go away and I can leave and go my own way. I want to simultaneously bring it to them. So I'm trying to understand, with my limited knowledge of how this all works, the best way to do that. Do I get it on the record now? Do I just get it dismissed as fast as possible and get on the record in the civil? Like, what do I do?
Yeah, we should talk, man. I mean, I would say you'd like, I don't know whether that thing is still active, but you would, like I said, you would find out who that prosecutor is from the clerk and establish a record of agreement between you and the prosecutor and motion the court for a dismissal.
Okay. And then just put everything on the record in the civil.
The civil side of it, you know what I mean, would be a matter. I mean, really, I'm against so much of the civil side in the sense that you'd be going after the judge, but you could go after the rule of law and the idea.
That's what I'm doing.
That's not a bad, I to be honest, I guess I'm not so much familiar with how to necessarily change the legislature. You know what I mean? But
right, I have a very crazy situation in
but you
life
could
right now,
take
bro.
What's up? But that's
I have a
you could take the precedent. And you could there is a means to do it. I'm sure.
Right. So check this, dude. Now comes Austin David Whitsitt, hereinafter petitioner, and moves this court to declare the rights of the parties as follows. Rights of defendants, number one. By the following, petitioner will show that 36 CFR Section 251 lacks adequate procedural safeguards, allows for unbridled discretion, and is not narrowly tailored to serve a significant government interest. In addition, to confine specified expressive activities to free speech areas or First Amendment areas, quote unquote, is fundamentally unconstitutional. Therefore, the regulation is subject to facial review, and the petitioner has the right to challenge the licensing scheme in entirety. Okay, that's just the first part. And so then, of course, number A, or letter A, unalienable rights. It's self-evident that the petitioner is endowed by his creator with certain unalienable rights. Among these is freedom of expression. The First Amendment reads as follows. I guess I will read it. Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or of the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. B, right to challenge licensing scheme. Petitioner owes no obligation to adhere to an unconstitutional licensing scheme imposing prior restraint on free speech. Rather, has the right to challenge the licensing scheme on its face. Number one, in the context of the First Amendment, quote unquote, one who might have had a license for the asking may call into question the whole scheme of licensing when he is prosecuted for failure to procure it. United States versus Atkinson, 195 F3D 645 648, 11th Circuit, 1999. Number two, when a licensing statute allegedly vests unbridled discretion in a government official over whether to permit or deny expressive activity, one who is subject to the law may challenge it facially without the necessity of first applying for and being denied a license. City of Lakewood versus Plain Diller.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I had some.
At
Yeah,
one
go
point,
ahead. Go ahead.
I want to keep reading this.
Do you bring up the fact of, like, on this date at this time, I was at the park and two officers approached me?
Of course, dude. I have affidavits of
Okay,
facts.
got it. Awesome.
Brother,
But
Okay,
so
I'm
let me
talking about
just I want to say one thing. So what's it? What portion of that do you believe is, remember, because there's beautiful words and there's the reality that exists, and it's a delicate dance, right? So like some of those words, they're fed to the masses to make them feel like everything is okay. But in reality, like I'm sure you realize when you get into the courthouse and you're actually there and the gun's at your forehead, it's a different story than the beautiful words that we were all handed. So we
This is the
know
thing,
the
though.
words have some level of truth, but also a gray area of like, it's not so true.
Okay,
You know
so
what I
in
mean?
federal court, yeah, for sure, bro. But in federal court, which is a little different than state court, you have to file a memorandum supporting what your motion you're filing. That's what this is. So this is the first part, and it's just establishing that I have the right to do what I'm doing, and all I'm doing is citing Supreme Court precedent to support that before I continue on. Now, I could skip down. I'm not going to read the whole thing or something. I'm making a point that the Supreme Court precedent is that you don't have to go try to get a permit and then deny you before you can challenge the entire licensing scheme as unconstitutional on its face. You have no obligation to follow the unconstitutional law. That's what number 3 says, which is one need not apply for a benefit conditioned by a facially unconstitutional law. Shuttlesworth versus City of Birmingham. So that's important. That's the point I was trying to make, and I was trying to rush through it, but it was only 3, so I decided to read them. I'm saying I can beat them at their own game, bro, and I want to beat them at our legit, like, truther, rep the truth. You don't have the ability to do what you're doing game, and I really like Issa because he's showing like a finesse and a cordiality of like, or I don't know if the word's formality, but
I
like
agree. I agree.
yeah,
I'm glad you guys, had this
Thank you.
conversation today because it's like, I've seen your videos online, so it's like, I'm very proud of what you're doing. Obviously, I'm not out here doing the legwork, but it's like I'm proud of the fact that you're doing it and you're having these conversations. And I can imagine it's tough to, travel and have these conversations where people looking at you like you're the dumb one when you're actually the one trying to snap them out of their delusion. So it's like I would just say, like, I don't want you to get too harmed by life, right? Because at the end of the day, like, you still got to survive. You still got to, survive and, grow and exist in this reality. So it's like, take it all into account and like make sure you don't get too harmed by it because you as much as you're giving, some people just don't want to see. They just can't see what you see because they're not paying attention. You think they're going to do the requisite research? Let's be honest. If they did, they would have already been in the server. They would have already been here, but they're not here. So,
Right.
I'm just saying, like, don't get yourself too harmed by trying to like buck the establishment. The establishment's been running for hundreds and hundreds of years because they've been fucking people the whole time. They're good at fucking people, bro.
Yeah, you know what the thing is
Don't
with
get
it is
fucked. Don't make these
there's no
motherfuckers let you grab your ankles, bro. You know what I mean?
those ideals are hard to hold on to in the prison cell, especially after you've been fucking
Well said.
that's
Well
the
said.
thing.
Well
And
said.
and there's no reason for someone as genius as yourself to be there.
Well said. Exactly what. Yeah. So you nailed it. Someone as genius as you should not be subjected to that type of misery.
Right, because they're real about it. They're real about it. Just
They're
like
real
you're real
about it.
about it with it, they're real about it too.
They're real about it too. Well said.
You know what
Right.
I mean?
Dude, look, I did 18 days in
Fucking
jail.
God bless you, my brother.
A
I'm not
recent.
trying to do, bro.
Well,
What's it?
check,
I'm
bro.
not
Check,
trying to be a
let me
fucking
just finish,
character.
bro. I'm not coming at. I'm not trying to argue or anything. I'm just explaining. I did 18 days recently in Florida in jail for marijuana. Okay, now, everywhere I was at in Key West smelled like weed. Storefronts were smoking weed. Weed smoke was coming out of storefronts. I mean, whatever. Someone gave me some weed. I got in trouble in 2022. Did it 18 days. Was dumb, I guess. Yeah, for sure. Got an attorney. Ended up just getting out the way I got out. Okay, cool story. This is about your ability to freely speak. To me, the reason it resonates so deep, and the reason I do everything, and I believe in the creator, dude, bro. The creator does everything, bro. And if the more you trust him, the more happens. The reason the freedom of speech is the most important thing is because if someone can control what you're gonna say, they actually control your thoughts.
Agreed.
Because
Agreed.
they
Agreed.
control your process of
But remember, Whitset, remember, they handed you the language with which you're speaking. So I think sometimes to say nothing is more powerful. You know what I mean? Because sometimes, remember, they gave you the language.
All right, let me say
So
this.
it's like I'm very weary about speaking sometimes, and like I speak a lot on the server because I like you guys and like I just like having these debates. But in reality, I don't talk too much because it's like I don't want someone else to perceive what I think if I don't think that they're receive the message. Because remember, that back and forth is like, do I think you're going to be able to reconcile this argument with me? No, you're lazy. You're not going to do the fucking work. So I don't want to. I don't even want to have the conversation sometimes.
All right, but
Because I was
everyone's
like,
different, bro. I think
no, I
that
agree. I
in
agree. I agree. I agree.
5 years,
Everyone's
someone
different,
like
but
dude, so in 5 years, someone might okay, say in 2 years, someone might tell his friend, dude, I think they're a slut. I'm like, what? And then eventually they talk about it for a second, and then he ends up asking like, where did you hear about this? He's like, dude, it's gonna sound crazy, but one time I was just hitting the block in Times Square, and this white boy over here just had this mic and was talking crazy, but like I couldn't disagree with what he was saying. I just ignored it. Then I came across it again, and I'm like, oh wow. And then I started remembering what that guy said, and I was like, oh, and I started putting the pieces together. I have no idea what happens. I know everyone's not the same, but I like to just throw the seeds. But B is historical relevance. This is what I wrote. Given the widespread use of prior restraints by the colonial British, prior restraint was expressly viewed as one of the most egregious forms of censorship by the founders.
Yeah, you ever read William Blackstone? Sir William
you
Blackstone.
said prior restraint. Could you elaborate on prior restraint? What does that mean, prior restraint?
Yeah, it's crazy because that's actually the title of this. Number 2, prior restraint. The permit requirements found in the challenge regulations are prior restraints because they require individuals to receive authorization from government officials before engaging in certain expression.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so they make you give them you have to get permission.
You need permission to talk. Yeah, I get it.
Bruh. Yeah, and that's why it was said like this, because like this dude's like, it's just so absurd. And then, okay, I got a definition, even though that pretty much is that. A prior restraint on expression exists when the government can deny access to a forum for expression before the expression occurs.
Yeah.
Very simple, right? So that's bro. Come on, the 2010 like Supreme Court's like, dude, the reason that you can't censor individuals is because they have to be able to speak in the moment spontaneously. Yeah, and
Agreed.
yeah, and that's the last time this was ruled unconstitutional on its face, and they made a individual exemption. But now, so the individuals have to just talk in the free speech zones. That same court case was like, we actually don't just believe in these free speech zones. They say either, by the way. So it's very interesting predicament I found myself in. And the creator's real. I want everyone to know the creator's real, bro, because like he is. That's like the amount of anomalies already stacking up. I know the creator's thumbprint, bro.
Yeah, I agree with you on that point. I do believe that the creator is real, but at the end of the day, it's like when I see like, what lengths they've gone to dumb people down and make them like, impulsive. Think about like social media, porn, liquor, weed, smoking. Like there's so many things being pounded at society to make them impulsive and reactionary. Most people are polarized on one side or the other, whatever the fuck they're at, but it wasn't done by accident. And like this is 99% of people are impulsive with their thoughts and their actions. And it's like, I wish they weren't there because then we can have a civilized conversation and go back and forth and sort shit the fuck out. But I realize everyone's impulsive. How are you going to have a conversation? You think, am I going to spend my life being embroiled in arguments with someone that's not even listening in the first place?
All right. So let me say this last
You
one.
know what I mean? So it's like,
Yeah,
I don't know how to bridge that divide,
last one I'll read. This is what I said, and tell me what you think. So after we define prior restraint, this is what I wrote. Prior restraint licensing schemes are antithetical to the core principles of the First Amendment. Thus, any attempts to justify the imposition of such bears heavy presumption against its constitutional validity. Then I just have like 10 Supreme Court quotes underneath it. So it's the creator's done it. I just got Discovery today, guys. I guess what I'm trying to tell you. It's pretty epic. It's really pretty epic. So I wish I could play it for you guys. I just don't think I legally can. I'm not sure.
What's it? I don't know you, but I wish you Godspeed, brother. Like, like you make me extremely proud, bro. Like, I'm very happy for you, brother.
I
Like,
agree.
I would say you're one of the most intelligent people I've seen come to this server. But, it's been a pleasure listening to you and learning from you, brother. I sit back in the corner and just listen, bro.
I agree with it. I totally agree with that, and I just feel honored to be living in the same time that these kind of things are going on. Like,
yeah, well said.
It gives me like great like hope for humanity. Like, fuck, you don't know what I've been through,
Love you, bro.
I hope you don't think like, I was trying to tell you what to do. Not at all. I don't have that authority at the end of the day anyways, but I just want to make sure you're safe, bro. That's my
really
number one goal. So
Yeah,
make sure
we're
you're
rooting
safe.
for you. We're rooting for you with it. Fucking right.
Yeah, thank you, man. And I appreciate you 1,000,000%, bro. We gotta chop it up for sure because
Yeah, anytime, bro.
I got a lot to learn, bro. But I
Dude,
feel like I'm gonna make their worst enemy or something, man. I'm trying to keep
you
my.
know what's crazy is like I could, you'll probably learn shit about this stuff doing what you're doing that that I don't know. Come on, man. You have to show me some shit. That this shit is fucking, it's so deep. None of us know all of the answers on any of this. I just know what I know, and I'm adamant about it.
Yeah.
And I want you to fucking win. You know what I'm saying?
No, I want to learn from you, bro. I want to learn from
you. Man. Well, I look forward to learning from you too, brother. Fucking right.
Awesome. I'm actually gonna try to just work on this a little bit, get it out in the morning. But I really appreciate it, dude. So we're gonna link up for sure, bro. And thank you guys. Sorry, I kind of took over the server. I just got real excited. I feel like I can only say so much, but this is a place I come and I get big news. I like where people are like, "Why would you do that? It's not tactical at all. Why would you?" Like I just come here and do it anyway, like too early. I think it's funny, but not funny, but I just like it. I like this place in the sense that it's got that low key little barrier. So y'all are my familia. I wanted to tell you the discovery's pretty epic. And I guess we'll just have to see how long it takes before I can let you guys hear it. But it's really dope. And yeah, that's it.
Good luck to you with it.
Good luck, brother.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Both of you guys.
Peace. Yo, good shit, Vagabond. Right on.
I think it's epic.
Who's that? That's
That was me. That was me, dude. I was just saying good shit, brother. And
was that Issa? Hey,
yeah,
what's up,
man.
bro?
Yeah, well,
Yeah, man. How you been, bro? Everything's been good.
yeah, everything is good, man. Chilling.
Nice, man. No, listen, don't think my legal game hasn't been stepped up from you being in the server too,
Man.
bro. Like, yo, I've been learning so much, bro. Like, yeah, like this place is like a wealth of wisdom, bro. Wealth of wisdom.
Yeah, man. Especially like
You know?
all these motherfuckers with the Earth conversations too. It's like I learn new shit every day. I'll be like, I just
How's it
battled.
going, Ethan?
What
It's
up, Sonny?
mind-blowing,
Forgive me
bro.
for cutting
Wait a
you off,
minute,
man.
Kiwi's trying to speak.
How's it going, man? How's that sex change operation go?
Oh, quantum eraser. Would you move to the village? Would you move to the village? Are you talking to your friends over there?
Quantum, how are you, bro? It's Jerry. How's everything, brother?
Hell yeah, quantum. Quantum out there ripping motherfucking heads off still. I hear
Of
you.
course, as per usual.
What else you want me to do?
Right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
I did take up a hobby though.
Nice. What's that?
Archery.
Oh, dope.
Ain't it?
So how's your arm?
Very good. I shot for like 3.5 arms.
Arms, both.
Yeah, because the bow arm is just important as that pullback arm. But anyway, we can get past that. I shot for about 3.5 hours today. It's slowly coming together.
That's cool, man. Did you get your hunting license?
No, I don't kill Bambis, man. I'm gonna be doing target in 3D, and then maybe some trans panda rats from a wolf pup.
Right on. Some critters.
Yeah. It's righteous, man.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I used to shoot a bow. I love that shit.
Yeah.
I haven't shot one in a while though. But yeah, it's awesome, man.
You shoot one of those sissy bows or compound?
Oh, compound bow.
All right. Fair enough.
I used to have a nice little bow, but I never didn't travel with it. Too much music shit.
Music was going on. Yeah.
You know?
All right. Fair enough, man. Well.
Yeah, man. But I'm a fan of all things going. I'm a fan of all things going downrange.
Bows don't have genders.
That's funny. I call mine Evelyn.
I guess they do then. Yeah.
Yep.
How dare me to say that? Cars have
Evelyn the Javelin.
That's pretty cool. Right on, man.
I'm right at about 298 feet per second.
Dang. Become the arrow. Grasshopper.
That's right. 298, baby. We're smoking. It's like got a vapor trail on the back.
It is. That's pretty outrageous. I'd like to see a slow-mo of that. Yeah.
I'm only doing it. I'm at 63 pounds pull weight. And 298.
That's not even full. That's not even full up, is it?
Yeah,
what's the range? Like what's the range in terms of pounds? Pulling pounds. Like what is it? What's the low and the high end?
I'm maxed out.
663 is maxed out.
On my bow, it's maxed out. I got 60-pound limbs. Oh. Don't need any more. 298.
I don't think I could do 60 pounds. Hell no. Like you broke.
Yes, you could. On this bow, you could. This bow's smooth as butter.
Oh, maybe then.
Yeah.
With a few.
So we can get by with that. I just wanted to bring it up to Issa. You know, from one archer to another shithouse lawyer. There you go.
No doubt, bro. That's
I mean, compound bows are easier to pull, if I'm not mistaken, since they were made for war. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you're probably mistaken.
No, like they used it in Vietnam, and
The bows are today. The compound bows are so technologically advanced. It's absolutely unbelievable, and I paid for it. Don't you worry your pretty low head about that.
I
I
bet.
mean, I have done archery for 9 years, so
Okay.
yeah. Like I'm more into like the classical old archery. Like
Yeah.
so yeah.
Yeah, recurves. It's sort of. I don't know. It just doesn't get with. I like the compound aspect. I like the power behind it.
It's pretty efficient.
I would
Yeah.
actually like to go do the whole thing. Find the piece of wood. Go make the entire thing myself. That's what I would like to experience. That.
Yeah, that's hardcore.
You would.
Yeah, I would do a good job. Yeah, I would do a good job. Like I'm pretty decent carpenter. Like I can do very fine things with wood. Like even shocked myself. Like yeah. Shit. He goes, what the hell?
Well,
Never mind.
The bow's not made out of wood, you numpty.
They used to be.
That's the problem.
So Quantum, the one you've got now is what? Is carbon fiber? What's it made out of? Plastic?
Now mine's
Carbon fiber?
aluminum. I got aluminum riser. My arrows are carbon.
Okay.
I mean,
And
if
the
you make
limbs
your
are
own,
some sort of probably come from fiber. I'd have to look that up. I'm sure they have some fiberglass in them.
Cool.
Because if you dry fire it, it'll explode. So that's telling me that they're fiberglass.
Okay. Yeah, I've only shot a bow a handful of times, but it's like I really liked it. I definitely want to, I've always wanted to pick up that sport. I've never learned yet.
I just like it just being by myself, man. I got a chance to just be alone, have conversations with myself, try to get the zen.
There you go. Yeah.
Because the cool thing about it is there's nothing in the world happening when you got that, when you're pulling that bow back, right? The world stops.
Slow.
Of course. You got to control your breathing,
slow-mo.
get your focus in line.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Nothing when you're honing in on the target, whatever it may be, right? It just, everything goes away.
I understand.
Yeah, I knew you would. Don't tell anybody, man.
a fun fact: you're not accounting for curvature either. So
I know about
You're not accounting for curvature, is what you said.
yeah. You assume a flat stationary plane, like your target isn't moving around.
No.
So funny. Flatter jokes.
Funny, yeah.
I'm addicted to it, man. I have to admit.
Time just like stands still and everything.
It has to.
It's a pulse where it just goes.
Yeah. You can throw an extra little variable into the mix. You can get a hinge trigger, and that adds an extra variable because if you don't pull it back right, you can come back and bust all your teeth out.
What's a hinge trigger? I can't visualize it. What does it do?
It's a hinge release, a hinge trigger. It works on the aspect of there's a hook on it, but you don't hit a trigger. It's not like a wrist release where you hit the trigger with your index finger or a thumb trigger where you hit it. It works on rotation. It's like a door hinge. You rotate it just enough and it fires. Let me see if I can.
Okay.
More precise then, right? Because
it's more of a surprise shot.
It's a smaller motion though with your hand, right?
It just depends on how you set it, but it could be, yes. So this is what I'm shooting right now.
Get some visuals.
Yeah, that's a trip.
That's a thumb release. I'm shooting it like a hinge, but let me get you a hinge. Let me get you I got a thumb trigger and a hinge. I train with the hinge.
Okay.
It's a good training aid.
That's the thumb trigger right there.
Yeah, it's a thumb.
Yeah.
So you hold the bow with that piece right there, and then you pull it back.
You hold you draw the bow
string.
back.
But with that piece, like, what does that piece do right there?
Pulls the
You
arrow
hook it.
back and the string.
Hold the pulls the string back.
Oh, pulls the string back, and then you got, I guess, like there's a little slit.
So you don't damage it until it slips out of your finger without.
Let QE tell it.
I know everyone jumped in, right?
I'm just trying to understand.
Well, I've been holding back for all this time, waiting for an opportunity to talk, and I couldn't get in. Sorry.
All right, this is the one I got. 1 second, let me show you. Copy image. It's good with images. So this is the hinge.
Got it.
So you see the head on top of this thing. First, you got a little hook. So you hook that thing around the loop, and then you invert your wrist. And it has a little thumb peg on there. You invert your wrist and only pull the bow back with the thumb and your index finger. The other two fingers, you just let a little bit loose, because if you rotate that thing on your way back, you're going to take a trip to the dentist.
Or you could have your wrist cut too.
Hit yourself
Quick
in the mouth
question.
with brass knuckles.
Quick question, QE, on those hinges, do you use like a special attachment onto the knock, or does it just grab the string?
Just grabs the D loop.
Okay, so yeah, special loop, yeah.
Yeah, they call it a D loop. Yep. So, but with the thumb trigger, you have no concerns. The one up above, so you just hook it on, right? With this particular one, I have to physically close it, which I don't mind. A lot of people do, but I don't. The trigger is on the underside of it. I'm sorry, not the trigger, but the loader. You push that. It's a big. Let me see if I got another picture of the other side.
Because I've seen other ones where it's like a clamp.
So you see that chrome button right there?
Mm-hmm.
So I push that in, which takes some pushing in, but that's fine. I don't mind that. And then I hook the front of the part of the hook, the upper picture, hook that over the D loop, and I hear a little click.
So the silver piece that you got there, like your thumb is on the side on the left or the side on the right? You said your index finger is where?
The index finger and the thumb with the hinge release. You talking about the hinge?
The hinge, yeah. The chrome one. So like, which one? On what side would your thumb have been, and what side would your index finger have been?
It's on the outside. When I pull it back, that is on it's towards my face. I think.
Wait, but I'm saying just on the left and the right side. Like which finger would have gone in what slot?
Oh, the big finger right past the thumb is the index finger, then the middle finger behind the head, and then the pinky finger where the hook is.
Got it. Okay.
What the hell? Somebody hyperventilating?
Probably me.
It's cool, man. You just have to experience. Like I said, it's a good training.
Yeah, I want to try it.
It forces you to stay with the shot and stay through the execution. Here's my big problem. There's two of my big problems. Stance.
You
Jack,
put one foot
put
forward.
You on mute for a second, man.
I'm sorry.
All right.
You put 1 foot forward, 1 foot like bracing.
Nah, it's poor. I find myself with a more of a wider stance.
Okay.
Than
But like squared off, or
it's just I'm right-handed shooter, so left foot goes out and right foot goes back. So my left big toe
is pointing at the target.
You're on mute. No, I don't point it. It's still pointed sideways, but my left big toe, if you drew a line from my left big toe straight back, it would probably hit the ball of my right foot. So the front foot is a little bit.
Got it. I can picture that.
So stance, anchor point. the anchor point on your face, I use my jawbone, but you better make sure you do that every single time. If you can't that release even a little bit off angle, you won't miss, but you won't have consistent shooting. So it's got to be the exact same
thing every time. Yeah.
Right? And then here's the biggest one. Follow through.
What do you mean? You follow, but when you release, you're just releasing, right? So follow through how? Follow through with what?
So follow through, not like a baseball pitcher or a batter. Follow through is watch the arrow through my scope, hit the target, and don't fucking try to peek.
And don't move.
Don't peek. Because you affect that arrow. I have to tell myself every single time. I'll sit there, stance, anchor, follow through. Every single time I do it. Every single fucking time. I'm new.
Yeah, it sounds like fun, man.
It is. I love
can
the
imagine.
discipline of it.
How much did the bow cost?
You don't want to know.
I do want to know, obviously, because I want one. So, I'm sure it can't be that much. Like 1,000? How much are they?
I'll say from 1,500 to 2,500.
How much?
Why don't you just let me, Sonny, shut the hell up.
I'm sorry, man. Don't tell me to shut the hell up.
Sam, he's asking me how much is the bow, and you got to give him a fiscal. I'll tell him.
I don't have to. Thanks.
I bought the motherfucker.
Yeah, you did.
Do you have to keep your elbow locked, or is that bad form to lock your elbow?
Hold on a second. One question at a time. So the bow wasn't the big problem. It's everything else that comes with it.
Sure.
So the bow is $1,100.
Okay.
The rest, no pun intended. You got the rest. You got the sight. You got the scope. You got new strings because the strings that come from the factory suck. And everything else with the bow, arrows, everything, all the components of those, everything, 3,500.
3,500. Okay. And what do you have like? Do you have like where do you shoot? Where do you practice at? Do you have like space in the backyard, or like you have to go to like a shooting range to practice?
Let me give you a visual on that.
Because like I'm in Florida now, I'm in Delray Beach, but it's like, oh, okay. So you got some wooding areas. Yeah, I'm in Delray. Like I'd have to find like some woods so I have space to fucking shoot, right?
I got an indoor range about 5 minutes away, but that gets expensive after a while, especially for as much as I like to shoot.
Exactly.
So I found the squat rack. I put it up on blocks.
Yes.
And I put a speed bag up. I don't have to use the targets on the speed bag. I could tape targets to the speed bag. I just need something to stop the arrow.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So let me give you another picture. And that would be.
You hit those targets flawlessly like that?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. That's
of course
perfect.
I picked the best ones.
Of course you picked the best picture. Yeah.
What the fuck you want me to do? Pick the worst ones and show you?
Yeah. Show some of those too. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. Of course you post the one where it's like flawless fucking perfection every time.
The target is the citation.
Showing off here.
I'm only kidding, man.
No, I picked the best one. You can see the holes. I'm not hiding anything. You can see the other holes there.
That's pretty awesome. Man. That's epic, though.
Yeah, well done, brother. Well done.
Doing that. I mean, that's fun. It sounds fun as hell, actually.
So the first one is about 12 yards. The second picture is 20 yards, and then my furthest that I can shoot in the yard is 35, which is a pretty good poke for me right now.
How far is the second garage over there back in?
Yeah, man. The second one, that's far away. You have to have like an eagle eye to hit that.
There's the 35 yard.
You're hitting it from that point, from the third point. Oh, that's hard as fuck. Oh my god.
So try to hit a quarter from there.
Look at that, how small that is from over there.
Like, yo, I can barely fucking see it.
Wow.
Now put a quarter on it and try to hit it.
Glover. ISS, really?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
yeah.
Man.
Hilarious.
Yeah. In fact, I was out there today, man. It was 70 degrees. The wind was blowing like a madman. I said, the heck with it. And I just kept shooting. I shot for 3.5 hours. I'm addicted to it, right? I had to force myself to stop.
Why can't you see the fly on the target, QE?
Yeah. So, yeah, it's about it, man. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Nice,
I really enjoy it.
Yeah, thanks for exposing me. Like, I'm still learning about new things, but yeah, archery is one of those things I've always wanted to get into. I just had never taken the time.
I picked up my first bow in my entire life, September 3rd.
Oh, so you're pretty new to it as well.
Brand new.
Nice.
You know what? I used to carry a bow and arrow around me with a little kid and hunt rabbit with it. From the time
I used to make slingshots when I was a kid. Like
8 years old to 12 years old. That's what I was roaming around hunting with a bow.
You had a bow on your shoulder, just walking around the neighborhood.
Yes, and sometimes a fishing pole too.
Let me see if I can't show you a picture. I got the bow all tricked out now, but I just don't want to show you a picture of me with it because people will just run with it.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have one.
Yeah. So what's that you posted? Honk honk.
Dude, this freaking Canadian something is trying to correlate honk honk with Heil Hitler.
What?
What's Hong Kong? I don't know what that is.
Like the Canadian truckers right now.
The trucker shit? Okay.
So like, honk honk has been like the online meme of like, the truckers. And now this bitch is literally trying to say that it means Heil Hitler.
Yo, they be stretching. They be pulling shit out their ass.
Oh my god, dude, these people are fucking retardedly dangerous.
Yo, and the thing is, people are gobbling this shit up too. And I'm looking, I'm like, yo, the whole world's going crazy around me. It's like I can't even stop it anymore. I'm just like, you know what, Jerry, just secure yourself, get yourself situated, make sure you get yourself a piece of property that's on the water, get a boat. Should this shit go south, I'm dipping on these motherfuckers, like, cause I just don't trust. I don't trust people's ability to be rational and reasonable and intelligent anymore. Like, I just don't.
So it almost sounds like you're thinking of an escape pod or something.
Yeah.
Of course, man.
Why not? Like, let's imagine this shit does go south. What do you think I'm gonna do? Let these motherfuckers make me grab my ankles? No way. I'm dipping. I'm out. I'll go back to Haiti. I'll find some place in the mountains and be chilling. Find myself a little beautiful Latina woman, pop some kids out, and then I'm straight.
Yeah, I've been off the coast of Haiti. We stopped in Hispaniola though. We stopped in Santo Domingo. Yeah, we pulled into the river in Santo Domingo. I went to some of the oldest what are fortresses, I guess, in North America. On
Citadel.
Over there in Santo Domingo, near Santo Domingo. Yeah, many
nice.
years ago, man.
Yeah, I love it over there, man. Such a good time.
Sailing on a small yacht, 50-foot.
Nice, brother. Nice.
Many years ago, I was young. I was only 21 years old. I'm much, much older than that now.
How old are you now? I'm 41.
63.
63? Okay. Oh, so you've lived a lot of life.
Yeah. Quite a bit.
All right, I'm catching up.
We all have to take our turn. The only reason the only thing that makes any difference is someone with more experience is just that we started earlier. That's all. We just you're all going to go through your own unique experience, right? But
yeah, exactly. Yeah, Quantum. That's a good looking bow, bro.
Someone else is going to be. Yeah, isn't that cool stuff? Yeah.
My God, that's super nice.
Like gearhead, like a drummer. Like drummers are gearheads. Being an archer like this is like being a gearhead, all that equipment, man.
Oh, yeah. It's like the specialty case and everything.
It's high-tech stuff, though. That technology, that's amazing how far it's advanced in the last, let's say, 20 years.
That's huge amazing. Jumps in the past 5.
Yeah, I bet.
Wait, where's that shop? That's not your house. Those aren't all your bows, are they? Or it's just it's a shop
No,
where you buy your bows from?
it's a bow shop.
Bow shop, yeah. Okay. I was gonna say, don't tell me you just started in September. You got like 30 bows on the wall. I was like, this guy's not fucking around.
Yeah.
I was like, talk about an extremist.
That would be, wouldn't it?
That would be, right?
Yeah.
He's like, no, that's my garage. Actually, like, I don't fuck around. When I get into some shit, I get into it. I'm like, holy shit.
That's
That'd
funny.
have been hilarious.
That's funny, Joshua. You're I'm looking at the
If
text.
gravity is a force, can anybody recommend any books on gravitational chemistry?
Did you say gravitational chemistry?
Yeah, gravitational chemistry. Gravity's a force. So you got to be able to do a chemical reaction with it, right?
That sounds like an evolutionary biologist. That's a
I've never seen good old G in a chemistry formula.
I know.
Indio, how are you, brother? How's everything been?
Enhanced chemical reactions using chemical force. What was that?
He's just trying to get it back.
How are you,
He's
Indio?
just trying to get it back to flat Earth, man. He's been trying to do that for the past hour.
Apologies, I talked too much. My bad.
Actually, an hour ago. An hour before the last hour.
Sorry, Indio.
An hour before the
last hour. I was actually trying to be like, that's how you can demonstrate gravity's not a force. It doesn't cause any chemical reactions.
And it doesn't do any work either.
But you can create chemical reactions with centrifugal force, right? Or augment them. Some chemical reactions require a centrifuge.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Almost all the
So I should just be able to go up and down. And I've been thinking about a lot of little tests that you could do to like completely disprove gravity. You shoot lasers up and down, right? You should get a phase shift. There's all sorts of stuff you should be able to do. Gravity's supposed to be less as you go higher up.
What's gravity?
Exactly. It's a cool story. You've never heard of it? Let me tell you the story of gravity. Once upon a time, there was a tree, and this tree had an apple.
Go on.
There was this virgin who liked chugging mercury. And,
Wait a second. You say virgin?
Virgin. This virgin that liked chugging mercury. His name was
what I
Isaac Newton. Yeah, Newton died a virgin.
I'm sorry.
Is that an ad hom?
Is that an ad hom?
So Zanuck was in here earlier. He's like the anti-flat earther celebrity, the one that says the craziest shit. And he still does the same tricks.
Yeah. He's for one, he's a lying surrat. Number two, he owes me 2 G's. Number 3, he's as dumb as a bag of hammers.
Can I try and collect on that? Do I get a percent?
Yeah, I tried to get people to collect on that, and I was going to pay out, but they just fell by the wayside because they're pretender clowns.
Oh, you can't get blood from a stone, so.
Very true.
I thought Zanuck gave up. I haven't seen him in the server in so long.
Yeah, so I mean, he was in here today.
Oh yeah, how's he been? Everything's good. I like Zanuck as a person. Obviously, his logic is fucked up, but like I like him as a person.
Why?
He's not. I don't think he's a bad guy. I just think he's like, because isn't Zanuck the guy that has like a father that was?
In 7th grade, him
Say it
and
again?
his class, in 7th grade, Zanuck said this in the server one time, that in 7th grade, they demonstrated with a model the solenoid equipment in his 7th grade class.
Mm-hmm.
He actually said this.
I don't know. Listen, isn't Zanuck the one that has like the father that was in like NASA or something, right? So it's like,
No,
I
that's
can
M.
understand.
Scott Veach.
M. Scott Veach. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I thought that was
Zanuck is
Zanuck.
the entropist.
but I could
Got
see
it. Got it.
possibly being abused. That could be one.
That identifies as a reference frame.
Yeah, M. Scott Veach is dumber than Zanuck, though.
No, I agree. Oh, for sure. No question there.
Well, he's
Although
a PhD, right? So
Zanuck will cite himself as the source, so you can't really rely on anything.
He
he's
still
like the
owes me
judge
two.
dried up
He owes me two
intellectualism.
G.
I am the citation.
Son of a bitch owes me $2,000.
Over what? What happened?
Yeah, it was he made me a bet, and about 30 people heard it. The first bet, 30 people heard it. The second one, he doubled down. He fucked up.
Well, what was the bet about? Like, was there a clear reconciliation point where it's like you knew you were right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was about the second law of thermodynamics, which he has no.
Oh, okay. I get it. Yeah, there's nowhere to run there.
Yeah.
Could you outline the details of that bet? Because that's interesting. They always try to like make it. They always avoid the high pressure to low pressure definition.
Outline the details of Zanuck's bet?
Yeah, the bet that you won.
Yeah, you have to give me a couple minutes. I'm doing something else right now. Who's asking?
New perspective.
New perspective.
Yeah,
Let me get back with. Give me
yeah,
5
sure.
minutes. Give me 5 minutes and I'll post it. Okay. All right, let me make sure these saved. Let me do both three. Y'all still there?
Yeah, we're
We fell asleep.
patiently
Roger.
waiting. We're sitting here patiently waiting for you.
Yeah, shut up. I was in the middle of something, man, trying to copy some stuff. Hold on a second. I'm almost done.
No, keep going. No problem. Take your time, man.
Let me get
We got all
this.
day.
We got all up your ass. Okay. Let me get serious. Let me find this. Yeah, because I made sure and documented it. You know, because they're fucking abominations of the earth. All right, where are you, Zanuck? I can never find shit when I'm looking for it. Why is that? Let me just do this.
That's exactly why, because you're looking for it.
Yeah, I can't stand it, man.
I think it's called Murphy's Law, I believe.
Yeah, it's exactly that. Some bitch.
Yeah, but what is it really? You have a description, but not the cause.
Okay.
What is Murphy's Law?
All right.
No
Hold on a
response from
second.
the crowd.
Is that the bet? Oh, here it is. I found it. Okay, here is the first bet for $1,000. It's real short. It's real easy to understand. So, Zanuck's first bet is so he said entropy is not greater of water versus gas. That makes no sense. That was his statement. It's recorded, by the way. And I said, that is some stupid shit. He goes, you want to bet? I said, yeah, 1,000. And then I posted I already had this in the hopper from the chemistry department at Wisconsin University or University of Wisconsin. It's so stupid. I mean, I don't even need a reference, but I did it just so I'd hammered 1,000. I mean, this is brain dead stuff. I knew this in junior high school. And then number 2, where he doubled down, he said double or nothing, right? And this is what he said. Watch this.
Yeah, I learned about entropy on the server, actually. Like, I wasn't familiar with entropy before I got to the server, actually.
So here's bet number 2. Let me see if I can't separate these two guys, because you'll get it right under the duh. All right, there you go. And it's that link is where he's recorded, so he's through. So Zanuck on a double down. You can have a liquid with no entropy. And entropy can be 0 without getting to absolute 0. Both are fucking train wrecks.
That doesn't even make any sense.
Nope, it doesn't.
Entropy can be 0 without getting to absolute 0. What does that even mean?
Yeah, it's a train wreck. So there is the 3 citations that destroys both of his comments. So, yep, 2 G's.
Entropy can be 0 without getting to absolute 0? I don't even know what that means. Yo, Zanuck. And like he'll stick tooth and nail on his point, and I'm just like, I don't understand why people can't reason with each other anymore. Like, I don't get it. Like, like, I don't mind being wrong, as long as I'm fucking learning some shit.
Yeah, the reason they can't reason with each other is because people like Zanuck.
Word.
You're a flat earther. You can't be right. That's written down somewhere.
Yep. So there's the $2,000.
Yeah, that was pretty wild.
That was a couple years ago. So I don't do bets with. That's exercise acme of foolishness, man. Because these people come from under the abominations of the earth, they have no honor. So, right. So there you go. I stopped.
You're never gonna get paid.
No, I stopped taking challenges for money, and no, I don't think so. I'll just embarrass you straight up.
That's fair.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Speaking of gases and liquids, I don't think I've ever heard your take on the idea that water is not H2O. Anything you want
Citation,
to say about
please.
that?
Is that
I'm
citation?
just asking what your
citation.
I'm not claiming it.
I've never heard that before. I've never heard that before.
Is that you? Citation, please.
I want to hear what you have to say about that one.
I thought I knew that.
Gas is making a liquid. 2 gases making a liquid is the argument, I guess.
So I didn't hear your question because I was enthralled with your voice. Go ahead, ask again.
The idea that water is not H2O.
Oh, Pete and Pete.
Or others too.
Mainly, it's I ascribe it to
water
Pete.
is not H2O.
What about Pete and repeat?
No, Pete and Pete. I'll post the one that has some arguments for anyone who's interested in that.
I never considered that. It's such a powerful idea. Like, how could 2 gases form a liquid?
It may have hydrogen. It may contain hydrogen and oxygen, but is it just hydrogen and oxygen?
Is it just hydrogen and oxygen?
Yeah.
Thanks for bringing it up, so you get,
Yeah, but when you think about
I've never heard your take on that.
Yeah, but think about the transitional states of water to ice to steam, right? So it's like obviously we observe that water has the ability to transition between the states. So it's like you can see it become a gas.
That's not
when it gets warmed, but I don't know
technically
if
those are phase changes.
Phase changes, of course, yeah.
The argument seems to be that the condensation is what they're calling the water when it's just condensation.
Or you can go back to 5th grade, take some hydrogen, put it in a fucking test tube, fire it up, and then after about 50 of them, put them all together and then drink it.
But there's other elements they have to use to make that reaction, which is the argument.
Yeah, I bet. I guess the H on that fucking container stands for hootenanny. Yeah, water has a special special case in many different ways. You're correct. How can water be more as its component? That's correct. Yeah, water is, without water, life would not exist. Water is that special thing, right? Water's pretty amazing if you think about it.
So yeah, it's
It
like
goes against, it goes against all convention.
It's like I finally like cracked my head open to say like, you know what, like there's been so many lies told. Like I don't assume I know anything anymore. It's like I just like literally try to observe and be as like open to being corrected now. Because it's like I've seen like what happens when you're closed-minded. So it's like I've learned to just like just digest different perspectives.
Yeah,
quick,
but you could take
quicker.
it too far. Yeah, but
No,
see,
of course. Yeah, I agree.
you follow what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Right. That could be taken too far. Skepticism can become the status quo.
Mm-hmm.
That is your default stance on everything.
Yeah.
Now,
yeah.
I understand. I understand to a point. I got it. But if you're doing that and you're doing that publicly and you're doing that against
No,
like
I don't do it
somebody
publicly.
yeah.
I keep it to myself.
Yeah, because if you kind of half stepping out there with, pretender clown flat earther into somebody that knows what he's talking about, you are going to get your ass handed to you quick.
Yeah, of course. Listen, I've learned like like I play Hold'em with my voice a lot, so it's like I always just try to take the speaking last position. Like I try to be the last person to say anything. I try to shut the fuck up, long enough so I can digest enough to figure out whether or not I have something intelligent to add.
This is a unique situation that I found with pretender clown flat earthers. This is the only time I've run into this in my life is this situation. Because there's a fine line. You could take it too far, right?
Agreed.
So your policy is a good one. Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. Speak last.
You can think it. You can think it. You can research it. Yeah, exactly.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, just keep that shit to yourself.
Oh, I'm supreme at that. Like, I mean, like sometimes it's like I want to say something, but it's like I'm like, Jerry, what are you gonna do? You gonna fucking explain this shit to everyone you come in contact with? No way.
You gotta fight that. You gotta fight that numpty dipshit monkey on your shoulder. It's got a lot of pride.
Yeah. Oh no, I let that go a long time ago.
Some
Like,
funny shit, man.
it just never made sense. I do not fucking engage anymore. In the beginning, like when I first discovered Flat Earth, I was like running outside telling everybody, and I was like, Jerry, shut the fuck up.
I never would have imagined I'd be hearing conversation like along these lines, but like I wanted to ask you a question. QE, is water a supernatural substance? Or is it just creation that's the supernatural of nature?
That's right. There you got it. You got it right. Water is pretty unique in its own right. I was going to say something else, and you got me off my fucking game. But you're right. Yeah. Yes, I would say supernatural creation. Obviously,
on the second
supernatural, okay, because it's based on information. But water
seems to have supernatural freaking properties. If you ask me.
It's not supernatural. It just has. They're counterintuitive. You wouldn't expect a substance like that to act the way it does. That's all I got to say about that.
Yeah.
Now, what was I thinking? It was really fucking profound too.
We were talking about skepticism.
Yeah,
it's along those lines.
Are you saying that the show me state only goes so far? You got to know how to temper that. Is that what you're saying?
I just got to put you guys on mute so I can remember it. I can't recall it. What a son of a bitch too. Damn, Sonny.
Yeah, see, I did my job today. I feel I accomplished something.
I accomplished
in the
that.
QE office. No, I'm just joking, man.
Nah, I know you are. Profound, but technically meaningless. That is fucking too funny. Yeah, we're on that. What were we on? Yeah, that's pretty good. Shit. Yeah.
That's the hardest thing. Discipline. Yeah. Discipline. Shut the fuck up. Like, you can't imagine how many times I heard those words. I played electric guitar since I was a kid.
Yeah.
More like, turn that shit down.
I think I was saying, yeah, you come out and you're finding all these things that they lied, and then you all of a sudden these words come out of your mouth. Water doesn't exist.
What is it?
Water doesn't exist.
What does that even mean?
We had that happen the other day right here in 24/7.
Oh, he said water doesn't exist?
Yeah.
Elaborate. I don't understand.
I'm telling you, he questioned whether water existed. Who was here?
Oh man.
What do you mean by existed? Like, as if it is visually and technically in front of you?
Yeah. Yeah.
I was here, bro. I remember. He said he didn't because we were talking about solipsism, and I asked him if he thought that water existed or if he ate or anything. Or somebody asked him that. Yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, you can touch it. You can, like, my senses tell me it exists because I can touch it and taste it and feel
Not to
it.
that motherfucker.
Okay.
That's what I mean. You could take it way too far, and then you end up ruining. See, and then you claim you're a flat earther. So now rightfully or wrongfully, it isn't justified. But guess what's going to happen? Then if somebody hears you say that, like somebody out there that's right on the fence, they're gonna dismiss you, right?
Oh, instantly.
Yeah. They might walk away from it because of it.
Was this a flat earther saying that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and other ridiculous things.
Yep.
Was he a brain in the vat flat earther type guy?
No, he was hyper skepticism.
Oh.
I pointed these out from the beginning about 5 years ago. Every presentation I'd do, I would stop and do a little block of instruction on what not to fucking do. Right? And it seems that people just maybe they didn't watch it back then. I did it a number of times on presentations recently. I'll always go back to it and start off with it. I'll do this. These are the pseudosciences: paleontology, anthropology, geology, archaeology, evolutionary biology, whatever that is. Yes, I'm still laughing. Theoretical physics, astronomy, astrophysics, and cosmology, all are pseudosciences.
Pseudosciences. I learned that from UQE. That was a very good point that I picked
What
up.
about
From you. I was like, wow,
exobiology?
those are all
Exobiology.
pseudosciences.
Oh yeah, exobiology.
Then you got Indio. He's a fucking heckler, like in the stadium.
Indio.
Right? He's in the stands, and you're diving like fucking back to school. He's the heckler. He's throwing fucking metal balls at your ass up on the fucking stand.
No, it's right when his reception goes out. He sounds just like he's back in the bleachers somewhere. But it lines up right with his fade of his reception.
Yeah. He's faking like he's coughing, but he's throwing ball bearings at your ass.
Now he just dropped completely. So I was right. If
This
you dropped after
motherfucking
the stage, you drop.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh wait, why?
You be rumpusing the shit out of me.
This motherfucker, be nice to my boy, man. Come on.
No, just relax, Q. It's fine.
Relax.
I promise you. I hear you fine. Everything's all right.
I'll fucking come out there to California.
What about cryptozoology?
Cryptozoology.
What's the topic on it?
See?
What's the topic? Pretend to clown flat earthers. And then 3 years ago, I'm on when Adam Meakin was on the he had his own show with those guys down there. What was that show? The Iron Realm. So he pulls me on to interview. Had to be 3.5 years ago, right? And we're sitting there talking. He's interviewing me, and he goes, "What's the biggest threat And guess what I said? Biggest threat to flat Earth.
Numpty flat earthers.
Pretender clown flat earthers.
I was close. See?
I seen it. I seen it 3.5, 4 years. I seen little inklings of it, right? And I said, this is gonna tear us up.
Agreed. Yeah. Because it's like if you can't, articulate your position well so that someone actually can engage you and you can actually take the conversation to the reconciliation point, you're gonna embarrass the people that actually did do the work properly.
You got it. Exactly.
You're gonna embarrass us. It's like you didn't study enough to fucking open your mouth. You should shut the fuck up.
Wait a second. But their defense is, well, listen, it sounds justifiable. Like, I just learned all this new knowledge. I don't have any fucking clue, but I'm gonna go out here and talk anyway.
Well, then it makes sense they would use the Flat Earth Society as the numpty clown Flat Earth Society to from the very start.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of that on.
Yeah, they probably hire dumb flat earthers to go out and say stupid shit. Still.
Yeah, probably.
I'm a dumb flat earther, but I feel like I know the right stuff. I don't know.
I didn't say everyone was. I didn't say all flat earthers are pretender clowns.
No, I know.
There's a large percentage of them. You know who you are, and I'm out here to bust your ass.
You're right. Totally right about that.
That's the only thing that unnerves me, and the only time I've ever banned anyone is because of that kind of behavior.
What's that?
Being a pretender clown flat earther, saying some shit like all of us flat earthers can agree that the horizon never rises with the observer, and then trying to get everybody like right, guys, don't you all agree? Like, got banned. No, but
Is that a dig at me?
Not mention any names. Because I'm a nice guy.
Sasha 2.0.
Yo, keep it to yourself, clown.
It's all Sasha 2.0's fault.
No, it isn't.
Sasha 2.0.
Oh, is he actually here?
No.
No, that's not who it is.
No.
But anyway, moving right along.
Yeah, we should change the subject.
Yeah, move along. You know what's best for you.
This guy.
I love it. I have like a heckling fan.
You're posing as intellectuals.
I have a heckling
For a
fan.
joke.
That's awesome.
I'm good at that.
Hey, listen, I am acting like an intellectual. I am not a smart person. You're right. But
No,
these
you're good,
people
man.
are
You're
smart.
Has anyone heard of the idea that the heliocentric model does not work based off of like 6 months down the road, the night should be day and the day should be night?
Yep. That's a good one. I got my grandma with that. She stared at me for like 12 seconds and she couldn't answer.
I mean, the only thing that kind of works is the sidereal thing, to where, where you look towards the sun and you see the constellation behind it, which is the house that it's in or something like that.
You explain
But everything
it so
else,
a second grader can understand it?
no, I'm not that good at it. I'm better with like showing like a GIF or something like that if I had one available.
Yeah, then don't bring the subject up if you can't break it down to where your target audience is incoherent second graders. Don't bring it up. It'll hurt more than it'll help.
Yeah, it will. You'll end up spiraling right along with them.
Just a pro
I think
tip.
he was just trying to come up with their explanation.
Yeah, I was just asking if anyone. I can't remember what it would be called.
So are you saying if you're just at least as coherent as a second grader, then you'll be able to defeat most Globers easily?
Yep.
Okay. Check.
Yep. That's why I'll never sit here. I never bring up Coriolis effect, because I know that it can go 18 different directions in a matter of minutes, and I just don't bring it up anymore. I don't do it. I know it, but I'm not going to explain it, right? Because it's too convoluted. People get confused. You'll lose your audience, right? See, that's who you're trying to convince, not the numpty dipshit. You're trying to expose him. You're trying to let the audience know as simple as possible, because I don't know about you, but there's some dumbass crackers out there. You been to Walmart or DMV lately?
Oh, yeah.
So you got to break this shit down to incoherent second grader. Focus on your target audience at the lowest level.
Agreed.
That's the key.
But if anybody really can get what you're saying about Coriolis, it is a globe killer.
It is, but you won't ever get to the end.
Yeah, go try and practice on people at Walmart. You know, if you can get them to understand what you're saying, then you can move up to going to Trader Joe's, and then maybe
I was
going
gonna say,
to
I'm
Whole
not even
Foods.
sure I understand it, much
Go
less be
to
one to talk
Trader
about.
Joe's.
Oh no! Did you really?
Move
Right?
up
And
to
that,
Trader Joe's, man. That was a good one. Who said that shit?
Glad.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Gladflobe. Gladflobe. Say that 10 times real fast.
Don't do it.
Anyway.
It's a mess.
Don't answer that question.
What's the question? Shit.
No one had a question.
There was a question out there, man.
Moving up to Trader Joe's.
Yeah.
What's after that?
I was thinking of a question that had to do with Coriolis, but you don't want to talk about that.
No, that's more important than let's talk about Coriolis. Or let's not. No.
Speaking of the Coriolis and Zanuck, who somebody just brought them up a little while ago, it got to the point with Zanuck a few years ago that he had us in a fucking spinning hot tub with submarines shooting torpedoes.
Nice.
It's trying real hard this morning.
You think I'm lying?
Wow. No, I know you're not. That's what makes it so weird.
That's the best
No,
part.
I know you're. I know you're not wrong because I was over in the after show today and he was in there this morning. And I seen that now he's over here.
Spinning hot tubs with submarines shooting fucking torpedoes. I'm not lying.
I know. I bet he started with, "You could," or "What if you did this?" Something like
Let's
that.
just say the water is the atmosphere, and it's spinning, and you're spinning with it, and the conservation of momentum is always conserved. The momentum is always conserved, no matter what, no matter how long, from latitude to latitude. They want it both ways. That one just like if you can get somebody to really understand that, it kills it. You talk about airplanes.
You want to hear another? No, you haven't. No.
Well, how do when they respond with the reason that an airplane is different than a projectile is because it has the ability to fly wherever it wants or has a motor? What's your response to that? I mean,
oh, you got that. I got a winner take all. Just relax. This was in response to reference frames. We had a motherfucker. I got him on tape. I ain't gonna say who he is. Akamars. He said we were arguing about reference frames. He said that he can change his pants and not leave them.
From latitude to latitude.
Oh no!
And not leave them.
He said you can change your pants and not leave them.
Like having them on and off at the same time.
Yes.
Sounds funny.
You think I'm bullshitting you? I'm gonna put it in live stream. I'm gonna put it in live stream right fucking now.
Oh my god!
You think I'm lying to you?
No, I thought I had a great imagination until I heard some of the shit on here. Oh my god!
It's coming. Where are you, little numpty?
You're like, I couldn't have even imagined something so bizarre in human behavior. It's incredible.
Uh-oh, where is he?
Hey, Rookie, was it you that said you don't understand the Coriolis effect quite yet?
No, it wasn't. No, I said that I don't know everything about it, but I understand it enough to know how to talk it.
Who was that?
But if you have something for me, send me something.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll just text you or message you if you want. Don't want to get into it, but basically, if you want just a simple way of explaining it to someone, you might talk about a north to south facing runway. If you think about it, if the globe is supposedly moving east to west, right, and the plane is in the air and it's free, it's in its own reference frame, right? Because they have to admit it's in its own reference frame, but then they want it to be within one reference frame at the same time without the second reference frame. They want it both ways on that, and you can trip them up.
No, I know about that part of it. I thought you were talking about something advanced beyond that. I know the basics, yeah. I gotcha. Thank you, though.
Yeah, because the plane can never land. The plane can never land. It'd have to accelerate sideways as it's landing. It'd have to have Dyson ball wheels.
2 minutes after the hour.
Yeah, I agree. That's something they always try to get into, and I just stay away from it. Because they claim that it goes around with the Earth, and I always say, well, that's crap, too. But you know how it is.
Hey, I need a modder gold up real quick in the VC check-in to give perms to this guy, please, and thank you.
Yeah, you can't let them compare it to a drone inside a train car. It's not the same in many ways, Total non sequitur. But that's the best they got.
Yeah.
I guess
And then they'll usually at some point go to weapons or guns, and I'll tell them, no, that's called rifling.
So the spinning globe is a train going down the train track? Is that what they're saying?
No, that's what they're trying to say. That's their best.
I don't think even the globe model says that.
No, but that's their best. They say picture a drone flying inside a train car, and you can land the drone wherever you want. And because it's inside the train car, then it's not affected by Coriolis, it's within that reference frame. They have to admit that Coriolis is a real thing, or it would be a real thing if we were on a ball, right? But it fucks everything up for them because they got different latitudes with different tangential speeds, and you're going to be flying into those, and they're going to claim plane is somehow magically slowed down to always retain the illusion that the ground is stationary relative to its own motion, even though they have to admit it wouldn't be. Like it's there, but it's not detectable. So I was trying to get them to admit that if you were to put a camera on the bottom of a plane, you should be able to see this east to west rotation if you're flying over different tangential speeds with a really badass jet that can hover and do all kinds of crazy things. It can fly faster than it can fly 1,000 miles per hour. So if that's the case, how can you claim that the wind is always or the air or whatever it is they're trying to claim, that this atmosphere is going to make the plane stay within the illusion, the constant illusion that there is no east to west rotation of the Earth with respect to its movement north to south? It kills it.
West to east.
I have
east to west.
I have a scenario for you.
West
say,
east. I don't need
let's
to
say
east.
there's a globe model, right? And you get one plane. Let's say we start in the U.S. One plane flies west, one plane flies east, and then they go around in a circle till they meet each other. Now, what would that look like if you start to spinning the ball ever so slowly?
Oh, they'll give you a GIF that makes it look like it makes sense in their little GIF that they have, but it doesn't work. Yeah, it's the globe killer in my opinion. But yeah, they have ways of running around it, but they really can't get out of a lot of these arguments.
Well, the moment you spin the globe one way, the atmosphere needs to spin that way. And if you have a plane going the opposite way, it would have to overcome that speed. Would it not?
Well, yeah. The QE will tell you that they'll even state that if you had a plane taking off in one direction against an 800 mile per hour latitude or tangential speed, then it would technically be going 200 miles backwards.
Oh, I got him to say that on here 24/7. Yeah. I got an empty clip with him on it.
Yeah.
I busted him right here. He was one of the more intelligent ballers, and I caught him. Hold on.
Was that Matthew Ernst or who?
Nah, no.
I think Matthew said technically you're right. It would be going backwards.
Did he? See, I didn't get him on tape. I'm sorry about that. You have.
I think I recorded that conversation actually.
Let me guess. It's going backwards, but you can't tell, right?
No, you're actually flying backwards.
Well, from a from the outside reference frame or from space, for sure, you would see it going. It would look as though it's going backwards, even though it's going forwards.
I'll get it. Hold on. And there's a lot of
See, they can think of it as
So
just
hang on,
relative.
hang on. So if we're on the moon looking down, we'd see a globe spinning one way, and then the plane is losing speed to the spin of the Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it would be relative to the speed of the Earth, but from your vantage point, it would technically be going backwards because
Hey,
of
Sonny,
the
you got it
faster.
Hey, Sonny, you'll have to play it when I find it. All right, Sonny. Yo, rumpus and some bitch, where are you?
I had to walk across the pad, so it's a few feet away. Sorry about that.
You're gonna have to play this, man, to prove the point. I'm gonna put it in.
The Akuma one? Which one? Oh, okay.
Danny T. Truther.
No problem.
It's right on topic. Right, what we were talking about.
1 moment, please.
Get ready, folks. Prepare yourself. This is Danny T. Truther, 1 November 2019, 24/7 2.0 Discord.
I agree that projectiles are a pretty bad example of Coriolis because there just wouldn't be.
There is no
a
Coriolis
significant
effect
of an example. But what about ones where they do it with like fluids? Like
There is no Coriolis effect.
Were you talking about your flushing your toilet,
okay,
Danny?
Wait a second. You
not
defined
the toilet. Not the toilet.
No, I didn't say the toilet. Hold on a second. Do I got to put you on mute again?
Do it.
You already defined the Coriolis effect correctly. Well, kudos to you. You're the first baller that you must have been listening to the Nathan Oakley Hangouts for a while, so you got it. So, if that be the case, see, my argument isn't the Coriolis effect. My argument is the Coriolis causes, right? If the Coriolis causes are true, then a flight from North Carolina, Charlotte, to LA on the same latitude line, roughly, traveling at 500 miles per hour would take 1.5 hours straight flight. Why does it take 4.5?
That's a good point.
Am I on mute still?
No.
Okay. So when the airplane lifts off from the runway, it's let's say lifts off going 500 miles per hour, which it doesn't. But
let's say let's say hold on a second. Let's say the runway is facing west.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Exactly. Even simpler. Yeah. Okay. So if the Earth were spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, and
860. I'm sorry.
Right.
Sorry for interrupting you. At that latitude, it's 860 miles an hour.
So at 860, so then it would be going 1,360.
No, what?
In a reference frame with respect to the Earth, in a reference frame that was outside of Earth.
Wait a second. The plane. Hold on a second. Takeoff speed is about 175 miles an hour. So the Earth is spinning from west to east at 860 miles an hour.
Right.
Right. Are you saying the plane is going backwards?
Well, not on Earth, no.
When it takes off? If it was
No.
conserving momentum, right?
Right. Yeah. If it was conserving
I got
momentum.
you by the balls.
No. You're right. You're actually right. If you're conserving momentum
the ball.
and you were at a stationary point in space, which nobody is at,
no,
then yeah, you would see the airplane and the Earth passing you by, and the airplane's actually going. Yeah.
Go ahead, say it.
That would be correct.
Say it.
Well, it's
Say
no
it.
different. Okay, can I give you an example? I know this is if I'm in a car.
No. We're on my example. Say it. If the person is standing, if the person is in the non I'm sorry. In the inertial
in the
reference
res-
frame. Hold
yes.
on. I'm gonna have to fucking mute you. So, the Earth is spinning from west to east at 860 miles an hour. The plane is taking off directly west to its target in LA, and it's going 175 miles an hour. If it's conserving momentum, are you telling me the person in the inertial reference frame is seeing the plane going backwards?
Yes.
Ah!
That's right. I know that, but you know that's the answer, though.
Danny,
Are you
you're not
recording?
thinking about
Are you
reality.
recording?
Yeah.
Beat me up.
You're
Beat me up, Scotty.
So are
Beat
you
me up, Danny.
still
Oh my
struggling?
Shit, hold on.
Hold on. Epic
Whose
laugh.
laugh is that? I want to know whose laugh.
Who is doing that?
In
laugh?
review, what
Hold
he's
on.
saying is you have two reference frames. He got that right. You have the spinning non-inertial reference frame that the plane's on, the Earth, and then you have the inertial reference frame, which is the Atmo, and everything not tethered to the Earth. According to the spinning space monkeys, the Earth is rotating from west to east at 860 miles an hour on that latitude between Charlotte and Los Angeles. And the plane is on the runway facing west. Typical commercial airliner reaches a speed of 175 miles an hour on takeoff. His claim is, if you're in the inertial reference frame witnessing the plane take off, let's say you're in a hovering helicopter with eyes on the runway and the plane, he's saying that due to the conservation of momentum, that at wheels up, the plane will be flying backwards in reverse east while pointing and accelerating west, until such time that it overcomes the conserved momentum east. Just before that, it'll be in suspended animation and then all of a sudden overcome the conserved momentum east and be on its way. I've tried to explain their train wreck of a dumpster fire to them for years, them to this point, but they just don't get it and are feebly obfuscate before I can bring the hammer down. Shout out to Danny or Daily T for allowing me to train wreck him. He's a good man, educated, and intelligent. He's just caught up on the wrong side of a fairy tale religion. That's it. There you go.
Bada boom.
There you go.
There you go.
There it is.
You
Tape.
heard it. That was awesome, man. That was one of the best ones ever. Yeah. Cheers.
Right here, 24/7.
Yep. Fantastic.
So you're telling me that plane's flying backwards? Yes.
Man, oh man. You never knew those planes flying backwards? I wonder which one of those ballers went up and asked the pilot that. Let me see, sir. When we're taking off at 150 miles an hour or 175, we have to be flying backwards, right? I want to see what their answer is. But none of them have ever talked to any ship's captains, pilots, real surveyors. Let's see. Actually, probably anything. Carpenter.
Carpenter.
Plumber.
Metallurgist. Chemist.
Even a plumber knows you have to have
second grader.
An actual doctor.
You're not getting any better than that. Well, there are better ones in the Numpty clips, but you go see the Numpty clips, man. There's about 80 of them.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna start playing them here again. I mean, like,
just wait. Give it about another 8 months or so, about a year, and then start running through them from the beginning.
Yeah, we'll do it in segments or something else.
Yeah, just to let them know that the most of the players are still here. I don't know why they're so stupid.
Little reminders that we didn't forget. We didn't forget. Guess what? We're still here. How about them apples?
If they had conservation of momentum, they can never go backwards, right?
No, they don't know what the conservation of momentum is. Not too many people do, by the way.
You don't even have to know about it. You just let them talk about it. They fall right into their own ditch.
You know, I was wondering if a
I've heard of
plane
smart apples and golden apples, but I've never heard of those other kinds.
if a plane has conservation of momentum, then why would it be difficult if you took off of an aircraft carrier on the ocean that was moving? When you keep that, according to the globe model, when you keep that conservation, so you can just come back around and land easily, or would it be difficult? Because are you landing on a moving target now, on the aircraft carrier that's moving, or is it a stationary target?
Yeah, I'd love to know their answer on an aircraft carrier landing. What's their answer on that?
It should claim conservation of momentum, so it should be pretty easy to land because you're just keeping the same momentum as the aircraft carrier when you took off.
Is the aircraft carrier going backwards too?
Probably.
I think you're always like when you're landing on an aircraft carrier, you're headed like you're going with the wind, but when you're taking off, you're headed into the wind.
Oh, so that would cancel your conservation of momentum then, wouldn't it?
I think so.
What about that rotation though?
So the aircraft carrier is moving 20 miles an hour. You'd have to adjust for that on the landing.
I think they have to adjust every step of the way until they touch down.
So not a conservation of momentum.
They just have to guide it in. That's like a manual thing. There's no way that could be. They can't auto that. That's second by second instinctual corrections. So how could somebody be doing that and it still be have all these wild rotations? I don't know. It's beyond belief that we even have to talk about it. Spinning at 860 miles an hour. Great. Where is this happening again? Because I like. In Narnia. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Does the aircraft carrier have to account for Coriolis?
I don't think they're worried about Coriolis. They have a lot of other things to worry about.
Yeah, they're on the surface of the ocean. But it would, yeah, but that's a good question though. Why wouldn't it still apply? I want to know.
I caught a couple I told you not to talk about the Coriolis effect and what everyone talk about for the next hour and a half. Coriolis effect.
Yeah, but now we're talking about its
You
effect
started it.
on surface ships, ocean ships, ocean-going ships.
I didn't start it. I told him not to talk about it.
How would it affect vessels? QE.
Here we go again. I'm not even getting into it. I got a good argument though. I got something good for you. It's pretty short. It's not taped or anything, but you need to check this out. I'll post it in live stream. It's just too short. I caught a couple.
You made your point, though.
What?
You're right. You're right to stay away from it. I mean, I said you made your point.
Yeah.
Yep. Sure did.
But now to the next argument. Check this out. This is real. You're gonna have it. This is really funny and it's really short, man. I'll put it in live stream. It's not audio. It's 2 slides.
I just enjoyed poking QE. It's kind of fun.
Because these numpty dipshits, I'll tell you, check this. You're not going to believe this. Watch what I do to them.
It's called friendly
They're trying to get around closing the triangle for elevation angles, and I busted both. I mean, high-ranking baltards. Check this out. Take your time with it, man, if it's hard. I'm going to go over this on my show tomorrow, man. It's going to be good. So you're looking at they're trying to show elevation angles here. So you got the angle SOH. You also got this fairy tale fucking line going up the Z from O, right? So I asked him, where's the fucking right angle at? So back to back, these two, but Ruhif, he thinks he's all that in a bag of chips. He's a retard. Then you got the new Sora Rat liar, Protothad. He's the one that gave MC Booger Eater and Bob the pseudoscience fallacy fuckwit guy their sextant challenge, just to give you some history. So I asked him, where's the fucking right angle at? So Protothad, back to back, it's formed by the lines Z and H. It's right there. Okay. Ruhif, SOH is the elevation angle. So if that be the case, like I said, so if the 90-degree angle is formed by Z and H, and the elevation angle is SOH, then which fucking leg of the triangle is Z? If you don't get that, I can't help you, man. This is fucking horrific shit. This is at the level of planes flying backwards. You haven't caught it yet.
I think it's because they're trying to find the hypotenuse, not the run or the height, right?
They got the right angle on the wrong fucking side.
I know.
I guess I'm the only one that catches this. Do you guys graduate third grade geometry?
I got it. Yeah, they're pointed downwards. What the hell? Gee whiz.
No, it's on the wrong side.
Yeah, it's on the wrong side. I agree. I know. I get it. Weirdos. That's too crazy, man. This looks like a dangling adjacent, if you ask me.
Dangling adjacent. It's a dangling opposite, man.
A dangling opposite. Okay. I stand corrected.
I forgot to put that one in there. I gave him D, though. I think the answer is D.
Well, it's really not dangling. It's really kind of a drooping opposite. It's kind of like a warbling plumb line. Because that's how people build buildings, right? With warped plumb lines. Is that right? But I digress. Back to the right triangle that we're trying to inform the world's population about, and they still don't understand a right triangle.
Nope.
I mean, I could understand if we were talking about fractions, because fuck, I had a problem with that.
Wasn't Fight the Tight shirt offering $10,000 and he put in an escrow for anyone that can prove that the sextant works on a flat Earth, something like that?
I don't do challenges from abject retards.
Yeah, that might not be a good idea.
I don't get paid. Vis-a-vis Zanuck. We already went over him.
Right.
I don't. So fuck their challenges.
The
They're
claim
dead right
was
there.
in escrow and everything, so that'd be interesting. I don't care about that guy at all, but I heard
Ballers
that.
can't even think. They can't even concur with the existence of a sextant. That's how dumb these motherfuckers are. They can't. They can't even. It's a paradox against their religion. It's like Mao Zedong putting forth his thoughts on fucking soybean futures.
Yep. Speaking of sections, there was another interesting point that I didn't think about until I heard it the other day. That the baller side has no women, hardly at all, and none of them that are like known to be like debaters. Like heated debaters on their side. They have no women at the forefront whatsoever. Maybe Brenda is the best they got.
Brenda.
Can you think of any women ballers besides Twitwit or whoever? Somebody that actually goes and
Whitsitt and
heatedly debates.
Mick Whitsitt debated a blonde.
Yeah, she was hardly.
Yeah, there's a couple of them.
Energetically flat. She said it was energetically flat, which whatever that means.
Yeah, she's the only one I could think of, as well as Michelle. She's not a debater, but some Michelle Fowler or whatever. There's nobody on their side. So, what does that tell you?
I'm flat earthers. Just some
Ballers don't get any.
Intuitively, yeah.
Ballers are gay.
Ballers,
exactly.
That could be one of the answers. Ballers are gay. They
don't show up don't show up to a baller cookout.
They should.
All the hot dogs taste like shit.
They should. they should ditch that gay Earth model.
Oh, that was low.
You think Brenda is the best one, huh?
I think that's the best they got.
Yeah.
That's a misnomer. That's not a woman.
You into playing anymore?
I'd say.
That's the best they got, though. Yeah, that's a good point.
That's the closest to a woman.
You into playing anymore, Sonny?
Say what?
You into playing anymore? Because we got she's part of the how would you say, Numpty community?
Oh, sure. Yeah, of course.
We got her greatest hits.
Happy to be of service.
Really? It's kind of slow, so I'm just saying, if you don't, that's fine. I can understand.
Yeah. I could go pull up your.
No, I'll get it.
Okay, good then.
You don't have to work.
Even better. Even better. Right on, man.
Sucks. I'm about to eat QE. I really don't want to hear clips of Brenda right now, but
yes, you do. Yeah, you do.
Just have to time the chewing carefully. Time.
Hope I don't lose my appetite.
No, or choke like Whitsitt almost did one day.
Hold on a second.
You'll hear it on this, by the way.
Good morning, Nathan.
Morning, Brenda. How are you?
Ready to get destroyed again?
Ready to be lit on fire, Mr.
You mean you came in ready to be destroyed again? Yeah, we accept that, Brenda. Hi, how are
I thought she must be larping.
We got torches ready, Strawman.
I've destroyed your argument every single time.
what a way to start a morning.
Hey, Brenda, if thoughts are physical, does that mean psychologists are actually physicists?
A lot of psychology is basically handing out drugs to people. Yes.
Oh, so it's
Basically, psychology is pharmacology. That's
Psychology is pharmacology now.
Yes.
Is it a dog bone?
Dog bones are clocks.
So when we go to the butcher,
I'm like joking, bro. You gotta chill.
When we go to the butcher to get a dog bone, is he also like a watchmaker or like I don't know? Is that?
I almost died for a second. I did. I was eating, bro. You gotta chill, Brenda. Seriously, get away from chips, dude. Chips and sauce is a bad mix with Brenda.
You know the hole in a donut? That's space-time.
You're a moron.
No, that's true.
You're
The
a moron.
hole
Shut up.
in a donut
Shut up. Don't
is
say anything
space-time.
else. Don't make me remove you. Shut up. You've got nothing more to add. You're a
Hole
moron.
in the donut,
I couldn't
Brenda.
care less.
Wow.
You're a moron. Don't
The
add
hole
anything
in
more.
the hole in a donut.
Shut
The
up.
hole
I don't
in
want to
Swiss
have to
cheese.
eject you.
Space-time.
If you want to continue spouting shite about holes in donuts, I'm going to kick you out. Last chance. Shut up. Any evidence?
No, I thought you were about debate. I thought you were about
You
fair
can fuck off
debate.
right now. You can fuck off. I was asking a new question. Now you don't get to take part. That's your problem. Stupid donut idiot. Donut hole is space-time. What a complete moron.
After 5 long years, the globetards spinning space monkeys finally give us the globe Earth model.
Globe Earth model. The globe Earth model is that it's a globe. The globe Earth model is that the Earth is a globe.
Oh,
So they contain carbon-14, don't
Yeah,
they?
you don't know what carbon-14 is.
I don't?
No, you don't.
It's an isotope of carbon.
It's an isotope of what?
Carbon.
What's an isotope?
It's a different it's a different number of electrons. Chemo, the formula for pressure chemo is P equals F over V.
No, Brenda. It's conceptual, mathematical, invented by Einstein. Not real, not physical, not tangible. A concept!
You can measure a thing's length and breadth, and it persists
Just
in
kick her
time.
out.
Therefore, you're measuring its time. That's how
Really?
time is measured,
Okay.
by persistence.
How much time
By
is there?
persistence,
How much
it's
time?
duration.
How much time is there in a cubic meter, please, Brenda?
Cubic meter is space, not time.
Sorry, you just told me when I run a ruler down something, time and space are factors I would be considering because you told me to, because you reified those concepts. Now I'm asking you, given that you've told me specifically only 2 minutes ago that when measuring something, I will be factoring in space and time, according to you, you religious fundy zealot, how much time is in a cubic meter?
As much time as it takes you to measure it, because
Oh,
it doesn't
really?
blink out of
So,
existence.
so how much
Doesn't
time
blink
there
out
is
of
in a cubic
existence.
meter depends on how good you are with a tape measure. You're a fool.
No,
You're a complete retard.
That's not what I said.
That's what you just said. How long it takes you to measure it. So how swift I am with a tape measure is dictatorial to how much space time there is in a cubic meter. You're insane.
The object you're measuring persists in time, does it not?
Sorry, how much time is there in that cubic meter? Yes or no?
If I measure my table, it persists in time.
And how much time is there in the volume of your table?
That's a non sequitur.
No shit! It's a fucking concept, you daft bitch! No fucking shit, it's a non sequitur. It's nonsensical because time's a concept And space-time has been reified by you batshit crazy idiots. So yeah, it's non sequitur, as the penny finally dropped, you stupid idiot.
I can measure the time portion of a table by measuring.
Go on then.
how
Go
long
on.
it
Go on then.
persists,
Go
how
on
long
then.
it
You can measure the
persists in
time. Get someone write that down as a quote. I can measure the time proportion of a table. How much time is there in a table? You complete moron.
Don't worry.
You never cease to deliver better and better idiot quotes, Brenda. Better and better stupidity every time you come here.
That.
I can measure the amount of time in a table.
Yes, I can.
You complete retard. Do you have any idea how stupid you sound? You're just beyond stupid, Brenda. It's almost painful listening to you.
By noting that the table persists in time, I am
Time's
measuring
a concept.
its time.
Time's a concept. Time is a concept. So what, because it persists in your reification of time? What, and the qualification you'll give with a clock and its cogs moving? It's a concept.
So let me explain this. So if I say the table is in the kitchen and how it's been there for 3 days, I can give you the spatial component, which is length, breadth, and height, and the time component, which it's been there for 3 days.
What, you
That's how you
arbitrarily
measure space.
assigned how much it's spent in your kitchen rather than Home Depot? And that's how much space time it's got? You complete moron. You think that your arbitrary assignment of its time value is how much space time it's got? You thick. Like, literally, you're telling us how you square the circle by acquiring a table, and then the length of time it spends in your vicinity is its quantity of space-time based on its physical dimensions and duration in your presence. You complete retard.
That's what science is, Nathan. It's
Oh my God. Science is the establishment of cause and effect based on naturally observed phenomena. It's not how much bloody Brenda time there is in a table based on how much time it's spent in her kitchen. This is nonsense. That's not science. You total moron. You're just insulting us.
That's why teaching your children flat Earth is.
That's why being a globehead retard is definitely detrimental for your children. How dare you that us explaining to her that time's a concept about half a dozen different times, and her telling us that she can qualify how much space time there is in a table, is a justification for telling us that we abuse our children when we explain what level means. No, Brenda, never have children, because it's not going to work out well for them with you telling them that a shoe is a phenomena. Yeah, you would be abusing your children by telling them that science is telling them that a phenomena is a shoe, or that you can qualify how much time there is in a table by how much time it's spent in your kitchen. Don't abuse children by ever talking them to them about anything ever, Brenda. You just by talking to children would be abuse.
Correct.
I thought it was to describe particles just coming in and out of existence from nowhere. And yours
Well, that is something that does happen, yes.
You out your cotton picking mind. So particles come into existence from nothing, eh? Didn't you just say 10 seconds ago?
Things are made from other things.
So how can things be made from other things and, at the same time, have things, particles, made from nothing, as in no thing, and not bludgeon the law of non-contradiction into a bloody pulp? Por favor. Number 1, law of non-contradiction violation, that is, a paradox. Number 2, apparently now your statement,
it isn't hard to understand,
is hard for you to understand. And finally, you are now in direct contradiction with the first law of thermodynamics. How's that feel? Forgive me, but you're somewhat of a cluster on a second grade coherency level.
Let's put another shrimp on the barbie.
We can prove experimentally.
Oh, what do you mean? Oh, wow, man.
You just stepped right in it, numpty.
Science doesn't prove things.
Uh-oh!
We can prove experimentally.
I'm sorry, that's a little bit of word games. I will not accept that science proves things because scientists will stand up all day long and say, no, I'm sorry, we don't prove things.
Oh, we can prove experimentally.
You cannot prove something scientifically.
Uh-oh! Can't you numpty dipshit Baltard spinning space monkeys at least make it a little difficult for incoherent second graders to pummel your dumbasses? Don't you have, like, Be Kind to Dumb Animal Week conventions or something? At least get within 85 degrees consistency with your collective dumpster fire message so that the little Lebowski urban achievers can't flamethrow you in between iterations of Candy Crush. Is that too much to ask? Currently, it's easier shooting pregnant hippos than a fishbowl. Spinning space monkeys. Spinning space monkeys. Now, it's one thing to be in direct contradiction with your fellow brain-dead baltards. However, it's an entirely new straitjacket to be in direct contradiction with yourself. And as we all know from your belly laugher history and your earlier bash yourself in the face with a space slot train wreck, it's quite clear that this is your happy place.
We can prove experimentally. Science can't prove anything.
What the hell did you just say?
We can prove experimentally. Science can't prove anything.
Say what?
We can prove experimentally. Science can't prove anything.
If you don't realise how retarded you seem, carry on giving us your hypothesis for shoe, you absolute bonehead.
Yeah, the hypothesis for the shoe is that this is a shoe.
It's not a hypothesis.
Yeah, it is.
Brenda, this is why we love when you come back.
Brenda, how do you...
Turn out the lights.
Tender clown space monkey.
The party's over. They say that all good things must end.
Monkey.
You like that little addition, huh?
Yeah.
Ballers scattered on dawn's highway bleeding. Fallacies and refravity crowd their fragile eggshell minds.
You are so dumb. Damn.
Yeah.
That's
there you go.
Astounding. That's astounding. Dang.
I'm bowing right now. Thank you.
The crowd cheers. There we go.
You realize how much a pain in the ass it is to gather all that fucking
Yeah, I know. I bet it is.
But I'm glad it's over now. Now it's in docket. I sent it to the Library of Congress, so we'll never forget.
We got to send all of that to CB so he can put it on a soundboard so we could just pull it up. Hey, Brenda. And then he could play the thing. Yeah, because you sent me I've grabbed a bunch of them from here, actually.
Dog bones are clocks.
Dog bones. Bones.
I like how confident she is because I know she doesn't know dick from years ago, right? So as soon as he said isotope, I'm like, God, what's an isotope?
Yeah.
she just don't say my electrons. No.
And an answer when the different was different things. Different. What did you say?
Who the fuck knows?
That's so specific.
All right, enough with the numpty clips for tonight. Don't bring up another numpty because I'm going to have, I'll probably have them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, from years ago.
You got Slasher 2.0?
I don't. He's new. He's kind of new, and I finished up the numpy clips. But I don't know. 4 months ago?
How about Ruhif?
Yeah, I got Ruhif. Yep. You want Ruhif? You want Rufy?
Yeah, he's one of the most annoying ones.
Sure.
That's for sure.
Anyone will play some more.
Hold on a second. I got to find that numpty dipshit. He'll be easy because I call him Roofy. So hold on,
man.
Oh, he really screws the. This is a short one too. He really screws the pooch on this
I
one.
thought some of these top contending ballers would be like somebody difficult to like destroy, but boy, was I wrong. Gee whiz, I don't know what.
Oh
else.
yeah.
Oh my god.
It's like shooting hippos in a fishbowl.
Bam, bam, hippos in a fishbowl. That's that. I was just thinking when you said it before. Hippos in a fishbowl. Yeah, how easy is that? But ouch on the hippo. Like, I wonder if a hippo feels that when they sit on the
Now, I mischaracterized that. I said pregnant hippos in a fishbowl.
I think you're going to have some container problems.
There you go.
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Container malfunction.
I said it's easier to jack up baltards than shooting hippos in a fishbowl, and it's pregnant ones. Go ahead. There's Rufy. He's a certifiable dumb fuck.
Coming right up. 1 second here. Make sure I got the right one. Rufy the numpty from down under.
Rufy, the numpty from down under, greater than infinite refraction retard, February 2021.
Literally prove that heat causes water to boil. How will you do it?
That's a tough one. You're really playing hardball now. Let's see. I'll get a kettle of water, and then all of a sudden, like, throw some fire underneath it. Good? What's next? How do we open a door?
You're going to heat something and the water boils. Is that what you're going to do?
Yeah, you crayon munching knuckle dragging window licker. It's not supernatural, you bozo. How long is this going to take?
Right. So, if heat causes water to boil, then if I apply heat, it will cause the water to boil. Well done. You've just affirmed the consequent. Well done. Affirm the consequent. Fallacy.
What in the great googly moogly are you talking about, dude? That's a classic modus ponens. You said, if heat causes water to boil, and if I apply heat, it will cause the water to boil. Well, if heat is P, causes water to boil Q, if I apply heat P, it will cause the water to boil Q. That's a perfect deductive syllogism. And affirming the consequent is if P then Q, Q therefore P. You said if P then Q, P therefore Q. This is a classic example of affirming the numpty. You!
Give me a logical syllogism that heat causes water to boil.
That's easy. We'll just use the one you provided.
Right. So, if heat causes water to boil, then if I apply heat, it will cause the water to boil.
There you go, numpty. Thanks.
You cannot prove something scientifically. You can falsify something, but you cannot prove it.
That's numpty bollocks. If I falsify something, I ipso facto prove the converse true. For example, like I've demonstrated without a shadow of a doubt today, if I falsified that you're not a numpty, then I prove that you're a numpty. By the way, your mindless parrot of no science proofsies. From Lumen Learning, biology for majors forming a hypothesis. You must be able to test your hypothesis, and it must be possible to prove your hypothesis true. Duh. From Genome Research, 1999, Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory. Students are taught that the proper way to do science is through the following steps. First, devise a hypothesis, and then design experiments that will prove or disprove it. My word. From Anne-Marie Helmenstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences, requirements for a testable hypothesis. In order to be considered testable, 2 criteria must be met. It must be possible to prove the hypothesis is true, and it must be possible to prove the hypothesis is false. Duh. Let's wrap your dumpster fire up with Dr. Craig Venter, the geneticist of geneticists, Celera Genomics, National Institutes of Health. You know, there's some things we can do in science in terms of proving certain things in life we discover. Duh. By the way.
Math is a very big part of science, yes.
Wrong again, numpty. From Richard Feynman, the Feynman Lectures on Physics. Mathematics is not a science from our point of view, in the sense that it is not a natural science. The test of its validity is not experiment. From Dr. Carey Mullis, Nobel Laureate, Biochemistry. Mathematics, which is really not science. From Professor of Physics Black Krishnan, ITT Madras. That's the whole point about physics. It's not mathematics. So...
Turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night, the party's over.
That's the end of the numpty from Down Under.
That's cool. While it was playing, I went into the YouTube live chat. And I said, if you want us to stop playing the numpty clips, you have to hit that link and come into the voice chat.
I will stop them, man. I'll be back in a few minutes. I gotta go take care of a few things. So you guys rock on without me. Y'all be cool.
Right on, man. Thanks.
Thanks, Gooey.
That's hilarious, man. Then they started spamming me right away. The AIs caught on to me so quick. It's like a piranha tank in there, man. I swear, what a bunch of weirdos. Who would do that all that time? Day after day after day, and never come into the live chat, but just sit there in the live stream in YouTube. And talk to us about how we sit here safe and hide. They're telling us that we're hiding. We never heard you come out and speak, Bendy Light. Come on in. Hold on, let's name some of these characters. These creatures that are in the live stream, the YouTube live stream. Yeah, let's call them out for a second.
Mic check, Sonny. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
I can't hear nothing you're saying, though.
I hear you fine. Wait a minute, I'm in the wrong chat.
I'm this kid.
They're projecting. They're the ones hiding in the chat, in the YouTube chat, you know.
Exactly. Yeah,
For
right.
years.
That's it. I'm going to go hide in there, too.
They never come out. They never come out. Hold on, where is it?
I tried drawing them out. You know, I tried going there and trying, like, you know, tricking them to come here. And, you know, it's like...
We've tried to be nice and everything, yeah. Let's see. Come on back.
They're like,
live chat. Let's see. I got it pulled up right now. Let's see.
So what causes this water to boil then?
What we got? So Positor Double X says Flat Earth 2017 consciousness only if you come out of this Discord to chat. Why are they trying to lead people out of the chat? That's just suspicious right there. Okay, this is how you know these things aren't real. Then the next thing right after that, he says, reassurance of that mute button there for you. Sounds like a robot. Next, come on in, the water's fine. See, yeah, so AI, come on in, the water's fine. That's what I said. I said that to them. Hold on. This is so hilarious. See, what else would a AI do? Hold on, let me see. Where did I start? Talking about water being flat. They get pissed off when you do that.
How many people are watching, Sonny?
Let's see. How many are watching right now? $30, 32.
Oh, it's pretty busy in there, eh?
Mm-hmm.
It's full. I think that's the peak. Yeah.
I had to back pay. I had to go back.
Come on, 33. Let's hit that 33.
Oh, there it is. It's right there. I was just looking in the wrong place. I'm getting tired.
Maybe I'll
Let's see.
join.
What are some of the most recent ones so I don't bore y'all? See. Repository Double X. Too cowardly to stand up for yourself? Bertrand Flat Earth says your mommy is worried about you. Yeah, he's one of us. Bertrand Flat Earther. Glovers are the one running from us in the street. Yep, Bertrand Flat Earther. Watch Witsit videos, laughing my ass off. He's one of us. He's fighting for the right side, man. So Positor says, yes, you'll look at what this other flat earther says. What a numpty. Bertrand Flat Earth says, we want to talk with NASA employers. And they hide, LOL, you don't know nothing yet. Positor, as an excuse for your own ineptitude. The more you hear from these, you just know these are not real. Like, some of them definitely not real. Positor, but you won't talk to normal people outside your safe space here.
Who said that? Glober?
Positor, yeah.
Is it Glober?
Bertrand says, we do it all the time, LOL. We come out of we do come out. Then Bendy Light chimes in. NASA employees have better things to do than to talk with crazy people on the internet. Bendy Light's an old-time AI. Still hasn't learned much.
Yeah, but obviously he doesn't. Right? He doesn't have anything better to do, right?
No. Bertrand Flat Earth says there was a basketball player that did it. I don't know what he's talking about exactly. Let's see.
Kyrie Irving.
Positor says, Nathan Kearing, no straw man there at all. It's the truth. Not a single one of you has left the safety of this Discord to debate anyone.
Projecting.
I have like dozens of channels where people are going out.
Tell him to get the fuck out of his house and go do something. Fucking hermit.
What a numpty. Clearly.
Yeah, you're just projecting what you're doing, what you are. You're scared of people? Is that what you are?
Nothing but straw man from there, from Positron. Pretending to be some kind of like a strong arm bully, but just really just a weak little puny coward. So Positor, but if you wanted me to change my mind, we can debate in my Discord tomorrow. No thanks, bro. Special pleading from the Numpty Club. No, you come in here. You come in here. We're not going in your little. You're the one with the echo chamber.
How do you think it is?
We have more people that go out and debate in public here than anywhere else on Earth. You're out of your mind.
It's kind of like in his early 20s, maybe late teens type of, still stuck at the computer.
Yeah, he's probably in a dorm somewhere. He's bored looking at the snow.
So do you suck at gaming? Is that why you're here? Like, do you suck at hobbies? Is that why you're here? Are you good at annoying people, Positor?
Pretends he has to go to work in the morning. He's really just dorm somewhere. Can't get a date because
Don't go to work. You're gonna annoy people at work, man. Shit.
He's got to sit at home and drink alone because he's such a
Go hang
gambler.
out with Brenda or something. You know, get some doggy.
Ryan S. called me a butthead. See, that's good. My job is almost done today.
That's me.
Oh, that's
by the
you?
way. Yeah, that's
you're
me.
Ryan?
My name's Ryan.
Hey, Ryan.
Guess what my
up,
last
Ryan?
name is? Sergeant.
Sergeant. All right. Cool.
Don't you dare laugh at me like that.
Oh, I thought it was
Oh, that's
someone
it. I'm
else.
going to type in you're an asshole now.
I thought it was someone else. Like, oh,
Wait
hi,
a
Ryan.
second.
Is this Glover? Are you from YouTube chat?
Me? No. No, I didn't even go in there until after I had already been in here before. It was actually class that showed me about the YouTube channel.
Yep. It's pretty wild. Yep. So in the live chat out there, YouTube land, come on in and tell Sonny he's a butthead right to his face in person. I'll be here waiting.
Yeah, me too. Tell me to my face. Yeah.
I'd be glad to hear it.
Do me to my face, okay?
Yeah.
Right in the face.
Let's hear it.
Don't you forget to show me face.
Believe me, I can take it. It's no problem, and I won't hold it personal.
Yeah, when they say my face punched his fist, right? Like,
When you get completely damaged.
Why do you punch my fist with your face? What is wrong with
his face? Yeah, right here.
Does anyone like smoking with papers instead of a pipe? For some reason, I just don't like pipes. They all taste bad. Never mind. I digress.
Yes.
So, getting back to
I tried vaping. The ball has the water in it that
I like that part.
Smooths it out. Yeah, put some ice in there, and it's like.
No, it's okay for a while, but eventually, then it starts tasting bad too, and I have to clean it out too often.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, these are first class kind of problems, though. So I'm not. What do they call it?
First world problems.
First world problems, whatever that is.
Whatever that means, yeah.
No such thing as a first world anymore because apparently I used to live here, and I look around, it ain't here.
Like new world order problems, right?
Like it's like the first world, like first, yeah, forget it.
America world problems. Western world problems, right? Is that right? No.
I just assume they're just trying to make the entire all America just complete desolate ghetto that is going
it's
to
not
be.
really a first world problem, man. If you think about it, third world worlds love smoking weed, and they also have the same problem. It's like, I got this new bong from America. Yeah, I think it's gonna be better. They have the same problems as we do, and they have the solution. This one, try this one.
The bong always seems better on the other side.
Exactly. It's
I got a pretty cool one. I made it from a spice jar.
When it comes to cannabis, it's the whole world problem, right?
Whole world problem. Yeah.
The medicine, it's an industrial material. I mean, it's all these things. Like WTF.
Gravity's just not trying to hold a brother down, trying to hold every brother down.
Every brother and their mother and Sista and Faja. I don't let gravity bring me down. That's, you know, when I became a flat earther, that was my theme. It's like, no more coming down, bro. By gravity, I'm floating off into space. Hey, why? So why don't we float off into space? It's like, I don't know. I know, right? It makes sense. Like, we should be floating right now.
No more letting gravity bring me down.
Fucking gravity, bro. Goddamn globe. Bringing people down. People want to go up to heaven and space, but fucking gravity, man. Wish I was a fish. We didn't have that problem, right?
So we got adults that are coming here and try to explain to us the globe when basically they only saw it in a classroom somewhere in the 3rd grade on the teacher's desk. Interesting. That's about how much they're going on, isn't it, folks? Like, from the proof I've seen, it's not proof. As am ruled out in the flat earth court. Hear ye, all come to order. Welcome to the flat earth court. We're gonna have the proof on one side. We're gonna have the logical fallacies on the other. Have to put them aside.
I don't want to put them aside.
I'd like to hear CB do another tune about the flat earth court. I bet he could do a good job.
What'd he say?
I said, I'd like to hear CB do a song on the flat earth court.
I see.
Or about the flat earth court. All come to order. To the flat earth court.
The one, the only.
It was good hearing from Vagabond tonight.
Has he been gone for a while?
Yeah, a little while. Well, I hadn't heard him on here in a little while. Yeah. That's funny. You're trolling me on the live chat. That's pretty funny, rookie.
I think it is fun. It's funny and it's fun.
I was like, wait a minute. And then you said sergeant, and I'm like, what?
Who's this guy? Who's this guy that's trolling me? What the hell? He called me.
Someone gonna knock on my door now next? Like, what the fuck?
You better watch your ass, boy.
What are you doing on there? We heard you.
I'm gonna get you, boy.
Right.
I didn't say nothing. Wasn't me.
Yeah, I don't know. It's funny how I gotta finish watching the rest of that series, the Dead theory, right? I don't think it's a theory at all. It seems to be like more true than not, but I gotta finish that.
I only just heard about it a little while ago, but it didn't take but about 30 seconds of listening to what it was and what they were claiming. Because at first I thought it was some kind of crazy, stupid, like ghosts or whatever.
Yeah.
And when I heard how they were presented, I was like, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. That could possibly be true, actually. Kind of like when I saw The Matrix the first time, I thought, wow, this is crazy. This could actually happen.
Well, then when I started digging up links and stuff, I get to, and right then and there, I started finding half the links I looked for were non-existent. And I was like, what? And then I started thinking about that 60% of the traffic on the entire internet, they're saying, is AI. 60%. Like, holy shit, so that means like, yeah, you taking all those dating sites, all the Discord sites, all the people that like aren't actually going out doing like live activism or something like that, like all of them, 60% of all of it. If you're not seeing somebody actuality outside doing, or doing a live interview or debate or something, then 60% of all of the rest is bullshit. Not even real.
Doesn't surprise me.
It's created.
Although it's kind of hard to believe, but I mean, when you start to sit and think about all the different ways that could be true, it's like, wait a minute, maybe it isn't so far-fetched. Yeah.
Well, think of how far they've gotten with AI. Just look at how far that technology has gone and how they're using it in the internet, how they can make these programs, all the bot technology and all that stuff.
Well, honestly, I'm not sure how that stuff really works. I really don't know that just in my own mind, but I do trust that there's something to it. Yeah, I definitely do.
Yeah.
I'm the kind of person, though, that until I see something and, see the paperwork on it and see, the redacted documents, then that's usually when I go, okay, I can get behind this now.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But now what I realize is that there were little like breadcrumbs that were around all the time that were leading up to
There still
what
are.
was really going on, and then they turned, some of them did turn out to be absolutely true, So it's hard when you're following 12 breadcrumb trails, though, and then like only a couple of them kind of like pan out at all, and then you're still having to follow those because of loose threads, like, right? Doesn't all fit together quite.
Loose strings, yeah. Loose threads. I'm the kind of person that can find stuff that'll even scare flat earthers away.
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, yeah, me too.
Well, I just can't help it. I have an open mind, and I research just about anything that seems interesting. It seems, plausible. I usually will look into it somewhat, and then, I can't help it. It's just curiosity gets me.
Yeah. Sometimes I'll listen to just actually boring history documents, just audiobooks, but what I'm doing is I'm kind of juxtapositioning what we actually do know with what I'm listening to. It's like a training exercise.
Right, and the more you go over it, the more you realize the flaws or the differences or whatever the case may be.
And then eventually you start filling in some of the little empty spots. You start going, oh, okay. And then I started feeling like I was actually accomplishing, that I was actually getting more knowledge, that I was actually achieving some knowledge.
Mm-hmm. Which is usually followed by some where you don't think you're learning anything. At least it is in my case. It'd be like, I'll think I have something figured out, and then someone will find a hole in it, and I'll be like, damn it, I really wanted that one to be right. I wanted that one to be real, damn it.
Yeah. Because some of those things just dash what we thought completely out of the water just very quickly. When you look at some of the out of place, not even out of place artifacts, because those have gotten a bad name, but there are out of place. They're out of place because they don't fit with the mainstream paradigm. That's all.
Right. True.
Like giant African heads in Guatemala and Honduras. What the hell? Like, and they told us, no, Columbus was here. These giant stone heads and stuff are like, I don't know what they're saying, like from 600 to 1200
Stoneheads, huh?
BC.
Like Stonehenge, only Stonehead. That's
BC.
Good.
Yeah.
I heard it was like
is that
1700,
the giant stone balls, perfect spheres of balls, like anywhere from like 4 to 12 feet in diameter. Where are those Costa Rica, or are those also in Guatemala?
Those are up there by the Easter Island, aren't they? Or some of them are.
I thought that was in Costa Rica.
Maybe you're right. I don't know.
I could be wrong.
I don't mind being wrong, but I'm not really sure, to be honest with you.
I don't either. I thought they might have been in the same place as the Olmec stoneheads. Let me see.
Maybe it's because every time I see a show about Easter Island, they always talk about those balls, and maybe that's why I always attach the two together.
I should have known better not to just put stone balls.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're gonna get stuff you don't. You're never gonna get rid of that crap anymore.
Go back.
Yep.
Close.
Yeah. I hope you were protecting yourself there.
Ancient giant balls. I was gonna say it I'll just put the wrong Costa Rica, because I think they're in Guatemala. That's funny.
Actually is.
Well,
where did everybody go? How come everybody leaves at the same time? They all come in at the same time and they all leave at the same time. How obvious that is.
Probably trying to get away from me.
Oh, that's what it was. Definitely. I thought it was me. I'll blame it on you, no problem.
It's not pulling up any results. Oh my god, my browser's glitching. Yeah, look, it's so much.
Farted? Is that what you said?
The world.
It's probably because I farted.
They're in Costa Rica.
I swear that's what it sounded like. That's what you said. It's like, I farted. Like, okay. Great, buddy. That's awesome, man.
Yeah, so what's up with these big, huge stone balls, man? I mean, like freaking in Costa Rica.
You're starting to sound like Smurf now.
Why would they be around me?
Where's the curve?
Where's this? What about the snowballs? No.
I know, I'm crazy.
I don't want to
I'm
become
not crazy. Where's the fucking curve, man? Like, really? I'm not crazy.
World
I'm
Mysteries.
not crazy.
I wonder if the
Who said crazy?
worldmysteries.com. Hold on. World
If you
Mysteries.
don't show me the curve, I might go crazy, you know, because
I wonder if they have Earth being flat as one of the world mysteries.
That's crazy.
Let me look at this website.
Oh yeah, mysteries of the unexplained.
I wonder if yeah, well that's my question. They have a right triangle on their webpage, the very first thing, the emblem. Interesting. I wonder if Earth being flat is one of the world mysteries.
I thought it was the curvature that was the mystery. No one can find it.
Out of place. This looks like an interesting site. I wouldn't.
Oh no, I think it's gravity. I think it's gravity. Yeah.
Well, they have in modern world global economy, so I guess they got the globe thing going on.
You got this globe thing going on.
Damn, they got to Britannica too.
Oh, I stopped too fast. So, stay there.
It was never mine.
The spheres number over 300. The large ones weigh many tons. One of the strangest mysteries in archaeology was discovered by Diqui Delta of Costa Rica. Oh, and Diqui Delta, I see.
They were formed by gravity. They crash landed on Earth, man. You didn't know that?
They were formed by gravity. Okay, thanks, Indio.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about.
Some of them weigh 16.
Gravity forms balls.
Some are, let me see, from a few centimeters to over 2 meters in diameter. Some weigh 16 tons.
The ball former. I mean,
Those are some big balls.
The ball former. That's it.
Who's got? No, never mind. I won't do the AC/DC thing.
The Earth was without form.
Huge. Stop just before I do that.
It was without
You stick
form.
around that long, you'll have big balls too.
Well, you know, I can take 2 sticks, stick them on that ball, and prove with a lamp that ball is actually flat.
Please don't put your stick in a lamp. That's not a good idea.
I know, right?
Is this a magic trick or is this, are you being serious?
That's advice. That's advice, man.
Serious.
So
next.
So
I can prove that I can prove it.
I can't be serious though.
So who made these? Why and how? Who, why, and how?
Can I just throw out there? Who cares?
Who cares? Why? You'll never know, and whatever.
I'll never know if I don't care. Right?
I know. Then you're saved from any anguish.
The answer is simple.
But if I say I don't care, will you stop?
I mean, yeah, it's to confuse the man, right? You just say a bunch of words, the man gets confused, and he's yours. There you go. Now you own him. Now you can tell him whatever you want to tell him, and he's going to believe it. Yeah. The why.
What am I going to believe today, sir?
Imagine what we will know tomorrow, right? Yesterday, people thought the earth was flat. Imagine what we will know tomorrow.
Well, whatever they say, even when they change their mind tomorrow, I'm going to trust the science.
Just the process.
Well, they can't age the stone itself, so they can't tell us how old they are.
Yeah, they can. They just rub a little bit of that black ash stuff on there, and then they just claim that, you know, they found some carbon on there and they dated it.
Or some dirt. Or some dirt next to the ball. There we go.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, some dirt on the ball, yeah. Dirty balls or dusty balls, either one.
Some dirt on the ball there.
To prove it, all you need to do is live to be 1 billion years old.
So we can't tell how old or how long ago they were carved perfectly like that.
It's actually pottery, and that's how they ate soup, because soup would stick to the surface of that ball because it's so big and it's gravity.
Okay.
So that's actually a soup ball.
Then okay,
Yeah.
I gotcha. Some parts of the globe are fond of that type of eating utensil. They should be little globes that you eat off of.
So I poured
Spork was an amazing invention.
You want me to pour the soup on the ball?
They could be just
Yes.
floating around your dinner table. Why aren't they floating around
No,
your
you
dinner
float
table
your
right
balls
now?
in the soup.
But why not put it inside the ball, like a bowl? Like, I don't get it, right? I want to show you gravity. let me eat my soup first in the bowl, all right? Then you can show me.
I want
Science
to show you my
proof
tattoo. You
balls
want
do
this?
not exist. Science denier.
Ma'am, there's a fly on my ball.
It tickles.
I'm sorry. Forgive me.
So how big does the ball have to be before the soup starts sticking to it? Like, you got to figure
Depends
out.
on how fast it's rotating.
Depends on how dense they are.
Holy shit, this just got a lot harder. What the hell?
And how refraction.
Yeah, there I am with my ladle, right? With my ladle trying to like time it. Like, so when do I pour it in? On.
Trying to scoop with your ladle. I
With
just
my
realized
ladle,
what
right?
you meant.
Trying to.
Oh, sorry, sir. You have
Ladle
to
that
use
son of a
the curved-
bitch.
You have to use the curved ladle. You're using the wrong one.
Your ball is too small.
Don't you ladle me.
With
I'm
the
sorry.
hairy ball, you use this utensil.
I'll be like,
It's
hey,
got
did you guys
holes
know
for the hair.
Do you guys know the oceans are like a basin? No, it's not. But it is. Oh, no, it's
My ocean's not basic. How dare you?
Now we're
No, it's
driving
a
now we're
basin.
driving everybody out of the live chat. It's kind of a normal. It's a normal.
Good. They were already
purge-
gone anyway. Weezer.
regular purge that happens every now and then. We're
I
just
know they
having
prefer.
wrong-
If we were drunk and we were talking about suicide and whatever, then I'm sure they'd be interested. But
It'd be fine.
I don't want to talk
I'm
about
kidding.
the elephant in the room.
Okay.
Okay, hold on.
That's pretty good.
Hold on, one more time.
Hey, what do you get when you cross an elephant with a rhinoceros? Hell if I know.
I can't do it twice. Sorry.
Elefino.
Hell if I know.
Yes. You don't want to talk about your globe. I know it's hard, right? It's hard. I don't have
We only
any.
talk about her on Thursdays.
Why not? Because you don't have any evidence for it. Why not? Because it's a fake. Because you're
Because my
afraid to say
shrink
it.
told me not to.
It's Monday. Call in Tuesday morning. Say I ain't gonna work on the globe no more. No, I ain't gonna work on that globe no
What's wrong?
more.
What's wrong? Look at it. What, you don't want to look at it? Look at it. Right? Grab their face like, look at
I
it.
don't want to look at.
That's your globe. It's flat. Look at it.
Don't make me, Daddy. Don't make me.
Look for peanuts while I sweep the master's floor. I ain't gonna work on that globe.
No, anything but that. Anything but that. I can't.
Look, Grass Tyson is he's saying, it's flat. You're never going to see the curve. Is that why you don't want to look at it? Is that why you guys
Where does
leave
the
and we
globe
start
touch
playing
you?
with the ball? When I start asking about the radius, people are like, no, yeah. I was like, what? What's wrong? Don't like the globe?
What about Ray's ass?
What's wrong? You don't like to look at it? You just like to imagine it, but not look at it. Look at how flat it is. I'm gonna go watch some NASA videos. What? I can't even watch NASA. Yeah, I can't even watch the NASA videos because they look so fake. That's how you know it's real.
Maybe we should get together and start pilfering through all these dumb videos, picking them apart like everybody else does, so we have our own copy.
So what? You don't want to look at the videos? You don't want to look at the real thing, the horizon? What the hell is going on here, man? Like, why is everybody so offended by the globe, by the radius, by the size of it?
Exactly what is a real thing? Because I don't think I've ever seen one before.
It's outside your house, and if you just go outside and look away directly, you'll see something called the horizon.
Rookie, you ever seen that Jeranism video, the NASA video?
Which one? They made a few. Which
So
one
he
exactly?
does one. It's like a 4-hour NASA video where they do absolutely nothing on a spacewalk except for pass this thing back and forth.
I think I've seen parts of it.
Like
Yeah.
we don't even. I don't even know what it is. Like you can't even tell what it is. They just like pass it back and forth between themselves. They never use it on the space station.
Is that the one where they're
never use it
installing a
on anything.
multiplexer or something stupid like that?
Well, he's like, "Give me my sword." So he like dubs over the sound. He's like, "No, give me the sword." And it's like this 4-hour video of them just passing this thing back and forth between each other,
Hey, can you give
doing
me that
nothing
sword?
else.
Oh,
On
boy.
anything.
That's
For
hilarious.
4 hours.
I know, it's
Hey,
crazy.
I want to hold it on TV. Can I hold it? Yeah, my turn.
That's an
Yeah, it's literally like that. Give me that.
expensive
Like, give me my
spacewalk,
sword.
man.
Give me my sword back. Like, no, it's my sword, and they're like passing it back and forth. It's nuts.
Hey, look, I got a shield. Oh my god, that guy's got a shield.
Mine's a diamond field. Mine's better.
Okay, we can share the shield, right? Because that guy's stingy with his sword. Hold on, let me
Mine's
get
enchanted.
Hi. Hello out there. You mean down there? Down there. And they're in the studio. You know, they're in the studio and they're trying to wave to the outside world. I hold the sword now. Hold up, man. I just got it. Yeah, they don't even want to look at videos. Yeah. Look at the hair. You guys want to look at some astronaut hair?
Hold up.
I just posted it. I just posted it in live stream voice text.
I mean balding with a receding hair.
Oh, it's a sword.
Think I'm kidding? They sit there and pass it back and forth for like 4 hours.
It's a fucking. Oh, fuck, man.
Hold
This
up.
is
I didn't get my
so-
full turn.
Ah. Oh, man, you must be laughing your asses off or something.
Oh Lord, I can tell this is gonna be fun.
Oh, man. I remember playing, swords with my brother on the beach. Like, ping, okay, you die now. I'm going to stab you. Oh, I'm dead. I just gotta imagine them doing with that thing, right? Hey, that looks cool. Can I hold it? Oh, hold up.
Look at that tiny earther, man. Look at that shit, dude. Look at that curvature.
Oh, yes.
That is a smaller one. They did make it
How
small.
high
That
are
didn't-
they?
Look at how big those clouds are. Oh my god, the size of those clouds. It's like, what the hell?
Maybe
What's wrong with
maybe maybe the sky is a giant telescope and they get to climb into it, and that's why everything looks like it's round.
I have never
You know
seen
what I mean?
clouds. You'd think the clouds would
It
look
never
small.
looks real. I don't think I've ever seen a video of them in space or anywhere like that, doing anything like that, where it didn't look fake. Bertha and Boris, oh, those are great names.
Boris.
Bertha and Boris.
Look, I wonder, how does perspective work when you're in space and there is no horizons?
It
So he's
doesn't.
standing on some kind of a pole? What is that? Standing on a pole. He's got straps on him. What the hell's the straps? He's got a bat in his hand or something like that. Oh, it's a ninja sword.
You think you see people standing around a construction site, man.
What the
These
hell?
two people
Why is
are
it-
fucking
Huh?
up.
So his foot's attached to that foot pedal thing? What the hell is that all about? Get comfortable.
I'm gonna take a nap. You're taking
It looks, the earth turning looks so phony.
Are you comfortable right
It's just so bad. It's like, where's all the dirt, dude? Like, what is it, like that all ocean on one side of the earth or what?
I'll take a nap right now. So
Yeah, straight up. That's a right. This is how they shot. This is how they produced the Wizard of Oz. They had this around, you know. I mean, it's so obvious that. I mean, look at how stupid the lighting is. Look at how stupid the lighting.
Have they seen my sword? What's the problem there? I don't understand. You have a problem with my sword?
Well, I guess it's real because it looks so fake and bullshit.
I think you. I'll fall asleep right now.
Look at how stupid those clouds are moving in the back. That thing in the back is moving. I've seen better effects though, right? But that's how you know it's real. What the hell is he doing? What the hell is he doing? Freaking clowns, man!
I'm holding a sword.
I can see his space pants.
Hold on a second. How did he have holes in the bottom of his boots?
Space pants. No.
Did you see did you see those holes in his boots? I stopped it right there at 3 minutes and 50. His soles of his feet are full of holes. Great job. No problem there, huh? Oh, that's just the way they manufacture it. That's a surface condition. Took to the manual.
They're now unscrewing the 12th bolt to that plexer multiplexer.
And makes it less. Yeah, that's a non-skid surface.
Gotta be careful because if we drop that wrench, we in trouble. You don't want that bitch coming through your living room ceiling.
What the hell is he doing with the sword? He's just fucking holding it.
He's waiting for the appropriate moment to jam it up the other guy's.
Oh, man.
She's going, stop it. Shut up. Don't you know we're at the live stream? They're watching us. Oh, man, I better drink some tea.
What are these stupid suits
making a mock? It looks like styrofoam or.
Here, let's listen. Let's listen to what they have to say here. One moment.
Long John's underneath your space pants.
Space.
I think your backpack is ripped. Get over here. What are you doing? You'll be fine. Bertha, you have to try and stand on the top.
Oh, there goes the harness. No. My personal harness came on. Because I'm such a professional.
Hook it over there. On the string right there. Hook it on the string. The string, Bertha, the string. There you go, right there. I have to help you with everything. Yeah, I'm holding up this ladder for you. How else would you be hanging here? You're kind of bumping into my platform. I'm holding this sword. You are fine. You're stressing out for no reason. Relax.
What's up with space ball? Get away. It's so
difficult.
No.
I'm gonna take another nap then.
I'll take another nap.
Wait, you said they're watching?
You are the worst spacewalker ever.
Oh, live stream. Okay. You bumped the camera.
I dropped my sword.
You should come over here now. You're making a mockery of this whole spacewalk. Yeah, I'm holding a sword.
Looks like styrofoam, man.
Oh, excuse me. Do you know the importance behind holding this?
I'm watching this shit. Oh.
You're gonna stay on the edge here. I got dibs on the platform and the sword.
Do we get another whiny, you know what, in the live?
Take this part off of you right here. I'll just unbuckle this.
You did?
Oh, relax. You're fine.
It was slapping.
Having such an ordeal. Attach that blue thing to the strap there. I can't see anything. On this
So
phone.
it's triggering. I mean, setting to watch.
Okay, we'll just stop it there. That's hilarious. I don't want to bog down the live stream with that, but that's the funniest ever.
Well, it's not the funniest. We're the funniest, but yeah, we'll give it that. We'll give it a second.
Besides us, yeah. I stand corrected.
Those guys really do look like clowns up there, right? In their fake ass space fucking vacuum that doesn't do shit. Their fake ass astronaut suits that look like fake suits.
Excuse me, is there a mod around?
Yes. What's up?
Somebody's posting malware everywhere. His name's Captain Caveman. He's posting it in the chill and in the movie text.
What an ass.
Delete
Get his
that
ass.
right now. So
Wait, I gotta ban him. Wait.
Oh.
Shit, where is he? Is he here?
Hold on a second.
I'll ban and delete everything.
He's posting it in learning, in chill, in movie text.
We'll get him. Sorry about that. I shouldn't
Which guy is
delete
it?
so fast.
No worries.
Chill, we'll get him. Chill text. Let's find out. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? God, it's hard to scroll down.
Is it working? Come on, bot. Like this. I'm gonna hard ban him from the thing.
Here we go. We get it. He's Captain Caveman number 2745. Here. I'm gonna. Oh, wait a minute. I have to go to his profile. 1 second. I should be able to copy that. Yep. Here you go. I'll ban him. Let me see. I just got to race back.
Thanks, guys. He's been DMing people as well. So if you could put a warning somewhere.
What a bastard.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Post that in the locker room too, in case
Wait a second.
people don't normally look.
That didn't take it off. Hold on.
No, let me try this.
You got him? Yeah.
Is it gone?
No.
Did it come off? Did it delete it? Stuff?
No, it said enter valid username. So hold on. I got to go back.
Oh, I got rid of him.
Okay, there you go. You did? Okay, cool, man. Wow, that's pretty creepy, huh?
Thanks, mods.
Don't anybody click on that. So all of this stuff will be gone, right?
Yeah, it's gone now.
Awesome.
Yeah, I saw that fucking link and I thought it was a typo. Son of a bitch.
Oh crap! You clicked on it.
That should have deleted all his messages from the server. Hopefully, people he DM'd don't click. Let me just add everybody.
Yeah. Thanks for the heads up, by the way. If you're still here a little bit.
Yeah, really. Was that Bazogros? Wait a minute.
Or Logros or Loggy, whatever you want to call him.
Who is that?
Yeah, he's in cinema right now in Bozogress.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Bazogras, yeah. Well, that's kind of just really creepy, you know, like the tactics, right?
Yep. Well, they do get paid, so maybe that's why they're so motivated.
Probably. Yeah. So we're up against the best, and we're better. So that's something. They can't even get in through our gauntlet. They know they can't do it intellectually. That's their real problem, the crux of their problem. It's not really our problem. They can't even get. Do you agree with that? Would you say it's pretty true? Hopefully, they can't get through our gauntlet intellectually, so they have to resort to these other tactics like that.
Just like the government would.
Mm-hmm. Just like exactly backhanded.
That's why they have to force people. They use force. They have a monopoly on force.
That's right. The threat of force. Yeah, even just the threat of force is enough, and that's what they use. The threat of force, psychological warfare.
Because how far can you promote a lie until someone comes, hey, that doesn't sound right?
Yep.
So all they've ever done is just strong-armed people down to anybody that's disagreed. Well, some of us, it ain't working.
Dangers.
That's why they gotta bring the Trojan horse and break you from the inside.
Yeah. It's very dangerous to our democracy and way of life, these flat earthers.
Talking about free speech and all that kind of stuff again, yes, that's very dangerous to our democracy. Can't have
it's dangerous against democracy. The majority overrule or whatever. They say, hey, we have these numbers here, and it says that we get to say what goes because we got numbers here in a piece of paper, and we are the majority. So you do as we say because that's the rules. But who trusts those numbers? Well, they said it in TV that they had 51%. That's why everybody else has to do as they say.
If I saw it on CNN, it must be true.
I mean, they said it in CNN, so.
If I saw it on Fox, it must be real. Sad situation, I tell you. A big trouble, capital T, and River City, capital R. And if you have never seen the play Oklahoma, then you think I'm batshit crazy. But if you have seen it, you'd know exactly what I'm talking about. Oklahoma, where the wind goes rushing over the plain.
Wow, Bong, you just pinged 30,000 people, bro. Good job.
It was an emergency. What am I gonna do? We're gonna click on shit, And I just posted it. I just, in QE's server too. So.
I did. Okay. Yeah, go to sleep.
Oh, I'm only in 2 servers, so this one in QE, so that's all I can do. You guys hit up the other servers if you can. I mean, up to you.
Yeah, no doubt. He's probably on all the servers.
The dummy that put the stuff up there.
So, like, you think they're like, oh, they're talking about this now? Okay, time to send in the caveman.
Captain Care.
You know? Think about it. It's time right now. No, wait another 30 seconds.
I can do it really
Okay,
loud,
send them
but I
in right
don't want
now.
to be in there.
Don't worry, we have our flat Earth astral travelers cutting them off at the pass now as we speak. We got them. They've already been spotted. Oh, down. Oh. There's the second one. Poof, poof.
It's a hoedown. Yeah.
Should have a game where we shoot globers out of the sky. See if they do better with their Coriolis adjustments.
I don't mean it's just for Coriolis.
They have to use the globe in order to fly, and so we don't have to use those physics.
Coriolis and curvature.
And curvature. Yeah, exactly.
Good luck.
Let's see how someone ought to make that game, man.
What are
they have to fly, they have to maintain within their paradigm. The physics of their paradigm. Oh, that's a great idea, man. Any game builders in here? Game developers? I want to see the globers crash and burn. And now, see, I would put on what is that stuff called? I would put on an AI headset to watch that, to play in that game. Yeah, I would do that. Shoot down globers. But I'm flying over a flat Earth. Cool. Yeah, just fly over just the way it really is in real life. Yeah, I think I could handle that. Millions of kids shooting down globers on their Androids and iPhones. With ODD music playing in the background. Who is it? Mick West? Yeah, maybe Mick West will make the game. Oh, no, don't give a shit. I should just kept my mouth shut.
I don't think it's possible to make such a game. Well, unless you just totally make up the rules for how physics will work, and it doesn't have to be, because it can't be gravity.
It would be two different games interlaced between the two, because if they got in the Glober aircraft, they're going to have the physics of the globe.
Oops.
They're going to be interacting that don't obey the globe physics, and the flat earthers are going to blow the crap out of them.
All right, Jimsy, nice for having me on. What's up, dude? What do you want to know?
What brings you to the server?
I mean, I could ask you the same thing, right?
Sure.
I suppose.
So I told you that I know the truth. You said I want to know as well. Tell me it. So I'm here now. So what do you want to know?
The truth. What does
About what? What do you want the
that
truth
actually
about?
mean? Yeah, but
You want to talk
when
about stuff that
sure, when you spell the words "I know the truth," what you actually meant with that?
I know every aspect about it, and I've applied it to my everyday life, and I live in it.
That's good.
Amen.
Good for you.
Drinking buddy. So why the name change?
Uh, I was reading the Bible today, and I came across this thing in my bio, and then I looked up the word discernment because I'm one of those tacticians or whatever, and then I saw like keen, and I thought it looked cool because it's like kin, but with just an extra e. So I was like, oh, that looks like a cool name, and it's kind of got a deeper meaning, so I'll use it. And then I saw this cool symbol or whatever, so I was like, oh, that looks cool. So
Okay.
I'll put 3 of those in there, and then I pressed enter, and then here we are today.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, if I may interject a little on that, I discussed that a little bit with him earlier, and I thought it was quite keen of him to pick that name because it had something to do with discernment that he was looking up and being a keen like thing to have. His discernment had little something to do with that. Anyway, I thought it was quite clever. He showed me a Bible passage about discernment, and yeah, it was along those lines that why he picked the names. What he told me, I thought it was ingenious in a way, sort of, kind of cool, kind of keen, so to speak.
Well, a lot of people, they're just like, why do you do that? And why do you do this? And I mean, it's a good question, but I try to teach something through any means possible, right? So, in any way that I can help somebody, even if it's through a name, through a message, through a voice, through a post, through a thread, through a call, through anything, like just living life in the truth, you're naturally going to help people and you don't even have to try.
Yeah, set by example. Yeah, exactly.
You are the example, like you live it. So like it just comes naturally. Like there's no force. You just literally live your life. You're the perfect version of yourself, and then people see that. Like you live it, and they see that.
Nobody lights a candle and puts it in a dresser or drawer, right?
Right. Yeah, you put it all out for all the eyes to see. You're right. Not going to do much good in the drawer, is it, Bong?
The globe is darkness. If you think about it, people are living in darkness because they live according to a lie. So yeah, shine the light.
Yep, you're absolutely right.
Stumbling over each other. Knowing any truth is liberating, especially if you have lived a lie. You know, if you have believed a lie, any truth will liberate you, your mind. You know, you will think different, and you will operate. You know, different. You will do different things. Yeah.
And also, when people observe that, they too as well learn. So yeah, set by example, like I said earlier. Yeah.
So you're a flat earther?
Well, I know that the Earth is flat, and I know that it can also be curved.
You know that it's flat and it can be. I don't get it. What?
I'm not talking. If you're talking about Earth the model, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Earth the substance.
Oh. Okay, yeah. Sorry, you got me there. Okay.
That stuff that get between your toes.
Got me. Yeah, you got me.
Like on a sandy beach, huh?
All right. I'll just take that as a yes. You're a flat earther. But well, welcome to the server, man.
Yeah, thanks.
How long you been looking into this? How long you been doing it?
It's hazy, bro. You know how it is, but probably at least 5 years.
Oh yeah. Okay then. Oh good. Yep. With the latest developments and theories and arguments, their refraction.
Oh yeah, I know. I mean, I have a lot of patience, man, but I'm kind of like into health and fitness and that side of truth, dude. I respect the flat Earth game. Don't get me wrong, and I've done my fair share of God's work, in my day. But like, I just on the other side of things now, man.
Yeah, I thought when I first found out about flat Earth, I thought, oh, there's other things, you know what I mean? But if most people believe the Earth is a ball, like you know what I mean, and it's a religion to them. So I can't, I realize that flat Earth is a big, it's like a big part of trying to help people wake up, and you can't really like this is one of the big ones because it's takes away all the power, from those people who are wielding it. You know what I mean? And it empowers people.
The two words, the term flat earth brings the conversation, and that brings many things, because two words cannot describe the whole experience. So we do use the term flat earth, but that's only two words. The actual thing, it's way more than that.
Yeah, but I mean, you can use the same logic for flat earthers, though, Big Data, because think about it. You could say, oh, many globers believe that they live on a spinning ball flying through space, right? But I can also say that there's many earthers that believe taking showers in chlorinated tap water is a good thing, right? So again, you can have one part of the truth down, but if you don't know all of the truth, right, and you haven't applied it, like, I mean, I'm just throwing that out there, man.
Yeah, I get it. Well, I'm just saying that this one helps people to, you're being lied to about this, you're being lied to about that. When people find out they're being lied to about the globe, it destroys all the other lies. It makes it easier for people to understand. We've been lied to about everything, right? So, because when I was a glober, I was looking for truth and I was trying to make my life better too. But as long as I was believing in the wrong Jesus, as long as I was believing in the wrong creator, I wasn't getting anything right. But this has helped me lead me back, you know. Um, and I think it does the same for a lot of people, and it opens the mind to truth, to real truth, instead of closing it off because of all these theories and all these ideas about the world. You close your mind off to what's really out there, and that's why I think flat Earth is I think it's the at the top, right, and everything kind of flows from there. So I tried doing it other ways too, the health. Of course, the health. I do the cannabis thing and I do the exercise thing and all that. But
Yeah, I mean, I can say the same thing though. Big Data, many flat earthers think exercise is a good thing, right?
yeah, well, yeah, of course, moving is a good thing. Yeah.
I'm just
Motion.
saying, like, I can't really identify as something that I don't agree with. You know what I'm saying?
Well, what do you mean, like the flat
Like,
Earth?
I'm not saying that. Like, the reason why I didn't just say yes, I'm a flat earther, because I can't agree right? To an ideology of things in which the truth is not manifest.
Oh, that's the problem. It's not an ideology. Okay, like me being a male is not an ideology, right? It is what it is, right? I am this. Okay? And the earth, right? When they tell you it's a ball, yeah, that's not what you see. Yeah. So you can't say what you see is an ideology, but what you imagine is the truth. That's not how it works. What you see is the real thing. What you imagine, that's not the real thing, right? Like especially when it comes to things like they don't somebody tells you the earth is a ball and you get all confused about it and say, well, I don't know, I'm just gonna it could be either or. Well, then you're not dealing with reality anymore. You're dealing with somebody's story about reality. You know what I mean? But yeah, I get where you're coming from. But we're about flat Earth, and we're about letting people know that the Earth is not a globe, right? And that we've been lied to on this level. Therefore, we're being lied to on all levels, top to the bottom. You know, from dad that just goes to work every day to the CEO that is always sweating the board. They're all being lied to about everything, you know. And people, why you were being lied to about everything? Yeah. Why is that hard to believe? Well, there are scientists out there, smart people. May as well say there are priests out there. Talk to God for us and tell us what it is, you know. It's not
That's
an
good.
ideology.
Definitely don't rely on your own understanding. That's for sure.
Well, it's not the Earth being a ball is not something that you have to figure out. It either is or it isn't. Either you believe somebody's lie or you believe your experience.
Well, I mean, I've never gone out and see Earth presenting itself as a ball. So
That's another lie. You see how you see? That's another lie. That's not how you know something is a ball. You don't go to space to look down and then see it's a ball. No one's ever done that. No one. Ever. If you believe the shit that they show you on TV, NASA shows you, and you're talking about truth, you know what I mean? You heard about being half woke, diet woke. You heard those terms before?
yeah, I would say like a flat earther that takes showers in tap water is half woke. Yes.
Well, what should he be taking showers in?
Well, preferably clean rain is a good start.
Yeah. What about a person who lives in Texas? How is he going to have a shower?
And you just go to Walmart, buy a gallon of distilled water, and just get a rag.
So,
Our filter head's about $60.
Right, so that's a woke person, right? A person who goes to Walmart and buys his water to shower with. That's a woke person, right?
Yeah,
No,
definitely.
Well, I think what he's getting at, Bong, is someone that actually tries to make a difference, and if his only access to clean water is going to Walmart and buying some distilled water so he can give himself a sponge bath. That's making a good decision because the tap water is poison. We know that
What
it's
happens when Walmart?
fluorinated, and all that. I don't think Walmart has anything to do with it. Absolutely
Well, what
nothing.
happens?
That's just where he went to buy his water that he knows is better for you.
Right. As
What does
long as you're
Walmart have to
taking
do with it?
showers, yeah. As long as you're taking
So what
showers in
about the
distilled
people that
water,
can't afford to buy the
you're
water?
woke.
What if there's
Yeah.
people that can't afford to buy the Walmart
But if you're
water?
buying from Walmart, I guess you're woke. Tudum, bzz.
Well, that's a whole different scenario. And you're right, Bong. If you're buying from Walmart, you're just supporting the
Well,
corporations and whatever else that
Walmart
are in
controls your water.
control. Yeah,
That's what it
exactly.
means. Walmart controls your water. It means you don't know how to distill water, right?
Yeah,
I mean, you need to distill.
should all the poor people here come walk down to the harbor and wash themselves off in the harbor?
And let's assume we woke everybody up on this topic, right? Water, food, health, and they're all woke on it, but they're still asleep on the earth. That's not a ball. Is this going to fix everything?
But you have to. It has to be. It has to be all sides of the truth. I can agree with you, right? But each side matters.
Some of the most wickedest people in this world take showers in distilled water and live the healthiest lives that anyone can live. Does that make them any
Well,
better?
anybody can do it. It only costs $1.
Yeah, but does that make them better people? Do they think better thoughts if they live that way?
Well, do you think if you're healthier, you're gonna feel better, Big Data?
Of course, but if we're still believing that the Earth is a ball, are we going to feel better if we're all super healthy, right?
Obviously, all aspects of the truth, all sides matter, but you can't ignore any side of the truth.
Okay,
Why are you ignoring the shape of the Earth, and why are you ignoring the line that
Who
the Earth
said
is?
I didn't hear him ignoring the truth or the globe Earth. I didn't hear that at all. I don't know where you're getting that
He's
from.
not a flat earther. I'm telling you that right now. He's not a flat earther.
Yeah, he is. I've known him for a long time, Bo.
He's not. So what if the person has a choice between the gallon of water? You either drink it or you wash with it. Which choice should they make?
You could do both. Why don't you pour a little bit into the bowl and save it for your sponge bath and then drink the rest?
Then at the end of the day, you have no more water.
So then find a way to go get $1. And if you can't do that, I mean, there's free methods too. Like money is not an excuse. I've got an answer for everything. So I mean, I'm just trying to help you.
Listen, all the people that are making these rules for these poor people on the streets or whatever, or poor people that are in their houses that can't afford to buy 2 gallons of water a day, the people making those rules don't have any problem washing themselves in desalinated or whatever, or perfectly cleansed or distilled water. Like,
Yeah, but you're telling me a bum that panhandles for alcohol can't panhandle for water? Because look, I've panhandled for distilled water. I've been on the streets. I've been broke, and I've found a way. So if you're telling me that a bum can panhandle for alcohol and I can't panhandle for distilled water, you're full of it.
Try to tell the alcoholic that.
Yeah, well, you can't fix everything,
I've
Sonny.
been an alcoholic too, so I've escaped it.
I mean, I think you guys are really you're going off on like because this guy doesn't have answers for every little thing. I mean, you can only go one thing at a time here. I mean, it's like, yeah, there's always going to be the people on the street that can't afford to have the water. They can't afford to even buy food sometimes. But they're going to have to. The only thing that I think is important here is you make the best decision you can for the moment that you have. I mean, and then you move on from there, and you try to make another good decision. You know, there are no answers for everything. You can't just snap your fingers and solve all of these problems. I mean,
Yeah, that's not what. That's not what. I'm just concerned about him being because it sounds like you're more concerned with that than flat Earth. We're here to. Do you know the radius of the globe, bro?
3959.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, I'm just saying welcome to the server. No hard feelings.
well, I think the problem here, Wong, is if this guy's moved on a little bit. He's got other interests, and you know what? To be honest with you, I have too. The flat Earth's been very important to me in my life, but I don't do as much with it anymore because I've found other avenues to learn more truth. And
No,
to me, it's important right now.
It was me. Yeah, I thought I thought he was here to. I thought you were more interested in pushing other things than you know what I mean. Like I'm sorry, that was my fault. I didn't mean to. Yeah. I
That's
just
all
wanted
good.
to
You're entitled. You're entitled, bro. It's
on
fine.
the same page here. Yeah. Sorry, but go ahead. It's not their fault. No, it's my fault. Yeah, go ahead.
So
but
you've
still,
moved on then. So what's some good information?
But still, I too, want to move on, right? But there's one thing. There's nothing to move on to. It's like I can talk to people about all kinds of conspiracies that are really happening, right? But I just can't get them to connect them all, until. But this one thing, when I talk to people about this thing, and like, if they get it, it just brings the house down. Everything comes crashing down, and they can rebuild. I've tried. I tried. It's like, can I talk to people about Jesus? What? What? You can tell people about Jesus and that you're on a ball and you celebrate Christmas? It's like, that's not going to work. People don't go. People don't go. You know what I mean? Like, because of this thing, because of this ball, because of this ball. And
everybody has their own technique too, Bong. I mean, not everybody has the same technique, and that maybe that makes them not as good as the next guy either. I mean, I may not be as good at communicating the globe Earth fallacies and all of that stuff as a lot of you guys are. Some of you guys are experts at all that shit, and I'm not as much of an expert, but believe me, I do know where we live. I do know. You know what I mean? And whether or not I can actually communicate it as well and have a passion to stand here and do it like you guys do, hardcore, day after day after day after day, because it's important to you. Hey, I respect that. But on the other hand, I think other people deserve respect for doing what they are good at, their part in the world, as far as the truth goes. There's a lot of truth that people need to know about. Some people are better at other aspects of it. The important part here is that people get the truth, no matter what it is.
Yes, I agree. Yep. Yeah.
Well, I feel like most people probably get other truths before flat Earth? Is that true?
I did. I did it. Yeah, but it didn't
I
make
did
sense
too.
until flat Earth. Like that's what I'm trying to say. Is like I know it's been a long. I used to be a Christian. Yeah, I used to be a Christian, and I used to go around trying to talk to people about God and Jesus, and I used to get treated a certain way, not because of what I'm saying or doing, but because I'm acting a certain way, because I'm trying to go out there. You know what I mean? And then none of it made sense. And I hated that lifestyle. Hated that people were treating you. But then you look at it. Then I look back at the Christian. When I look at Christians now, I'm like, that's what you were. You were a crazy person going around trying to tell people about something that you didn't even understand yourself. But after
Right.
flat Earth, it
It
it's
does
like
make sense, yeah.
yeah, it's like God revealed the real him to me. It's like, wait, the Bible, oh, you know what I mean? So flat Earth is not just for me. It's like I don't know, man, because people
No,
talk
you're
about
right.
it.
I know where you're
Controlled,
getting at. Yeah, I know. You're right.
but
I
controlled
also I
religion.
also know what you're talking about, Bong. It resonates with me strong. It really does. But only thing I can say is, hey, some people have their own niche in this world, and if they're trying to share truth, and if they understand that the Earth is not a ball, which many people do and many people do not. But you're right; it is a very key, important factor because there's so many lies attached to it. I mean, there are so many. I mean, they're almost endless. But
And the spirit,
yeah.
the spirit and the drive to want to go forward and attack life, that was gone for me, until flat Earth came, kind of until I looked into the flat Earth and I saw that, holy crap, I've been thinking and feeling this way because I thought the Earth was a ball. And that's the main point I keep arriving to. It is because of this ball. Whether it's about God, dinosaurs, whatever, energy, it doesn't, money. It is because of this ball. It keeps bringing me back to this stupid ball. It's like, it's because of this.
Yeah, the
This is what.
psychology is strong.
Yeah, you're right. The brainwashing from the day one, yeah, it brings you back to the same stupid paradigm that they've been pushing for many, many years now. And it locks you into certain aspects of this lie, this massive lie that we all live in. This everything lie, like you were saying ago. We've been lied to about everything. That is apparently true at this point, I mean, there are some truths out there, obviously, that we've learned, but if you look at it in a percentage wise or whatever, the bulk of what we've learned and the bulk of what we see every day on the TV and the bulk of what we see people living their lives as, it's all a big fucking lie. I agree with you 100%, bro.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
So what happens when the water gets to the edge of the Earth?
Well, there's ice there.
So the water just like what?
Yeah,
so
it
the
just
ice.
stops where the ice is. They call it Antarctica.
Every time the water ends, the Earth begins. That's what we know.
Oh, okay, I got you.
And Antarctica is supposedly supposed to be the highest by average, the highest continent on the Earth on its average elevation. It may not be the highest spot, like Mount Everest might be the highest peak on the Earth or whatever. We don't know what's further out there in the Antarctic region. There could be something higher, but on average, the Antarctic area is supposed to be higher than on average than the rest of the Earth. So what that's going to do, if you relate that it's a circle around us and it's higher, it's by average higher, it's the bowl that we, because of it, it's created it. That's where the water, that's where the shoreline is, at the exterior of the realm we live in, as far as the water goes. It's higher than the water. It's higher than most land on the Earth by average, and so it's the shoreline. It's where the water stops and the ice begins, because it's awfully cold there. And what's beyond that point, who knows? We can't go there. No one's been farther out to know and tell us what's there.
Yeah, and when you think that there's an end, right? When you think about it, if there's an end, you want to know what it's all about. Everybody wants to know what it's all about, right? But if you don't think there's an end, if you don't think there's an end to all this, right? To explore and find an end to it, then this is what you're going to think, that you're just going in circles. And why even bother exploring if we're just going to go in circles? Because we're on a ball. See what that does to you? See what it does to your spirit, to your body, to your mind, right? Fuck going out and exploring the world. Go to work, get some fucking money. You need to pay for these bills. That's your world, man.
Right.
That's your world.
And we're stuck in it.
You're not leaving that world. Yep. If you think it's a ball, this is what people do on a ball. They go to work and die. That's it. That's life. And what a depressing life. It's not even a life worth living. No wonder so many people kill themselves.
Yeah, you're right, Bong. It's a pretty depressing situation. You're absolutely correct. But what do you do about it? You just do the best you can, bro. You do the best you can by trying to help these people understand where they live and why it's the way it is, as far as what we think. I mean, we all have opinions about certain things, but most of the people here understand that the water is flat. The water is the same elevation, and as far as the oceans go, on the entire Earth, the seawater is all the exact same elevation. And if the Antarctic region is supposedly a little bit higher than most land on average, that's where the water's going to stop. It's going to be contained at that point. And so, yeah, when you start looking at it like that, the ball begins to go away, and that's where it begins. That's where your mind can then start, trying to understand the other lies that we've all been locked into and whatnot. Yeah, and then the progression just keeps going from there. I mean, I don't.
Yeah,
you're right. You're right, Bong, about the ball. It does. If you're thinking about the ball, all it is a big circle jerk.
Yeah,
the whole
I think
the whole
people
way
will get
through.
confused because they'll get lost in space like they always will. And if you do that, then they're thinking, okay, well, now you're just confusing me more. It's just a bigger plate in space, But really, the important part to take away from all this is that the Earth's not an object. And once you realize it's not an object, then it's everything. It's all there is. The sky exists only over the Earth.
It's
entire sky.
It's certainly all there is for us here that are on it. I mean, what's beyond, we don't know. That's all there is to it. But as far as if you live here on Earth, yeah, this is all there is. There is, it's a contained system. We live in an enclosed environment, and you've got to live within that environment, and
right.
you can't be imagining that you're getting out of it or whatever. It's not how it works.
Doesn't
there's
mean
so
it's
much
small either, or
No,
or
exactly.
weird limited resources or anything like that.
Yep, you're right. Who knows what's beyond where they'll allow us to go look? Who knows?
Right.
Probably a lot of stuff we'd like to know about, but they're not allowing it to happen. Why? I don't know, but I can certainly come up with some guesses, and I'm sure everyone here could.
Can we hear one?
Sure, my opinion would be obviously possible resources, possible more land where we're not allowed to occupy. You know, land is a very valuable thing on this earth as far as the monetary system that controls most people's lives on this place, on this earth that we live on. If there's more land and more resources, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It seems like something that
And
these rich pompous
technology.
ass fuckers want. They want to control all that shit. They want to control all the land and all the resources.
They can't have the serfs have a certain level of technology, otherwise it gets real complicated for them.
Well, Russia's using like all our fucking resources to invade Ukraine right now, so there goes about half of them.
That was in the news recently.
If it's
Russia,
real.
Ukraine shit.
Yeah, I don't believe
it's
that.
real.
I don't think that's real. I think
I've seen
they're
decent
saying
evidence, but
they're using resources.
enough.
They might be using a lot of resources, but I'm sure there's a lot more we don't even know about.
Right.
Well, even if we
Yeah, I'm
did know
gonna wait on
about
that
all
one.
the resources that we don't know about, right? What can we do? There's nothing we can do about it. Those resources have already been allocated, distributed to
Yeah,
whatever
that's true.
companies, families that want it or own it. It's not for us anyways. I don't think that's the thing. I think it's the mind. It's about keeping the mind under control of of people and the globe.
Well, they've got that.
And it's an old plan. It's an old plan. Yeah.
Yeah,
Call it the Great War.
I think it's all intertwined together myself. You know, you're right. It is the mind that they try to control the most, and they've done a very good job of it. The indoctrination that they put us all through is very efficient. You know, and just look at how many people still believe in the globe, and look at how many people believe in space, and what all these things that are just utterly, if you use any critical thinking whatsoever, they're all completely, but yet they believe in them. I mean, it's the
I
most.
think to myself,
It's insane, bro.
I said to myself, dude, you would have lived and died thinking the Earth was a ball. How many people have lived and died thinking the Earth was a ball? Come on, man, that's not right. You got to do something about this shit, man. So, so, the quality of life versus a long life. Which one is better, right? Would you have rather lived 80 years and thought the Earth was a ball and believed everything the government tell you, or would you rather live like a shorter life and have all and know that the Earth is not a ball and know that you're being lied to and all these things? Which one of these two lives would you consider quality life? The life of the
Why
80
shorter life though, Bob?
shorter. Well, because some people die, like Seneca. It's from some Greek guy I remember reading about. He asked about the quality of life. Which life is a better life? A man who was born and was a good son, was
Okay.
everything to his dad, and then we lost him, or the man who lived 80 years and did absolutely nothing with his life. Which would we say is a better quality of life? Like who would have lived a better? And it's the guy who lived life versus the guy who just watched it passing by, right? He's just a passive observer, as cannot affect change in any way in his life or in the world. And what are we here for? To affect change in this world. How are we going to do that if we just passively watch and observe and do nothing and not act or try to affect change? Flat Earth.
I like
Yeah,
that.
Flat Earth is one of these big ones, that whether they're going to hate it or they're going to like it, because it's truth to them.
Yeah, it fucked up my life, that's for sure.
You said you fucked up your life?
No, I said, yeah, flat Earth fucked up my life, but oh shit.
Oh, you mean you were like going to go to the tippity tops of the scientists and then you realize the truth?
No, not like that.
Far
More on like I feel well, not anymore. I know how to deal with it now, but it kind of made me isolate myself from the world for a bit, and cost me years of my life. You know, kind of not
That's
wanting.
no big deal. I mean, luckily you were born a man, and you can do anything at any age.
Think about all the years you've lost. 12 years in grade school. They stole from you, from all of us. And if you gone to college, they stole those years too. Yeah, you learned some stuff. 12 years, dude. I can handle
I'm
5
just a
years
fucked
of,
up man. I don't know.
yeah, I can handle 5 years of, of having my truth and then isolated, all that crap and then going through. I'd rather have that than 12 years of being forced to do something I hate doing as a child.
You're your own boss, aren't you?
Yes, I am actually.
There you go, man. There you figured it out already.
I
Well, it's a lot more than 12 years, Bong, if you go to university.
That's what I mean. For most of us, 12 years of our lives have been stolen.
Yep.
Our children have been stolen. Our parents were
It's
stolen.
not our fault. You wasted your time.
We were raised.
Talking to me? Yeah, it's not your fault. Right.
No, I was talking to God.
Fault is mine.
What was it, Ricky? What did you say?
I said, nothing. Just forget it. It was.
It's all good. Say, I just didn't hear you. It was people talking. I couldn't understand you.
I've
I'd like
already
to hear.
forgotten what it was.
Oh.
Rewind it. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
The moment's gone. You know how it is, man. I was trying to make a joke and it came out badly.
Really? I said Michio Kaku or any of these people say stuff on TV, and I tried to talk to my family members about it. Like, so this guy is straight up lying. That's not how things work. My parents look at me or my family members look at me like, yeah, but he's a PhD. Like, who are you? It's like, yeah, I'm talking about real science here. He's talking about bullshit. It's like, yeah. Anyways, Bong, just chill out, man. It's just TV.
You know
Like,
what I say to those people? I say, bring him on, bring him, and I'll debate him right here, and I guarantee you, I'll make him look stupid.
But when you try to explain it to people or my family, they're like, "Oh, my head hurts. I don't want to hear it. Yeah, it's too hard. We don't want to."
That sounds familiar.
We're not smart. We're not.
It just doesn't matter to us, don't you know? It just doesn't matter.
Yeah. I was like, so why do you believe it?
Well, because they were university educated, Bong. Of course, they know what they're talking about.
Yeah, but they're talking shit.
Of course, we know that, but not many people do. That's the problem.
I try to explain that to my mom and my dad, and they do the. As long as we have Jesus, are you guys ready to go to heaven for Jesus to come back? I'm like, oh. Wait, Mom, is your Jesus? Did he make a ball Earth? Because we're not talking about the same guy here anymore. I try to not hurt them, but I have to tell them, like, you guys go to church on the wrong day. You can celebrate Christmas, blasphemy. Right?
What?
And
Bong, how about this? If I was to go to church, what church would you recommend? Or like, because I don't know the type of Christians there are out there.
If you read the Bible, the Bible tells you the kind of church, right?
Not the Bible, dog. I want to go for a community purpose, not for.
The Bible talks about churches at all. I didn't even know that.
I want to hear what he thinks.
Anywhere where two or more are gathered in my name, that's where I'll be.
Yes.
That's church. This is church.
Bingo.
Yeah. That's not why I want to go to church, dog.
Holy, this is church.
It is. It's just a church that's not really community, right?
It's a community. A church is supposed to be taken care of, like.
I've been going to church all along.
So why do you want to go to a community church? Because you want the community, the brotherhood type situation? Or
I'm lonely, man. I have no one in my life.
Well, that's understandable, bro. It is. I'm lonely too.
Yeah.
The church is a place
Pretty
where
awesome
believers
women in church too.
bring their money and their stuff to
I got a
help.
couple extra wives over here if you guys want to borrow.
Couple extra.
Because they need help from God.
Get over it.
Members of that church should be bringing stuff to help the poor, to help the needy, to help
Yeah.
the families that can't
Okay,
help.
Bong. Okay, I got an example.
God doesn't want your money. He wants you to
Seventh
help.
Day Adventists. I helped them do a free dental clinic. They set up a dental clinic. Pretty cool.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
My auntie's a Seventh-day Adventist. She's her husband's a pastor, Pastor Mike.
What does that mean? Seventh Day Michigan.
I don't really know. I'm not a part of it. I just helped with the clinic. I had a friend in there.
I forget why I didn't go there, but I think they're also they have their own doctrines and they have.
I'm trying to get her to come to the server, to be honest, but
I think
she's
a
only
real
listened to
church
Ladies'
is
Night once.
right, not
What was it?
recognized by the state because who cares what Caesar thinks? It's just real people coming together to try to help their neighbors. You know, like there are poor homeless people. You know, and then two families might get together to try to help that man get a job, maybe even get him a place to stay. That's church.
True happiness comes through charity, and that's a fact. And so you're spot on, Bong, spot on, for sure.
That's right. Make your church giving to get.
It's supposed to be this.
I give whenever I get a chance. So.
Hey, Cyrus, it sounds like you just want a girlfriend, my friend.
Yeah, sounds like it. Maybe
you're like, I want to go to a church just for the community. You know, community aspect. Yeah. There's a lot of people to meet. You bet.
If you want fish,
I'm just fucking with you, dude.
Man. Yeah,
I know, man. I know. I don't know why the fuck I feel this way today. I should
Whatever,
feel good
dude.
right now.
Go with it.
If you want a woman, don't go to church to find a woman, dude.
Because of the
why
pseudo
not, man?
conjunction.
The rest are fucking skanks, bud.
It's actually a great place.
It is, bro.
If I'm being honest.
Me too. That's why I said church because bro, I'm 30, man. The fuck? Where am I
own
getting? You know what I mean? Like the fuck, dude.
What are you gonna do? A club, something downtown, or a fucking church?
What type of 30-year-old chick are you gonna pick up anywhere? Like, you know what I mean? Come on, bro. Like,
look at it like this, Bong. Look at it like this, Bong.
She ain't like a spiritual woman. Like, get out of here.
Look at it like this, Bong. Look at it like this, Bong. Maybe it's a chance for him to rescue someone from that church.
You're right, maybe, because I'm not there for whatever they're preaching. You know, I'm there to find me a decent woman. That's about it.
Maybe it's an opportunity.
I knew it.
Yeah,
100%. That's what I meant by community aspect. Because
that's good,
bro.
Like to a church to troll them until they
here, look. All the chicks I'm finding, they like all the ones that are my age. They don't value marriage or any of that shit, right? They're just tossed out, used up trash. So it's like, I'm not gonna take that and hope that I can fix her up. You know what I mean? It's fucked up. So it's like, what am I gonna do now?
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go shopping at church, I guess, right? It's like, fuck. Left.
Yeah, and maybe you can take her out and explain some more different truths to her, and maybe you can actually save her from what.
If she's a Bible lover, that'll be awesome. Be like, hey, watch this, boom, the flat Earth. Just get the verses about Earth, done, flat Earther.
If she's interested in you at all, and then you do that, it's done. You guys are, you know what I mean?
I know,
it's
that's
over.
why
You guys
I need to find a church
for life.
non-Catholic. You know what I mean? So I don't know the difference.
Well, Catholic chicks are good, but I hear you come from.
Okay, I can't do the Catholic stuff though, man. It's kind of
you think rough, they want to bring you into it? I bet you could switch them over.
People are people, so why should it be?
The family though, that's the family. That'd be intense.
Yes, yeah. It's always like that. I know. That's the problem, man. If you don't want to skank, well, the family is going to be a tough part, But yeah, so I'm cool with that.
Right.
If you look for her, you're not gonna find her.
I'm not looking for anybody. I'm tired of.
Yeah, the second you stop looking, is she'll knock on your door. That's how it goes.
I tried,
but you have to seriously stop. Like you have to be
dude, I
done.
can't. I'm pissed off, man. I'm angry.
Yeah, I hear you.
Have you
getting old, man? Fuck.
Sorry, Bon. Go ahead.
If you do your own charity, you might, someone might,
I do my own charity, Bong. I don't have to. I don't talk about that because I don't want to. But
dare I say, try God in this?
I try. I've been trying.
And
it's like, that's the thing, right? It's like, all right, cool. You've been trying, and where do you expect to meet her? Just dropping out of my house in my backyard? That's the fucked up part, right?
Have you read our favorite Masonic book yet? The Holy Bible? Try it.
Yes. Bro, man, I love Jesus, bro. What's your problem, man? Like, do you have a problem, Bong?
Well, maybe you meet her through the Discord.
Nothing yet, sir. So, nothing yet.
Like the best women. And how were these women met? Well, you have to read the story, right? Who were these women?
Bro, I don't listen. You want to go biblical stories about women? Like, I'm gonna stay single for the rest of my life. Like, I don't even want to go there, dog. Like, you want stanks? Like, yeah, no, dog. Like, I'm not.
Dude, Rahab was a prostitute, and she saved Israel and became the grandmother to King David. Epic woman, dude.
Who?
What? Rahab. Rahab. Yeah, Jericho. The story of Jericho. She saved. She helped Israel get in, right? But then
Who did this?
Rahab, the prostitute. Remember?
I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry.
Yeah, that's one of them. You know. Who else?
Everybody deserves to be forgiven.
Yeah. Naomi and Ruth. You know the story of Boaz? This is
kind of feels like
Boaz and Ruth. Guess what Boaz was running his business?
You know what, man? This is fucked up, right? Because today, check this out. I had a pretty nice fat goal to achieve, right? Today. And I did. And I got it done. It was hard as fuck, but I got it.
Nice, man.
No, it's not, because this is the fucked up part. I should not feel the way I feel right now. I'm so fucking depressed. It's unbelievable. Like,
It's the Pluto conjunction. It's going to be very temporary.
What was the goal?
No, it's brain chemistry. Something is fucked. Like, I don't know. I can't pinpoint it, right? It's not. I don't know what the fuck is wrong.
What was the goal you achieved?
Oh, taking an engine out of a truck.
That's bomb. That's cool.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It's a lot of hard fucking work.
I don't know how to do that shit
Cool
at
if you
all.
know how to do it. Hard. I've never done it.
Anyways,
what's bothering you? Is it because you're not married yet, or you want
yeah,
kids?
man, I'm just lonely. Exactly. I don't got time, 31, bro.
You got time.
Yeah, you got.
No, I don't.
You don't have to do that to yourself, though, man. You're gonna spin your wheels and spiral out.
Oh,
if you
help me out. You
put
guys
these
are older than me.
expectations.
Give me something. Some good advice. I'll listen.
The wisdom pours in at 30, and it makes it even harder.
Bro. It's because I know what I want. That's the problem.
Yeah, it sounds like your real goal is finding a woman.
So what's wrong with women?
It does. It keeps coming back to that.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna play matchmakers out here. God damn it. You feel me?
Bro, listen.
Come on.
Well,
I got a girl. I don't want her no more. If you want her, bro, you could have her.
Damn, dude. Ooh, that's rough. Oof.
We are meant to be couples, and we are meant to find a woman. It's part of
You can
life.
have Jackie.
It's part of life. That's why that's why he wants it. It's part of what's real. It's part of what's supposed to be done in your lifetime. You're supposed to find a mate. You're supposed to propagate. You're supposed to do all these things. I can understand 100% where he's coming from, and he's having a hard time finding, what he wants.
Fucking impossible, bro. Like,
you can't do both. You can only do one. You can only
Listen to this. This is what you need to keep in mind.
All right.
Sometimes you have
Success in anything and preparedness meet. So there you go. Happens to be true with the heart stuff too.
Gotta work on my luck now.
Well, no, because all you can do is work on being prepared so that when the luck comes, you can succeed.
I like that.
Yes. And that means just doing your thing, like run your business.
That's the problem. I've been doing my thing, and if I just keep on doing it, I'm just going to grow older and fucking older and older and older. Till what, I'm 50? Like, for real. That's the problem. It's like, I don't know what else to do. It's fucking flat earth bullshit really isolated me from the world. It really did. Because you understand.
You cannot blame flat Earth for this.
Yes, I can. I can blame the truth for this. Yes.
Why?
You don't
Because
look at the world the same way, Bong. I can't.
It's the indoctrination of all the people that done that to everyone. It wasn't the Earth.
No, it's not the Earth, but yeah, being.
If you haven't had to make a lot of life sacrifice because of your recent discovery of the nature of the world, then you're lucky.
Not recent. It's not that recent, man. It's been in 2016, so
yeah,
it's
well,
not recent at all. Now 2016 is what?
To me, that's recent.
That's 6 years ago. God damn, man! I thought it was yesterday. Fuck, that's 6 years ago.
That's whole 6. Yep.
Wow.
You would have been married with children if it weren't for flat Earth. Is that what you're saying?
No, that is absolutely not what I'm saying.
No,
Nope.
like yesterday, and now it's over.
Flat Earth didn't do anything. It's just options.
It's okay.
No. It upgrade. It my criterion for selection changed.
Absolutely right. I was just gonna say that.
Bro.
Well, gotta go look at different places.
If you're a spiritual man, like I'm talking about myself. No, not you. I don't give a fuck. Like I'm just talking about myself. I'm a spiritual man. I've been a spiritual man for years now. It's like, why the fuck would I want a chick that's been fucking every dude in town? For real. Like and at my age that's all I've been finding. That's all the 30-year-old chicks do. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so now I don't know what to do. I have these old fucking, skanks
They're 30
that
years
I
old
want.
and they're single. That's probably why they're doing it. Is because they're trying to get attention and trying to.
Well, exactly, and the other 30-year-olds are married, so it's like, fuck, man, I don't know what to do, man.
And those people all have codependency issues anyway, man. That's why they're drinking and
Like I said, sometimes
getting
you gotta
others'
lower your standards, or
validation
you
for
have
their
to settle
personal
for something
validation.
that you don't think is perfect, but is something you're willing to settle for.
You know what,
Sometimes,
dude? You're gonna find
Well,
one. You're gonna find someone that's on the same page as you here soon. You just
telling you, man, just get fed up with it. Stop looking, be angry about it for like a week, and then she'll pop right up.
So fucking angry.
I can tell.
Just swear them off, dude.
I'm gonna go get a lighter so I can light
Listen,
blunt and be optimistic with you guys.
You've heard the term, if you love something, you gotta let it go, right? Well, just fucking,
let it go.
Forget about it, dude. Forget about it.
You can't. You know why? Because it's for me. It's the issue is critical, so it's been shifted over to my hypothalamus, and that's dangerous.
Oh boy.
When it's in that part of your brain,
you are really hypochondriacing the fuck out of this, aren't you?
I know, yeah.
You're a hypochondriac when it comes to this kind of stuff. I'm just fucking with you.
I'm just being a bitch. Let me go get a lighter. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Why does everybody got to be all serious when I'm kidding around?
Stop going to 30-year-olds. They're already, they've got problems. Go for the 20-year-olds. They want to have babies. They can make babies. And, they haven't been around.
Yeah. So I can neither confirm nor deny that I agree with that. What were you saying, Saints?
No, I was just saying, what up, Glatflobe?
Oh, hey. Hi. Hello. How you doing?
I'm all right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You and your girl aren't having problems, right? We need Jackie on our team.
No, dude, like, I can't get rid of her, bro. You know what I mean? Sometimes I'm like, go take a vacation, or like, you can borrow my car, or go out, with your baby's dad or whatever, go. She won't. So,
it's like the Rodney Dangerfield
I suffer
joke.
from the opposite.
It's like the Rodney Dangerfield joke. Please take my wife. Take my wife.
I finally got.
I take her everywhere, but she always finds her way back home.
Right? That's exactly how I feel.
So funny.
Like home to your house? You want me to drop her off?
Yo, take my wife, please.
Take her with.
You know what's funny though? I know that whoever, if my girl was to ever go kick it with another guy, I wouldn't care whatsoever, because she doesn't know any other flat earthers. So whatever guy she's with, she's gonna, after talking to them for a little while, it's just like it disgusts her because she could never be with the heliocentric.
She'll feel like she was talking to a door handle and come screaming back to you. Yeah, for sure.
Real, bro. You know what I mean?
Flat earther, and you want to get rid of her. Wow, man. I think a lot of people would probably.
He's fucking her. He's not saying that.
What does fresh water and salt water have in common?
Doesn't mean I can't make them try to feel guilty.
They're both water, I guess.
Fresh water and salt water coexist? No.
What?
They cannot. Therefore, you must not be unevenly yoked. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you gotta find somebody who's on their level, fire preferably, but good luck with that.
Hey,
good luck with that. Thank you.
Hey,
Yes, sir. No luck thus far.
You know anything
Maybe
about
you should
Mercury,
just
bro?
trust God and just keep it in your mind that you're already married and that you already have a beautiful wife and she'll come.
Hermes, Trismegistus, Mercury. Yeah, I know a little bit.
No, I'm speaking strictly the element.
The element Mercury. No, I mean, what do you? There's red Mercury, right? And then there's the regular shit, the Quicksilver. I don't know, man. What? I kind of know about it.
I found out some crazy stuff recently that Mercury has the same characteristics as described in like about Dracula. Like you can't see the red Mercury if you put it on a plate. You can't see its reflection in a mirror, and you use a garlic clove to repel it away.
It repels, yeah, dude. Garlic. Isn't that crazy?
That's so crazy, bro. I just found that out.
Here's another thing.
Mercury does that?
Hold on. Here's another. Yeah. So garlic repels red mercury. It's the strangest thing. But also, you see what garlic does in the body, right? It kills fungus, bacteria, all kinds of. It just eradicates a lot of shit in your body. Cancer hates garlic. So yeah, it's crazy. But
Dude,
yeah,
I've been carrying
speaking of
garlic cloves in my
Mercury,
pocket every day, bro.
what?
I've been carrying garlic cloves in my pocket every day, and I eat at least 3 or 4 garlic cloves raw every day.
That's awesome. I bet your breath is just the best anyone's ever smelled.
Lovely,
dude.
You could scare you could scare a buzzard off a shit shack with that stuff.
Right? I know, right?
Wow.
Dude, I haven't worn shoes for months, bro. My feet are like leather moccasins. No joke.
Well, that's all right. Just don't get tapeworms. They come in through your feet.
Yeah,
oh no!
I doubt that.
I just know I haven't had any depression. I haven't had any anxiety or headaches since I started going barefoot. It's like made my health
you're
so much
grounding
better,
everywhere
dude.
you go. So you're like say what the sun is a positive, ground is a negative, or sky is a positive, ground is a negative, or vice versa, right? You are helping complete the circuit? Complete the circuit?
Yeah, that's how I feel.
Is that right? I don't know if those are the right words, but yeah. So there's no, and that's why they gave us rubber shoes to stop that connection from happening. Anyway, keep going.
Nah, yeah, I hate those shoes, bro. I put some shoes on the other day, and I hated how they felt. I had to go inside of a government agency for a second, and you know what I mean? I put them on for a second.
Oh,
I had
sure.
them on for like 5 minutes, bro. I hated the way they felt so
Did you
much.
have to go to the DMV?
Yeah.
Together.
Yeah, I have to go to the DMV. But
And sharp metal stuff that can poke your feet. Expand those.
Dude, I've been training my feet. There's a place down here by the beach in Ventura. It's like a I don't know, a place where people eat like shelled fish, and there's huge piles of broken shellfish. And I've been walking. At first, it hurt, dude. My feet are good. I can walk over like thorns from a rose bush, and they won't even pierce my feet.
Wait a second. So you've been walking on top of crushed crustaceans?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm seriously getting my feet ready for the New World Order, bro.
All right. I mean, you'll be able to like scale barbed wire fences for us, right?
I have before.
He's got a point. He might actually help you out someday. You never know.
Yeah, you need
the first month you do it, your feet are tender, right? But after you get over that hump, and the more you walk on stuff that's sharp, it's like it makes your feet like resistant to that stuff.
Yeah. I grew up on an island without shoes. Like everybody goes bare feet. And if you wear jandals, that's like nice dressing. Like, oh yeah, these are my good jandals for when I go to school. And
you're what?
You were
What'd you
just
call them?
island boy, just an island boy.
The jelly sandals or something.
Jelly sandals.
What the hell?
You ever heard that island boy?
What's island boy?
Maybe.
Bernadette shoes.
Is that the guy with the tattoos all over his forehead and cheeks?
Yeah, they're twins, dude, and they have like
dudes. They're not twins, they're clones. Get with it.
They're clones,
Die
for sure, dude.
I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
That shit's funny though.
It is funny.
They made a song, turned it into a real song. They got booed off the stage. I still felt so sorry for them. I was like, why did you even try to
Do me a
make
favor.
it into?
Go find me a fake song.
Yeah, kind of.
I'm sorry. I always ask that question to people, and they always laugh at me and think I'm funny and silly. It's like, no, seriously, like think about that question.
Yes.
Why is my cat trying to climb on my back? What do you want, cat?
Hey, glad.
You should keep going with the meme.
Yeah.
You know.
Hey, I had a falling out with the person who was making my music. He had his
Why?
recording studio.
What happened?
Some girl that he likes that he had over there that he was trying to impress started asking me questions about, well, if the Earth is flat, then just like started bringing up space and stuff. And I just told her, you ever look at a swimming pool with the lights coming up from the bottom of the pool at night? You know what I mean? Then she started saying stupid stuff like, what if the swimming pool don't have that? I'm like, I don't want to talk to you about that. She kept bugging me about flat Earth. I kept telling her, and she was getting so agitated, dude. She was shaking, and she just booked it out of there. And
Jeez, dude.
then me and him got in a big ass argument. And I was like, God.
Bro, you
Right.
should have left when she did, but yeah, I mean, I hear it. I hear that.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that pool reference with the lights?
The pool, well, the best way, like without a telescope to see what a star looks like close up, like the best reference I would think would be like a light coming from the bottom of a swimming pool at night, and you're looking down at the pool, at the light.
Right.
That's how stars look, in a way, But I was trying to show her examples, of a star, like online. I showed her with a P1000 looks, the stars, and it was like making her shake, dude. I was tripping. It's crazy. Flat Earth brings out the worst in some people, like really bad. I've seen demons come out of people before. It seems like, I mean, not literally. I haven't seen them manifest, but the way people act, it's like just going like really crazy over there.
Cognitive dissonance, bro. It really is crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. And like me and him have been working for the past year making music, and so it's like, damn. Now we're not even talking right now, and he's all pissed, and I was just like, whatever. But, I'm not going to apologize for what I believe in.
No. You'll probably find a way to make it right with him. At least you're not fighting over the girl. That would be. I'd be like, you might be fucked, bro.
Yeah, no.
But yeah, if it's over something like this, I think you can mend fences. I mean, that's just personally, I think you can do it.
Well, let's just keep it professional, bro. Let's just stick with the work. Let's not talk about other shit.
Lagrinix.
It's hard in the studio, man. You spend a lot of time with these folks. It's hard not to get to talking.
Yeah, like this fool, he doesn't trip on what I believe in at all. Like he still is a Glober, but he don't ever say anything. Like he just doesn't care, But damn, this new chick that came over there, man, she's something else.
Well, and girls mess plans up, better or worse, always. Do. And then guys do the same to girls.
3 more songs by now, bro. I would have made at least 3 more songs by now.
The ones you hate the most are usually the ones you fall in love with.
Maybe this is supposed to happen. I don't know.
Yeah, everything's meant to be,
I mean, how ignorant of the stuff that he was doing for you are you?
Well, the fact is that he has all that equipment, and I really don't know how to use that equipment, let alone have it. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, I do.
Basically, I would come to him with a beat that I already had, and he'd download it onto his Pro Tools, which was on a hard drive on his computer. And he has like the whole setup with like 3 big ass screens that are like curved with a MacBook, and then like a whole like switch, control board and the whole setup. He's got like two, sometimes 3 mics set up with a little sound booth. So, I mean, he has everything to do it. He just doesn't really like put that much time and effort into my music simply because he doesn't believe in it because of what I rap about, So every time after I record, I'll listen to it over and over again. And sometimes it takes me a while, like sometimes like half a day or a day to realize like we need to fix this or that. And then it's just really hard. It's like pulling teeth with this dude to get him like after the fact that once it's done and I layer and everything and he makes its edits, like really hard to get him to go the extra mile that I just feel like most people who want to make a good song, it's just those last finishing touches, you know what I mean, that really make the song. You know exactly what I mean, huh?
I do. Is he helping you produce the music, like helping you write the music too?
Oh, no. I write my music, and then for days before I do it, I'll sit there and rap it like with a notepad, and I'll just play the beat over and over on my phone or like on a Bluetooth. For days, I'll just do that until I'll be driving in the car, and I'll be able to do it without the notepad, and then I know I'm ready to record, and then I'll go there and then do that. And then so I've been able to do like songs and like where I'll do three lines in a verse and then catch my breath 3 more lines all in one take. I've been able to do that before. and then layer it in like one take. But I mean, it's not always like that, but I've been able to do that before. It's because simply for the fact I've trained myself to try to be is most efficient and time sensitive to his time and everything, that's how I feel. It's like, I don't know. It's like I've had to adjust the way I do it to make up for like his lack of caring about it, I guess is the best way to say it.
Well, if he's got opinions against your art, it's only a matter of time with it that, sure. Until it, you know what I mean? Like there might be a reason this is happening. And I'll tell you what, anybody who even claims to know their way around Pro Tools can at the very least upload what someone gives them and turn it into a track real quick, bounce it down and give it to you, and create the beat real quick on the fucking drum pad. And they're hip hop beats. It's not like, you know what I mean? It's not like a fucking Bill Evans jazz song, right? So anyway,
well, I mean,
you might be able to find somebody that you gel with a little bit better, because there might be some tension now. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, there is for sure.
Even if you guys like make up and you're boys again, it's still like this. I don't know, man. The studio, everything's got to be all good in the studio for the art to flow freely. I think it's hard. Yeah. It's hard when there's drama. So anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, for sure.
Do yourself a favor and find a good hook, like a good singing hook, not just a rap, to go with your songs and your raps, and then you'll make people like them a lot more, because they're more attractive to people that don't even like rap music if there's a little bit of singing in it. You know what I mean?
You mean like with a female vocal? With like a female vocal?
No, not necessarily female. Not necessarily female. Just like you singing words rather than just rapping through the whole thing. Like make a chorus or make something in the part of the song where you're actually singing, so that, you know what I'm saying, you'll attract. This is just advice. Like I said, I'm not saying it works. I'm just saying that in my I've noticed that most people that hear music that have those kind of things in there, they always like them more. And people that don't even like rap music will like the songs. Think about Coolio's song. Remember that song from the movie?
Yeah.
Gangster's Paradise? That song's still stuck in my head to this day. It's because it has a good hook. Even though it's just a boring hook, it's enough of a hook, and then the rap together, it really makes it blend well, right? Think about it.
Yeah.
Like mix and intermingle different kinds of music. Don't be afraid to mix shit up. I like 21 Pilots. I really like them because they take a lot of different kinds of music and they kind of twist them together. I like that.
Yeah,
I know they're still kind of similar to a lot of other bands, but I don't know. I just kind of like their talent. I like the way I like the lyrics, the way they write the lyrics. It's just a lot of stuff that I like. But I've always liked bands like Yes. There's lots of bands that mix like chorus music and that kind of harmonies and good voices and all that together. And it's just interesting how those are the bands that I really can't forget their songs. And I like every time I hear it, I sing along, right? Rather than getting bored with a song or like the ones you hear on the radio too much.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think I'm going to try that.
It's just a thought.
Yeah, and also to put in
and get other people involved too. I mean, it never hurts to get somebody else that can sing with you. To bring them in. I mean, you never know when that person's voice might actually get somebody else's attention or get their family. You never know, man. If you want to get your stuff out there, you got to be willing to, integrate or whatever, or what I say, network. No, I'm sorry, network, not integrate.
Yeah, that's true.
Also,
not that I'm a, but that's just my 2 cents.
Also, to put in my 2 cents as well, I feel like if you made a good beat and you kind of can flow with it as well, I feel like that's a really good track as well. I think that'd be really.
Have you guys ever heard of that guy Blind Fury?
Personally,
I don't think I've heard the music.
He used to do like battle rap. He's actually blind, and his eyes are like squinty, right? And he's like this short, kind of chunky, not chunky, just like this stocky white dude. And he used to do battle raps against MCs on Yo MTV Raps, like back in the 90s, right? Well, he has a YouTube channel where every Tuesday night he goes live, and for $20 he'll play your song, and if it's good, they vote on it, then they'll keep playing it on their channel, and then maybe like sign you to their thing, right? So I sent him 2 of my songs like 2 months ago or something like that, and he was like hella like bumping his head, like he really liked it. And as soon as one of my lines said something about COVID, he stopped like moving his head, and like he didn't even play the rest of the song. He didn't like it, and he's done that with a bunch of my songs. Like he likes them at first, and then as soon as it mentions anything about COVID, he's just like, ugh, like
do what you like, man. That's
Yeah.
another suggestion I give to you is do the stuff that makes you happy. Because I know a lot of bands that they've changed over the years, but I still love all their albums because the change that they made was good. Like, you know, they either got
Yeah.
better or they got less heavy metal, or sometimes they get more heavy metal. It just depends on, you know, who the band is, or, you know, it just depends. But I notice a lot of bands like Def Leppard has progressed. You know, they started out as kind of a trashy garage band, and then they evolved. Metallica's kind of the same way. You know, like there's a lot of bands that are like that.
It's funny. It's like Def Leppard. The drummer lost his arm, and that's when they got famous. It's like, really? Wow.
Actually, they
Well,
were
I mean, I
famous,
guess.
dude. I really liked Def Leppard when I was a kid. When I used to play Super Mario Brothers, we used to play the Pyromania album over and over and over while we were playing Mario Brothers. And we probably listened to that album. We listened to it until it literally fell apart. Like the cassette tape fell apart.
Their harmonies are ridiculous.
There was dust coming out of it, you know, from the plastic rubbing together. And we played that thing all the time.
Yeah, Def Leppard had some great production, man.
Dude, I'm realizing though, in order, if I did get my wish and got like more famous and you know, started blowing up,
bro, you just need to get equipment and do it yourself.
No, I'm not.
No, I'm saying it wouldn't be what I wanted though. Because I'd have to change my message, and I don't think people who rap about stuff that I rap about are
Dude,
gonna get
no. Don't do it for views. You'll get the views regardless. But especially if you're genuine, you'll get the right kind of views.
Dude, I'd rather make stuff for flat earthers to listen to, even if not that many people hear it.
That's what I'm saying, man. Just splurge on some gear. Hey, hold on, sorry. Splurge on some gear. You know, learn about it. Take 6-8 weeks. Learn about it on the internet. You know, you can fucking learn anything you want on YouTube. So do that. And you know, just make your own music every day. You don't have to rely on relationships or anything to be going right in your life. You could just sit down, crack the knuckles, and bang out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's just my
I think I'm thinking about selling my camera. I have a Nikon D850, a D500, and like 15 really nice lenses, dude. I'm thinking about just selling them this week and getting the music equipment. You think like 3 grand is enough to start out?
All you need is a decent laptop.
If you've already
got
I already got a laptop. I already got a nice MacBook.
So just get yourself an input-output device, right? Just search on, go to sweetwater.com.
Okay.
What do you play? Keyboards? Do you play any music, or do you just?
No, just the mic.
Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah, no.
If you get a what's it called? XLR microphone, that'd be really nice to record on. Maybe.
Well, so you'll get an I/O that has XLR input and output. Sometimes it'll have 2 each, and that's how you'll interface between your audio gear and your laptop.
Yeah, because if you get some good studio headphones, you can get like a double input/output XLR interface, and you can just record on that as well. Get some really nice headphones, and it'll sound fantastic.
All right. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that, dude.
Hang on just a sec.
Hi. Say hi, babe.
Hi. Hi.
What are you?
Jackie, how are
I'm
you?
repping Flat Earth
She's repping Flat Earth. Say it again, babe.
till the day I die.
Yeah, till the day she dies, she's repping that Flat Earth.
Flat Earth, baby.
Awesome.
Right.
We have Spooky Dookie, right? You're new. Spooky Dookie.
Yeah, I'm
welcome, Spooky. Welcome.
Hi there.
Welcome.
Spooky.
So,
What's up?
So they call CIA agents spooks sometimes, don't they? Yeah.
I made the name.
Oh, what a coincidence!
I'm just messing with you, dude.
My
I'm a
name just
conspirator, but not like that. You know.
Yeah.
What brings you into the server?
No, I've been doing a little bit of research lately, and I mean, obviously, I was a Glober, all throughout my public school education, just because they taught us like that. But I don't know. I've been doing my own research lately, and it's just I don't know. I don't know if I really believe that the Earth is round. I think it's flat. It's just there's enough evidence there that I can't really believe that it's it's round. So I just came in
like
here.
what evidence?
Like, I don't know. It was just there wasn't enough evidence that if you were to go to the edge of the earth and it would just like be round. Like it's just I don't
Okay,
know. It's just kind of
so you're still a Glober and you're LARPing now. Is that it?
I mean,
Liar. You're still a Glober.
I mean, I guess if you want to say that, I'm just here to learn more. I don't know. I'm here to hear other.
I'd rather have you being honest than lie to us.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
Raj,
here.
Yo, Roger. I just hopped down here from live from the check-in. Got three friends here with me from Germany. Malo, they're pretty chill. They sound pretty chill. So if you guys want to try them out, who else was up here too?
We're still busy with Spooky, and he just said, "Yeah, I believe in the flat Earth because the edge. I don't know, it's something stupid."
Carry on with Spooky then.
Well,
I mean-
I'm here to learn more. I mean, I
Right?
just want to.
Yeah, you're here to learn more, but why would you then LARP that you are a flat Earth?
Oh, what do you mean?
Yeah, what do you mean? I mean, you think you are the first one doing this? You think you're original?
I didn't say that though.
Okay.
I'm
So why do you believe you're on a ball Earth, Spooky?
I don't anymore.
I kind of
used to.
So why don't you? Because of an edge? What?
Well, I mean, that I was just one of the many one of the many evidences that.
Spooky, I'll side with you. I'll side with you, Spooky. I'm a Glober myself. Like I don't know. I just don't understand like how you guys don't believe in like space and stuff.
So,
You know,
Rusty,
like gravity and shit.
I'm not talking to you, Rusty. No. So 1 second, right? I wanna.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to.
Yeah. So
Just
Spooky,
struggling a bit.
are you live streaming this, Spooky?
No, I'm in here. I'm just listening. That's all.
Okay. So, what about the edge? What makes you think that flat Earth has an edge? Then you did some research. You thought that flat Earth has an edge.
Well, I was watching the live stream earlier, and they were talking a little bit about how when the water reaches the edges, there's ice that just is around the edge, and
What edge then? I mean, who claims an edge, Spooky?
I mean, I heard it on the live stream earlier.
Right. So when you think of flat Earth, what image pops up in your head?
It's just all the continents, and they're on a flat plane.
Right.
And then on the edge is ice blocking the water from going off the edge.
Okay. And you said you did some research. What have you found? What have you looked at?
Well, when I was in my interview a little bit ago, I was just telling them about how there was a couple of YouTube videos I watched a while ago about it, and then I found this live stream on YouTube just a little bit ago, probably about an hour or two ago, and I thought it was really cool. So I came in here and just wanted to sit here and listen. But
Okay. So YouTube videos. What did they tell you then? What is it that they?
Like I said, it's been a while. It was a couple.
Okay.
It was a couple months ago. It was a while ago, and I told him that, and he said it was okay. But I wanted to come. I wanted to come in here and kind of just listen. But
okay, cool.
I wasn't trying.
All right.
We might ask you some questions, but do you have any questions for us?
How about this?
I mean, not what? Go ahead.
How about this? Since you want to listen, go for it. Go ahead, listen. Malo, he had some questions for us regarding flat Earth. You know, they've been looking into it. So,
welcome, Malo.
What's up?
Hello. Welcome.
Nice morning. I don't know.
Guten Abend.
What is the time by you guys?
Guten Nacht for me, man. It's 10:18 right now.
It's 7 a.m. where I live.
Good morning.
Yeah, so
Wie geht's?
Morgen.
Good tomorrow.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay. Cool.
So Greenix and Paul and me, we are from Germany. There are a bunch of friends of mine. There are 2 friends of mine. So don't.
Welcome, guys.
Don't
Welcome.
my bad English, please.
Oh, you're good, man.
Yeah. So I recently have gotten into the theory of the flat Earth. I've got the information from a friend of mine, and he was telling me about how it is and how what he thinks about it, and that made me suspicious about the globe theory. So I am just researching and trying to get forward, and so I think I can just start talking to you about the theory of the denseness. Is it called like that? That denser objects are like heavier. You understand?
Yeah. I know what you. Yeah, I was supposed to say. I know what you're talking about. That you're saying that. That's why things go either up or down, right? Because of the density, the relative density between the object itself and the medium that surrounds it. It's Archimedes' principle, actually. And you're right. Yes.
Yeah. So don't get me wrong, but I still don't really know how it works with the density and why the less dense objects go up if there's no gravity, and the dense objects go down. So,
what does gravity do to cause them to go up and down? Like, can you explain how you understand how gravity does it? How does gravity let a helium balloon go up?
no,
Right,
I don't really know what to think. So I don't really know, is it like gravity
Then I
or
don't
not?
think anybody understands how gravity does it. And if nobody understands how gravity does it, is it gravity really doing it?
It's reaching equilibrium. The object is trying to reach equilibrium. It's out of equilibrium, you know.
I don't know. I know how the gravity theory works. So I think the gravity is pulling more, I don't know, more denser objects down.
Really? No.
Oh, wait. Let me think about this.
I mean, yeah, that's what they say. Mass attracting mass. Yeah, but that's, it's unproven.
Yeah.
Unproven. When did you see that? Did you ever see that? Can you demonstrate that?
Demonstrate what?
That the pulling that you think that happens, right? You were saying that denser object, you think gravity pulls things. Can you demonstrate that? Can that be demonstrated? To manipulate the pull? Because it's invisible, right?
I mean,
could you say? I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you say something like, "Well, like all objects fall at like the same speed, right?" Like,
yeah.
Like 9.8. What is it? Like 9 something meters per second?
No.
That's not true.
No, it's not true.
That's not true.
Not true.
Oh, it's not
Helium balloon doesn't do that. Yeah, it just goes up actually. Doesn't go down at 9.81 meter per second square. Even though we model it as with the vector down, like pointing downwards at 9.81, but it's not true.
Why does a ball float in water but not in
like
the
in
air?
physics, you know?
Like, how does water keep a ball floating? I mean, how does gravity keep the ball floating on the water, but it won't let it float in the air? Why is that?
If you drop like not a rock though, or even a rock like it's not too dense. It depends on the density. See, if you toss it in water, it just doesn't fall down at 9.81 meter per second square. So in a vacuum, I will agree with you. Yes, in a vacuum, 9.81 meter per second square.
I
Yes,
don't know about that, but okay.
Yeah, no, my vacuum, I'll thumbs up. The vacuum, no problem. You know,
What's a vacuum? Oh.
Vacuum chamber. Yeah, because you remove the jellyous medium that's air. It's like a jelly, man. It's compressible. You know what I mean? It's actually held together like a jelly, but
Yeah.
of course it's just invisible to your eyes because it's compressed.
What do you speculate's in a vacuum once it is one? Is there any material in there, or is a vacuum just like a nothing?
No,
Like
I'm talking about
empty space?
dropping something in a vacuum, in empty space that has no particulates, which is theoretical.
And no gas. It means there's no gas in there.
That's
Yeah.
all. That's all I mean by vacuum. I'm not talking about outer space or any of that. No.
As best as we can get rid of the gas. But what's the point of dropping? What is the point of knowing how fast things fall in the vacuum, right? Because we're not talking about the vacuum of space here, right? There's a reason why we want to know that. Like, okay, this is how fast things fall in water. Very slow. This is how fast things fall in air, gas. It's a lot faster. But what about in non-air, right? But it doesn't have anything to do with space, right? Does it? But why would we need to know that number? Are we looking or trying to figure out a constant or something like that? Like what's the what if we built
I'm
a vacuum
gonna smoke my duba, right?
What if the vacuum chamber went all the way to say 200,000 feet? Does it matter then if we drop something from that height?
No, man. We're just saying 9.81, and who said that? That was
Galileo.
No, it was Ruzi or Rosal.
Yeah, no, that was me.
Yeah, and then now what? Not everything drops at that rate, and
yeah.
I was just saying. What was I forget the original what Mally was talking about. It was something about a vacuum and
Archimedes'
things
principle. He's talking about density, and I brought up Archimedes.
density.
If you want me to post like something coherent about Archimedes' principle, I can.
Some logs sink in water and some logs don't. Why? Why do the logs sink?
More dense than the water?
Because it's more. So it doesn't have anything to do with gravity?
Check
So
out for the new guys. There's a text channel that goes along with the voice channel.
Gravity pulls on
Livestream voice text.
gravity's pulling on the water too, though, no?
Okay. Yeah. So the gravity and the density should work together. I think so.
You see my diagram? It's not my diagram, but you see it.
Where's it?
The one I posted.
Where's the text channel?
So okay, you see where we're at? Just two clicks above us. Livestream voice text. It's called Livestream voice text. All right, sweet.
You know what's worse? You know what's the worst? You know what's bad about gravity is that when you go look at the Earth and see that it's not a ball, right? All of a sudden, all that thinking you did about gravity, it just goes out the window.
I want to highlight this. So this is from fluid mechanics. This is from my college textbooks. Actually, this is the professor's slides. So they're slides from the textbook, but they're lecture slides. So you see, in the mainstream engineering world, they teach us that we have two vectors: the buoyant force, FB. You see that, and the weight of solid, WS. That's the weight of the object. So the weight is, let's say you want to pull it down, push it down, whatever, just put vector downwards and the other one upwards. And any object that's suspended in a fluid, air is a fluid, water is a fluid, wants an equilibrium, like it's seeking something called equilibrium. And that's all that we're doing because it's out of equilibrium energy-wise and everything. So it will move either upwards or downwards towards the bigger vector until both are equal and it reaches tranquility.
Right. So that's why like heat rises.
Yes. Yeah. The density first, like it's higher energy state. They spread apart, so the thing it gets denser, less dense. I'm sorry. So yeah, then it rises. Yes, like a hot air balloon. A volume of air at that temperature versus ambient is less dense. So, the equilibrium now, it's not an equilibrium. There is a greater force upwards than your 9.81, and it goes up. So, this is taught in mainstream.
Gravity isn't a force in their
it's
model.
Not. It's not. It's true. Because we're talking about weight here, you see? Like even that's the cool thing about the engineering text, like the weight of the object. You see, it's just it's cool. Yeah, if you read, it will tell you whatever, but we actually use weight, not mass. Some books will say mass, but weight is much better.
So you believe in weight, or
sure,
did I
sure.
misunderstood something?
Yeah,
Okay.
weight is good. I believe in I believe in little g, not big G. G as in the gravitational acceleration, if that is what you want to call it. Yes, I
Yeah.
believe in that. Yep, no problem. That's just me. Others will disagree with me or agree. That's fine. That's just me, Cyrus. That's just my opinion.
Okay,
in a
okay.
vacuum.
So-
In a vacuum. In a vacuum. Asterisk, right?
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, but nature abhors a vacuum. There's no vacuum in nature.
No, it's a man-made thing, man-made construct. Chamber and whatnot, mechanical pumping.
And there's no vacuum chamber big enough to test if things actually fall 9.8 meters per second.
Yes, so you can test it in air and then predict it's going to be a little bit faster or something. You know what I mean? Like you can. Yeah. No, but it's close enough to work within a convention to solve for problems or whatnot. It doesn't explain because it's not explaining anything, pulling anything. You see, just a measurement. Actually, you just bust out a stopwatch and you have an object, and you measure the change. Like you have points and you measure its velocity as it's falling, and you'll have different velocities. And at the rate the velocities change, that's acceleration. And that's, approximately 9, or let's just call it 10, approximately 10 meters per second. Whatever.
Eventually you'll hit like terminal velocity, no?
Yes, and that has to do with the surface area, the projected area, actually, to be more specific. Yeah.
Yeah, I always wonder what proof that they gave you that gravity is a real thing, that everything is going to the center of a ball Earth. What did they show you? They dropped the stone, and then look, stone drops. This is it.
Yeah, stone dropping, like us orbiting the sun.
Yeah, that is begging the question, Rosie.
Yeah.
What was that?
The thing?
What's up?
They showed me us orbiting the
What
sun.
thing?
What?
We'll get back to the sun in a second.
The thing I don't really understand is how can anything move through a force? So the first thing I want to say, if something moves, there has to be a force, right?
If it moves, yes, I agree. Yes.
Well, in their model, gravity isn't a force, so no.
Well, the Earth isn't moving, and yet the sun and stars are moving.
Is there a second part to that question?
Yeah. But the gravity isn't a force, you say?
Okay, I'll tell you. Right now, I'm looking at my cup of coffee that's empty, like on my desk.
Yeah.
Is gravity acting upon it?
I don't know.
Is it?
That's why I'm here.
Be honest. Okay, it's not trick.
I
would say hold on, Bong. I got this, dude. Hold up. If you say yes, I'll tell you exactly what I'm going to do. I'll play the chess game for you. You don't have to answer. I'm not trying to embarrass you or anything. Okay. It's not moving. So there's no acceleration. So according to Newton, F equals ma, A is equal to 0 right now. Yes or no? I know that we model it with a downward vector anyways, but it's truly not accelerating. We say it's getting pulled through the table, but the table is exactly, it's two forces. The table is pushing back upon the object. We have to come up with something else, right? And that's the thing here. And then when one of these is greater than the other, if downwards, it'll punch through the table. You see? So it's like it's not accelerating, but it's applying pressure on the table, right? That's weight. Yeah. But if I change,
all right.
if I change the air, because this is all in the air, suspended in the air. Now, magically, let's say if I if I have a knob, if I can just twist it and increase the density of the air, that cup of coffee would exert less and less force on the table until it would start floating. If the density of the air now exceeds it, the cup will start floating. So do not forget that we're in a medium too. So Archimedes' principle still applies. The post that I whatchamacallit, the slide that I posted, the buoyant force pulling you upwards and the weight pulling you downwards. You know, it's two things at once. And then you have the table. If it's touching something on the ground, then you have the applied pressure, on the ground, which is force divided by area.
Okay, I have to say that because it's in English, I don't really understand it. But I think I get your point.
Okay. I'm explaining mainstream. Nothing. I'm not going too far. You know what I mean? I ain't really. There's no flat Earth twists here yet, because flat Earth is a measurement of the surface of the Earth. This is just us trying to explain things that are already been explained in plain English. Just look, Archimedes' principle, right? The buoyant force acting on a body immersed in a fluid is equal to the weight of the fluid displaced by the body. Boom. That's it. Whatever the volume it displaces, whatever the weight of that is, of the fluid that's been displaced, that's how much is pulling you upwards versus the weight of the object.
Okay.
That's Archimedes way back in the day, Greek dude, and that's how ships work, hot air balloons and not airplanes. So.
And those dudes back then had badass ships.
I found it. That's him. He was in his bathtub. That's why he was naked. And then he figured it out, right? When he lowered himself into the bath, he was like, Rika! And he ran down the street yelling, I found it.
All right.
Yeah, probably.
I don't know. I hope that, like hot air balloon, man. Here. I think I have from the same textbook. If I'm not mistaken, I also ripped off this slide from them. Let me see. Got a hot air balloon somewhere.
I think it's at rest, your coffee cup. Right? It's at rest. Nothing's happening.
It's not moving.
Until you pick it up.
Yeah.
Nothing is acting on it. It's just sitting there resting.
Well, it's trying to move though, right?
What the fuck? Where did it go?
Like just because it's not moving doesn't mean it's not trying to.
No,
it's just
it's not. There's nothing trying to. I don't see it jittering or jumping around. How's it trying to?
Living things.
Gravity.
Gravity.
What
gravity, bro?
Those things have the energy to move. Those are the things trying to move. But rocks are not trying to move.
Found it. Hot air balloon.
Something that is, that's crazy, right, Razi? So something that is not happening is happening.
Well, it's not happening, but it's trying to happen.
It's not happening, but you're saying, well, it's happening either way.
No, I'm saying it's not happening, but it's trying.
Okay. Then it's not happening, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Deutsch.
Then it's not happening. That's a contradiction.
Yes, it's not happening.
Okay.
But isn't it? It's trying to go downwards, but the table is preventing it.
My friend,
it's
been engineered. It's been engineered. Just look at the slide and try to refute that.
What slide?
I posted it just 25 minutes after the hour. And then the hot air balloon from the same textbook. This is my source. Right here, fluid mechanics. That's what I'm saying. It's basic. It's not a mystery, and this is testable, repeatable. This is experimental. Like, this is empirical shit right here. This is not theoretical whatsoever. Can test every bit of what I'm posting. No theory.
The only thing that produces force to move the rock or the coffee cup is either the natural forces like winds and all that stuff, or animals, or trees, or plant, organisms that have energy to produce force. That's the only sources of force. Okay, that thing is not going to do the thing in the medium if you don't pick it up and make it do the thing, or if the wind doesn't blow it and make it do the thing. It's just resting until a force acts upon it. And where do forces come from? From rocks?
Do you know? Okay, better than forces. How about energy? Like, do you know about kinetic energy and potential energy? You guys aware of that in German, or I don't know?
Again, please.
Potential energy and kinetic energy.
Oh no.
No, man,
that's above my head.
It's not, is it? You don't? Did you study physics, basic physics 1 or something in high school?
Yeah, basic physics.
Then you studied this. Okay, when an object is at the ground, it has 0 potential energy, but as it increases in height, as it gains height, it has more and more potential energy. Okay, which means the energy, the ability to do work that is stored within it because of the height that it's at from equilibrium. Now, this is the flat Earth take, which is, they tell you this in the textbook, but they don't explain it this way. From the ground, from equilibrium. So you charged it, you physically, like it's a rubber band, you you pulled it up, and now this bowling ball on top of the hill is ready to do work. However, it's not moving. And kinetic energy, the equation equals half 0.5 multiplied by the mass of the object multiplied by velocity squared. Yeah, mv squared, half mv squared. So
technically,
it has to be moving to have kinetic energy. However, so the potential energy at the top is exactly equal to the kinetic energy of this bowling ball when you drop it right before it touches the bottom. You know, if you could imagine it right before, like a molecule or an atom away from the ground, that's when it would have the most amount of kinetic energy, because it would increase in velocity, and velocity, that term is squared, so it grows exponentially, the number, the more speed it gains, because the mass is constant, right? And
I remember the lessons.
Okay, cool. Yeah, this is critical in flat Earth, because if you remember these physics 1 concepts, all the stuff gets explained easily. You charge the ball before you put it on a scale to measure its weight, so it's trying to go to equilibrium. You know what I mean? Everything is trying to go to equilibrium. It's not at equilibrium because you picked it up, and we know, like, this is legit. This is physics. If it's ground is 0, they tell us. So
I think it's because when the medium, the density of the object, right, meets the same, it's now at rest. Hey boys, this is where we're gonna rest. Who? Us, dirt and rocks? Yes. And then there's things like gases, right? They're like, oh, we wanna go up there and rest, where we belong, and then they stop there, and then you know what I mean? Rest. Like nothing, equilibrium. Like
equilibrium.
No more work, right?
Like check. Okay.
Some work.
This is from the textbook slide about hot air balloons. They tell you that it's controlled by the temperature. And then there's a point where it's exactly buoyant and it's not going anywhere. It's just absolute tranquility up there, just suspended in the air, man. And that's just hot air. That is so cool. Just because the density principle. And it's not, as you can see, it's open. The container is open from the bottom. So it does leak the hot air. So you have to, there's a, like a sweet spot where, like, you'd have to turn it on for a few seconds, and as you decrease a little bit, you got to give it a little bit more, and so on, right? So yeah,
right. So I have a question to you guys. So maybe it's a little bit off topic, but at first, what do you guys think of the shape of other planets?
Oh, you mean the lights in the sky? Are you talking about the lights?
Lights in the sky are pretty cool, man.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about the lights. I'm talking about our solar system.
Well, I mean, what do you see when you look up there? Do you see anything but lights? Do you see rocks?
No, I'm just
serious.
seeing
I'm
the
serious.
moon.
Is that where everybody goes around the sun?
Are you talking about the moon? Okay, he's talking about the moon. Okay.
I'm not talking about the moon. I'm talking
you're
about
not?
the planet. So
Well, what's a planet? Define planet. What? I know exactly what you're talking about. You talk about
a planet is
Venus, Mars. Yeah. But however,
Oh, he's talking about the 7 wandering lights.
the wandering stars, because we're assholes on the server. I forgot to tell you, and we like to define things very very German, very. You know what I'm saying? Very. You gotta be very specific with it.
Oh, let me remind you. We're not German.
okay. So not planets. The big rocks.
Yeah, it's
the gas. I don't know.
They're not rocks. I mean, the idea you have that we had, right? It's a solar system. It's not a thing. There are 7 lights in the sky, right? That's not doing what all the other lights are doing. That's what they have called planets, but they were originally called wandering stars. You see what I mean? Yeah. And the sun, moon, and the stars, they actually go around us. I mean, they come and go. You know, so the solar system, that's a totally different way. You know, like we don't see that. We don't see the solar system. We see lights in the sky moving.
Yeah. If you have a telescope, you look up, you'll see a light, and you'll give it a description, what color, shimmer, whatever, and that's all you can really see. That's what we're saying. And we don't, like NASA, we've busted them lying about their moon landing and everything else they throw out like it's CGI, so we don't trust them. They're not sources, and they tell you that they're images by created by artists, including the blue marble of the earth. So we can't believe them on anything. So we just toss them out. They're just jokesters. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what we believe. So
I'm still new in this game, so don't think that I'm trying to upset someone.
No, you're cool, man.
No, man. When I first came here, I thought, man, this is so easy to debunk. I can just go to NASA and pull out one of these videos. Watch this. I'm going to get a video. And I'm going to show these flat earthers, right? And it's a ball. No videos were found. It should have been so easy, right? And it should be so easy for them to just, hey guys, this is bad for the world. Let's show them the globe. I mean, it would have been there. But look, if you try to look for the evidence, you're not only are you not going to find evidence, the evidence that you do find is going to piss you off. It's fake. So then when I'm stuck with what? So I'm stuck with some story that some people told me and memories I have from my childhood? Yeah, that's all you got, man.
Okay.
You know, that's all I had. I couldn't do anything with this. That's why.
So you haven't found any videos at all from the
no launches, because I was thinking there should be a camera, right? Like, dude, there has to be a camera on one of these rockets that they've tested, sent, all thousands. There's gonna be hundreds. Couldn't find one, not one. Not one single video, not the Apollo, not the moon landing, not nothing. I was like, dude, it looks like it was all freaking, like staged for children. So, hey, where's the stuff for the adults? You know what I mean? Like, we're adults now.
Yeah.
And still nothing. What?
Maybe I am. I don't know about you, bro. I'm just kidding, man. Bongs out.
Yeah.
Just messing with you, man.
Took it in the fryer now. Should be all right. Take it out.
Any other questions, man? What else? What else you got?
Hey guys, always gotta pick up my boy, man.
So the planet. I mean, we didn't answer that. The planets. Okay. Sometimes I say this. What if they are rocks that are spheres? Does that mean you're standing on a sphere? There's just things above. And when you look above, one, you can't prove that, like, you have no proof that we are moving. So when you look above and you see those stars and sun and the moon is moving, why do you think we are orbiting them? They are orbiting us. It's geocentric, not heliocentric. What's your proof for heliocentric, which means we spin around the sun? I
can't prove it.
Yeah. So.
So I've looked in the internet and found some theories, but they all go in different directions. Why the government is trying to hide from us that the Earth is flat. You understand?
True.
No,
the reason why.
Why really?
Yeah.
I mean, control, like
So many reasons.
so many money. I mean, like, there's a lot of reasons why they do it. I don't know.
But I think a good reason is to introduce see the idea of gods and aliens and extraterrestrial beings
Keep
helping
you
us.
busy. Keep you
It's
busy.
yeah, it's like
Burn up your
it's like
life. You know, we were talking about that earlier.
yeah of hope, right?
Not know where
'Cause
you're
we're
at. You're nothing. You know, spinning around the sun. You're gonna smash into the sun one day when it cools down and shit.
yeah. Apotheosis. It's a
You
story of
can't prove
us
any of that.
ascending to the heavens and becoming one with the gods, right? Becoming more than human, superhuman, right? No, seriously. That's what it's about. It's about us evolving, see, and leaving behind this weak framework we call a body, a human body, right? And then ascending to the skies to be with the to join on with the interstellar races and communities, right? But we have to get past this first stage first, or else we're gonna self-destruct and never make it to the second stage. You see, you know what I mean? I'm being serious. Like,
Yeah.
I think that's what it's all about. You know, it's a spiritual thing. It's a transformation from lead to gold, right? From man to God. Without God, that makes any sense, right? How does that make? Does that make you?
That's one of the main reasons why I even went to be suspicious about it.
That's a good spot, Bo.
Well, that's the goal. See, if you imagine an outside threat, okay, to our globe or world, how quickly people's differences, especially their religious differences that cause wars, there would just be nothing, and we would unite and become one world, one religion, one unit. United we stand, divided we fall. Right? One mind.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't happened. That the whole world is united. You understand?
Only yet because we got all these pesky religions that we have to remove. That's why we have differences. Imagine an outside threat to the world. What would these religions be? Nothing. Because people would realize there are bigger problems than your religions, right? We have the universe to look forward to. And how can we get there if we're just acting like a bunch of animals fighting over silly things like religion, gods?
Yeah,
That's it. It's contempt for God and you and everything that's natural.
It's all really, I don't know. It's fishy.
It's like Agent Smith said, right? I hate this place. It's the smell.
What's fishy? The flat Earth or the government? Which one is fishy?
Oh, what he's just said. What Big Data Bung so just said.
I'm just trying to scare you. I'm just trying to tell it as it is, you know? I'm just trying to add some drama to it, but that makes for a great movie.
Yeah, that's where they want your head in the movies. Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, guys, it's getting really late right now. It was really fun talking with you and interesting, to be honest. you guys are a bunch of cool guys, but it's almost 8 a.m. where I live, so
Alrighty, man.
I'll have to go
All right,
places.
man.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Come back and see us. Come back and see us again.
All right.
Take it. Yeah.
So, bye-bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye. Have a good one, man.
So,
Good one.
Goodbye.
Flatter days.
In the world. You gotta make it like in the world, you know, world.
You've been practicing.
World. Just gotta roll. You just gotta, world. Make it like world. In a world where balls are flat. What? I don't even know. What did you even say? Like what? Why? What are you saying?
Well, it's like pretty big, man. The Earth is like really big ball.
So big it looks flat.
It's an Earth-sized ball. Yeah, we get it.
So if big balls are flat, then what's flat look like? What does flat look like?
What would flat look like?
This is round, and what's flat?
Oh man, that's a
Flat is
sad
good.
question.
Hey, why are you even saying flat? Why does the word even exist? Hey, why do people say level? Because that's kind of stupid. Whoa. Because it's round, dummy. I know, right? They should have called it C curve. Kind of sounds cool.
Yeah, globe level. That is a strange thought.
Why? It's weird.
Globe level?
You guys believe straight lines exist? Really? Weirdos, man. I bet you. Oh, and you think 90 degrees is really 90 degrees? It's more like 89.99999. Just a long line on top of those nines. Oh, that's how rounded it is. That's how so flat. Hey, you guys gotta. There's a radius, right? I don't want to talk about that anymore. I'm just gonna. You want to talk about the eclipse? Or you don't want to talk about the radius? Radius.
So in the eclipse, you don't see the moon ever until it starts doing its thing, until it starts eclipsing, right?
They want to talk about shadows being on the wrong place. It's like, oh, so you're gonna make a shadow appear on the other side. That's like putting a ball in the water and saying the bottom half of the ball is not wet, but the top half that's in the air is wet. Like, oh, you're gonna do that? Oh, can you do that
Is
trick
there
for
a eclipse GIF?
I don't know. Don't try it.
I bet there is.
I wouldn't be surprised if there wasn't.
It comes up so often, yeah.
Better be a good one. Oh, there it is. That's right there. That's right there.
Failing globe theory. Nice.
I don't want to talk about eclipses anymore. Why? Because the shadow's in the wrong place? Because your model doesn't work? Which model does work?
Well, that's because refraction to the observers making the image flipped upside down. So instead of seeing the shadow on the bottom, you see it up top. Just like the globe predicts. And Einstein was right.
Blame refraction again. Refraction?
Gravito refraction.
Talking about like straws in a glass of water. Is that what we're talking about?
Gravitraction.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Oh, gravitraction? Oh, it's a new phenomena.
Should be called groundity, not gravity.
Bust it out whenever you need.
New phenomena. New phenomena. New phenomena. Right? Gravitraction.
Gravitraction, dude.
Traction. Yeah.
I didn't drink any coconut water today. I'm bummed out.
You know what I think I'm starting to hear is people saying stuff like, I mean, it's all right. So what? I mean, so what if they like, it's all right. I mean, it's like, it's all right. Okay. Why the fuck am I sticking my head? Hey, look at my head, whack me. I'm trying to tell people the earth is flat, but they said it's all right. They don't care that they've been lied to. What if I came to your house and robbed it? And then I called you in the morning and said, hey, I robbed your house.
Yes, man. Your Wing Chun shit won't work on me, man. You're trying to rob my house.
I think I'll call you the next day. Hey, I robbed your house. Are you gonna be like,
head kick
wow, gotta take a loss sometime, right?
You do your energy shit and just take this fucking shin to the chin, bro. Watch out.
Robbery. Technique. So let's say you caught some guy doing your wife, right? Like, well, you don't know if it's my wife. What?
Yeah, that's terrible.
Well, you don't know if that's a real dude. It could be a robot.
Yeah.
It's like, what do I have to do to get this guy to?
It's refraction. It wasn't actually him. You see, it was a mirage.
In reality, that situation would be like, I knew it, that bitch.
No, you wouldn't be like.
Yeah, I think somebody's getting punched. Probably both of them. I'll probably beat them. I'll be honest. Why not? She deserves a beating at that point too.
You pin both of them to the bed with a spear, right?
Fuck them both.
Enjoy your battle. Put them to the bed.
Yeah, it's get over.
On the house. Motherfuckers.
Oh, dude, I'll be just heartbroken. I mean, if I have children with her, oh my god, that's terrible. That's just bad. But
first,
was like, oh, okay, all right, see ya then.
First, I break all the bones in his body, and then that's it. Yeah,
I mean, honestly, it's like, why?
Oh yeah.
Then he takes my money. I understand. I trust me. It's like, however, it's like, she's a skank. So it's like, why even get mad? Of course, get mad because you're a fool and you put your emotions in the wrong woman. But that's your fault.
Oh, but kicking his ass is more like, look, I need to release, and very appropriate.
Morals,
This is for her. Okay, this is happening to you because
you just want to beat him up.
Blame her. Hey, I hope you can feed him through a straw at the hospital. See you guys. Have a nice life.
And you're in jail, bro. Oh my god.
I don't know if
I'll feed him with the straw. For sure.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. And then she'll take all your shit from your house by the time you get out. She cleaned out your place. So no, see? You lose. You just smile and just there you go, bitch. Get out of the door. You just tell them both to leave.
Yep.
Nice and easy.
It's not gonna be like, hold on,
you take out the shotgun and you'd be like, both of you, like, no, butt naked, both of you, get the fuck out. No clothes.
Stand up against the wall, in front of each other. I'm
Just
gonna
kind of
try to
kick
stick you
them
to
on the way
the
out, both of them. You know, sure.
Hey, stand up
If
against the
I'm
fence.
really mad, maybe like honestly, oh my god, if I got a rifle in my hand, yeah, I'll probably shoot him in the ass or something as he's running. Oh, just why not? Why not? Here, just graze him. You know, look, there you go, bitch. You can't, right? You got to spill blood. You're right, Bong. You're right. 100. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, like
Blood
stand
must be
against the
spilled.
fence. Okay, climb up the fence. I'm gonna try and stick you to the fence. There you go. Hey, you want to get him down? I'm gonna
I
go
had to
visit.
take her too, for sure. Something. You know, as long as I don't pay money, right? So I'm gonna beat him up really bad. So it's like, what would I do? I don't know. I'm not sure. It's fucked up, man.
I think any guy who goes through that would happily go to prison to stick this guy to the fence.
Oh, dude, I'll do the water torture thing with the Chinese. The water drip on your forehead for sure.
Like,
It's supposed to be horrible, right?
Yeah, I'd kidnap him and be like, "Don't worry, I'm going to prison after this, but I am going to."
He wouldn't know because I'll duct tape both of them up. You see, for like 3 or 4 days, I'd feed her, but I won't feed him. But I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just gonna no food, no water. I mean, suffer. Come on, man.
You could have been free, bitch, but now you got to live like a
Eye
fucking
for an
slave.
eye, tooth for a tooth. Remember this. This is the law I will always abide by in my life. I'm sorry. So, thus,
welcome to the world.
That's me. Thus, it's like for that pleasure you have had, and it was more pleasure because that woman wasn't yours. Okay, cool, all right. Well, lucky me, I can duct tape you now. You get duct tape in the basement, and you too, bitch, for being a skank. Oh yeah, a Chinese water fucking drop on the forehead for sure. 4 days, man. Yeah, like yeah. I'll just laugh. I'll fucking stream that shit.
You don't really know what you're capable of until shit hits the fan. Like, whoa, I'm pretty creative, guys. Look at me. Look at me. I didn't know I could do
leave
this.
no mark on them. Keep them hydrated. You know what I'm saying? Water under skin.
You could have lived like
none to drink though, you know. So their skin is absorbing it, but they're thirsty. Yeah, some asshole shit, man.
So where's your government at now?
Yeah, for 3-4 days until I think after 3 days people will start noticing that they're missing. Then you let them out. You know, and at that point, I think from the Chinese torture, they're not going to tell nobody that you just tortured them. I don't think they would. Like, fuck.
I thought no body.
What if you fuck this up again?
Isn't it no body, no murder? Isn't that how it works?
Man. Nah, see, that's not eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, right? See, that's too much, right? That's how I feel, but I know it's not right now.
Yeah.
Maybe 10 years younger, yeah, that would be it.
Oh, you didn't know who you were fucking with? You were fucking with a crazy person,
Right.
dude.
Wow, and you just shoot him dead. It's like, no, that's, you know what, man? You should shoot her instead of the dude.
Yeah.
Right? If someone deserves it, it's your woman. She knows this is your fucking woman, man. What the fuck is she doing? Why shoot him? It's just a dog. Just a male, man. We already know. It's a fucking dog. Shoot her.
That boy again, he said, know who you're dealing with, boy. And he's like, yeah. So you didn't know you were fucking a psychopath's wife? Well, now you know.
Well, your wife should have respected you.
I know, right?
Crazy.
That's what I'm saying. What
she didn't-
happened?
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Duct tape them both, bro. Chinese water drops on the forehead and leaves no marks. You're free to go.
What was that movie, Nobody? There is a dormant piece inside of me that wants really badly to carry this.
You know what? Or I would tie him beneath the coconut tree. Be like, listen, if fate has it to drop a coconut on your forehead, so be it then. I'll leave him tied up for at least a week until something drops.
I hope one of these coconuts hits you.
Fucking keep me there till something drops and they call it fate. Here, see? It was fate.
One of the mosquitoes.
It was just, oh, I just found him here, officer. They were sunbathing or whatever, and coconut smashed on the forehead.
I guess he chose the wrong tree to lie under.
Oh, dude, that's some fucked up shit. Coconuts again, man.
You know what cops used to do? They used to handcuff you. Like, if you were, a drunk, disorderly, they'll handcuff you to the pole outside the police station at nighttime.
Yeah.
And the mosquitoes just ravage you. And like,
You guys, what's good?
Coconut cream pie. There we go. See, I always have coconuts, man, on hand. I love coconut, man. I'm a tropical dude. Bong Sao, man. Maybe I should come to Samoa, man. Maybe I'll find me a Samoan chick. Yeah.
Yes.
Some native fucking authentic genetics.
Yo, Cyrus.
What's up?
Did you know they're trampling people there?
I don't know.
Trampled, bro.
No clue.
Yeah, bro. This lady got trampled.
No idea what that means.
She got stepped on.
Trampled?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
By who? By what?
You trampling?
Mm.
By them coconuts, man.
Yeah, man. That's
Oh yeah. Watch out for them coconut people. They could trample your.
Do you grow berries, Bong Sao?
Watch out for that peaceful protest, bro.
Trying to grow strawberries here, yeah.
Oh, many blueberries, raspberries. What's up?
Raspberries, yeah. I want to grow some raspberry tree. Yeah.
How about
some raspberries in the neighborhood I've seen? It's good. Yeah, I want to. Yeah.
Marion berry. It's like a big tree. It's actually a nice tree. They grow
jam with that tree.
Like it's a tree.
Tree, man.
Just take your foot and stomp on it.
We have wild blackberries here on the river, so
oh wow,
good
I take them by the pound in the summer,
Why don't you grab one and grow it? Grow it in your backyard.
Oh my god, I just cut one down, man. That was fucking me up. It's tripping me up.
Did you declare that on your taxes?
So listen, in my yard. I'm stealing this from scripture, like my, not Bible, so don't grill me, but it is scripture. I have to plant it, right? I have to clip it, trim it. By the river, man, God is planting it for me, and it's free. I just walk and there's so much, dude, just collect it because it's all going to waste. It drops on the ground, and so just take as much as you can, and there's plenty for everybody. All the rivers here. There's berries, all kinds.
You gotta pay taxes on that, man.
No, God doesn't want you to. He planted it for you, for free. It's his. It's his.
You want me to? I mean,
he said, don't spread ruin on earth. That's it. That's all he said. You don't do.
But if I go down to the river and get one of those berry trees,
mix it up. Yeah, hey, if you see, okay, honestly, not all the bushes are the same. I know my favorite bushes, right? They taste better. They're not bushes. They're like viney, thorny, extremely invasive. Will kill anything else that's around. Those are blackberries, right? So extremely invasive, extremely. But they're awesome, like as a fence to keep. If you have I don't know, if you don't want anybody crossing over, you can have a blackberry fucking patch. No one is getting past that shit, man. If it's super thick.
Yeah. I'd grow it for that, of course.
Wow, dude, it's nasty, thorny stuff. But however, they're blackberries, so it's just me and the bears out there just picking them by the pound. I love them, man. Free 99, and they cost about $5 for a little, not even a pound. Oh my god, like an 8 ounce or 6 ounce container. Yeah, 8 ounces. Yeah,
8 ounces something.
8 ounces, $5, man, at the store. I fill up my Ziploc, man. My hands are black by the time I'm done.
Berries are named that because people probably saw bears eating them. Oh, look, those are the berries.
Maybe, man. I love berries. I love honey. I love berries. I know I'm a bear. I understand that. I should name myself Cyrus Bear now. So that's too saucy though, so I can't even do it.
Bears, yeah.
But sounds for sure. Can't do it, man. Cyrus Wolf.
Yeah. The big guys, you call him a bear, right?
You could name yourself Barry Cyrus.
No, that's too fruity. It's too fruity, man.
Come on.
I
Forget
know
about it.
Oh, Blackberry Cyrus.
Cyrus berry. No, Cyrus berry would work better because it's a Cyrus berry, right?
Black Cyrus berry?
Yes, invasive, and it'll fuck you up. Just come get the berry, and it'll wrap you up in space time. Entanglement. It'll spaghettify you.
Yeah, send you to Guantanamo Bay.
But yeah, man, you should try. I love raspberries, Bronxal, so you should grow some raspberries, dude.
Yeah.
Good fresh. Raspberry flavor sucks, but fresh raspberries, oh man, I get fat.
Oh man, yeah, nothing out of the box, dude. They're so boring. Real berries. It's like even the blackberries I bought from the store, dude. Yuck, man. $5 a little container, and they taste so like neutral. There's nothing to it. So some of the bushes, which I like them, they have different flavor. They taste a lot like cola. I call them. They have a cola flavor. They taste like kind of Pepsi, but it's a berry, blackberry. So I like those. They have a little offshoot. What's up?
I don't know, man. I'm just frustrated.
What'd you say?
I'm just frustrated with Ottawa, man.
Why are you frustrated?
It makes no fucking sense.
What makes no sense?
Ottawa.
The berry discussion?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Are you a berry enemy? Are you enemy of the berries?
I just make jam, man.
Just make jam? It's too much sugar, though. I think the creator put just the right amount of sugar in the fruit.
Yep.
Per flesh or whatever. Just good balance. Like, dude, it takes time to accumulate the berries from the bush in order for you to eat a pound. Trust me. And I do. Then I walk out with a pound. So I have a pound of liquid now in my stomach. That's quite a bit. I can't eat more. I'm done. You know what I mean? I'm done. And I still walk out with some. So even a pound of fruit, like, it takes you time to just keep on, accumulating that. You can't just get a pound at once. It's a lot of bushes you got to visit. And, so I eat half of what I collect. So eat a handful, collect a handful, sort of thing. Yeah.
Where do you go to pick that?
What's up?
How do you have bushes nearby?
On the river, they just grow wild and just pick them by hand.
You must live in a cool spot. I
don't even cut them. I don't, I just manage my way through them, push them aside and like an idiot because I always wear shorts and I regret it immediately with the first berries. Like, fuck, should have worn pants, jeans. However, they call them battle scars. Free berries. Nothing is free in life. You want berries?
Nothing's more true
than thorns, bud.
Ain't no free lunch.
No, you got thorns. You're gonna get cut up. You want me? You want to harvest me? Wow. I'll fuck you up. I like that. That's feisty nature. I like that. It's just spicy. It makes you more stubborn, bro. The more it fucking clings, like, oh, you motherfucker, and I'm gonna take all your berries. Yeah, that's just you go on fucking savage mode. And you understand if you pull harder, you're fucked. So you kind of have to calm down and manipulate the thing.
You can't force the berry tree to berries, but you can force another man to give you all his berries.
How dare I? How dare I? That's in the creator's eye. The other man can now meet me with righteous force and just end me if he feels like I'm threatening to his life. So why do that?
Take my berries.
It's unrighteous. I would never do that. If someone would be like, "Hey, man, you want these berries? I'd be like, sure, I'll take the berries. But
I'll take your money.
Yeah, if you're handing out money, man. Yeah. Thank you. Have a nice day. Thanks for free money.
Free monies.
Thanks for party rocking.
Everybody's gonna have a good time.
Yes. We're going to make you lose your mind.
Sorry, God.
What'd you smoke today, man?
Dun, dun, dun. Same old. Bit of clove.
Man, I should come up with a strain, breed, or something to find a strain that smells like coconuts, man. Call it Coconut Breeze.
Oh, hey. I'll smoke that.
Dude, I haven't, not yet, man. I haven't, don't tell anybody. So let's start breeding for that, Bong Sao. I'm going to go to Monsanto and be like, hey, guys, so I want some of these coconut genes into this marijuana plant. How much? I'll work with myself. And then I'll GMO coconut.
Really taste the coconut in it. Yeah.
Where you'll have like a regular coconut tree, palm tree, and you'll have buds with coconuts up top.
A friend of mine was saying that you can flavor it like days before you harvest it. You start
Flavor the water. I heard about that. Haven't tried it though. With the flush, yeah.
Okay.
So you flush it with flavored water.
Coconut water.
Dude, maybe. However, that has sugar and that's organic. But maybe. Why not?
Why not?
Coconut water. That's a lot. It's expensive. It's kind of wasteful. I want to drink it, man. I love coconut water.
And if you get the natural one, that's even better.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna start my garden. That's right.
Yeah.
February, end of February.
Yeah. Spring.
So I like stuff that's edible. See, I'm still like I'm very left brained or very masculine brain still. Like I don't want that. Actually, even though I do want decorative stuff, but decorative I like vines, man. I like stuff that climbs for some fucking reason. They're like alive, extremely alive, and they piss me the fuck off when they climb all over everything. It's like, you motherfucker. However, I like you, but I'm chopping you down. I like you. I respect you. You're just fucking alive. Look at you. Like, I find like a branch that just enters the basement and just chilling in the fucking basement with me. It's like, wow, you came all the way over here. What the fuck?
Pumpkin is going crazy, man. I'm trying to figure out where to make it go. It's like I'm going wherever I want to go, Paul. It's like,
why don't you make I don't know.
Sweet potatoes do the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Potatoes are viney?
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potatoes do, yeah, they're vine.
Kumra.
Oh, dude, I must plant me some sweet potatoes then. Because I love sweet potatoes.
If you find the Japanese ones, they'll have 5-pointed leaves. 5-point leaf almost looks like a weed leaf, and it's like a purpley color.
Oh.
Maybe it's not Japanese, but they're a red skinned sweet potato with a white meat. Really good.
And how long till harvest?
Same as regular sweet potatoes, like 3-4 months or something.
Really? Okay. When do you plant?
Exactly. I just let them grow. I never actually harvested.
When should you plant and where are you at? That way I know when do you plant.
I mean, technically you're already to have started planting on like February 14th or something.
Really?
But I haven't had the time. I've been working on other stuff.
Still cold though.
A little bit. I mean, that's when the Farmer's Almanac would tell you to plant, But I mean, we still had a couple freezes even after that. But it's okay to plant the stuff now. It won't actually sprout for a little bit,
Okay, maybe I'll start doing that.
If you really want to get the plants going, start them in pots and then plant them in the ground after.
Yep.
Yeah, but there's always about a 7 to 10 day pause to no progression because of shock. Always.
True.
If the roots touch the bound, like if the roots aren't like, you know what I mean, if it's root bound, it will get shocked.
Still worth it, man.
Why? No, yeah. Once you just plant in the ground right away, boom. Let nature do its thing.
Yeah, I mean,
Cover the
I don't
ground.
wait until it's root bound. Like as soon as it's like like 2-3 inches big, I take the whole container off and transplant it, the whole thing, so it's not. Yeah, and it doesn't get shocked. But
It does. It does. Okay, compare it side by side by a plant that you know the rate of growth. Like you have to do this super fucking scientifically, right? Where you know how many centimeters you're gaining on each branch per plant per week, and then transplant a plant right next to it of similar size.
I think that could be
If you like plant two plants, like I mean, if that one is the same exact size as the other one and already in the ground, then visually you'll be able to tell over 1 week that one stayed the same and that one kept on going. You know what I mean? Because of the
I think the change is more from being under shade to moving it out into sun. Like it's from the change of its environment.
That for sure, that fucks it up.
Yeah, but where if it started outside, it wouldn't. It would be good. Yeah,
It
but
does. When you fuck with if you damage, when you transplant, you kind of have to push the roots against the soil, right? So they take a little bit of bruising, and the plant feels that. But then it recovers right away after about 7 days.
you can wrap it with the banana peel. Yeah, you can take a banana peel.
Yeah, I'm talking. I'm super finicky because I like the roots to dangle in water, right? But I know with potatoes and stuff like that, you just stick the best potato you got on the ground, bro, because the biggest seed, boom, and that's it. You sacrifice the biggest and best one to get the largest crop.
It's also like the roots, getting a shock from this new medium. It's not used to.
Yes, yeah. If the soil, let's say the soil mix is different, shit like that, they're like humans, man. They get shocked. Have you seen The Secret Life of Plants, bro?
Yeah. Well, I try not to look at them as people. It's just okay, food.
The guy with the polygraph. Have you ever seen that? They have feelings, man. The guy was slicing up the cabbage. It started screaming. Come on, you've never seen that, bro?
I don't know. I get it.
Bunks, and you like plants, and you don't know about plants. They talk. They have feelings, man.
Alive.
I always tell them the greeting of the Creator. Peace. Shalom. Salam. I tell them. I always greet plants or living things. It's the same way I greet humans because they respond.
Yeah,
especially
hi, plant. Thanks for being my lunch.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, God, for giving me this plant to eat. But when it's living, when it's still on the ground, I nurture it. Like, hey plant, what up? You don't look too good. What's going on? Let me pee on you. Here's some nitrogen. Hey, I'm a scientist. I got you. I need nitrogen. Or
I had a basil. I had a basil outside. It was all yellow, man. And I noticed my dog every morning kept pissing on it.
That's nitrogen burn because that's hot nitrogen. Yeah,
well, it's actually. Well, no, it's green now. That's what I'm trying to say.
Afterwards, but it was yellow right away. Like it got yellow because
it was already yellow because I don't know. I think I picked it up. It wasn't
okay. I thought it got burned because urine, urea, or it's like the nitrogen. I forgot. It needs to react to cool down. It just has too much nitrogen content.
Why can't you turn on video cameras, bro?
You can't in here. You got to go somewhere in another room. Well, I'll be back. Let me go grab my coconut pie.
Where do I gotta go? Yo, Cyrus, where's the video camera channel, bro?
The what?
Video camera channel.
Oh. The video camera channel. I don't know. I think you talking about cinema? Movies or?
Yeah, you can turn the camera on in there.
I don't think we can turn the camera on in this channel.
Which one?
I think you could do it in all the other channels, but not this one. I'm not sure.
Livestream 2.
Alright. I added blueberries to the pie. Why not? Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing I would like to make money of. Like off of berries. Berry farmer. Well, it's a slow night, man. Not that many people in here.
What is it? Is it Tuesday? Wednesday? What's today?
It's
Tuesday?
Monday.
Oh, Monday. Tuesday here.
Oh, tomorrow is 2/22/22, huh? Or that's where it is. Ah, cool. That's a cool day then. I don't like numerology or anything like that, but you know, which you might find that surprising, right?
I don't believe in numerology.
Yeah, I don't either. I do believe in like events in the celestial, in the heavens. You know what I mean? The celestial bodies, because these guys build a lot of telescopes, right? They're all religious deep down. You know, the Vatican. You know.
Yeah.
NASA and all these guys. Do you want to see something up there? You know something about the heavens we don't know, obviously. As like, we don't know from TV, but if we read the scriptures they read, then we'll know what they're trying to do, actually. They're trying to know the future by looking up at the sky.
I think the ball Earth is.
And listen.
If you were them, you would be considered the profane. Because you're stupid enough to believe it's a ball. You're stupid enough to hand over your mind, control of your decisions, of your beliefs. And you know what I mean? Like people who believe the stories they put out.
Mm-hmm.
It's their own faults that they believe it. You know, it's their own faults that they didn't think about things and come and realize that, you know, certain things aren't true. It's self-evident. You know, that and if you can't accept self-evident as true, then, you know, I mean, plus it keeps everybody else out of their business, out of their hair while they build their new world.
What do you mean while they build, bro? You're already living in it.
Well, whatever is left to build.
Nothing but destroying. They're just destroying family. They're destroying everything, dude. Destroying males, destroying females. They're destroying everything. What are they doing?
Mines. Destroying mines.
Well, destroying the future. That's all they know how to do. Ruin. Spread ruin everywhere.
Why should we study for a future that's not going to be there? How dare you?
What's that? What's that girl?
You want Greta? Or, oh my god.
Yeah, Greta.
Dude, man, I really don't like her.
I mean, who the fuck is this? Like, that's not how children don't think that way. That's the
Why do
bull.
you think children for why are these so fucking weird, man?
Children don't think that way. Children don't have the stuff to think that.
And who the fuck gave a child a spotlight within
No.
like a place of adults? Like, what the fuck is this,
No.
man?
It's like that's
Why?
some bullshit. Look at these guys
TV.
using some girl as their mouthpiece, some little girl, like as if her age is gonna, make a difference.
Emotions. They're just trying to.
Guys, man, what the hell? That's not how kids talk.
Look, yeah, the future. Oh my god, global warming. Oh, let's tax everybody. Ha. Isn't that a solution?
No, that's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question.
Well, that's your problem. You don't ride a bicycle. She'll tell you. Driving 8 cylinders. How dare you rob my future with your 8 cylinders?
So how the hell does this kid? Like, I don't. No, this ain't real. Bullshit. We'll just eat it up, eh?
I'm eating, yes. Correct.
Yeah, the news is like drama.
Fuck that. I don't know. Bro, I don't have a TV. I do. It's in the basement. It's on the wall. Never turned it on. I think whenever I do, it's on a computer and I'm playing some YouTube video in the shop downstairs or something. Never television, ever. More than 10 years, Bong. Television free, man.
We don't need TV anymore because we got Netflix. We got
No, I don't have any of that either. Last night on Amazon Prime, I was like, oh, let me see what kind of movies they got. Dude, I just lost interest by reading. I was like, oh fuck, why would I watch fakery when I could watch chemical reactions on YouTube? What the? It's not entertaining anymore. I'm done.
Some movies, yeah, 'cause I feel exactly the same way. But some movies, I feel that they write
classics.
Certain movies like The Matrix, or like there's certain movies with agendas in it, predictive programming, all that stuff.
Those are different, but they're like the old ones, man. I've watched 1,000 times. Yeah, I like the Avengers stuff. I like Iron Man, but again, I have to not watch it for like 5-6 years, then watch it.
I know, right? Yeah. I've watched The Matrix so many times, I don't want to watch it anymore because, like, I have a better version of it in my head. And you've kind of taken it apart so many times. It's like it's not even interesting anymore. After you see how the magician did his trick, it's like, not interesting anymore.
Exactly.
Illusionists.
That's a good movie.
The Illusionist, yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's a really good one.
Yeah.
The Prestige is also another good one.
Yep. It's all about deceiving people through entertainment. What do you think about the Jesuits?
Never really read anything about them. Probably, from what I hear, they're douchebags.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm assuming that they are too. So
Oh, I thought a Mason might be, might have a good opinion of them.
why? Why would I? Then they give us the fucking Big Bang, Ball Earth. I mean, not all of them, but one guy. One Jesuit.
Helping, making good men into better men. The Jesuits have a
Is
similar.
that what they're about too?
The Jesuits, yeah, it's about transformation,
Oh, okay.
forming the mind. And when you show up, you're just lead, and when you leave, you're gold.
Oh, okay.
Through the Bible, of course, but
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Bible is just
they're very biblical. I see.
Yeah, they are. They are actually, but
Well, I don't know what they're about. To be honest, I haven't read them. Like I said, maybe they are cool.
They're about they're saying it's the Catholics. It's the Pope. Right?
Yeah,
They're all about the New World Order.
Your people, eh? Haha, I'm just Christians.
No,
Yeah. Fuck with you, man. You already know, right?
Don't throw me in with the fucking Christians. I'm not.
There's no one in here right now. Mike is not here and shit. So I get to pick on you with the religion shit.
I know, right?
Which God is it? Bong? Who's God? Oh man,
What?
hilarious, man.
Did he make eyes that deceive us though? Like, did he make eyes that see flat stuff but are really balls? That's an asshole move. Big move, right? What kind of God would do such a thing? A trickster God? Is your God a troll?
No. Nope. Most direct.
What was that guy from